Little ones. You have already lived here for more than 10 years. In these past years you have asked this old man more than once when you would be allowed to begin cultivation. Today this old man shall give you the answer. Today is the day. All of you come and gather here. In a moment I will distribute cultivation manuals to you. At the foot of Yujing Mountain, in an apparently ordinary village, an old man stood beneath a great banyan tree, his resonant voice echoing in all directions. We can start learning today. It has been 12 years. Do you have any idea how I have lived through these 12 years? I am the son of the Grand General of the Xingyue dynasty, yet I have been hauling water in this forsaken little village for 12 whole years. I have finally waited until today. Hauling water is nothing. Are any of you more miserable than I am? I have been raising pigs for 14 full years. They are practically marinated by now, and that stench of pig dung has seeped into my very bones and cannot be washed away. To think that I, the son of the Prime Minister of the Aolai Kingdom, have been a swineherd here for 14 years. Who would believe it if I told them? Once I get back I am slaughtering every last one of those pigs I raised. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a crowd of teenagers swarmed over from all directions in the village. Some carried yokes across their shoulders, some led sheep by rope, and some gripped sickles in their hands, all of them dressed in coarse linen and straw sandals. If one had not seen it with their own eyes, who would dare believe that each of these youths came from wealth or high status, the poorest among them being the offspring of local tycoons? Are any of you more miserable than I am? I am a prince of the Qingmu dynasty. At that moment Lin Yu, who was riding a large blue ox with a stalk of grass between his teeth, spat the grass from his mouth and muttered under his breath. Lin Yu was a transmigrator. He had been born as a prince of the Qingmu dynasty, carrying the memories of his previous life. When he was born, 2 other princes were born alongside him. At first Lin Yu had been quite satisfied with his new identity after rebirth. A prince. Endless wealth on hand, endless beauties in his arms. If the old emperor were to kick the bucket, he might well have the chance to drunkenly sleep upon a beauty's lap and wake with the world's power in his grasp. How carefree that would be. Yet as time went on, Lin Yu discovered that this world was far from ordinary. Dynasties belonged only to mortals. In this world there were immortals who stood loftily above all. When Lin Yu was only half a year old, he personally saw his chief father, the sovereign of a nation, bowing and scraping before a youth who had barely grown all his hair. Lin Yu had been utterly stunned. Before an immortal, even the ruler of a dynasty was nothing but an ant. In that instant, the imperial throne that had once seemed within easy reach no longer held any charm for him. Fortunately, a turn of fate soon arrived. On his first birthday grabbing ceremony, Lin Yu's father not only laid out gold, silver, jewels, brushes, ink, and other scholarly treasures, but even placed the imperial jade seal among them. As Lin Yu's father put it, life and death are decreed by fate, wealth and honor lie in heaven's hands. If Lin Yu were truly to grab the imperial jade seal, he would be named crown prince and inherit the dynasty. The 1-year-old Lin Yu, seeing his father use such a frivolous method to decide the crown prince, could not help but laugh inwardly. As for the other concubines, their faces turned so dark they were almost black. In the end, however, Lin Yu did not choose the imperial jade seal. Instead, he chose a jade pendant said to have come from an immortal sect. Lin Yu remembered that pendant clearly. It was a gift from the very youth who had made his father bow and scrape. Lin Yu's father had personally declared that if Lin Yu chose this pendant, he would be sent to cultivate immortality. Not cultivating immortality when given the chance. Would that not be sheer foolishness? Lin Yu clutched the jade pendant and refused to let go. Just when he thought he would surely enter an immortal sect, he was instead thrown into this godforsaken village where he remained for 16 long years. From the age of 3, when his feet were barely larger than a cow's hoof, Lin Yu had to go out to tend cattle. His imperial father and mother could only visit him once a year. The gifts they brought each year would be confiscated by the decrepit village chief under the pretext of being temporarily kept safe. At first, Lin Yu had nearly died of sheer frustration. He had given up being a good and proper prince only to become a mere cowherd. Yet when Lin Yu gradually discovered that every other child in the village also possessed an exalted background, his heart balanced out considerably. Come. 1 copy for each of you. Everyone gets 1. Whether you can enter an immortal sect or not will be decided today. Once you have all received your manuals, I will explain to you how to cultivate. If you still cannot learn, then go back to your homes and to your mothers. The old village chief beamed from ear to ear. Though his hair and beard were completely white, he walked with vigorous strides, hugging dozens of thick books in his arms, and even running without so much as panting for breath. You old skinflint, are you even up to this? Don't tell me you actually understand immortal cultivation. I for one have never seen an immortal that looks like you. Many of the teenagers looked at the old village chief with open skepticism. With a series of thuds, the chief snatched up a book and smacked each of the loudmouth boys once, his speed so fast it was frightening. I may not look like one, but do you? Do you think only those flying in the sky can be called immortals? The old village chief roared, his voice brimming with power. Those in the sky are not necessarily immortals. There are birds as well. But if someone cannot fly at all, even if he is an immortal, he cannot be that impressive, Lin Yu muttered softly, thinking he was far enough away. In the next instant, a book shot out from the old man's hand, streaking through the air to strike Lin Yu squarely in the chest with unerring accuracy. The tremendous force knocked Lin Yu clean off the ox's back. The big blue ox bellowed in fright, its massive hoof nearly coming down on Lin Yu. What sharp ears! How many times have you eavesdropped to train them like that? Lin Yu muttered again, but this time seeing the old village chief's snowy white brows trembling, he hastily hugged the book to his chest and bolted for his tiny wooden hut, even taking the time to slide the door bolt firmly into place. The hut was truly tiny, barely large enough for a single table, a bed, and 4 chairs. Let me see what is so special about this cultivation manual that took more than 10 years of herding cattle to earn. Lin Yu set the manual on the table. Its title was Xing Qi Ju, Art of Circulating Qi. The 3 large characters on the thick cover were still wet, the ink not yet fully dried. This made Lin Yu suspect that the decrepit village chief had written it overnight just to fool them. Though he grumbled inwardly, he still unwillingly opened the manual. Qi is. With a thunderous boom, the characters on the page suddenly flared with golden light streaming into Lin Yu's brow. As the golden radiance poured in, a dazzling, resplendent great tree appeared deep within his sea of consciousness. At the same time, a vast tide of information flooded into Lin Yu's mind. A tree of the great Dao. Lin Yu stared at the great tree within his sea of consciousness, his face filled with astonishment. The tree of the great Dao. It can refine the astonishing past deeds of all beings and condense them into fruits of the great Dao. Refine astounding past achievements and condense fruits of the great Dao. Lin Yu was taken aback. At that moment, Lin Yu's sea of consciousness trembled, and then a vivid scene surfaced within. The Xingqi Ju was created by Sanbao Xianzuan. When Sanbao Xianzuan first entered the Dao, he suffered from having no cultivation method. Later, he entered the mortal world and roamed for 100 years. Pitying that all beings had no method to cultivate, he meditated at the edge of the heavens for 30 years, comprehending the Dao and creating the Xingqi Ju. Although the Xingqi Ju is the lowest ranked cultivation method, it possesses extremely strong universality and can be applied to all cultivators, thus astonishing the Luo world. It eventually became the introductory cultivation art for most cultivators in the Luo world. Within the vision, an elderly man with snow-white hair sat like dry wood beneath a cliff face, motionless as a rock. Just a single glance at him involuntarily stirred a feeling of deep reverence in one's heart. Is this the astonishing past of the Xingqi Ju? Lin Yu's heart stirred. A method suitable for all cultivators, one that had become the introductory cultivation art of the Luo world. The tree of the great Dao quivered gently, and the scene within Lin Yu's sea of consciousness shattered into fragments on the spot, which were then absorbed by the tree of the great Dao. A rustling sound echoed. In that instant, spiritual radiance fluttered around the tree of the great Dao. As its branches swayed, a thumb-sized flower bud appeared, tightly closed yet brimming with the promise of bloom. Refining the astonishing past of the Xingqi Ju, a flower of enlightenment is condensed. Effect of the flower of enlightenment: cultivation speed is doubled, comprehension is doubled, and there is a certain chance of triggering sudden enlightenment. The instant the flower of enlightenment was formed, another stream of information surged into Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. On the flower of enlightenment, a faint thread of light circulated slowly. Bathed in that glow, Lin Yu felt as though the world before his eyes had subtly changed. Yet he could not quite say what exactly was different. That old, undying fellow didn't lie. The Xingqi Ju truly is a cultivation method, and it is indeed suitable for most cultivators. Lin Yu's eyes brightened. Calming his heart, he immersed himself in studying the Xingqi Ju. Lin Yu felt the flower of enlightenment give a gentle sway, and his entire being slipped into a serene and ethereal state. With the flower of enlightenment augmenting him, Lin Yu felt that the once obscure and difficult scriptures could now be easily understood, and the key points grasped at a glance. It was as though blocked apertures had suddenly opened and divine nectar had been poured over his crown. Lin Yu felt as if he were immersed in an ocean of qi, with invisible currents of power coiling around his entire body. So this is the sense of qi spoken of in the Xingqi Ju. Lin Yu murmured thoughtfully to himself. The sense of qi allows a cultivator to perceive the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, thereby drawing qi into the body and stepping through the gateway of cultivation. Instinctively running the Xingqi Ju, Lin Yu felt the originally chaotic spiritual energy around him become orderly under its guidance. With each breath in and out, it surged into his body. Hum. The instant the spiritual energy entered his body, Lin Yu's frame trembled, and he realized his qi and blood had suddenly become much more vigorous. Hum hum hum. Lin Yu could clearly sense an additional thread of spiritual energy within his body, fine as a strand of hair. Guided by the operation of the Xingqi Ju, that wisp of spiritual energy moved along a specific path before finally returning to his qi. Then that same wisp of spiritual energy once more surged out from his dantian, traversed his body in a complete circuit, and returned again to the qi and dantian. In this process, that wisp of spiritual energy continuously absorbed the spiritual energy drawn into the body by the Xingqi Ju, thereby strengthening itself. As the spiritual energy grew stronger, its repeated circulation ceaselessly nourished Lin Yu's body. His flesh, blood, bones, meridians, and even his soul all began to improve at a slow but constant pace. When the spiritual energy within his body expanded from hair-thin to the size of a mung bean, Lin Yu discovered that he was beginning to struggle to draw in more spiritual energy. Strange, why did I suddenly stop being able to absorb spiritual energy? Exiting his cultivation state, Lin Yu opened his eyes, his face full of puzzlement. If you don't understand, then ask. That old undying fellow took so many things from me. What's wrong with making him answer a few questions? Lin Yu immediately pushed the door open and stepped outside. Outside at this moment, it could only be described as a large-scale fiasco. Lin Yu saw the youth who claimed to be the son of the great general of the Xingyue dynasty, holding a carrying pole in his hands, glaring at the open Xingqi Ju on his knees, so hard his eyes were about to pop out. Not far away, the youth who claimed to be the son of the prime minister of the Aolai kingdom was frantically sharpening a knife, all the while glaring at the distant old village chief. Today, I'm definitely going to hack that old undying codger to death. None of you try to stop me. I raised pigs for over 10 years only to get a book I can't even understand in return. This is bullying taken too far. Gritting his teeth, the son of the Aolai kingdom's prime minister kept sharpening the knife. Sense of qi. Just what is this sense of qi? It must be that the air here is bad, otherwise how could I not sense any spiritual energy around me? After staring at the Xingqi Ju in his hands for a long time, the prince of Tianyu kingdom suddenly rushed under a large tree, then nimbly climbed up to the treetop, craning his neck and taking great gulps of air. Cough, cough, cough. But almost immediately, the prince of Tianyu kingdom darkened with anger as he coughed loudly. He had no idea which damned fool was burning a fire below. That single deep breath had nearly choked him to death. You from the Heike kingdom, why on earth are you burning a fire for no reason? The prince of Tianyu kingdom shouted angrily. I'm trying to find the sense of qi. Look, when you burn firewood, smoke appears. If I start a fire, maybe I can burn out that invisible, untouchable spiritual energy. The son of the Heike kingdom's minister of revenue spoke with complete righteousness, a fire stick in his hand. Hearing this, the prince of Tianyu kingdom was so furious he almost laughed. Let me ask you, you've been stoking fires in this village for over 10 years. Have you ever seen spiritual energy? I'd say you've burned yourself stupid. You're the one who's burned stupid. Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death with one swing of this stick. The son of the Heike kingdom's minister of revenue was enraged as well. Clutching the fire stick, he pounced, and the two immediately scuffled together. Meanwhile, the old village chief sat leisurely beneath the big tree, one leg crossed over the other, a teapot in one hand and a tattered fan in the other, smiling as he watched their messy brawl utterly at ease. Old village chief, tell me, why did the spiritual energy in my body stop growing once it reached the size of a mung bean? Lin Yu circled around behind the old village chief and asked softly. Fool! When the spiritual energy in your body grows to the size of a mung bean, that is the sign of qi rushing into the dantian. The next step is to advance to the qi refining realm. Of course it stops growing. The old village chief answered without thinking. But in the next instant, the teacup in his hand slipped and fell to the ground with a clang, shattering into two halves. He whipped his head around, staring at Lin Yu as though he had seen a ghost. You ancient relic? And that Zisha flying immortal cup was mine. You promised to return it once I entered the sect. And fewer than 1 in 1,000 kills could produce such a piece, and you've shattered it. The commotion beneath the tree caused the son of the minister of revenue of the Heike kingdom to freeze mid-motion, then erupt into a blood-curdling scream. And under ordinary circumstances, who would dare call the elder village chief ancient relic to his face? Their sandals would already be plastered across their cheeks. Yet now the elder village chief ignored them entirely. His gaze locked unblinking upon Lin Yu. Lin Yu's scalp prickled under the elder village chief's stare, and he recalled when his great blue ox had gazed at a cow from the neighboring village. Its expression had been exactly like this. Old bird, I assure you I have no such inclination, and I'd be happy to introduce you to Widow Wang from the next village. And terrified, Lin Yu stumbled backwards several steps. Tell me, how did you know that once spiritual energy swells to the size of a mung bean, the body can absorb no more? And the elder village chief asked, eyes blazing with intensity. Ah, that question? And I simply practiced the chi circulation manual you gave me, and lo, my spiritual energy coalesced into a mung bean-sized core. And Lin Yu exhaled in relief. Thankfully, this ancient relic wasn't lusting after his body. Whoosh! And the moment Lin Yu finished speaking, every youth present whirled around stunned, staring at him in disbelief. And come, and go. Overturn that blue ox you raised. The elder village chief leapt to his feet, face alight with exhilaration, and seized Lin Yu's arm, dragging him straight to the great blue ox. And overturn this. No elder village chief. Have you lost your wits? And this blue ox is not something Lin Yu could possibly overturn. And many youths gaped speechless. Lin Yu himself felt uneasy, and after over a decade of meticulous care, his great blue ox had grown far larger than any ordinary specimen, weighing several thousand jin at least. When enraged, it could even topple massive trees thick enough for two men to embrace. And boom! And the elder village chief paid no heed. He circled behind the ox and delivered a thunderous kick squarely to its rump. Moo! In agony, the ox's eyes turned crimson. With a furious bellow, it charged headlong at Lin Yu. "En, you ancient relic!" And boom! Lin Yu recoiled in shock. En, faced with the ox bearing down upon him at point-blank range, evasion was impossible. He instinctively thrust both hands forward, seizing the horns. Boom! And the instant Lin Yu gripped the horns, a colossal force slammed into him. His entire frame trembled, and the earth beneath his feet collapsed inward with a sickening crunch. Ha! And to Lin Yu's astonishment, he had actually withstood the ox's furious charge. Its massive head remained pinned beneath his grip. Hooves tore furiously at the soil, but it could not budge him an inch. Down! Na spark ignited in Lin Yu's eyes. He surged with sudden strength, arms trembling as they unleashed raw power, and he realized in that explosive moment the mung bean-sized core of spiritual energy within him surged at blinding speed, releasing a torrent of overwhelming force. Moo! And boom! And with a despairing bellow, the great blue ox was hurled sideways onto the ground, sending up a billowing cloud of dust, and the surrounding youths stood frozen, stunned into silence. Even the elder village chief's expression contorted violently, shifting through disbelief, awe, and dawning revelation. Nonly, the great blue ox remained pinned beneath Lin Yu's grasp, letting out soft, plaintive moos, tears welling in its wide, dark eyes. Is this the power granted by cultivation? And the youth's gazes toward Lin Yu transformed utterly, and a single tremor of the arms, power rivaling 10,000 June, truly chi surging to the dantian. But how is this possible? And I distributed the chi circulation manual less than an hour ago. Even those with sharp memory struggle to recite it fully, let alone achieve chi surging to the dantian. The elder village chief himself was reeling. And no, it's impossible. That manual's ink hasn't even dried. It's clearly a counterfeit. How could anyone cultivate real spiritual energy from it? It must be that this ancient relic secretly coached Lin Yu. His manual must contain different instructions. Na Youth's eyes gleamed. He dashed straight to Lin Yu's wooden hut and began frantically flipping through his copy of the chi circulation manual. Wait, that can't be right. And the text is identical to ours. And the son of the prime minister of the Aolai kingdom stared blankly at the manual, dumbfounded. Your Highness of the Qingmu dynasty. No, wait, Prince Lin, teach us how you cultivated spiritual energy. And yes, teach us. Once we enter the sect, our gratitude will know no bounds. A crowd of youths pressed in, faces radiant with fervent anticipation. And my chi circulation manual is exactly the same as yours. Lin Yu smiled gently. And we know it's the same. But we can't comprehend it. Please guide us. And exactly, that's precisely what we mean. The youths clamored all at once. And thump, thump, thump. Just then the elder village chief deftly slipped off his straw sandal and delivered a resounding slap to each youth's cheek. I call you fools, and still you doubt me. And Lin Yu means the method is sound. The flaw lies with you. Can't you grasp even that? His words left the youths flushed with embarrassment. And Lin Yu? And come sit here. Having rebuked the others, the elder village chief instantly shifted demeanor, beaming with obsequious charm as he eagerly guided Lin Yu to sit upon the very chair reserved for the village chief beneath the ancient tree. Lin Yu? And wait just a moment. Your case is extraordinary. I must report it to the sect immediately. And fanning Lin Yu gently with a palm leaf fan, his attitude had undergone a complete, breathtaking reversal. Elder village chief. I'm rather thirsty, Lin Yu said, barely suppressing a grin. And judging by this man's sudden deference, achieving chi surging to the dantian within an hour must indeed be astonishingly rare. You there? the prince of Tianyu Kingdom. Fetch Lin Yu a cup of tea now. And waving his straw sandal, the elder village chief pointed imperiously, sending the Tianyu prince scrambling to obey. The elder village chief then withdrew a jade token and tapped it lightly. To Lin Yu's astonishment, a deep, aged voice resonated from within the stone. What is it? And the voice boomed impatient and gravelly. Respected Elder Luo, I humbly report in Honghe village, a cultivator has attained qi surging to the Dantian within 1 hour. The elder village chief recounted the event with vivid animation and sweeping gestures. And clang, and boom, and faintly distantly. Lin Yu thought he heard something shatter or perhaps explode. Are you telling the truth? A hoarse voice echoed again. It must be true. If it's false, Elder Lu, you can twist my head off and use it as a stool. Your head as a stool. I would find it uncomfortable. The old village chief replied. Elder Lu spoke coldly. How about this? I will immediately send Song Qingfeng over. After all, he has always been handling matters in Honghe village. Also give Lin Yu a qi-boosting pill, it must be the best. Give him 10 spirit stones. If he can successfully advance to the qi refining realm before Song Qingfeng arrives, that would be even better. Elder Lu paused and said seriously, understood. The old village chief nodded repeatedly and then ended the message. Lin Yu, come with me. The old village chief looked at Lin Yu with a flattering smile. Let's go. Lin Yu stood up with a smile. The tea is here. At that moment, the prince of Tianyu Kingdom rushed over with a freshly brewed cup of tea, gazing at Lin Yu with eager eyes. Lin Yu, will you drink tea first or later? The old village chief looked at Lin Yu, bowing his head in submission. Later. Lin Yu replied. He had clearly heard that the old village chief intended to give him a qi-boosting pill and 10 spirit stones. The qi-boosting pill was undoubtedly a pill for cultivators. Lin Yu had heard about spirit stones too. It seemed like his home, the Qingmu dynasty, had a task of mining spirit stones for the Xianluo sect. He was able to enter Honghe village to tend to cattle precisely because the Qingmu dynasty had contributed to mining spirit stones for the Xianluo sect. Did you hear that? The old village chief glared at the prince of Tianyu Kingdom. Did you hear? I heard. The prince of Tianyu looked innocent. He wasn't deaf. If you heard, why are you just standing there like a fool? The old village chief slapped the back of the prince's head, making him wince in pain. Lin Yu, let's go to my residence first. Let me tell you, my residence is quite extraordinary. After scolding the prince, the old village chief turned to Lin Yu wearing a friendly face. All right. Lin Yu smiled and followed the old village chief towards his wooden house. From the outside, the old village chief's house looked no different from Lin Yu's. However, this house had a large lock that had been locked for years. Lin Yu and the others had suspected more than once that the old village chief hid a mistress inside. The prince of Tianyu had once attempted to pick the lock while the old village chief was gone, only to be nearly struck down by a bolt of lightning. Since then, no one dared to be reckless. When the old village chief arrived at the house, he quickly took out a key, opened the door, and invited Lin Yu inside. Is this your room? Lin Yu entered the wooden house and was stunned. The space inside was at least 100 times larger than it appeared from the outside. As soon as he stepped in, there was an enormous shelf. Every compartment on the shelf was engraved with names. The items on the shelf were sent by the parents of Lin Yu and the others over the years. Deeper inside, there were even more shelves. Some held jars and bottles, while others contained various boxes. Even the old village chief's bed was made of polished jade with rays of light flowing over it. The most crucial part was the spiritual energy in this wooden house. Lin Yu had already developed a qi sensation and could sense that the spiritual energy in the old village chief's small wooden house was at least 10 times stronger than outside. Lin Yu, this house was specially built for me by the Xianluo sect, considering my diligent service, the old village chief said proudly. Are you sure you didn't keep any for yourself? Lin Yu looked at him with disbelief. Lin Yu, Elder Lu instructed to give you a qi-boosting pill and 10 spirit stones. He'll get them for you right now. The old village chief quickly changed the subject and ran to a shelf. He hesitated for a moment before pouring a pill from a rather ancient-looking bottle. Then he selected 10 spirit stones from a box and presented them to Lin Yu. Buzz! As soon as Lin Yu received the qi-boosting pill, he found that a golden light invisible to others surged into his brow. A scene appeared in his mind. A tranquil girl was in a thatched cottage testing the medicine by tasting various spiritual herbs. The scene flickered constantly. Lin Yu had no idea how many types of spiritual herbs the girl had tasted. However, in the last part of the scene, as the girl gathered fire for alchemy, a series of pill patterns flowed, and various phenomena occurred the moment the pill was formed. Then a pill with 3 strange patterns swirling flew out from the cauldron in front of the girl. 3-pattern qi-boosting pill crafted by the Danqing alchemist. The Danqing alchemist, a beginner in alchemy, could not find his way in and decided to taste every herb to understand their properties. This Kai-boosting pill is the result of the Danqing alchemist's first attempt at alchemy after tasting countless herbs. After the pill was formed, it gained 3 patterns, and its effect was 3 times that of an ordinary Kai-boosting pill. Meanwhile, lines of text appeared in Lin Yu's Sea of Consciousness. Is this the extraordinary past of this Kai-boosting pill? Lin Yu felt a surge of joy. He never expected that a single pill would have such an extraordinary history. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The tree of the great Dao trembled again. The images in Lin Yu's Sea of Consciousness scattered like fragments, being absorbed by the tree of the great Dao like nourishment. Rumble. The tree of the great Dao shook incessantly. Amidst the flying spiritual light, another thumb-sized bud formed. The extraordinary past of refining the Kai-boosting pill, forming the flower of the alchemy path. Effect of the flower of the alchemy path: identify herbs by scent, clear understanding of pharmacology, and during alchemy can guarantee a perfect creation of pill patterns. At the moment the flower of the alchemy path was formed, a vast amount of pharmacology seamlessly integrated into Lin Yu's memory. With a single breath, Lin Yu could easily identify the various spiritual herbs used in the Kai-boosting pill by their fragrance. The flower of the alchemy path. It grants me unparalleled talent in the art of alchemy. Lin Yu looked at the flower of the alchemy path in his sea of consciousness with delight. Lin Yu, this Kai-boosting pill is the best one we have in Honghe village. 3 patterns, 3 times the potency. This pill was especially left behind by the Danqing alchemist because he is from our Honghe village. The old village chief said solemnly. I'll trust you once. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. You can practice here. I won't disturb you. With that, the old village chief exited the wooden house. Lin Yu sat cross-legged, holding the spirit stones, and swallowed the Kai-boosting pill in one gulp. Boom! As soon as the Kai-boosting pill entered, Lin Yu felt it transform into a mighty force rushing towards his dantian. In an instant, Lin Yu realized that the spiritual energy, which had ceased to grow, began to tremble and expand violently. The tree of the Dao in the Sea of Consciousness trembled gently as the flower of enlightenment descended in a cascade of radiance, immersing Lin Yu in a unique state of perception. The tree of the Dao in the Sea of Consciousness trembled gently as the flower of enlightenment descended in a cascade of radiance, immersing Lin Yu in a unique state of perception. Astonishing level. As the qi circulation technique flowed autonomously, its profound essence was comprehended by Lin Yu as if it were a divine revelation. In a fleeting moment, the spiritual energy within Lin Yu, which had previously been no larger than a mung bean, erupted, explosively unleashing volcanic power from within his qi core. Within Lin Yu's dantian, the energy churned violently. He saw streams of light flowing in his dantian with spiritual energy surging forth. Among that energy, a twisted vortex gradually emerged. Immediately, a vast aura surged towards Lin Yu's limbs and bones in an instant. Foundation Establishment Level 1. He felt deep within that he had successfully advanced to the first level of foundation establishment. Boom! The effects of the qi circulation pill were continuously absorbed by Lin Yu. Not only that, the 10 spirit stones he held containing abundant spiritual energy were also rapidly flowing into Lin Yu's body under the guidance of the qi circulation technique. Thus, the vortex in Lin Yu's dantian, aided by the qi circulation pill and spirit stones, continued to grow and tremble. Threads of spiritual energy surged toward Lin Yu's limbs and bones, refining Lin Yu's bones, tendons, and blood, comprehensively enhancing his strength. Thus, in just a short time, Lin Yu's dantian trembled again, and a second vortex manifested. Then the third and fourth vortices formed in succession. 4 vortices. Foundation Establishment Level 4. In less than 3 days, Lin Yu's cultivation had dramatically advanced to the 4th level of foundation establishment. Lin Yu could distinctly feel the transformation from the qi core to foundation establishment level 4. It was a true separation between the mundane and the celestial. Lin Yu opened his eyes with divine light radiating from them as spiritual energy flowed endlessly within him, circulating in cycles. Is this what cultivation feels like? Indeed formidable. Lin Yu clenched his fist, and a sound of explosive energy echoed from his palm. It was worth it. The 16 years spent were not in vain. As Lin Yu's thoughts raced, he pushed open the door. Outside, the old village chief was eagerly waiting. Other youths also looked at Lin Yu from a distance. Their expressions varied. Foundation Establishment Level 3. Lin Yu glanced at the old village chief, revealing a smile. Foundation Establishment Level 3. The old rascal's strength was actually at Foundation Establishment Level 3, 1 level lower than his current self. Lin Yu, have you advanced to the Foundation Establishment realm? The old village chief's eyelids twitched as he looked at Lin Yu with disbelief. Oh, old village chief, thanks to your care over the years, how about we have a spar today? Lin Yu looked at the old village chief with a mischievous smile. Having just advanced to Foundation Establishment Level 4, Lin, you couldn't help but want to test his strength. Yes, let's spar. Old rascal, didn't you say you were an immortal? Aren't you afraid now? The surrounding youths laughed and jeered. This old rascal was indeed quite detestable. Over the past 16 years, nearly everyone had been tormented by him. Now that Lin Yu was ready to stand out, they naturally welcomed it. It might not be good. The old village chief appeared a bit anxious. What's wrong with it? We just want to spar. Lin Yu smiled. Shall we spar then? The old village chief now felt uncertain. The only thing he could confirm was that Lin Yu had indeed advanced in his cultivation. But he couldn't quite discern Lin Yu's exact cultivation level. Come. Without further ado, Lin Yu swung his fist toward the old village chief. Boom! Lin Yu unleashed a punch. The Chi-Si roared violently, and the power of Foundation Establishment Level 4 descended like a tsunami upon the old village chief. Spiritual energy penetrating the body. You monster, you're at least at Foundation Establishment Level 3. The old village chief felt threatened and also swung his fist. Amidst the chaos, dazzling flames appeared on the old village chief's fist. Boom! Their fists, infused with spiritual energy, collided together. The tremendous force surged in all directions, sending the onlooking youths tumbling to the ground. For a moment, cries of despair filled the air. Ah! The old village chief exclaimed in surprise, his body retreating in an instant. Bang! 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 With each step, he retreated, the ground cracked open, spreading like spider webs. After retreating 7 steps, the old village chief finally steadied himself, but a storm of shock surged in his heart. Foundation Establishment Level 4. Lin Yu's cultivation had actually reached Foundation Establishment Level 4. Boom! Following that, Lin Yu surged forward, delivering a punch filled with personal vendetta directly to the old village chief's face. Lin Yu, you are not adhering to the martial ethics. The old village chief let out a wail as he was sent flying by Lin Yu's punch, rolling over twice after hitting the ground. Ha ha ha! This is hilarious. Old rascal, you have your day now. Serves you right for being so. Old rascal, is the straw tasty? The surrounding youths laughed heartily, and all the grievances of the past years dissipated in an instant. What do you mean by being beaten? I was just careless and didn't dodge. The old village chief with a panda, I got up spitting out the straw. He accidentally bit, blushing as he defended himself. Right. You didn't dodge, but I'll bet a big cabbage that you won't dodge next time. I'll bet a sheep that the old rascal is just being stubborn. The group of youths laughed heartily. Ding! A clear sound echoed from afar, and then everyone felt a scorching aura sweeping over them. Swish! Lin Yu and the old village chief both changed their expressions and hurriedly looked up towards the source of the sound. A long sword was cutting through the air at an astonishing speed. A young man stood alone atop the sword light. He was tall and slender, his robe billowing with a faintly fierce aura emanating from between his brows like an unparalleled divine sword. It's him. Lin Yu looked at the young man from afar, a peculiar expression appearing on his face. This person Lin Yu recognizes. 16 years ago, it was this youth who made his stepfather bow respectfully. It is also this youth whose jade pendant allowed him to graze cattle in Honghe village for 16 years. Lin Yu could not see through the youth's cultivation at all. The old village chief also recognized the youth's appearance, his eyes filled with awe. Swish! As everyone was momentarily dazed, the youth landed atop the treetops, and the long sword under his feet transformed into a streak of flowing light, disappearing into his body. Buzz! Just as the youth came to a halt, Lin Yu noticed a golden light invisible to others pouring into his brow. Another image emerged. In the image, a young man sat cross-legged at the mouth of a volcano. The youth raised his hand, gathering boundless fire energy, transforming it into a scorching long sword. At the moment the sword was unleashed, the volcano erupted flames, soaring to the heavens, reaching 1,000 feet high. With a single strike, the area within dozens of miles turned to scorched earth in an instant. Astonishing past. Does this youth also have his own astonishing past? Lin Yu's heart jolted. The astonishing past that Lin Yu had previously absorbed came from objects, yet this time it was evidently derived from a person. Sword Dao Genius Song Qingfeng. Having comprehended the sword for 30 years at the volcanic mouth, he grasped the scorching sword intent from the fire energy. With this sword intent, Song Qingfeng defeated Foundation Establishment experts with innate power, hailed as the first Sword Dao genius in the outer sect of Xian Luo sect in a century. Meanwhile, lines of text emerged in Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. Whoosh! As the text appeared, the tree of the Great Dao trembled once more. The image in Lin Yu's sea of consciousness dispersed, transforming into fragments absorbed by the tree of the Great Dao. Whoosh! As the tree of the Great Dao swayed, streaks of sword light began to coalesce. As the sword light flew and danced, a thumb-sized flower bud was formed. refining the astonishing past of Sword Dao genius forming the Sword Dao flower. Effect of the Sword Dao flower doubles the comprehension speed of Sword Dao. Any Sword Dao divine ability can be enhanced with scorching sword intent. At the moment the Sword Dao flower was formed, a faint sword light flickered at Lin Yu's fingertips, emitting a subtle scorching aura. Zhou Chao, I have met Lord Song. At this moment the respectful voice of the old village chief echoed, waking Lin Yu from his thoughts. Song Qingfeng slightly nodded, then his gaze fell on Lin Yu, revealing a hint of astonishment. 4th level of Qi refinement. Innate sword bone. Song Qingfeng stared at Lin Yu for a while before laboriously uttering those 8 words. At this moment Song Qingfeng was profoundly shaken. Song Qingfeng knew very well that Lin Yu must not have practiced Sword Dao divine abilities. Yet there was sword intent flowing within him. Only innate sword bones could explain this situation. Innate sword bone. What does that mean? The youths exchanged puzzled glances while only the old village chief looked at Song Qingfeng as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Yu, Lord Song has come to take you to the outer sect, so hurry and bow. The old village chief hastily gestured towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu greets Lord Song. Lin Yu quickly bowed. No need for courtesy. Song Qingfeng leaped down before Lin Yu, his expression softening a bit. Lord Song, Lin Yu has actually met you before. Seeing this, Lin Yu said with a smile. You have met me. Song Qingfeng was taken aback, recalling closely, but found no memory. Yes. In the Qingmu dynasty. I was barely a year old back then. Lin Yu spoke with certainty. So it's you. Upon hearing this, Song Qingfeng's expression became peculiarly strange. That was a matter from over. At that time Song Qingfeng had just comprehended the scorching sword intent and achieved the peak of innate level sent by his sect to various dynasties to distribute the tokens of named disciples. Song Qingfeng remembered that Lin Yu, though young, had a restrained divine light in his eyes. Furthermore, at the invitation of the Qingmu emperor, he picked Lin Yu up, intending to bestow a title upon him. But who would have thought that Lin Yu would urinate on him? This event was indeed vividly remembered. With Song Qingfeng's cultivation and temperament, he naturally would not be angry because of this. However, if Song Qingfeng knew that Lin Yu had done that out of spite, he would not know what to think. At that time Lin Yu was quite pleased with himself. What a mortal! Wasn't he splashed with urine by me? Stepfather, I will make it up to you. Yes, that's me. Lin Yu also recalled this incident, a smile appearing on his face. Very good. When I first saw you, I thought you were clever, but I didn't expect that after more than a decade you have already stepped into the path of cultivation. Song Qingfeng restrained his emotions, smiling as he nodded. Lord Song, you just said I have an innate sword bone. What does that mean? Lin Yu hurriedly asked. Since I am here to take you, you are now an outer sect disciple. No need to call me Lord, just call me Senior Brother Song. Song Qingfeng said with a smile. Understood. Senior Brother Song. Lin Yu took the opportunity. An innate sword bone means that one naturally harbors a sword energy within. With this sword energy you will cultivate the Sword Dao in the future, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Song Qingfeng explained succinctly. I see. The surrounding youths looked at Lin Yu with envy. As for cultivation, you need not rush. Once you enter the outer sect, someone will teach you in detail. Today we have a few matters to attend to. Song Qingfeng said seriously. Please instruct me, Senior Brother Song. Lin Yu nodded. First, I have been tasked to bring you here, and based on your aptitude you need to practice a divine ability first. Originally I prepared several divine abilities. But since you have an innate sword bone, it should naturally focus on sword-based divine abilities. You may choose one from these 3 sword-based divine abilities. But as Song Qingfeng raised his hand, 3 jade slips flew out, hovering before Lin Yu. Can I choose any divine ability? The surrounding youths were nearly wide-eyed with shock. At this time many of them had developed a sense of qi after studying the qi cultivation method for 3 days. However, in comparison to Lin Yu, they felt no sense of comparability. Others had already begun studying divine abilities. Comparisons made them feel inferior. Lin Yu's eyes brightened. Which of these 3 sword-based divine abilities is the highest in level? All 3 sword-based divine abilities are entry-level divine abilities with no distinction in rank. Song Qingfeng replied. Then which of these sword-based divine abilities has the greatest power? Among the 3, the Thunder Flame Sword technique has the greatest power, but it is also the most difficult to learn. Song Qingfeng stated seriously. Difficult? Then I will choose the Thunder Flame Sword technique. Lin Yu thought for a moment and decided. Alright. Song Qingfeng nodded and presented the jade slip containing the Thunder Flame Sword technique before Lin Yu. You have 3 hours to comprehend this sword technique. During this time feel free to ask me if you have any questions. After 3 hours, we will set off for the Qingmu dynasty, and I will guide you in your cultivation along the way. Song Qingfeng continued return to the Qingmu dynasty. Lin Yu felt a stir in his heart. Yes, once you enter the outer sect there will be many restrictions if you wish to return to the Qingmu dynasty. Moreover, you have already spent over a decade here, so it's natural to visit home before entering the outer sect. Song Qingfeng smiled. Good. Lin Yu nodded. He truly missed his father and mother. Every time he thought of how they would come to Red River Village to see him, their eyes filled with tears, it warmed his heart. Everyone, please take your seats. I will assess your cultivation gains, and those who meet the requirements can return home to visit their families shortly. Song Qingfeng glanced at the others and spoke indifferently. Yes. A group of youths immediately revealed excited expressions and hurriedly sat cross-legged. Lin Yu then took his leave and turned to enter the little wooden house of the old village chief. Holding the jade slip, Lin Yu concentrated, and his consciousness surged into the jade slip where rows of text began to imprint in his mind. To Lin Yu's surprise, as the characters representing the Thunder Flame Sword technique emerged, streams of golden light ignited once more. No way. Does this Thunder Flame Sword technique also have its own stunning past? Lin Yu gazed in shock at the scene before him. In the vision, a tall man bearing a long sword on his back looked up at the sky. Above the sky, countless bolts of lightning rolled ominously, exuding an aura of destruction. Boom! The heavens trembled and torrents of thunder cascaded down. In an instant, the mountains shattered. The void was torn apart like a curtain, and it seemed as though this apocalyptic heavenly tribulation would obliterate the entire world. What shocked Lin Yu even more was that facing the thunder capable of annihilating everything, the towering man threw his head back and howled, and the long sword behind him unexpectedly soared into the air, gathering the raging thunder at the sword's tip. The Thunder Flame Sword technique is derived from the divine power of the Thunder Sword Immortal, the Nine Heavens Thunder Sword. The Nine Heavens Thunder Sword was created by the Thunder Sword Immortal during his heavenly tribulation, inspired by the intent of annihilation within the Thunder Tribulation. When the Nine Heavens Thunder Sword was formed, the Thunder Sword Immortal felt that this divine power was too domineering and difficult to cultivate, so he divided it into 12 volumes from easy to difficult, hoping that sword cultivators across the world could learn and gain from it. The Thunder Flame Sword technique is precisely the introductory volume. With a rush, rows of characters appeared showcasing the stunning past of the Thunder Flame Sword technique. This is a sword technique comprehended from the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. Lin Yu's spirit stirred, not expecting that the entry-level sword divine power mentioned by Song Qingfeng would have such a grand origin. Bang! As Lin Yu was astonished, the images in his sea of consciousness suddenly burst apart, transforming into a torrent of sword intent absorbed by the Tree of Dao. The flower of Sword Path suddenly trembled, and the bud, which was originally the size of a thumb, actually grew a circle larger. At the same time, streams of lightning intertwined and emerged. Absorbing the stunning past of the Thunder Flame Sword technique, the flower of Sword Path was enhanced. Effects of the flower of Sword Path 1. Doubles the comprehension speed of Sword Path 2. Any sword technique can be infused with Scorching Sword intent 3. Any sword technique can be infused with Thunder Flame Sword intent 4. The power of thunder attribute sword techniques is increased by 50%. After absorbing the stunning past of the Thunder Flame Sword technique, the effects of the Flower of Sword Path underwent earth-shattering changes. So the effects of the Flower of Sword Path can be enhanced in this way. Then can the Flowers of Comprehension and Alchemy also be enhanced in the same manner? Lin Yu looked at the 3 flowers of Dao blooming on the Tree of Dao, feeling even more ecstatic. Cultivating the Thunder Flame Sword technique, let's see the effects of the Flower of Sword Path. Lin Yu no longer hesitated and began to study the Thunder Flame Sword technique carefully. Lord Song, do you think I have also reached the realm of Qi, rushing to the Dantian? At this moment in the village, the son of the minister of the Ministry of Revenue of the Black Horse Kingdom was eagerly looking at Song Qingfeng. Qi rushing to the Dantian. Song Qingfeng couldn't help twitching his mouth at these words. Qi rushing to the Dantian requires the spiritual energy in your body to be the size of a mung bean, but your spiritual energy is only as thin as a hair far from Qi rushing to the Dantian. Song Qingfeng, feeling helpless, patiently explained. No way. Lord Song, I can clearly feel that there is a mass of energy in my Dantian, and it's far larger than a mung bean. The son of the minister of the Ministry of Revenue of the Black Horse Kingdom asked unwillingly. This Song Qingfeng's expression changed, feeling somewhat troubled and unsure how to respond. The son of the minister of the Ministry of Revenue of the Black Horse Kingdom asked unwillingly. This Song Qingfeng's, all right. Song Qingfeng nodded. Hearing this, the old village chief smiled and walked over to the son of the minister of the Ministry of Revenue of the Black Horse Kingdom, squinting at him, and asked, "Is that energy you mentioned in your abdomen, and does it feel swollen?" "Indeed, it seems to be moving." The son of the minister of the Ministry of Revenue of the Black Horse Kingdom's eyes brightened. Did you sneak over to the widow of Wang in the neighboring village to steal beans yesterday? The old village chief spoke disdainfully. How do you know that? The son of the minister of the Ministry of Revenue of the Black Horse Kingdom was taken aback, quickly arguing that wasn't stealing, it was borrowing. I left a note saying that when I return to the Black Horse Kingdom I will repay it 100-fold. Enough. That mass of energy in your dantian is simply the result of eating too many beans. The old village chief rolled his eyes. What does that mean? The son of the minister of the Ministry of Revenue of the Black Horse Kingdom was even more confused. You silly boy, that mass in your dantian is not energy, it's gas. Just let it out. The other youths burst into laughter, instantly making the son of the minister of the Ministry of Revenue of the Black Horse Kingdom feel so embarrassed, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Boom! At this moment the direction where Lin Yu was located suddenly trembled, and then a bolt of lightning instantly pierced through the roof, soaring into the air. Boom! After the lightning struck through the roof, it transformed into a dazzling array of sword light suspended in the air. Each beam of sword light blazed fiercely like fire, raging like thunder. The sword light faintly intertwined with thunder, causing many to feel a jolt of fear. Is this the Thunder Flame Sword Chi? Even Song Qingfeng, upon witnessing these sword lights, could not help but reveal a ghostly expression. Isn't this precisely the Thunder Flame Sword Chi that evolves after mastering the Thunder Flame Sword technique? But how is this possible? How long has Lin Yu had the Thunder Flame Sword technique? In less than half an hour, he has already manifested the Thunder Flame Sword Chi. Moreover, Song Qingfeng also discovered that the Thunder Flame Sword Chi Lin Yu manifested was significantly different from the one he had seen before. Hiss hiss hiss. Amidst the shock of everyone, the Thunder Flame Sword Chi that hung in the air howled out, directly rushing towards a tree that could be embraced by several people. Boom! The sword light descended. The tree fell with a crash. Amidst the fire and lightning, the fallen tree ignited into a roaring blaze. In the blink of an eye, it turned to ashes, drifting in all directions. Heavens! Is this the power of divine abilities? Such a large tree just like that is gone. The youths present all widened their eyes, mouths agape, swallowing hard. Even Song Qingfeng wore a look of astonishment. My cave dwelling! The old village chief's face was filled with sorrow, his heart aching as if it were bleeding. His own cave dwelling. The roof has been completely obliterated. Whoosh! Lin Yu flashed out from the small wooden house, looking at the ashes fluttering in the sky, a look of excitement appearing on his face. Is this the power of the Thunder Flame Sword technique, enhanced by the flower of the sword path? Lin Yu mused to himself. Good. Very good. Junior brother, you truly are a natural-born sword talent, achieving the Thunder Flame Sword Chi. In less than half an hour, it is indeed worthy of congratulations. Song Qingfeng did not hide his admiration. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Yu replied with a smile. Lin Yu, senior brother left in a hurry this time and didn't bring anything good, so this bottle of Chi nourishing pills and several spirit stones will serve as a congratulatory gift from me to you. This? Song Qingfeng flipped his palm, revealing a porcelain bottle and a jade box, handing them to Lin Yu. Senior brother, this is not appropriate. You are just starting your cultivation, you need it. Do not refuse. Song Qingfeng's expression became serious upon hearing this. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Yu felt warmth in his heart and quickly accepted. Lin junior brother, since you have already mastered the Thunder Flame Sword technique, we should set off immediately for the Qingmu dynasty. Everything will depend on senior brother's decision. Lin Yu replied with sincerity. Among you, although many have cultivated a sense of Qi, you are still quite far from the standards for entering the outer sect, so continue your training in Honghe village for now. Village Chief Zhou, please keep an eye on their progress. Once they have reached the Qichong Dantian stage, they can return home to visit their families. In half a month, I will send someone to take them back to the outer sect. Song Qingfeng said to the old village chief. Yes. The old village chief nodded quickly. Senior brother Song, we haven't returned for so many years, can you let Lin Yu help us take letters home? Yes. Lin Yu, since we are childhood friends, you must help us with this. The youths all looked at Lin. Lin Yu, what do you think? Song Qingfeng asked Lin Yu. All right. When we return to the Qingmu dynasty, I will have someone send the letters back to you. Lin Yu replied with a smile. Indeed, everyone had been in this desolate place for over a decade, and they could be considered as childhood friends growing up together. Although they often bickered, their relationship was quite good. Old village chief, please return some of our belongings as tokens. Yes, you promised to take care of them. It's been so many years, it's time to return them, right? A group of youths all looked at the old village chief. Everything is inside, categorized and stored. You can take them yourselves. The old village chief pointed to the roofless cave dwelling, his face sagging. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and the others rushed into the wooden house to retrieve their belongings. Moments later, the youths had written their letters and included their tokens, handing them to Lin Yu. Lin Yu bundled all the items and carried them on his back. Clang! Song Qingfeng formed a sword gesture, and a long sword flew out from within him, expanding against the wind. Then, with a movement, he landed on the sword. Lin, junior brother, this journey to the Qingmu dynasty is long come aboard, and I will take you back on my sword, Song Qingfeng said, looking at Lin Yu. Yes. Lin Yu's eyes brightened. Riding a sword back. This could be considered as bringing glory to his ancestors. Thinking of this, Lin Yu immediately leaped onto the sword. Lin, junior brother, hold steady. Whoosh! Song Qingfeng reminded, and the long sword beneath their feet trembled slightly before soaring into the sky. Is this the feeling of riding a sword? Standing atop the sword, Lin Yu felt the spiritual energy enveloping him as he experienced the fleeting speed of 100 miles, filled with a sense of exhilaration. Riding a sword is merely a minor path. Once junior brother advances to the innate realm and obtains suitable treasures, you can also achieve the art of riding treasures. Riding a sword is just one of them. Song Qingfeng explained. I see. Lin Yu nodded. Senior brother Song, the innate realm you mentioned should be above the Qi refining stage. How many realms are there in cultivation? The path of cultivation. Drawing Qi into the body, refining Qi, innate foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out of body, divine sense, merger, and tribulation. These are the initial 10 realms. Each realm is further divided into 9 levels. After transcending the tribulation, one becomes a great ascendant or a loose immortal. Above that is the realm of immortals, and there are many levels of immortals. You will understand all this once you reach the outer sect, Song Qingfeng explained to Lin Yu with great patience. I see. Lin Yu realized. So it seems that refining Qi can only be considered an entry point. People often say we cultivators are immortals. But that's actually not correct. We are merely walking the path of cultivation. To truly become an immortal, the road ahead is long and arduous. Song Qingfeng sighed. By the way, senior brother, I noticed that after leaving Honghe village, the spiritual energy in the world seems to have become extremely thin. What is going on here? Lin Yu, sensing the thin spiritual energy in the void, curiously asked. Good question. Song Qingfeng nodded with a smile. Once you leave Honghe village, the spiritual energy becomes sparse. That is because Honghe village is in truth a cultivation haven. Song Qingfeng said. A haven? Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. A haven simply denotes a place suffused with spiritual energy, perfectly suited for cultivation. Of course, above a haven there exist minor secret realms, major secret realms, lesser grotto heavens, greater grotto heavens, and primordial grotto heavens. Progressively superior loci for cultivation. To occupy one of those is to be able to establish a sect, Song Qingfeng said. And all such cultivation sites share a single commonality. What commonality? Lin Yu brimmed with curiosity. After more than a decade in Honghe village, the cultivation knowledge he had was scarcely comparable to what he learned in a single day here. They draw in the surrounding spiritual energy, holding it, so the site's qi does not disperse, Song Qingfeng explained. So does that mean the thinness of qi elsewhere is because these sites have siphoned it away? Lin Yu frowned. You could put it that way, Song Qingfeng nodded. Across heaven and earth there are many cultivation sites. How they form is unknown, yet they can ceaselessly draw in nearby spiritual energy, preserving their ability to sustain cultivation. Those of you who grew up within such sites, though perhaps unversed in esoteric practice, have nonetheless been unconsciously nourished by spiritual energy all along. Therefore, your physical constitutions are not comparable to ordinary folk. To be blunt, even if you never join a Shenmin in the secular world, you could readily become top masters of the Jianghu. Because cultivation sites exist, the secular regions are mostly Kippur. Thus, when cultivation methods occasionally leak out, few can truly grasp them. Cultivation depends on method, companions, wealth, and land. The land refers precisely to these cultivation sites, Song Qingfeng explained deliberately. No wonder one must first join a sect to cultivate. Lin Yu suddenly understood. In his mind, the Qingmu dynasty was not overwhelmingly dominant, but it was by no means weak. Finding some cultivation method like an entry technique such as the Xingqi formula would not be difficult. Yet his stingy father still sent him off to Honghe village. Will these cultivation sites ever exhaust their spiritual energy? Lin Yu asked. They will, Song Qingfeng nodded without hesitation. Though a cultivation site can siphon nearby spiritual energy to sustain itself, qi is finite. When it is depleted, the site naturally reverts to mundane land. When our Xianluo sect first discovered Honghe village, its spiritual energy was far richer than it is now, Song Qingfeng said. But today it is nearly exhausted. After your cohort leaves, Honghe village will most likely be abandoned, Song Qingfeng explained. Are we the final generation? Lin Yu was taken aback. Although he had long resented being kept in Honghe village for 16 years, it was nevertheless the place he had lived for over a decade. To claim no attachment would be false. Do not be despondent. Cultivation seeks the immortal. One pursues the ephemeral dream of longevity. From the moment one sets foot on the path of cultivation, one is destined to keep company with loneliness and solitude. Friends and family will leave you one by one, and you must continue along a single road. Therefore, cherish the present and look to the future. This is one reason the sect permits you to return home to visit. Song Qingfeng gazed into the distance, a few traces of desolation clouding his eyes. Are we fated to be accompanied by loneliness and solitude? Lin Yu's heart quivered, a complicated feeling rose within him. Enough! Senior brother is merely airing a few grievances. Do you want to see what a cultivation site looks like after its decline? Song Qingfeng composed himself and smiled as he asked. Of course I want to see. Song Qingfeng smiled and nodded, formed a sword seal, and the long sword beneath his feet shifted course, then sped straight toward a distant great mountain. Moments later, Song Qingfeng had brought Lin Yu before an ancient austere mountain. The mountain was venerably plain. At a glance it seemed desolate. Between the peaks one could faintly see ruined halls. As Lin Yu rode the long sword and stared at the nearby massive dots of golden light began to shimmer within the ancient mountain. A glorious past. This mountain also holds a splendid history. Lin Yu's face betrayed his astonishment. Countless golden lights flared within the ancient mountain like pinpricks of starlight, flying into the center of Lin Yu's brow and unfolding into a vision. The mountain in that vision was magnificent. Mists, rose sunset rays braided the sky, auspicious hues shimmered like a terrestrial paradise. On its summits lay successive palaces and roaring waterfalls, figures moving amid the splendor. An unmistakable display of a flourishing Xianmen. It was worlds apart from the desolate scene before them. Tsongshan, a once great cultivation treasure land, now, at Kangshan's zenith, it was cherished by golden core cultivators. The Qingtsong Xianmen arose there with 81 tiers of halls, 36 cascading falls, 3,000 disciples, drawing homage from all directions and the submission of distant realms. This is the mountain's glorious past. The Xianmen stood tall, worshipped from every quarter, a veritable fairyland. Yet time has passed and none of it remains. Lin Yu watched the characters and images within his spirit sea in stunned silence. With a rumble, the vision collapsed and was continuously absorbed by the tree of the great Dao. As the tree of the Dao stirred, layers of temporal light converged and slowly formed a new bud, drawing upon Kangshan's glorious past. It forged the flower of time. Effects of the flower of time. 1. During cultivation, the surrounding flow of time slows to 1/3 speed, so 1 day of practice yields the effect of 3. 2. The path of time, suffused with the weight of history, when applied to a divine technique, can endow that technique with profound gravitas. At the instant the flower of time was formed, more script appeared within Lin Yu's spirit sea. The flower of time trembled gently, and Lin Yu felt as if he had undergone a transformation. An aura of historical weight and ancient melancholy settled upon him. Junior brother Yu. Song Qingfeng, sensing the change in Lin Yu's aura, showed astonishment. Since arriving here, his junior brother's state of mind had altered greatly from before. Ah, so a fellow cultivator from Xianluo sect has come. This old one failed to welcome you properly. An aged voice spoke, and an elder flew out from Tsongshan, descending before Song Qingfeng and Lin Yu. It was an old man. He appeared older than the village chief, dressed in coarse linen clothes, carrying a bundle of firewood on his back, and with an axe inserted at his waist, resembling a woodcutter. Yet this very old man was flying through the air, and Lin Yu could not perceive his cultivation or aura at all. I am Song Qingfeng, accompanied by my junior brother Lin Yu, passing through this area. Junior brother Lin has just entered the sect and wishes to gain some experience. If we have disturbed you, we ask for your forgiveness, senior. Lin junior brother, why are you not greeting the senior immediately? Song Qingfeng bowed respectfully, his words exceedingly polite. I, Lin Yu, have come to pay my respects to you, senior. Lin Yu hurriedly bowed. This is just a fallen sect, long deserted. How could there be any disturbance? The old man waved his hand dismissively. Yet you still remember this fallen sect. You are truly thoughtful. At the peak of the Qingtsong sect, there were 3,000 disciples with nascent soul masters residing within. How could I not know? Song Qingfeng spoke earnestly. You two are quite impressive. Especially this young lad who, despite appearing youthful, can resonate with Tsongshan, and has grasped some of the true essence of our Qingtsong sect. The old man examined Lin Yu with keen interest. I merely felt a sense of change when I beheld Tsongshan with the passage of time and tides of fate. Lin Yu said humbly. What I value is indeed your ability to express such feelings. Tsongshan has stood here for many years, and while many cultivators come by, few can truly resonate with it. The old man shook his head. What a pity you are a disciple of the Xian Luo sect. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Song Qingfeng's eyes lit up. Senior, although our Xian Luo sect has strict traditions, we actually do not mind our disciples practicing the techniques of other sects. As he spoke, Song Qingfeng kept signaling to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, this senior likely wishes to impart the techniques of the Qingsong sect to you. Why not express your gratitude to him? Seeing Lin Yu standing still, Song Qingfeng directly prompted. Does the senior wish to impart techniques to me? I thank you for your favor, senior. Lin Yu's heart stirred as he performed a grand bow towards the old man. You two young lads are quite interesting. The old man looked at Lin Yu, bowing deeply, feeling both amused and perplexed. Enough, enough. The Qingsong sect no longer exists. Keeping its techniques would merely mean they accompany this old man to the grave. Common techniques your Xian Luo sect has no shortage of. However, if you wish to learn the core techniques of the Qingsong sect, the time is not yet ripe. How about this? When you reach the peak of foundation establishment, return to the Qingsong sect. At that time, I will guide you a bit. Consider it the last thing I do for the sect. The old man said thoughtfully. Then I, on behalf of my junior brother, thank you, senior. Song Qingfeng's face flashed with joy. Remember, when you reach the peak of foundation establishment, do not build your foundation yet. Once you establish your foundation, it may be too late. I might already be in the earth, and you may not be able to learn it. With a movement, the old man vanished, leaving only his aged voice carried by the wind. I take my leave. Song Qingfeng and Lin Yu bowed once more towards Songshan before turning their swords and departing. Senior brother, is the technique of the Qingsong sect better than that of our Xian Luo sect? Lin, junior brother. Every sect possesses its unique qualities. The techniques of the Qingsong sect cannot be considered strong at all. However, the core techniques of the Qingsong sect are incredibly profound in the path of foundation establishment. If we could acquire their methods, it would greatly validate our own path in the Xian Luo sect. Remember, do not underestimate any form of inheritance in this world. In the path of cultivation, every action and decision, from the simple to the complex and back again, contributes to how far you can go on this journey. Song Qingfeng earnestly advised, generously sharing his experience in the path of cultivation. Junior brother, remember. Lin Yu nodded earnestly. It is getting late. We should continue on our way, aiming to reach the Qingmu dynasty by tomorrow morning. During this time, consolidate the insights you've just gained. As Song Qingfeng spoke, the speed of the flying sword beneath him increased yet again. Lin Yu sat cross-legged on the sword, swallowing a nourishing pill, took out a spirit stone, held it in his hand, and entered a state of cultivation. With a rustling sound, Lin Yu entered the state of cultivation. The flower of understanding swayed, gently releasing threads of light that fell downwards, allowing Lin Yu to easily enter a state of enlightenment. The nourishing pill Lin Yu consumed, and the spirit stone in his hand were consumed at a rapid pace, enhancing Lin Yu's cultivation. Lin junior brother's talent is truly astonishing. He can enter a meditative state so effortlessly. No wonder his cultivation speed is so rapid. Song Qingfeng observed Lin Yu's state, his face flashing with admiration once more. With the dual enhancement of the flower of understanding and the flower of time. In just one night, a vortex of qi was formed within Lin Yu's energy sea, and his cultivation advanced to the 5th level of qi refinement. The speed at which he rode the sword was indeed remarkable. When the first rays of dawn broke, a majestic city could already be seen in the distance. Kill. Break through Qingmu city and take all of the Qingmu emperor's wives back with us. Indeed, if they do not hand over the 7-colored spirit mushroom, we will seize all of the Qingmu emperor's wives. Meanwhile, before the grand city, dust rose, and the cries of battle echoed, startling Lin Yu, who was in a meditative state. Qingmu emperor. Isn't that my father? Are they trying to take my mother back? Lin Yu opened his eyes, looking oddly at the distant tide of armored soldiers rushing towards Qingmu city. You lot think you can snatch what belongs to me? Loose the arrows. Moreover, Lin Yu also heard a powerful voice from atop the city wall, echoing far and wide. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then came a rain of arrows shooting furiously from within the city, raining down upon the attacking soldiers. Clang, clang, clang. The attacking soldiers were clearly not from a single dynasty. Though they did not coordinate well, they all raised their shields to fend off the arrow rain. The dense rain of arrows was blocked by shields for the most part. Only a small portion managed to fell some soldiers. However, many more soldiers bravely charged towards the city. At the same time, some soldiers rushed out carrying massive logs, crashing towards the city gate. Bang! The enormous logs struck the city gate, producing a thunderous sound. Senior brother. Can cultivators kill mortals? Lin Yu asked seriously, looking at Song Qingfeng. In cultivation, there is no person who cannot be killed. Song Qingfeng turned to look at Lin Yu, nodding with a smile. Senior brother, this junior brother, would like to borrow your long sword for a moment. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu smiled and spoke. Though the Leiyan sword art could be executed with fingers alone, as substitutes for blades, wielding an actual sword naturally amplified its power beyond comparison. Granted. Song Qingfeng casually gestured, and instantly the two long swords beneath their feet soared through the air and settled firmly into their palms. The blades gleamed crimson throughout their surfaces, etched with intricate, overlapping sword patterns resembling molten lava in motion. Lin Yu also sensed an invisible force gently lifting and holding him aloft in midair. This sword is named Dihua, forged by my senior brother using the refined essence of earthfire. With your extraordinary talent in the Sword Dao, you may yet manifest a fraction of this blade's true might. As Song Qingfeng spoke, he leveled the sword horizontally and offered it to Lin Yu. Junior brother, remember well, we cultivators uphold righteousness, not tyranny. Yet should any dare defy celestial authority, they shall be struck down without mercy. Should you fail to slay them, your senior brother stands ready. Should even I falter, thousands upon thousands of fellow sect brothers remain. When we act, it shall be neither half-hearted nor hesitant. Only thunderous, overwhelming, and absolute. A radiant sovereign arrogance blazed in Song Qingfeng's eyes as he spoke. This junior brother understands. As the saying goes, one decisive blow opens the path, spares 100 more to follow. Clang. At Lin Yu's command, his hand closed tightly around the Dihua sword, and a brilliant searing sword chime erupted, resounding across heaven and earth in that very instant. That chime roared like surging magma racing 10,000 miles, like blazing oil igniting in fierce conflagration. Wild, deafening, and so potent it drowned out even the deafening clamor of battle nearby. Both attackers and defenders froze mid-motion, turning as one toward Lin Yu's direction. What is happening? Such overwhelming sword chi. He flies through the air. An immortal. By heavens. A celestial being has descended. When both sides beheld Lin Yu standing suspended in the sky, terror seized every face. Qingmu Emperor, clad in armor, aged yet still imposingly broad-shouldered and robust, his brow radiating innate majesty, stood utterly transfixed, gazing at Lin Yu and Song Qingfeng. How familiar. Those two immortals looked profoundly familiar. Leiyan's sword art. Zhang. Lin Yu smiled faintly, and with that swung the Dihua sword in his hand. A single slash. Sword chimes reverberated endlessly. Towering waves of swordlight surged forth from Lin Yu's strike, cascading downward like the inverted Milky Way itself. Sword energy exploded outward. Scorching heat flooded the void. Lightning crackled. Divine retribution descending, and beneath it all a mountainous crushing pressure descended, making every soul feel as though facing an apocalyptic foe. No! You are an immortal. How dare you strike mortals without cause? We have committed no offense. Mercy, celestial immortal. Spare our lives. The torrential swordlight, like the inverted Milky Way, poured down upon the forces besieging Qingmu City, eliciting shrieks of abject terror. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Yet it was futile. Once the celestial swordlight fell, all sound vanished. Utterly silenced. Only firelight and lightning remained. Crisscrossing, blinding, searing. The glare was so intense it forced the Qingmu dynasty's generals within Qingmu Imperial City to shield their eyes. HSSSS. When the swordlight faded, awe and horror contorted every face. Outside the city walls, scattered stars of embers, strewn corpses lay everywhere. Across the charred wasteland, razor-sharp sword scars gouged the earth while sporadic arcs of lightning flickered ominously. Gone. 10,000 soldiers, annihilated by a single immortal stroke. One slash shattered 26,000 suits of armor. This is the might of an immortal. From imperial court to common soldier, every soul in Qingmu Imperial City stared upward, wide-eyed and reverent at Lin Yu and Song Qingfeng hovering in the sky. We pay homage to the celestial immortals. No one knew who began it, but soon soldiers throughout Qingmu Imperial City knelt in unison. Even Qingmu Emperor himself, who had not yet recognized Lin Yu, bowed deeply, fearful of provoking divine wrath. Father, it's been a year since we last met. Yet now you bow so low, afraid your son will lose years of life. Lin Yu and Song Qingfeng alighted upon the city wall and laughed heartily as Qingmu Emperor bowed before them. Father, son. Qingmu Emperor lifted his head, startled. Are you Yuer? Gazing upon Lin Yu's face, still bearing traces of youthful softness, Qingmu Emperor's eyes widened again, then lit up with ecstatic joy. Yuer? It truly is Yuer. His excitement surged further. Every soldier present felt their hearts swell with fervor, their eyes burning with unreserved adoration for Lin Yu. Your humble son pays respects to his imperial majesty. Lin Yu smiled, then formally performed a deep proper kowtow before Qingmu Emperor. Just as Song Qingfeng had said, cherish the present. Embrace the future. Excellent. Truly excellent. Yuer has grown and become an immortal. Qingmu Emperor patted Lin Yu's shoulders with trembling hands overcome with emotion. Father, allow me to introduce senior brother Song, though you surely remember him, Lin Yu said with a smile. You are immortal Song. Qingmu Emperor paused only a heartbeat before memory returned, and he stared at Song Qingfeng astonished. 16 years had passed, yet Song Qingfeng's appearance remained unchanged. Yet his aura had transformed entirely, loftier, more profound, more ineffably mysterious. No wonder he hadn't been recognized at first. His imperial majesty need not stand on ceremony. Song Qingfeng smiled warmly. Love for the house extends to the sparrow. Since Qingmu Emperor was Lin Yu's father, Song Qingfeng naturally refused to adopt any airs of superiority. Father, what on earth is going on here? If I hadn't returned, your 3 palaces and 6 harems would have been carted off by now. Lin Yu teased lightly. Buy them. Qingmu Emperor scoffed dismissively. I overheard them mention the 7-colored Lingji. Song Qingfeng asked, voice calm and measured. Indeed. Your birthday draws near, does it not? Your mother and I planned to visit you in Honghe village. It so happened that a 7-colored Lingji had emerged deep within the border mountains, shared by Qingmu dynasty and several neighboring realms. Legends claimed that mortals who consumed it gained longevity, while cultivators enhanced their cultivation. Thus father seized it to present as your birthday gift. Who could have foreseen these factions refusing to yield and pursuing us all the way here? Not a single one among them has produced an immortal. Yet they dared covet what belongs to my Yuer. Qingmu Emperor spoke with a chuckle. So that is how it stands. Lin Yu's heart warmed once more. He knew the 7-colored Lingji well. It was a Xian-grade spirit herb, insignificant to immortal sects yet priceless to mortals. Though Qingmu Emperor mocked others, Qingmu dynasty itself was but a fledgling realm. Truly ancient, powerful dynasties would never settle in such barren lands. That mountain range birthing a 7-colored Lingji was itself a sheer anomaly. Elsewhere, realms of Qingmu stature would never have stood a chance at claiming it. Those troops clearly hailed from multiple realms. They likely bear ties to some of my former classmates. To forestall future reprisals, father, please dispatch these letters accordingly. Should anyone else prove reckless, I shall deal with them myself. Lin Yu withdrew the villagers' letters from Honghe village, wrapped carefully in his satchel, and handed them to Qingmu Emperor. The Emperor of Qingmu took the family letter from Lin Yu's hands, and as he gazed at the header, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Ministry of Revenue of the Black Rider Kingdom. General's Mansion of the Xingyue Dynasty. Prime Minister's Mansion of the Aolai Kingdom. Each family letter pointed to a dynasty, and they were all influential figures. Some of these dynasties had just recently been at the gates. I shall send someone to deliver these family letters right away. The Emperor of Qingmu nodded. Song Xianren, where shall we set off back to the palace now? The Emperor of Qingmu handed the family letters to his general, and then respectfully said to Song Qingfeng, return quickly. Immediately return. Father, you must prepare a feast. It's been over a decade. As a prince, I've been eating the coarsest food in that desolate place. This time back, I must indulge. Lin Yu smiled, and his words made Song Qingfeng chuckle. Rest assured, I will notify the royal chef to prepare delicacies. The Emperor of Qingmu also smiled. Do not forget to invite Song Xianren and the prince back to the city. We respectfully invite Song Xianren and the prince back to the city. At the Emperor's command, the city erupted in thunderous cheers. What was happening? A celestial being has appeared in the Qingmu dynasty, breaking through armors with a single sword strike of 26,000. What is going on? Those celestial beings are so high above. How could they act against mere mortals? Could it be that the Emperor of Qingmu has the ability to summon a celestial being for assistance? Or are the celestial beings here for the 7-color spirit herb? At this moment, Lin Yu's deed of breaking through armors with a single sword strike had already spread ahead of time. No one from the invading dynasties could remain calm. That was the act of a celestial being. For mortals, when a celestial being acts, it signifies heavenly might, unresistible. Even if you hold the power of a nation under the might of a celestial being, you are no more than a chicken or a dog easily crushed. In the Xingyue dynasty, the Emperor of Xingyue looked at the battle report from the front lines, feeling as though he was facing a great enemy, his face filled with fear. Quickly summon General Jiang Zhenbei. Upon the Emperor's command, General Jiang Zhenbei was summoned. Your servant greets His Majesty. Jiang Zhenbei arrived, his stern and cold face also showing signs of worry. General, no need for formalities. Quick, give the general a seat. The Emperor of Xingyue sat upright, serious. Jinbei, you are aware of the celestial being's action in the Qingmu dynasty, breaking through armors with a single sword strike of 26,000 right. After Zhang Jinbei sat down, the emperor asked in a deep voice. I have heard. Zhang Jinbei nodded seriously. As the general of the Xingyue dynasty, he received the news even faster than the emperor. Jinbei, you know very well what it means when a celestial being acts. I know your young son Jiang Lu has been training in the Xianluo sect since childhood. Can you find a way to recommend a celestial being through him to mediate this matter? The emperor of Xingyue spoke solemnly. Whether there would be further consequences from the celestial being's actions, he did not dare to be certain. But the best way to ensure survival was to have a conversation between celestial beings. Hearing this, Zhang Jinbei revealed a bitter smile, unsure of how to respond. It was true that Jiang Lu was training in Honghe village, but from what he knew, his son was just a water fetcher in the celestial sect. How could he possibly invite a celestial being capable of breaking through armors with a single sword strike? General Jinbei, if you can find a solution to this matter, the position of the Grand General of the nation is yours. In the future, the entire military of the Xingyue dynasty shall come under your command. The emperor of Xingyue spoke through gritted teeth. The Grand General of the nation. Zhang Jinbei gasped. There were several generals in the Xingyue dynasty, but there could only be one Grand General of the nation, and unless absolutely necessary, no dynasty would allow a Grand General to monopolize military power. Zhang Jinbei was quite tempted, but damn it, he couldn't handle it. He couldn't possibly tell the emperor of Xingyue that his son was just a water fetcher in the celestial sect, right? Report. At that moment, a sharp voice came and a respectful eunuch entered the hall. Your Majesty. The Qingmu dynasty has sent a messenger saying that there is a family letter from General Jinbei to be delivered to him. The eunuch's words left the emperor of Xingyue and Zhang Jinbei in stunned silence. A family letter from the general, sent from the Qingmu dynasty. The emperor of Xingyue looked at Zhang Jinbei with suspicion. Could it be that his general had an illegitimate child in the Qingmu dynasty? Otherwise, why would he ask to contact Jiang Lu and yet show no response? Zhang Jinbei was also panicking. How could his family letter possibly come from the Qingmu dynasty? Summon. The emperor of Xingyue was displeased but still spoke with authority. Moments later, a messenger from the Qingmu dynasty was invited in. Which one is General Zhang Jinbei? The messenger entered the hall speaking indifferently. Deep in enemy territory facing the emperor and general of a rival nation, the messenger showed no sign of fear. He was delivering a message from a celestial being wielding the power of intimidation. I am the general. Zhang Jinbei frowned and stood up. Here is your family letter. The messenger directly handed the family letter to Zhang Jinbei. The letter has been delivered, farewell. The messenger waited for Zhang Jinbei to take the letter before turning to leave. Open it. The emperor of Xingyue said with a darkened face. Yes. Zhang Jinbei hurriedly opened the family letter and read it together with the emperor. Father, don't blame me for not reminding you. Remember, never offend any dynasty, especially the Qingmu dynasty. Not only must you not offend them, but you previously mentioned that you had a daughter beautiful as a flower, and you must go to the Qingmu dynasty to propose marriage, making sure to marry my sister to the Prince Lin Yu. Even if she can't be a princess, she can at least be a maid. That kid Lin Yu has become a celestial being, and his talent is extremely high. He is accompanied by an outer sect elder from the Xianluo sect. If you offend him, don't even think about it. Let the emperor hurry and apologize to the Qingmu dynasty. Never stubbornly hold on, you won't be able to withstand it. Signed, Jiang Lu. The emperor of Xingyue and Zhang Jinbei looked at the family letter sent back by Jiang Lu, and they were instantly horrified. So that's how it is. The celestial being of the Qingmu dynasty is the Prince Lin Yu. The emperor of Xingyue turned pale. Your Majesty, do you think it is still possible to go and apologize now? Zhang Jinbei said with a wry smile. Yuer. Let me have a look at you, my dear. In the Qingmu palace, the Empress of Qingmu, having heard the news, held Lin Yu's hand and examined him carefully. Lin Xian. Look what you've done. Our Yuer has become so thin. I don't know what madness has possessed you to send our son to cultivate immortality. The Empress of Qingmu looked at Lin Yu dressed in coarse linen, her phoenix brows immediately knitting together as she glared at the Emperor of Qingmu. It's unjust. Isn't it Yuer who chose that jade pendant herself? The Emperor of Qingmu immediately lamented. At the time of Lin Yu's first birthday, he had even placed the imperial seal on the table. But Lin Yu didn't choose it, he picked that jade pendant. How old was Yuer back then? What did he know about cultivating immortality? It's just you being reckless. The Empress of Qingmu glared at the Emperor of Qingmu, refusing to reason with him. After all, in the Qingmu dynasty, everyone knew that while the Emperor acted domineeringly, he was especially fearful of his wife treating the empress with utmost affection. The Emperor of Qingmu was immediately at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. He did not forget to secretly observe Song Qingfeng, fearful that his wife's unrestrained words would anger him. Only after seeing that Song Qingfeng showed no sign of displeasure and was quietly sitting there savoring fine wine did he feel somewhat relieved. This won't do. We need to supplement him. You old geezer, didn't you say you found a 7-colored spirit mushroom to gift to Yue for his birthday yet? You won't let anyone stew it for him to eat. The Empress of Qingmu glared at the Emperor of Qingmu. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and Song Qingfeng both showed strange expressions. The 7-colored spirit mushroom was a rare medicinal herb, a material for alchemy. The 7-colored spirit mushroom takes 300 years to grow. Every 100 years it produces a new color, and to truly mature it requires 900 years. If a mortal consumes it, one color can extend life by 10 years, while the 7 colors can extend life by 70 years. If refined into a pill, a single one not only extends life by 100 years but also has the effect of cleansing the marrow and rebuilding the foundation. For a beginner cultivator, this is exceedingly precious. Yet the Empress of Qingmu actually wanted Lin Yu to consume it directly. Isn't that a waste? Why not fetch the 7-colored spirit mushroom? The Emperor of Qingmu, knowing the rarity of the 7-colored spirit mushroom, but unaware of the specifics, immediately spoke domineeringly upon hearing his wife mention it. Father, mother, eating this 7-colored spirit mushroom directly is akin to a cow chewing peony. Lin Yu cautioned. Exactly. Since Lin Yu has entered the outer sect, he can bring it back to the outer sect, and invite the alchemists there to refine it into a pill, which would be even more beneficial. Song Qingfeng also spoke with a smile. Is that so? The Empress of Qingmu was taken aback. Yes. Lin Yu nodded. Mother, didn't senior brother Song just say that I've already entered the outer sect of the Xianluo sect? At that time, I surely won't have to graze cattle anymore, and my food and clothing will certainly improve. Naturally. Once you've received the outer sect's token, you'll eat spiritual rice and drink spiritual. When you receive the outer sect's disciple robe, not only will you be free from dust, but you'll also be invulnerable to fire and water. Song Qingfeng spoke earnestly. Then mother can rest assured. This immortal quickly enjoy the food and drink. The Empress of Qingmu finally smiled, continuously pouring wine and serving dishes for Song Qingfeng. With Lin Yu present, Song Qingfeng was a little less imposing and added a touch of warmth, and the group conversed merrily. Report. While everyone was eating and chatting past noon, they were still reveling but were interrupted by a eunuch. I said, today we are to host an immortal and must not be disturbed. The Emperor of Qingmu's face was filled with displeasure. This was Lin Yu's first time returning home for dinner in over a decade, and with Song Qingfeng present, how could anyone dare to interrupt? Your Majesty, forgive me, but there are indeed urgent matters. The eunuch hurriedly said. Speak. Lin Yu waved his hand. Thank you, Your Highness. The old eunuch sighed in relief upon hearing this and reported. Reporting to Your Majesty, the Empress, the Prince, and the Immortal, the Emperors of Xingyu Nation, Heike Nation, and Ally Nation, and several nobles wish to meet with Your Majesty and the Prince. So soon? Lin Yu was taken aback. Reporting to Your Highness, the servants heard that all the emperors have mobilized their dynasty's resources. Several steeds have died along the way, and they eventually borrowed the birds of outsiders to fly over. The old eunuch hurriedly stated. They deserve it. Daring to seize the birthday gift we prepared for Yue, let alone running their steeds to death, even breaking their dogs' legs is warranted. The Empress of Qingmu had a fierce expression. Aren't those guys the same ones who attacked my Qingmu dynasty before? The Emperor of Qingmu chuckled. It's simple. Those who didn't participate in the attack on our Qingmu dynasty, let them rest temporarily, and those who did, let them find a place to stand. Lin Yu spoke indifferently. The soldiers who besieged the city had boasted that they would carry his mother away. How could Lin Yu let them off easily? Yes. The old eunuch, upon hearing this, did not dare to hesitate and slowly withdrew from the hall. Lin, junior brother, you all chat. I have something to attend to. I'll come back to pick you up in 3 days. Song Qingfeng stood up. Lin Yu was supposed to spend more time with his family during his visit home. With Song Qingfeng present, the Emperor of Qingmu felt somewhat restrained. Moreover, Song Qingfeng indeed had old acquaintances to meet, so he naturally stood to take his leave. Immortal Song, do you need me to prepare a sleeping chamber for you? The Emperor of Qingmu hurriedly stood up. No need. Song Qingfeng shook his head, and with a flicker he vanished. Once Song Qingfeng left, both the Emperor of Qingmu and the Empress of Qingmu felt much more at ease. Lin Yu was not in a hurry to meet those emperors, but accompanied his parents to briefly chat about the events of the past decade. Every time the Empress of Qingmu heard about Lin Yu being dragged around by the Great Blue Bull multiple times, her eyes turned red. The Emperor of Kingmas Waste was even bruised from the tension. They talked until midnight, and the emperors standing outside the palace were nearly numb from standing. Only then did Lin Yu send someone to invite them in. We have seen the Emperor of Qingmu and the prince. Moments later, several emperors, led by the old eunuch, entered the grand hall. At this moment, those emperors were all fidgeting, sweating profusely, clearly having stood outside the palace for an entire day. Some who had not participated in the battle bore a much more dignified demeanor. A few attendants also looked at Lin Yu with reverence. "You want the 7-colored spirit mushroom?" Lin Yu spoke indifferently, and an aura of authority suddenly descended like a river flooding. Thud, thud, thud. Under Lin Yu's overwhelming pressure, several emperors, their legs weak and hearts trembling, knelt upon the ground. As for those who were resting, though terrified, they managed to stand firm as Lin Yu did not target them deliberately. "Your Highness, spare us. This matter was due to our foolishness and misguided judgment. We beg you, for the sake of our children, who are classmates with you, please let us off. Regardless of what your Highness requires, we will comply without hesitation." A group of people under Lin Yu's intense gaze did not dare to breathe and hastily pleaded for mercy. "If not for our past connections, you would have long been dead." Lin Yu's words caused a cold sweat to break out among everyone present. "However, you can avoid death, but you cannot escape punishment. You several dynasties must cede half of your territories to the Qingmu dynasty. From this day forth for 100 years you shall tribute as vassal states." Lin Yu assessed the crowd and spoke indifferently. "What? Cede half of our territories? Tribute as vassal states for 100 years? The kneeling crowd turned pale upon hearing this. With one sentence, half the strength of the nation was taken away. Their status diminished from dynasty to vassal state. "Do you have any objections?" Lin Yu's eyes glimmered with coldness. "We do not dare. We will act according to your Highness' wishes. We shall comply." The kneeling crowd, drenched in cold sweat, repeatedly bowed their heads. The Qingmu emperor, watching this scene, felt a deep sense of emotion. These dynasties had more or less some friction with the Qingmu dynasty. Some of them even had national strength far surpassing that of the Qingmu dynasty. Yet now, with just a word from Lin Yu, they were cowering like dogs. This is the oppressive aura of a celestial being. "We also brought some gifts. We implore your Highness to accept them." The emperors resigned to their fate and exchanged glances, while their attendants hurriedly knelt forward, holding various gifts high. "Prince Lin Yu, we also brought gifts of congratulations. I am the Minister of Finance from the Black Knight Kingdom, and I thank Prince Lin Yu for taking care of my son Wenhua in Honghe village." Not only the dynasties that took action, but also those that did not participate sent gifts. Most of these gifts were merely gold, silver, and precious antiques, which Lin Yu naturally found unworthy. Only an ancient wooden box caught Lin Yu's attention. The wooden box stood 4 feet tall, and over a foot wide, engraved with sword patterns, its surface deep black and profound. With Lin Yu's discerning eye, he could easily tell that this was made of Shen iron wood. In the mundane world, this Shen iron wood was an unparalleled treasure. Most importantly, Lin Yu sensed a faint sword intent emanating from the wooden box. This wooden box. Lin Yu stared at the box and looked towards the emperor of the Tianqi dynasty. The Tianqi dynasty also had someone in Honghe village. However, it was not a prince, but a princess. "Reporting to your Highness. This sword box was unearthed by us from a deep pond at the founding of our Tianqi dynasty." Beside the deep pond stood a monument inscribed with the words "Rebel against the Celestials." Therefore, we call it the Rebel against Celestials sword box. Unfortunately, over the years, perhaps due to fate not being ripe, it has remained unopened. Now we present it to your Highness. With your celestial means, you will surely be able to open this sword box. The Tianqi emperor hastily said. "Let me take a look." Lin Yu's heart stirred, and he beckoned, causing the sword box to fly into his hands. Buzz. The moment the sword box landed in his grasp, the tree of the great path in his sea of consciousness trembled gently. Clang. The previously tightly sealed sword box surprisingly opened on its own. The sword aura was chilling. Cold rays burst forth, making the bodies of all present aside from Lin Yu feel as though they would tear apart. Boom! On the sword body there appeared a series of golden lights, invisible to others, flying into Lin Yu's brow. Scenes unfolded displaying various wonders. An old man sat at the volcano's mouth, drawing upon the earth fire to forge a sword on a forging platform. This old man was undoubtedly a top-tier blacksmith in the mundane world, with every movement appearing effortless. As 13 long swords were born, the old man even sacrificed himself to complete the swords. When the swords were finished, heavenly thunder struck down. Wonders unfolded. The Rebel against Celestial sword box was forged by the foremost blacksmith in the mundane world, Uyazi. Uyazi learned blacksmithing at 3, forged the divine weapon Chui Shui at 7, and was hailed as the foremost genius of blacksmithing in the mundane world. At 30, Uyazi perfected his blacksmithing skills and dominated his contemporaries at the blacksmithing convention with a colossal sword, winning the title of the foremost blacksmith. Uyazi was passionate about blacksmithing and sought to break through his own limitations, yet struggled without a master to guide him. Until the age of 40, at the peak of Tianqi, he encountered an old man who severed his colossal sword with a single stroke, allowing him to understand the power of celestial weapons. From then on, Uyazi spent 30 years traveling through famous mountains and rivers, traversing the seas to gather 13 extraordinary materials to forge celestial weapons using mortal methods. After another 10 years, the rebel against celestial swordbox was completed. Although it surpassed the colossal sword, it still fell far short compared to celestial weapons. Uyazi possessed an indomitable spirit within, sacrificing himself to forge the sword, leading to the completion of the rebel against celestial swordbox. The rebel against celestial swordbox is the first and only treasure in the world that uses mortal power to break the barriers between celestial and mundane, hence named Rebel Against Celestials. As the scene unfolded, lines of text appeared. A treasure forged by mortals that breaks the barriers between celestial and mundane. Lin Yu was astonished, and a sense of admiration involuntarily arose for the old man in the scene. Lin Yu found it hard to imagine how much resilience must an ordinary person possess, along with a sincere dedication to the path of blacksmithing, to achieve forging celestial weapons using mortal methods. Bang, bang, bang. As Lin Yu was moved, the images in his sea of consciousness suddenly exploded. They transformed into streams of light absorbed by the tree of the great path. To Lin Yu's surprise, the stunning past of the rebel against celestial swordbox transformed into two streams of power, causing the tree of the great path to shake violently. Two forces. One surged into the Sword Dao flower. A thread of sword intent cascaded down, causing the Sword Dao flower to grow a few more inches in an instant. Splash. Then, as the tree of the great Dao shook, a second force manifested, a new flower of the great Dao upon it. Drawing upon the stunning past of the reverse immortal swordbox, the effect of the Sword Dao flower was effects of the Sword Dao flower 1. The speed of comprehension of the Sword Dao is tripled. 2. Any sword technique can be empowered with Scorching Sword Intent. 3. Any sword technique can be empowered with Thunderfire Sword Intent, doubling the power of Thunder attribute sword techniques. 4. Any sword technique can be empowered with the intent of the Reverse Immortal, doubling the power of sword techniques. Drawing upon the stunning past of the Reverse Immortal Swordbox, the Flower of Artifact Dao was manifested. Effects of the Flower of Artifact Dao: the power of any magic weapon crafted can be increased by half. The enhancement of the Sword Dao flower and the manifestation of the Flower of Artifact Dao appeared as lines of script in Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. This effect. Lin Yu looked at the script filled with joy. Previously, the effect of the Sword Dao flower only doubled the power of Thunder attribute sword techniques, but with the Reverse Immortal Sword Intent, the power of all techniques is doubled. If the Thunder attribute sword technique is combined with the Reverse Immortal Sword Intent, it would be a twofold enhancement. Moreover, after the enhancement of the Sword Dao flower, Lin Yu's comprehension of the Sword Dao has reached an astonishing 3 times. The effects of the Flower of Artifact Dao are even more remarkable. The power of any magic weapon crafted can be increased by half. Emperor of Tianqi, the sword box you provided is very useful to me, so tell me, what are your conditions? Lin Yu looked at the Emperor of Tianqi. I wouldn't dare. I brought this sword box solely to congratulate Prince Lin Yu on entering the Immortal Gate. The Emperor of Tianqi quickly said, No. This prince is clear about grievances and kindness. If there are any requests, feel free to say. Lin Yu shook his head. The hardest debt to repay in the world is the debt of human kindness. Although the Emperor of Tianqi did not offend the Qingmu dynasty, presenting such a precious item means he surely has some desires in his heart. Then I will dare to speak. The Emperor of Tianqi asked cautiously. Speak. Lin Yu nodded. My daughter and you are classmates. I would like to ask you to take care of my little girl in the Immortal Gate. The Emperor of Tianqi bowed. Lin Yu's heart stirred. Indeed, the ambition of this Emperor of Tianqi is not small. He wishes to cultivate an immortal for his own dynasty. All right. If Tianqi Yao can enter the outer sect, I can take care of her there. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. The royal family of the Tianqi dynasty directly uses Tianqi as their surname, which is quite rare. Thank you, Prince Lin Yu. The Emperor of Tianqi said hurriedly. Swish. Lin Yu waved his hand and strapped the sword box onto his back. That's it. This matter is settled. Lin Yu did not linger here and stood up to lead the Emperor of Qingmu away. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yu spent most of his time cultivating in the palace. The qi-nourishing pills and spirit stones provided by Song Qingfeng, combined with the triple time effect of the Flower of Time, allowed Lin Yu's cultivation to steadily rise to the 7th level of qi refining. In his spare time, Lin Yu accompanied his parents. Life continued to be as peaceful as ever. To Lin Yu's surprise, in addition to the colorful spirit fungus, his father had also gathered over 100 spirit stones and some rare treasures. Father, where did these spirit stones come from? Lin Yu asked in astonishment. You don't know this, Yuer. Our Qingmu dynasty has always had the task of assisting the Immortal Gate in collecting various ores, even spirit stones and medicinal materials. Every time the Immortal Gate leaves behind some spirit stones as a reward. A portion of the spirit stones was wasted during our attempts at cultivation, but most were still preserved. This 100 or so are the remaining ones, the Emperor of Qingmu said with a smile. As the ruler of a dynasty, he naturally had ambitions, hoping to become an immortal himself. However, it is difficult to cultivate even with methods and spirit stones. For example, the Emperor of Qingmu himself has been practicing the qi nourishing technique since he was 16, but after so many years, he hasn't even managed to channel qi into his dantian. Let alone refining qi. Of course, there are still benefits. At least in the martial world, the Emperor of Qingmu is also a top-tier master. Whether in terms of lifespan or physical fitness, he far exceeds ordinary people. So that's how it is. Lin Yu nodded. But now it's good. You can enter the Immortal Gate, which fulfills the long-cherished wish of our Qingmu lineage. When father passes away, he can stand tall to meet our ancestors, the Emperor of Qingmu said with a smile. Father, your desire to enter the path of cultivation is not impossible. Is it possible? The Emperor of Qingmu's eyes brightened at his words. Of course. The 7-color spirit pill refined from the 7-color spirit fungus can wash the tendons and marrow and rebuild the foundation with just one pill. With the foundation you have built over the years, breaking through to the qi refining realm should be no problem. Lin Yu mused. How can this be? Such a heavenly item for me to consume would be a waste. No, it's fine for you to eat, Yuer. The Emperor of Qingmu shook his head repeatedly. You don't understand, father. The 7-color spirit pill can only be consumed once in a lifetime by each cultivator. Taking more is ineffective. And one 7-color spirit fungus can produce at least 3 pills. Then mother can also eat one. Lin Yu said with a smile. Really? The Emperor of Qingmu's eyes lit up again. Of course. With his flower of alchemy, Lin Yu had already mastered the properties of all spiritual medicines. If it weren't for Lin Yu lacking the alchemical formula, he could have already started refining pills himself. If that's the case, I can just wait for your 7-color spirit pill. The Emperor of Qingmu's eyes brightened, filled with anticipation. Buzz. At this moment, a sword light sped into the hall and then stably came to a stop. Junior Lin, the time is almost up. We should return to the outer sect. Song Qingfeng stood atop the sword, his face slightly pale. Senior brother, are you injured? Lin Yu stepped out of the hall looking at Song Qingfeng, whose face was pale, and whose robe was stained with some blood, showing astonishment. Lin Yu wore an expression of disbelief. Song Qingfeng, a cultivator of Foundation Establishment. He once comprehended the blazing sword intent, wielding the earth-fire sword with the power of a peak innate. He could reverse-kill Foundation Establishment cultivators, truly astonishing. In the mortal realm, who could harm Song Qingfeng? It's just a small injury. Song Qingfeng shook his head, not elaborating. Whoosh! Upon hearing this, Lin Yu ceased to ask further questions and leapt onto Song Qingfeng's sword. Only a Foundation Establishment cultivator could harm Song Qingfeng. Lin Yu was not yet qualified to interfere. Father, take care. I fear that my mother would be reluctant, so I won't go to say goodbye to her. Wait for my return. Lin Yu waved his hand towards the Qingmu Emperor. Take care, Yuer. I will clarify matters with your mother. The Qingmu Emperor waved his hand, his face full of reluctance. Senior brother, let's go. Lin Yu sighed. Song Qingfeng nodded, forming a sword gesture, and the sword beneath them transformed into a stunning flash, carrying Lin Yu away. Lin, junior brother, since you are returning to the outer sect, I must inform you about matters related to the Xianluo sect. Song Qingfeng flew on his sword, contemplating before speaking. Please guide me, senior brother. Lin Yu hurriedly responded. Compared to the Red River village you previously stayed in, the outer sect is truly where our Xianluo sect cultivates disciples. Every outer sect of our Xianluo sect is located within different small and large secret realms. Different outer sects have some variations in their inheritances. Song Qingfeng said seriously. Is there more than one outer sect? Lin Yu was taken aback by this. Of course there is more than one. Song Qingfeng said with certainty. Within the Xianluo sect there are 37,000 places like the Red River village that are considered cultivation treasures. Though the number of outer sects is not as many as cultivation treasures, there are still over 3,000 of them. Otherwise, relying solely on a single Red River village, it would take our Xianluo sect years to produce just a few outer sect disciples, and the inheritance would have long been severed. Song Qingfeng continued. Lin Yu thought about this too. The outer sect where you senior brother are located is called the Yun Tian Small Secret Realm. This single outer sect is responsible for over 100 cultivation treasures. Song Qingfeng added. A single secret realm is responsible for over 100 cultivation treasures. Lin Yu looked at Song Qingfeng thoughtfully. While 100 cultivation treasures may seem like a lot, only a few hundred people are truly qualified to enter the outer sect each time. Joining the outer sect is just the beginning. After all, outer sect disciples are also categorized into ordinary, elite, and core. Your status will determine the treatment you receive in the outer sect. Song Qingfeng stated. There are so many levels in the outer sect. Lin Yu was taken aback. Of course. The outer sect is essentially a selection process. The higher the talent you display, the more resources the sect will allocate to you. If you are sufficiently outstanding and can enter the inner sect, then you will truly become a disciple of the Xianluo sect. Upon mentioning the inner sect, a fiery glint ignited in Song Qingfeng's eyes. Even senior brother is not qualified to enter the inner sect. Lin Yu was astonished. The qualifications for the inner sect are not easily obtained. Song Qingfeng chuckled bitterly. A foundation establishment cultivator cannot even enter the inner sect. Lin Yu was even more shocked. It's not that a foundation establishment cultivator can't enter, but that senior brother cannot. Song Qingfeng shook his head. In any case, there are many conditions to enter the inner sect. For you, it is too early to discuss these matters now. What you need to do is strive to obtain the identity of a core disciple in the outer sect during the assessment a month from now. Song Qingfeng turned to Lin Yu and said, Outer sect assessment. Lin Yu became interested. Yes. In the first month after entering the outer sect, you will all receive the identity of an ordinary outer sect disciple. Within a month, the sect will comprehensively assess your cultivation level, combat strength, etc., and conduct the final assessment after a month. This assessment is crucial. If you are rated as an ordinary disciple, there will be no hope of entering the inner sect for life, and you will have little status in the outer sect. If you are rated as an outer sect elite, your status will be far beyond that of an ordinary outer sect disciple. If you can be rated as an outer sect core disciple, not only will you enjoy the best treatment, but you will also hold some authority in the outer sect. The most crucial point is that to enter the inner sect, you must first become an outer sect core disciple. Song Qingfeng said earnestly. Is being an outer sect core disciple one of the criteria for entering the inner sect? Exactly. Lin Junior brother, if you can reach the Qizong Dantian within 3 hours and cultivate to the 7th level of Qi refinement in such a short time, you absolutely have the qualifications to compete for the outer sect core. If you can become an outer sect core disciple, I, as the person in charge of the Red River village, will also receive a considerable reward. Song Qingfeng looked at Lin Yu seriously. Rest assured, senior brother, I will definitely give my all. Lin Yu said earnestly. As the two conversed, they traveled towards a range of towering mountains. Along the way, Lin Yu saw many cultivators in areas far removed from the mundane world. Some of them Song Qingfeng recognized and paused to greet. Some he did not recognize, but upon seeing Song Qingfeng they chose to keep their distance. Naturally, Lin Yu also encountered some demonic beasts, some of which were even stronger than Song Qingfeng. Upon encountering these demonic beasts, Song Qingfeng would unhesitatingly steer clear. The two walked and stopped along the way, taking 4 days before Song Qingfeng finally halted before a magnificent mountain. In those 4 days, Lin Yu's cultivation had once again advanced, reaching the 8th level of Qi refinement, a remarkable progress. Lin Junior brother. Do you see that waterfall? The entrance to the Yun Tian Small Secret Realm is behind that waterfall. The waterfall itself is inscribed with a formation. If one does not know the method to enter, even a cultivator would find it difficult to get in. Song Qingfeng pointed at a thundering waterfall in the distance. The entrance is within the waterfall. Lin Yu was somewhat astonished. Whoosh! At that moment, a sound of something cutting through the air came from afar, and then a gourd appeared at an astonishing speed not far from the two. On the gourd stood 2 young women. The leading woman wore a flowing white dress with a veil covering her face, exuding a cold and noble aura. Behind the woman stood a 15 or 16-year-old girl, her features youthful yet exquisitely beautiful, a true beauty in the making. Buzz, buzz, buzz. What surprised Lin Yu was that as soon as the 2 women appeared, golden light simultaneously shone from their golden light flared from the 2 women and surged toward Lin Yu's forehead. The light radiating from the youthful girl blazed even more intensely than that of the woman leading them. Rushing like a torrent, the golden light converged upon Lin Yu's brow. Then coalesced into a vivid image. A woman clad in pristine white robes sat serenely atop a slab of glacial ice while blizzards raged around her, snowflakes spiraling downward in ceaseless cascade. Lin Yu watched as an overwhelming aura of absolute cold surged forth from the woman, stirring the winds and summoning snowstorms from all directions. In an instant, frigid energy roiled about her, radiant streams of light, pulsing outward like celestial auroras. Faintly, a Dao platform began to condense within the woman's dantian. Fang Mingxue, a prodigy of cultivation. She entered the Xianluo sect at 16, broke through qi refinement to attain the primordial realm at 18, and reached its peak within 3 years. Hailed as the greatest genius in a century from the Yuntian minor realm. At 19, Fang Mingxue ventured alone into the polar ice wastes, meditating for 3 months atop millennium-grade ice marrow. Harnessing its extreme cold as catalyst, she entered sudden enlightenment and ascended to foundation establishment. At the moment of foundation establishment, Fang Mingxue drew the polar cold into her body and refined the millennium ice marrow. An act so extraordinary, it would be remembered for generations. The Xianluo sect's Yuntian minor realm, the greatest external disciple talent in 100 years. Yet her cultivation speed still falls short of mine. A thought flickered across Lin Yu's mind. As Lin Yu murmured inwardly, the image dissolved into shimmering golden light, swiftly absorbed by the great Dao Tree. Upon its boughs, the flower of enlightenment swayed, gently blazing with intensified radiance. Layer upon layer of Dao resonance unfurled outward. The thumb-sized flower of enlightenment swelled visibly, now thick as 2 fingers. Effects of the flower of enlightenment: 1. Cultivation speed doubled. 2. Insight doubled. 3. Every cultivation session automatically induces a state of sudden enlightenment. The moment the flower of enlightenment ascended, its effects amplified in kind. Excellent. Lin Yu thought, elated. Not only has my cultivation speed increased further, but every single session now guarantees sudden enlightenment. This is nothing short of divine advantage. Lin Yu rejoiced inwardly. Sudden enlightenment. Rare and elusive, a blessing few cultivators ever encounter. Before this, his flower of enlightenment had only granted such states probabilistically. Fang Mingxue, standing before him, had experienced sudden enlightenment only once in her entire cultivation journey. A feat hailed as extraordinary across generations. Within that state, one perceives the profound truths of the Dao with unparalleled clarity, grasping cultivation techniques at a transcendent level. A single moment of sudden enlightenment surpasses 10 years of arduous practice. That is its essence. Now, with the flower of enlightenment enhanced, Lin, you could achieve sudden enlightenment with every cultivation session. Whoosh! Amid Lin Yu's delight, another image bloomed within his spiritual sea. A small village identical in form, yet markedly more prosperous. There a young girl sat cross-legged beneath an ancient tree, knees, supporting an open manual titled Qi Circulation Scripture. As she sat in stillness, spiritual energy from the surrounding realm flowed toward her. Not summoned but drawn, as if instinctively drawn to her presence. In that very instant, she leapt from mundane mortal to the realm where Qi surged powerfully into her dantian. Another prodigy, Lin Yu mused, yet utterly unlike me. I began cultivation by guiding Qi inward through the Qi Circulation Scripture. But this girl, it is as though the Qi itself rushes into her body unbidden. Jianling, possessor of the celestial spirit physique. A being favored by the great Dao, endowed with innate affinity for both spiritual energy and cosmic principles. Without formal cultivation methods, she may still draw spiritual energy into her body. Among cultivators, one of the swiftest physiques for advancement. Upon first encountering a cultivation manual, Jianling awakened her celestial spirit physique, undergoing spontaneous qi infusion and attaining the Danshan flooding realm instantly. An achievement deemed extraordinary across generations. So that explains it, the celestial spirit physique. Lin Yu suddenly understood. Whoosh! At that moment, the image quietly dispersed, absorbed entirely by the great Dao Tree. This time, another blossom formed upon effects of the physique bloom. 1. Cultivation progresses gradually even without active practice. 2. Purity of internal spiritual energy doubles. Cultivation advances without practice. Lin Yu whispered, inwardly astonished. And what does doubling the purity of internal spiritual energy truly mean? Whoosh! As the physique bloom trembled softly, luminous threads descended upon him. Lin Yu felt his inner spiritual energy begin to circulate spontaneously, following precisely the meridian pathways outlined in the Qi Circulation Scripture. Spiritual energy from the heavens and earth streamed into his body unbidden. He also sensed his internal Qi undergoing a rapid, profound transformation. Its latent potency surged at astonishing speed until it doubled, then stabilized. The cultivation method runs on its own. The Qi refines itself. Lin Yu marveled, a strange expression crossing his face. Is this not cultivation while lying supine? Could you please stop staring at us? Jianling's voice broke through his reverie. Embarrassed yet gentle. Lin Yu snapped back to awareness. only to find both Fang Mingxue and Ji Yanling gazing at him with bemused curiosity, while Song Qingfeng wore an unmistakable look of concern. My apologies. I acted rashly, Lin Yu said plainly. I've lived too long in the village keeping company only with a great blue ox. Meeting two immortal maidens such as yourselves, I confess. I lost composure. He admitted it openly, no evasion, no pretense. And indeed his candid sincerity softened their expressions noticeably. You tend cattle too? Fang Mingxue asked, eyes brightening with sudden excitement. Lin Yu's heart stirred at her words. Indeed, 15 years I tended cattle, and before I left little Qing gave birth to 2 tiny offspring. She declared proudly. Fortunate indeed. My ox was a stubborn bull. Kicked me constantly as a child. Nothing. Lin Yu sighed wistfully, his words drawing a soft involuntary smile from Fang Mingxue. Junior brother Lin. Song Qingfeng interjected urgently, his tone grave. Lin Yu paying respects to senior sister Fang. Lin Yu bowed promptly. Junior brother Lin. She replied warmly. No need for such formality. Brother Song. See you later. With a nod to both, she mounted her gourd and vanished into the waterfall's mist. Senior brother Song. Do you fear senior sister Fang that much? Lin Yu asked after she departed, noting how Song Qingfeng visibly exhaled in relief. Do you know what rank senior sister Fang holds among the outer disciples? Song Qingfeng asked, eyes widening as he turned to Lin Yu. What identity? Lin Yu became interested. The chief disciple of the outer sect of the Yun Tian small secret realm. He is also the only disciple at the golden core stage in the outer sect. Song Qingfeng said with a look of longing. The chief disciple. Lin Yu's heart stirred. Yes. After becoming the core of the outer sect, there will be a core ranking battle in the outer sect once a year. Senior sister Fang has ranked first for 3 consecutive years, and her position as chief disciple is unshakable. I, senior brother, can barely make it into the top 20. Don't mention me. Among the outer sect disciples, no one feels unworthy when facing senior sister Fang. Only you, boy, have the guts to look at her. Song Qingfeng smiled wryly. Senior sister Fang being the chief disciple for 3 years is because I wasn't here. Now that I'm here, things will be different. Lin Yu laughed. What's different? Song Qingfeng asked. The chief position is bound to be mine in the future. Lin Yu spoke with a smile. You, boy, are ambitious, but you might be overreaching. 3 years to attain the golden core is indeed a talent beyond this world. I have never seen it. 1 year for the golden core. Only the Son of Heaven could achieve that. Moreover, even if you reach the golden core in a year, it will be too late, as the core ranking battle will start in 6 months. After the battle in 6 months is over, senior sister Fang will definitely enter the inner sect. You won't be able to catch up regardless. Song Qingfeng shook his head with a smile. It is normal to be full of ambition upon entering the sect. Moreover, Lin Yu's talent is exceptionally good, so Song Qingfeng also understood. Must it be half a year? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Let's go enter the secret realm first. They'll take you to meet Elder Lu shortly. Song Qingfeng said. Elder Lu. Lin Yu pondered. It seems the old village chief had reported to Elder Lu. Elder Lu Daoxian. In the outer sect of the Yun Tian small secret realm, there are a total of 4 elders, 2 deputy sect masters, and 1 sect master. The deputy sect masters and the sect master hardly manage affairs. All disciples are basically under the jurisdiction of the 4 elders. To establish a foothold in the outer sect, not only is one's own strength important, but background is also crucial. Senior brother is from Elder Lu's lineage. Although Elder Lu is only at the 2nd layer of golden core cultivation, he is an alchemist, and his status is not inferior to that of a deputy sect master. Song Qingfeng said seriously. Lin Yu nodded. Then, which lineage does senior sister Fang belong to? Senior sister Fang belongs to the sect master's lineage. There is a special reason for senior sister Fang to enter under the sect master. She cannot be compared to us. Song Qingfeng said. Understood. Lin Yu nodded. Whoosh. Song Qingfeng made a hand sign and a light shone from his palm. The sword beneath their feet trembled, carrying Lin Yu into the waterfall. Initially, Lin Yu thought he would be hit by the rushing water. He did not expect that the waterfall would make way, opening a path. In an instant, the two entered the Yun Tian small secret realm. Lin Yu's first feeling was that the spiritual energy in the Yun Tian small secret realm was incredibly rich, dozens of times denser than in the village chief's small wooden house. The flower of constitution swayed, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, filling Lin Yu's body. Lin Yu did not even need to actively cultivate. Above the secret realm, clouds and mist were thick, burning hot like fire, stretching for miles. Looking down, Lin Yu saw orderly fields of medicinal herbs. In the distance, the mountains rolled. From time to time, cultivators could be seen traveling on their treasures. Junior brother Lin. The middle mountain is the sect master's peak. It is also the place with the densest spiritual energy in the secret realm. The sect master's peak has strict rules. Only the sect master and his lineage can enter. Others must have special permission. The two peaks beside it are the spiritual peaks of the deputy sect masters with spiritual energy second only to that of the sect master's peak. Then there are 4 peaks for the elders. The one we are going to is that one. After pointing out the direction, Song Qingfeng led Lin Yu towards the peak adjacent to the deputy sect master's peak. Each peak has a resource hall, mission hall, and transmission hall, the 3 main halls. They are managed by certain stewards or disciples. If you have any needs, you can go to the 3 halls. After we meet Elder Lu, I will take you to the resource hall to receive your identity token and cultivation resources. With the identity token, you can go to the mission hall to take on tasks or go to the transmission hall to learn techniques. As Song Qingfeng explained, he had already brought Lin Yu to the outside of Elder Lu's peak. Junior Brother Song. Greetings, Junior Brother Song. Once they reached the foot of the mountain, Song Qingfeng could no longer ride the sword and the two had to walk up the mountain. Along the way, many disciples respectfully saluted Song Qingfeng. This place is where the ordinary outer sect disciples reside. As Song Qingfeng brought Lin Yu to a quarter of the way up the mountain, he pointed at a cluster of wooden houses and said, another set of wooden houses. Lin Yu showed a strange expression. The residences of ordinary disciples are only slightly larger than those in Honghe village. This is simply the residence for ordinary outer sect disciples, so it is naturally simple. The residences for elite disciples are much better. They have independent courtyards and a small field of medicinal herbs. The residences for core disciples are caves. Although they look similar to courtyards, they contain gathering formations that can enhance cultivation efficiency. As Song Qingfeng brought Lin Yu up, he patiently introduced him along the way. Hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, everything in the sect speaks of strength. As long as you are outstanding enough, all resources will tilt towards you. The so-called acting weak to eat the tiger is just adding to your own troubles in the sect. In summary, the sect fears that you are not outstanding enough, so never think about doing something foolish to make an impression. Once you enter the sect, you must constantly shine and let people see you. Song Qingfeng reminded him. Lin Yu understood. Lin Yu nodded. As the two exchanged words, they had already reached the mountain top. At the summit, there was a hall, its main door tightly shut, standing there alone. Junior Brother Lin, that is the Elder Hall. I will take you to meet Elder Lu right away. Just as Song Qingfeng was about to knock on the door, a loud rumbling sound suddenly erupted from the Elder Hall. There! The furnace burst again. Song Qingfeng looked at Lin Yu and gave a wry smile. Does a furnace burst mean the alchemy failed? Lin Yu asked with curiosity. Exactly. This is Elder Lu's 8th furnace burst this month. Song Qingfeng nodded with a smile. Is refining pills so prone to failure? Lin Yu froze for a moment and glanced at the effect of his Dan Dao flower. The Dan Dao flower never mentioned that refining could fail. It only stated that whenever he refined a pill himself, he would produce the pill pattern 10 times out of 10. Alchemy failing is one matter, but that has little to do with Elder Lu. Elder Lu is an earth-grade alchemist. For earth-grade pills, 1 or 2 furnace bursts in 10 attempts are normal. Song Qingfeng said. Then why has Elder Lu had 8 furnace bursts in 1 month? Lin Yu grew more curious. Restoring a pill formula. Song Qingfeng said. Restoring a pill formula. Lin Yu asked in puzzlement. Yes. When an alchemist refines pills, 3 things are most important. The alchemical technique, the pill formula, and the refining flame. The refining flame can melt spiritual herbs and extract their medicinal potency. The alchemical technique is the method of condensing that potency into a pill. A pill formula, plainly put, is a template that records in detail the kinds and quantities of spiritual herbs. The production of any pill requires a complete formula. Song Qingfeng had followed Lu Daoxian for many years. Though not an alchemist himself, he was fairly familiar with the craft. Since Lin Yu was interested, he did not mind saying more. Alchemy is fascinating, Lin Yu nodded. The Dan Dao flower allowed him to discern herbs by scent and to understand their pharmacology, yet he had never practiced in earnest. The sources of a sect's pill formulas are mainly threefold. The first is those passed down generation to generation within the sect, tested over long stretches of time. Song Qingfeng pondered. The second is inventing a pill formula. This is exceedingly difficult. One must possess an astonishing understanding of herb properties and reach an exceptionally high level of alchemical skill. At least among the outer disciples, I have never heard of an alchemist who could deduce a formula entirely on their own. The third is the restoration of a pill formula. Song Qingfeng said, many sects have vanished into the river of history, yet some of their treasures have been preserved. Those places we call ruins. Each time such a ruin is discovered, one can obtain inheritable legacies, pills, treasures, and the like from within. Over long spans, those relics become incomplete. To make them work again demands tremendous time and effort to restore. Especially pills. Some pills unearthed from ruins have most of their formulas preserved. They may be slightly incomplete and are relatively simple to repair. Other pills have long lost their formulas. The pills themselves are valuable, and one must reverse engineer the formula from the pill. Such restoration is far more difficult. Song Qingfeng explained everything in full. Do you mean, senior brother, that Elder Lu is deducing formulas from pills? Lin Yu asked. Exactly. Elder Lu should have calmed down by now. I'll go knock. Song Qingfeng said, stepping forward to rap on the door. What is it? Came Elder Lu's impatient voice from within the hall. Elder Lu, Lin Yu has returned, Song Qingfeng hurriedly answered. Lin Yu. Elder Lu paused, then his eyes brightened. Come in. As he spoke, the great doors of the hall swung open of their own accord. Junior brother Lin, come with me. Song Qingfeng gave Lin Yu a look and led him into the hall. As Lin Yu entered, he saw a greenstone path. On either side of the path lay two neatly tended herb fields. At the path's end stood a pavilion in which a single alchemical furnace was placed. An elderly man held a pill that had been sliced until only a small fragment remained, his face full of vexation. Song Qingfeng. Lin Yu. Greetings, Elder Lu. Lin Yu and Song Qingfeng stepped to the pavilion's edge and bowed. Lu Daoxian glanced up. In his aged eyes a flicker of burning light passed. Not bad. In such a short time you've reached the 8th level of qi refining. In terms of cultivation speed, you are even quicker than that girl Fang Mingxue by a few degrees. Lu Daoxian assessed Lin Yu and grew increasingly pleased. All credit to senior brother Song for teaching you well, Lin Yu said modestly. Do I not know his worth? If he truly had the skill to train you like this, would our branch have failed these past years to produce even a single inner disciple? Lu Daoxian shot Song Qingfeng a sharp look, his tone laden with reproach. It is the disciple who is slow-witted. Song Qingfeng lowered his head, wearing a rueful smile. Lin Yu, you are promising. With proper cultivation you might have the chance to enter the inner gate. Lu Daoxian shifted his tone, produced a token from his sleeve, and tossed it to Lin Yu. Take my token to the resource hall. They will naturally know what to do, Lu Daoxian said flatly. Junior brother Lin, be quick and thank Elder Lu. With Elder Lu's token you can immediately receive the benefits of an outer sect core disciple. Song Qingfeng saw the token and hurried to explain. Is that allowed? Lin Yu asked in surprise. Was it not said that newcomers to the outer gate could only enjoy ordinary outer disciple treatment? Who are you making a mockery of, boy? If an elder lacks even this small privilege, what good is the title of elder? Lu Daoxian said with, Thank you, Elder Lu. Lin Yu's heart stirred, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. There is no need for thanks, Lu Daoxian replied. Train diligently, or otherwise if a month from now people learn you received outer sect core privileges, but failed to become a true outer sect core disciple, I would lose face. Lu Daoxian waved his hand and said, A disciple must do his best. Lin Yu responded earnestly, I will do my utmost. All right, you may go. Where on earth has this damned pill gone wrong? Elder Lu said this, staring once more at the pill in his hand with evident irritation. Elder Lu, may this disciple take a look at the pill? Lin Yu's eyes flashed as he spoke. Are you interested in this pill? Lu Daoxian's interest was piqued. When I smell this pill's fragrance, I cannot help but think of certain spiritual herbs. Lin Yu pondered for a moment. What? As soon as he finished speaking, Song Qingfeng and Lu Daoxian both involuntarily widened their eyes. Lin Yu, tell me, what do you feel specifically? Lu Daoxian asked in surprise. I have seen many nameless flowers and plants. Just now when I smelled this elixir's fragrance, some unknown spiritual herbs unconsciously appeared in my mind. Lin Yu spoke half-truthfully. The effects of the alchemical flowers allowed Lin Yu to identify herbs by their scent, making him acutely aware of the dozens of spiritual herbs required to concoct that elixir. Of course, Lin Yu would not say this outright. After all, he had just begun his journey in cultivation. No one had ever taught him about alchemical knowledge. If he knew everything, wouldn't that clearly indicate to Lu Daoxian that he had a problem? It was safer to speak in riddles, allowing Lu Daoxian and the others to guess. Cultivation requires showing talent, but one shouldn't act like a fool and reveal all their secrets. Identifying herbs by scent. Elder Lu, could it be that junior brother Lin is naturally gifted at identifying herbs by scent? Song Qingfeng exclaimed in surprise. Identifying herbs by scent is an extremely rare talent in alchemy. Among a million cultivators there might not be even one. And those with such talent are all alchemical prodigies. Whether it's identifying herbs by scent or not, we will know if we try. Lu Daoxian's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze burning as he looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, come with me. Lu Daoxian stood up and walked towards the great hall behind the pavilion. Alchemical room. In the great hall, a plaque hung overhead. Lu Daoxian led Lin Yu and pushed the door open. Inside the alchemical room, there were rows of shelves, each filled with various kinds of spiritual herbs. Some spiritual herbs were carelessly piled up on top. Others were stored in special boxes like jade or wooden containers. The space inside the alchemical room was astonishingly large. Lin Yu, this is my alchemical room. I have collections of items below the heavenly grade except for some extremely rare spiritual herbs. Now select the spiritual herbs you think of. Lu Daoxian handed the elixir in his hand to Lin Yu and spoke seriously. Yes. Lin Yu was not polite, taking the elixir and carefully smelling it. Swish, swish. Around the shelves, various spiritual herbs were gathered by Lin Yu and neatly placed in front of him. Earth Spirit Ginseng, 100-eye fragrance, rootless grass. With each spiritual herb Lin Yu gathered, Lu Daoxian's eyes lit up. By the end, Lu Daoxian's gaze was filled with shock. These spiritual herbs were exactly the same as those he had deduced. It is worth noting that he himself was an earth-grade alchemist. He had derived them step by step after consuming the elixir and observing its effects. But what about Lin Yu? He only smelled it and identified so many spiritual herbs. After Lin Yu gathered 31 types of spiritual herbs, Lu Daoxian was so shocked he couldn't speak. Exactly the same. Lin Yu had deduced all the spiritual herbs that Lu Daoxian had figured out. Identifying herbs by scent. This must be the top-level talent of identifying herbs by scent. Lu Daoxian's breath quickened as he spoke excitedly. Lu Daoxian had seen geniuses with the talent of identifying herbs by scent before. However, these individuals could only identify 3 types of spiritual herbs at a time to be considered geniuses. If it were 6 types, that would be a prodigy. What about Lin Yu? He identified over 30 in one breath, which was already monstrous a rarity in the cultivation world. Struck gold. Haha, I Lu Daoxian am going to rise. Lin Yu, with such talent, what does it matter to be a core outer disciple or even an inner disciple? Your future achievements will be astonishing. Lu Daoxian grasped Lin Yu's shoulders, looking almost insane. Even being an inner disciple doesn't matter. Song Qingfeng was so dumbfounded he couldn't respond. Elder Lu, there's one more herb. Lin Yu frowned and said, one more. Lu Daoxian was taken aback. Which one? Lin Yu spoke as he walked to the depths of the alchemical room, carefully sniffing before taking a porcelain bottle from a shelf. Lin Yu opened the porcelain bottle, smelled it, and handed it to Lu Daoxian, saying, this is it. This is heartless water. Now I see. No wonder I deduced all the components of the elixir but failed repeatedly. It turns out I was missing this heartless water. Indeed, the medicinal properties of this elixir are balanced and harmonious, capable of consolidating the foundation and nurturing the essence, but if I refine it according to my deduced recipe, even if it succeeds, the properties will be overly chaotic. But if I add this heartless water, which is mainly gentle, it will be entirely different. Lu Daoxian held the heartless water, his gaze flickering intensely, as if he had received a profound insight. Lin Yu, you boy, this time you have done great service. Lu Daoxian's expression became even more excited as he looked at Lin Yu. I just have a keen sense of smell. Lin Yu humbly replied. This is no mere keen sense of smell. Lin Yu, you should first go with Song Qingfeng to collect your identity badge and resources. I will verify this new recipe. When you return, I will personally teach you alchemy. Lu Daoxian said with certainty. Yes. Lin Yu nodded. Junior brother Lin, let's go. Song Qingfeng looked at Lin Yu, his gaze now carrying a hint of difference from before. Ha ha ha. With Lin Yu as this treasure, not to mention my Lu Daoxian's lineage, even the outer sect of the Yuntian secret realm will change because of this. Lu Daoxian watched Lin Yu leave with Song Qingfeng, even more excited than before. Lin Yu followed Song Qingfeng first, going to the resource hall to collect his identity badge, robes, and resources like elixirs and spirit stones. Then he headed straight to the transmission hall. Junior brother Lin. Ordinary outer disciples can choose 3 methods for cultivation. But with Elder Lu's token, you can freely browse and learn from the methods in the transmission hall. Song Qingfeng led Lin Yu into the transmission hall. Lin Yu merely flashed his token, and the steward in charge of the transmission hall hurried over. He personally opened the grand doors of the transmission hall for Lin Yu. So many. As soon as he stepped into the transmission hall, Lin Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes. Inside the transmission hall, many shelves held numerous jade slips, all glowing with a faint golden light. Do all these cultivation techniques possess such extraordinary legacies? Lin Yu gazed upon the jade slips, their concealed golden radiance shimmering faintly, feeling as though he had plunged headlong into a mountain of gold. Senior brother Lin. The transmission hall houses the Cloud Heaven Minor Realm and encompasses every entry-level technique accumulated over the years, along with several yellow rank and profound rank methods. Take your time choosing. Once you find one that resonates, begin cultivating it immediately. As for superior techniques, Elder Lu will naturally impart them to you in due course. Song Qingfeng spoke solemnly. Understood. Lin Yu nodded firmly, then hurried toward a bookshelf and picked up a jade slip. Hum. 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 As the jade slip touched his palm, streams of golden light surged forth, flowing into Lin Yu's forehead and coalescing into a vivid vision. The unfettered sky-soaring step created by the unfettered True Lord. The unfettered True Lord, a peerless genius endowed with the unbound spiritual physique, comprehended the essence of unfettered Dao at the innate realm and thus forged this step, earning him the title Banished Immortal. One vision after another unfolded within Lin Yu's spiritual consciousness, crystallizing into characters before being absorbed by the great Dao Tree. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As the visions dissolved, the flower of enlightenment and the flower of physique bloomed upon the great Dao Tree, pulsing with ineffable Dao resonance. Having absorbed the extraordinary legacy of one technique, Lin Yu moved seamlessly to the next. Within the transmission hall lay countless techniques steeped in legendary pasts. Among them was the sky-soaring Sword Dao, the swiftest entry-level sword path destined to nourish the flower of Sword Dao. There was also the Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Manual, a groundbreaking method for physical cultivation hailed across the realm, giving rise to both the flower of physical form and its symbiotic flower of physique, and many others. Techniques spontaneously conceived during moments of profound enlightenment, each strengthening the flower of enlightenment. Each time the great Dao Tree absorbed the legendary essence embedded within a technique, its flowers of the great Dao unfurled fully, especially the flower of enlightenment, swelling from a mere 2-finger thickness to the size of a full palm within moments. Its petals, etched with patterns resembling primordial Dao marks, grew ever more distinct. Glistening translucent petals drifted downward, drawing Lin Yu irresistibly into a state of deep enlightenment. Just how extraordinary is senior brother Lin's talent? At that moment, Song Qingfeng, who had accompanied Lin Yu throughout, and the transmission hall steward stood utterly dumbfounded. They observed that Lin Yu paused before each technique for no longer than 10 breaths. Yet each time he perused a technique, Dao resonance rippled outward from his entire being. Lin Yu's aura shifted ceaselessly, now carefree and soaring toward the 9 heavens, now fierce and explosive like an erupting volcano, now turbulent and tempestuous like gale-force winds and torrential rain. Each aura embodied a unique Dao principle, and Lin Yu had grasped far more than 10 such principles. But that was not all. As the flowers of enlightenment physique and Sword Dao flourished, vast torrents of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy surged forth unbidden, flooding into Lin Yu's body. At first the energy flowed like gentle rivulets, but swiftly gathered into a roaring confluence, cascading into him like divine nectar poured directly upon the crown. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu's cultivation ascended to the 9th tier of Qi refinement. Born with the sword-bodied physique, possessing the ability to identify medicinal herbs by scent, and now this spontaneous influx of spiritual energy clearly signals the awakening of yet another rare spiritual physique. Just how many innate talents does my junior brother possess? Song Qingfeng watched, his awe deepening with every passing moment. His speed in mastering techniques is simply unparalleled. Observe the sword light blazing from his very pores. The essence of scorching heat, the essence of thunder, the essence of immovable weight, the essence of absolute cold. When we cultivate divine arts, we first master their forms. Only after relentless refinement might we glimpse fragments of their underlying essences, thereby multiplying their power exponentially. Yet he bypasses form entirely and grasps the essences directly. The transmission hall steward broke into cold sweat. He had guarded the transmission hall for a full century. What cultivators had he not seen? Yet never once had he witnessed anyone learn from the essences themselves, skipping forms altogether. Whoosh! 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 As Lin Yu's aura grew increasingly, formidable disciples across the transmission hall were drawn in. Emerging from every corner, they wore expressions of utter disbelief. Who is this person? Utterly unfamiliar. 9th tier Qi refinement. Could he be some outer sect disciple who finally erupted after years of quiet accumulation? But that can't be right. If he'd spent even a few years in the outer sect, we'd surely have laid eyes on him at least once. Yet none of us recognize him at all. Could it be he's only been here a year? A year? Are you mocking us? To reach the 9th tier of Qi refinement takes at least 3 to 5 years. Don't forget, even senior sister Fang Mingxue required a full year to attain the 9th tier of Qi refinement. 3 to 5 years. And still no one has seen him. Many disciples exchanged astonished glances. Senior brother Song, do you know this junior brother? A disciple whose aura fell slightly short of Song Qingfeng's could no longer contain his curiosity. This is junior brother Lin Yu. Song Qingfeng replied solemnly. How long has junior brother Lin Yu been with us? The disciple pressed eagerly. Today, just today, he entered the outer sect. Song Qingfeng declared, jaw clenched. Senior brother Song Yu jest. Hearing this, the disciple rolled his eyes in disbelief. Entered today. By the rules of the Xianluo sect, from the moment Lin Yu first encountered cultivation, returned home to visit family, and completed the round-trip journey. It stretched at most to less than half a month of actual practice. Less than half a month. To reach the 9th tier of Qi refinement. This wasn't boasting. It was sheer fantasy. Exactly. Senior brother Song deceiving us like this is truly going too far. Indeed. Could he perhaps be an exchange disciple sent from another sect's outer sect? Other disciples wore expressions of utter skepticism. See for yourselves. Song Qingfeng wasted no words. He produced Lin Yu's official resource allocation receipt on the spot. Truly entered today. This receipt bears the official seal of the resource hall. And the date is clearly stamped. Is this genuine? A chorus of gasps erupted among the disciples, as if the very foundations of their worldview had shattered into dust. Half a month. To reach the 9th tier of Qi refinement. Is such a thing even possible? Does such a genius truly exist in this world? All disciples stared at one another, unable to fathom the truth. Only the 9th tier of Qi refinement. Song Qingfeng curled his lip, eyes locked unwaveringly upon Lin Yu. Boom! Before their eyes, Lin Yu, who was still perusing a jade slip, released a torrent of innate Qi from within, surging outward like an endless ocean. Innate Qi. Has Lin Yu already broken through to the innate realm? Every soul present felt the overwhelming surge of innate Qi emanating from Lin Yu, and stood utterly transfixed, stunned beyond measure. Just reached the 9th level of Qi refinement and now promoted to innate. What about the tempering and accumulation that the elders mentioned? I am beginning to doubt whether the cultivation methods we practice are real. At that moment, the innate Qi surged within Lin Yu, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The path of cultivation emphasizes that every drop and every peck counts. A major breakthrough in realm requires time for accumulation and tempering. Sometimes a breakthrough opportunity is also needed for things to go smoothly. Back then, Fang Mingxue took a whole year to reach the 9th level of Qi refinement and then spent nearly another year tempering before achieving innate. But here with Lin Yu, what shackles? What opportunities? It's all nonsense. Previously, junior brother Lin said he would surpass senior sister Fang. I thought he was ambitious, but now it seems I have become the frog at the bottom of the well. Song Qingfeng chuckled bitterly. In his understanding, it was utterly impossible to achieve the golden core realm in just half a year. For cultivators, half a year is merely the blink of an eye. However, now this understanding of Song Qingfeng has been completely shattered. If Lin Yu can achieve innate in half a month, why can't he achieve golden core in half a year? Dear senior brothers, what is happening here? Lin Yu awoke from his state of enlightenment, looking oddly at Song Qingfeng and the others. At this moment, Lin Yu's innate Qi was surging wildly in his sea of Qi. It's nothing. The others shook their heads repeatedly, all amazed as they gazed at Lin Yu. Senior brother Song, I have nearly finished my cultivation. I wish to return to my residence to consolidate my cultivation. Lin Yu spoke. At this moment, the astonishing pasts of various cultivation methods in the transmission hall were all absorbed by the Tree of the Great Way. The divine abilities recorded within the methods were all mastered by Lin Yu. Naturally, Lin Yu wanted to return and solidify his progress. I will take you there right away. Song Qingfeng nodded hurriedly, leading Lin Yu away. To Lin Yu's surprise, Song Qingfeng did not take him to an ordinary disciple's residence, but rather to the core disciple's quarters. Xuanqiang Peak, the outer secta peak belonging to Elder Du Li of the Cloud Sky Small Secret Realm. Unlike Lu Daoxuan, Du Li held significant power in the Cloud Sky Small Secret Realm, as he was the only elder at the 9th level of Golden Core. He basically managed all the affairs big and small of the Cloud Sky Small Secret Realm. This old Lu is getting more and more outrageous. Previously, he opened a back door for Song Qingfeng, allowing an ordinary outer sect disciple to receive elite disciple treatment right upon arrival. This time he has gone even further, daring to grant core disciple treatment. Isn't this just absurd? Du Li looked at the information reported by the resource hall, his face instantly filled with displeasure. Rules are dead, but people are alive, and that is indeed true. As one of the 4 elders, it is understandable for Lu Daoxian to occasionally open back doors for disciples. But it can't be done recklessly. Just entering the sect and already receiving core disciple treatment, how should other disciples feel? Moreover, if it's already granted, it should at least yield some results. A portion of core disciple resources is not a big deal. But at the very least, you should produce some results, right? Over the years, Lu Daoxuan, in his capacity as elder, has granted better treatment to over a dozen disciples. Yet he hasn't even been able to cultivate a single inner sect disciple. That is truly outrageous. No, I must inform all the peaks from now on. Any requests for core disciple treatment must be personally reviewed by me. Dooley frowned and spoke, taking out a message talisman, ready to contact the various peaks. However, before he could send the message, his own messaging jade talisman suddenly beeped incessantly. Why are there so many messages all of a sudden? Dooley was taken aback and began to check the messages. Elder Du, there's a monster at Elder Lu's Dansha Peak. Broke through to innate in half a month. Elder Lu is really blessed, breaking through to innate in half a month, even stronger than Feng Mingxue. It's said that this kid learns divine abilities not through techniques but directly through true meaning. Dooley stared wide-eyed at the information sent by the various peak stewards. Broke through to innate in half a month. Learning divine abilities by going straight to true meaning. Elder Du was utterly stunned. Then he suddenly had a thought and quickly glanced at the information reported by the resource hall. Lin Yu, what is that disciple's name? Dooley asked. It seems to be Lin Yu. He came from Honghe village, and today just received his identity token before breaking through to innate. A steward quickly replied. Quick, hurry and ask Lin Yu if 1 share of core disciple resources is enough, if not get 2 shares. The previously displeased Dooley now sent another message to the steward of the resource hall. Steward Lin, come to me, and let's go to Elder Lu's Dansha Peak together. Dooley thought more and more that something was off and sent another message to the steward of his peak. Going to Elder Lu's Peak. Steward Lin was taken aback. To snatch a person. Dooley spoke decisively. What? At Elder Lu's Dansha Peak, there's a disciple who broke through to innate in half a month. Is that true? Meanwhile, the news of Lin Yu's breakthrough to innate in half a month quickly spread throughout the outer sect. The leaders of the other peaks turned red with envy upon receiving the news. One Feng Mingxue took 2 years to reach innate. He was hailed as the greatest talent of the Cloud Sky Small Secret Realm's outer sect in a century, destined to become an inner sect disciple. And now Lin Yu has reached innate in half a month. What kind of talent is this? This is a monster, a prodigy. Even among the strongest of the 3,000 outer sect disciples of the Xianluo sect, they must feel envious. Grab him. All the stewards of my Tianyang Peak will follow me. We must bring Lin Yu back. Even if it requires force, we shall bring him back. Cloud Sky Peak. The cave dwelling of the outer sect leader Zhou Junbai. Not bad. Zhou Junbai was currently examining the Ji Yanling brought back by Feng Mingxue. In less than half a month you have cultivated to the 5th level of Qi refinement. This speed of cultivation is even a bit faster than Mingxue. Given time you will become the chief of our Cloud Sky Small Secret Realm's outer sect. The title of the greatest talent of the Cloud Sky Small Secret Realm in a century will probably shift to you. Zhou Junbai grew more and more satisfied. Do I really have such great talent? Ji Yanling exclaimed, her face filled with joy. Of course. With your talent we haven't produced one in 100 years in our lands. Looking across the 3,000 outer sect disciples, it's uncertain if we can find another this year with better talent. Zhou Junbai spoke confidently. Leader, a big event has occurred. At Elder Lu's Dansha Peak someone broke through to innate in half a month. Just as Zhou Junbai was affirming Ji Yanling's talent, a steward burst in, looking excited. A single sentence made Zhou Junbai widen his eyes. Zhou Junbai and Feng Mingxue exchanged a glance, both with incredulous expressions. Even Ji Yanling, who had just entered the sect, looked somewhat bewildered. Is this true? Zhou Junbai regained his composure, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, as he glared at the steward. Absolutely true. The Dansha Peak is in an uproar now. The other elders and the 2 vice sect masters have all set off to snatch people. The steward replied confidently. What about Lu Daoxian? What was his reaction? Zhou Junbai hurriedly asked. Lu Daoxian seems to still be refining pills. It's likely that he remains unaware of the situation at Dansha Peak. The steward of Yuntian Peak seemed to revel in the misfortune. Let's go. Follow me to Dansha Peak. Zhou Junbai's eyes lit up. Sect Master, isn't it inappropriate for us from Yuntian Peak to rush in and snatch people? The steward of Yuntian Peak was taken aback. What's inappropriate about it? Zhou Junbai rolled his eyes. That's a monster who entered the innate realm in just half a month. Only a fool wouldn't seize the opportunity. Sect Master, I believe if you do snatch him with Lu Daoxian's temperament, he might just smash Yuntian Peak to pieces. The steward of Yuntian Peak felt a bit flustered just thinking about Lu Daoxian going berserk. If he smashes it, we can just rebuild. If obtaining Lin Yu means building a few more Yuntian Peaks for him to smash, then so be it. Zhou Junbai's domineering words left the steward of Yuntian Peak and Feng Mingxue looking bewildered. Enough with the nonsense. If we delay, we might end up with nothing. Zhou Junbai said, already leading the way away from Yuntian Peak. Not bad at all. Lin Yu had already entered his own cave dwelling. Though called a cave dwelling, it was actually a small 3-story courtyard. Inside it formed a separate space with independent facilities, such as a medicinal field, a training room, and an alchemy room. At this moment Lin Yu was carefully observing the Dao flower on the tree of Dao. The Dao flower had already grown to the size of a palm. Although it was still in bud, the petals were clearly visible. The effects of the Dao flower had increased significantly. Effects of the Dao flower: 1. The cultivation speed increased by 8 times. 2. Comprehension increased by 8 times. 3. Cultivation can fully enter a state of enlightenment, with enlightenment effects increased by 5 times. The effects of the Dao flower not only increased in multiple aspects, but also added a new enlightenment effect. Effects of the Sword Dao flower: 1. Comprehension of the Sword Dao increased by 5 times. 2. Any Sword Dao technique can be enhanced with Scorching Sword intent. 3. Any Sword Dao technique can be enhanced with Thunderfire Sword intent, doubling the power of Thunder attribute Sword Dao techniques. 4. When executing Sword Dao techniques can be enhanced with Reverse Immortal intent, doubling the power of Sword Dao techniques. 5. When executing Sword Dao techniques can be enhanced with Extreme Cold Sword intent. Effects of the Dual Blossoms of Physique and Body: 1. Even without cultivation, the cultivation level will rapidly increase. 2. Purity of innate qi within the body increased by 2 times. 3. Nourishing effects of innate qi on the body increased by 1 time. 4. Nourishing effects of innate qi on the soul increased by 1 time. After absorbing a significant amount of stunning past experiences within the transmission hall, the effects of the 3 Dao flowers had all increased by more than 1-fold. The effects of other Dao flowers, however, remained largely unchanged. This is just a benefit brought by an outer sex transmission hall. If I see more methods, will I be able to obtain more stunning past experiences? Lin Yu was filled with joy. At this moment Lin Yu had preliminarily grasped why methods possessed stunning past experiences. The creation of a method requires a cultivator with a sufficiently profound accumulation along with some opportunities to be able to establish it. It can easily form stunning past experiences. But first I should thoroughly understand those few techniques. For example, the carefree sky step is quite good. Lin Yu stopped overthinking, took out spirit stones, ingested pills, entered a state of enlightenment, and began further cultivation. Elder Du. Lin Shidi is currently cultivating. Isn't it inappropriate for you to barge in like this? At this moment Song Qingfeng, watching Du Li approach with a fierce demeanor, felt overwhelmed. Lin Yu is cultivating. Du Li frowned upon hearing this. Originally Du Li intended to haul Lin Yu back, but upon hearing he was cultivating he hesitated. Cultivators detest being disturbed during cultivation. If he barged in and caused Lin Yu to have a mishap in cultivation, it would lead to a disaster. Yes. Lin Shidi specifically instructed not to be disturbed. Song Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said, I have a method that can awaken Lin Yu without affecting him. At that moment an elderly voice came from elsewhere as another elder arrived. Are you referring to the dream entry technique? Your dream entry technique is fine if the other party is open-hearted. But if Lin Yu has any resistance, it would harm him. Let me handle it. Not only that, but a beautiful woman also arrived floating through the air. She appeared to be around 30, graceful and charming. Particularly her pair of eyes shimmered with layers of rosy light, captivating anyone who gazed into them. What, even the esteemed vice sect master is here to snatch someone? Du Li's expression darkened at this sight. Snatch someone? The beautiful woman merely smiled lightly. Has Lin Yu passed the outer sect disciple assessment? Has he been assigned to Danxia Peak? No. Du Li was taken aback. Since he hasn't, how can it be called snatching? It's an invitation. That's correct. This is called an invitation. Even more helpless for Song Qingfeng was that Zhou Junbai's voice was also heard at this moment. Then Zhou Junbai led Fang Mingxue and others floating through the air. The beautiful woman frowned at this scene. The others felt a sense of dread. The sect master has arrived. How could they snatch? This is the sect master. The only half-step nascent soul outside the Yuntian secret realm. Song Qingfeng, looking at the sect master, who had appeared, gritted his teeth, and secretly planned to send a message to Lu Daoxian. Elder Lu, if you don't come soon, we might lose everything. Before Song Qingfeng could send the message, the communication jade talisman in his hand had already fallen into Zhou Junbai's hands. Zhou Junbai waved his hand, erasing the message that Song Qingfeng had just inscribed. Watching this scene, Song Qingfeng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Their sect master truly had no regard for face at all. Scram. Get out of Danxia Peak. Or else I'll smash all your peaks to pieces. At this moment Lu Daoxuan's nearly frenzied voice echoed from afar. Boom! Lu Daoxuan, wrapped in pill fire, suddenly appeared before Lin Ye's courtyard, his pair of aged eyes blazing with fury, staring at Zhou Junbai and the others. The crazed gaze made the other peak masters feel a shiver down their spines. Dao Xian, get lost. Zhou Junbai was about to speak when he was angrily interrupted by Lu Dao Xian. Zhou Junbai's expression darkened instantly. Dao Xian, you've gone too far. How can you speak to the sect master like that? Duly feigned anger as he spoke. Then, how do you want me to speak? A bunch of shameless people running into my territory to snatch people. Do you expect me to be grateful? Do you believe that starting tomorrow I will halt the supply of pills to your peaks, leaving you to drink the northwest wind? With one sentence from Lu Dao Xian, the several peak masters and the deputy sect master all dared not speak. Lu Dao Xian. He was the strongest alchemist of the outer sect in the Yun Tian secret realm. The supply of pills for the 3 great elders, 2 deputy sect masters, and even the sect master could all be controlled by Lu Dao Xian. Old Lu, don't threaten to cut off our supply of pills so easily. Childish. Too childish. Zhou Junbai also felt a headache. This old man was like a rolling meatball. I'm happy to do it. Zhou Junbai, don't think you can pressure me with the sect master's authority. It's useless. If you provoke me, I will report you to the inner sect and let the elders adjudicate. Lu Dao Xian glared at Zhou Junbai, gritting his teeth. You. Zhou Junbai's eyelids twitched. Report your own situation to the inner sect. Other elders might not dare to do such a thing or lack the qualifications, but Lu Dao Xian could indeed pull it off. Old Lu, calm down. It's not that Lin Yu's talent is too high. We mainly want to help Lin Yu unleash his talent better. The deputy sect master Lu Xian quickly spoke to appease. What? Do you think I can't teach Lin Yu well? Lu Dao Xian retorted sharply, silencing Lu Xian with a single sentence. Old Lu, that's not right. As the saying goes, every profession has its specialization. Your lineage focuses on alchemy, but in terms of cultivation, it's certainly not as good as mine. Old Lu, how about this? I won't compete with you for people, ill trade. This girl is called Ji Yanling, a natural spirit body. She is bound to become an inner sect disciple. I will trade Ji Yanling for you. Zhou Junbai pointed at Ji Yanling. Sect master. Ji Yanling was completely stunned. Trading herself for Lin Yu? Was this complimenting her or insulting her? Zhou Junbai, can you be a bit more shameless? A mere natural spirit body, what can she compare to Lin Yu? What made Ji Yanling speechless was that she was directly looked down upon by Lu Dao Xian. Senior sister. They are bullying me. Ji Yanling felt like she was about to cry. Everything was fine before coming here. The sect master was praising her. In the blink of an eye, she was to be traded away. Even if she was traded away, the key was that they looked down on her. Am I really a ancient century genius? Fang Mingxue, upon hearing this, also smiled bitterly, not knowing how to comfort her. Sect master, that's not right. Your sect master's lineage is indeed a bit stronger, but Lin Yu has a natural sword body, and in terms of swordsmanship, my lineage is the strongest. If Lin Yu follows me to cultivate, his swordsmanship will improve by leaps and bounds. Lu Xian interjected. What natural sword body? Lin Yu's true talent is identifying herbs by scent. It's the top-level talent. What can you teach besides fighting and killing? I can teach him alchemy myself. Being an alchemist is better than following you. Lu Dao Xian retorted. If Lin Yu didn't have the top-level talent for identifying herbs with so many people coming to snatch him, he would have just let it go. But Lin Yu possesses the top-level talent for identifying herbs. Previously, Lin Yu correctly identified the components of the pills without error, directly allowing him to restore a pill formula. Now the pills have been successfully refined. Such a genius in alchemy, no alchemist would let him go. What? Lin Yu can identify herbs by scent. This time, even Zhou Junbai's expression turned serious. If Lin Yu truly has such high alchemical talent, that would be incredible. The status of an alchemist is far from comparable to that of an ordinary cultivator. Take Lu Dao Xian as an example. Among the 4 great elders, Lu Dao Xian has the lowest cultivation level, and in a direct confrontation, he might not even be a match for Fang Mingxue, one of his disciples. Yet Zhou Junbai still had to give him face, not daring to act recklessly. No wonder Lu Dao Xian would be so furious. Old Lu, if that's the case, it's actually better. The status of an alchemist is noble, but the path of alchemy is ultimately just an auxiliary. A cultivator's cultivation is still the main focus. Lin Yu joining my sect will not affect his path in alchemy. Zhou Junbai not giving up said cultivation is important, but offensive abilities are the greatest reliance in life and death. It's better for him to cultivate swordsmanship with me. Lu Xian also said without batting an eye, swordsmanship is strong, but the way of weapons is interconnected. In my opinion, Lin, you can also follow me to cultivate spear techniques. Du Li also spoke brazenly. In an instant, the 3 elders, 2 deputy sect masters, and 1 sect master were all in the fray, with no one willing to back down. Bang! As the high-ranking officials argued furiously, the door to Lin Yu's cave dwelling suddenly burst open. Lin Yu stood behind the door looking strangely at Zhou Junbai and the others who were red-faced and neck-strained from shouting. Lin Yu, are you willing to join my lineage? I will do my utmost to teach you alchemy. Without saying a word, Lu Daoxian stepped forward and grabbed Lin Yu's hand, asking expectantly. Lin Yu, I have a technique called the Yunxiao Classic, which is of divine grade. If you join my sect, I will definitely impart it to you. Zhou Junbai was even more astonishing. Yunxiao Classic. This is the highest technique of the outer sect of the Yun Tian secret realm of divine grade, which Zhou Junbai brought out from the inner sect. Even Feng Mingxue had not obtained the complete Yunxiao Classic. Lin Yu, you have a natural sword body. I have a set of sword techniques called the 9 Mystical Divine Sword Technique. If you are willing to join my sect, I can also impart it to you. Lu Xian also smiled and spoke. Zhou Junbai and the others all looked at Lin Yu with eager eyes as they opened their mouths. If Lu Daoxian wouldn't let go, then it would depend on Lin Yu's own choice. Elders, deputy sect masters, and sect master. You all want Lin Yu to join your sect. Lin Yu finally understood Zhou Junbai and the others' intentions, smiling as he asked. Of course. Zhou Junbai and the others answered in unison. If that's the case, I have a compromise solution. Lin Yu looked at the elders, deputy sect masters, and the sect master, a shy smile appearing on his face. What kind of compromise are we talking about? Zhou Junbai became interested. Seniors, I shall take Elder Lu as my master. However, this does not prevent me from learning under the sect master, the deputy sect master, and the other 3 elders. Lin Yu's shy words left Zhou Junbai and the others momentarily stunned. Lin Yu would take Elder Lu Daoxian as his master, but he could still learn alongside everyone. Good lad. Are you planning to have us all teach you? Zhou Junbai regained his senses, narrowing his eyes as he contemplated Lin Yu. I actually think Lin Yu's approach is quite good. Elder Lu Daoxian suddenly looked pleased. After all, Lin Yu had just mentioned taking him as his disciple. With Lin Yu's statement, everything could be settled. Elder Lu Daoxian also understood that with Lin Yu's talent, focusing solely on alchemy would be a waste. It would be better for everyone to teach together. Don't underestimate the outer sect of the Yun Tian small secret realm. It ranks in the middle among the 3,000 outer sects of the Xian Luo sect. Both the Yunxiao Sutra and the 9 mystical sword techniques are extraordinary methods, not inferior to the top outer sects. In fact, they are quite remarkable inheritances even within the inner sect. For you, of course, it's quite good. Zhou Junbai shook his head. Your words are mistaken. The reason you all came to recruit someone is simply to cultivate a genius for our Yun Tian small secret realm outer sect. To allow us to hold our heads high among the 3,000 outer sects, to elevate our status and receive sect. Imagine this. If our peaks join forces to cultivate a disciple adept in alchemy, weapon forging, and formidable in combat, what an achievement that would be. However, Elder Lu Daoxuan, contrary to his usual demeanor, earnestly advised this is not impossible. But as the saying goes, one cannot chew too much at once. Though Lin Yu has great talent, if he spreads himself too thin, how would that affect his aptitude? Du Li spoke seriously. This matter is actually simple. Lin Yu smiled. Do tell. Zhou Junbai replied casually. In a month, there will be an examination for the outer sect disciples. We will set a month as the limit. Within this month, the disciples can study alongside their respective teachers. During the examination, each teacher can set different evaluation criteria to verify the disciple's progress. If the disciple passes the assessment, it naturally means that their cultivation hasn't been delayed. If the disciple fails, they must choose the most suitable lineage to focus on their cultivation. Lin Yu spoke methodically. Zhou Junbai and the others' eyes lit up upon hearing this. So it could indeed work. I truly cannot find a reason to refuse your proposal. Zhou Junbai stroked his chin, visibly excited. In any case, I fully support Lin Yu's idea. Those who agree can stay, those who disagree may leave without sending them off. Elder Lu Daoxian issued the final ultimatum. What do you all think? Zhou Junbai scanned the entire room. I think it's feasible. Our 7 peaks will jointly guide Lin Yu's cultivation. This is the first time since the establishment of our Yun Tian outer sect. Given Lin Yu's talent, I am looking forward to the results after 1 month. Indeed, although Lin Yu has not yet displayed his talent in weapon forging, there are many commonalities between the paths of alchemy and weapon forging. It might not be impossible. It's settled then. The 7 peaks will join forces. Each peak will take turns guiding Lin Yu's cultivation for a month, and we shall see the results. Lu Xian and the others nodded seriously. Then it is decided. Today I will guide Lin Yu in the art of alchemy. Tomorrow I will naturally have Lin Yu come to find you all. Elder Lu Daoxian said with a smile. All right. Zhou Junbai and the others left contentedly. At this moment, Song Qingfeng and the others looked at Lin Yu with immense envy. No one expected that this matter would conclude in such a way. For the Yun Tian small secret realm outer sect to have 7 peaks simultaneously guiding a single disciple is unprecedented. Lin Yu, come with me. After everyone left, Elder Lu Daoxian took Lin Yu back to the Elder Hall. Lin Yu, recognizing medicine by scent is merely a matter of talent. However, transforming this alchemical talent into actual alchemical skill requires starting with the basics. Today I will teach you the fundamentals of alchemy. With that, Elder Lu Daoxian took out a jade slip and handed it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu accepted the jade slip, and upon scanning it with his spiritual sense, a wealth of information emerged. This jade slip contains the effects of over 123,000 types of spirit herbs below the heavenly grade. It is the culmination of my hundreds of years of alchemical experience. To practice alchemy, one must first understand pharmacology, which is fundamental. You must memorize the properties of these 123,000 herbs. After 3 hours, if you can pass my test, I will teach you the methods of alchemy. Elder Lu Daoxian spoke earnestly. Understood. Lin Yu replied promptly and immediately sat cross-legged. As he read, the blossoms of alchemy shed radiant light. Lin Yu not only memorized this information but also fervently analyzed the interactions and transformations among these 123,000 spirit herbs. As 3 hours passed, Elder Lu Daoxian took back the jade slip and began to inquire. After questioning, Elder Lu Daoxian was astonished. In just 3 hours, Lin Yu not only memorized the properties of over 123,000 spirit herbs and could respond fluently, but he could also draw inferences from one instance to another. He had unique insights into the fusion of various medicinal powers. How incredible! Truly incredible! To memorize all of this in 3 hours is already no small feat. You can even deduce the effects of the medicinal powers after the fusion of these spirit herbs. Lin Yu, you are truly born for alchemy. After the assessment concluded, Elder Lu Daoxian felt as if he could truly soar. Just thinking that Lin Yu, a future master alchemist, is from his lineage made him immensely joyful. Lin Yu, since that's the case, I will impart to you a method of alchemy today. Elder Lu Daoxian said, taking out another jade slip. Is there an alchemical art that astonished the past? Lin Yu's eyes brightened. Lin Yu, the world's alchemical schools are ranked thus: entry, yellow grade, mystic grade, earth grade, heaven grade, divine grade, sacred grade, emperor grade, and immortal grade. This pillcraft compendium is called Shun Hualu. It is a Shin grade refining method, and its most formidable aspect is the mastery of fire. You should first grasp it well. I will prepare some things and return to seek you shortly. After Lu Daoxian handed the jade slip to Lin Yu, he turned and left. No sooner had he gone than Lin Yu, unable to wait, began poring over the contents of the jade slip. In an instant, threads of golden light flared and flowed into the space between Lin Yu's brows, conjuring image after image. A searing incandescent flame danced amid a sea of molten lava. Not far from the lava stood a thatched hut. At its doorway, an old man sat cross-legged, refining pills as he expounded the way of alchemy. Seasons turned and days passed. That flame listened for who knew how long, and amidst the old man's teachings it astonishingly took on form. Shun Hualu was created by Shun Hua Daoren. Shun Hua Daoren was originally a Shin-grade Danhua. At its birthplace, it listened to the teachings of Yu Xiandandi for 100 years, and borrowing the cadence of the Pill Dao took shape. When Shun Hua Daoren assumed form, it gathered the insights gleaned from a century of listening, fused them with its own Danhua nature, and comprehended the methods of pillcraft. Because Shun Hua Daoren was a Danhua made manifest, the compendium was named Shin Hualu. Born of Danhua and infused with the alchemical way of Yu Xiandandi, Shin Hualu, though itself only a Shin-grade work, stood unrivaled in the art of fire control. Countless alchemists revered it as the premier method of Yuhua, and its heavenly origin made it a wonder that astonished the ages. As the images arose, lines of script emerged, not a method forged by a cultivator but a technique birthed from a Danhua that, after listening to the Pill Dao, nurtured this art into being. Lin Yu read the annotations, his face a portrait of shock. Indeed, all things beneath heaven possess spirit, he murmured to himself. With a rustling whisper, the images dispersed and were absorbed by the great Dao Tree. As the golden light was drawn in, both the Wudao Jihua and the Dandao Jihua flared into resplendent brilliance. The petals swayed and subtly began to unfurl. Drawing upon the astonishment contained within the Shun Hualu, the Wudao Jihua was elevated. Effects of the Wudao Jihua: 1. Cultivation speed increased 9-fold. 2. Comprehension enhanced 9-fold. 3. Practice can enter a state of perfect sudden enlightenment. The efficacy of such epiphanies is increased 6-fold. Drawing from the marvel of the Shin Hualu, the Dandao Jihua also ascended. Effects of the Dandao Jihua: 1. The ability to discern herbs by scent with their pharmacology rendered lucid. 2. During pill refinement, there is a guaranteed 10/1000 chance to produce 2 pill runes with a high probability of producing 3. 3. Control over the precise degree of heat becomes consummate. During refinement, an additional rune may be added. As the Wudao Jihua and the Dandao Jihua stirred, their petals unfolded a full circle. Guaranteed 2 pill runes 10 out of 10, and with such consummate control over the flame, an extra rune can be added. If fortune favors me, could I not directly refine a pill bearing 4 runes? Lin Yu exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. One must remember that when Danqing the alchemist, after tasting myriad herbs, managed on his first attempt to refine an Xingqi Dan containing 3 runes, he was hailed as having astonished the ages. Yet even Danqing could not guarantee that every furnace would yield 3 runes. He could not even achieve a tenutoften success rate. But Lin Yu, so long as he forged the pill, it would possess at least 3 runes. Such a feat bordered on defying heaven. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Yu delved into the Shun Hua Lu, meticulously learning its methods. According to the annotations of the Shun Hua Lu, pillcraft divides into 4 stages: Yuhua Fire Mastery Huayao, extracting medicinal essences; Rongdan, fusing those essences into a pill embryo; and Chengdan, forming the finished pill. There are 2 approaches to Yuhua. The first is to transmute one's internal spiritual energy into fire for refinement, the method employed by most alchemists. The second is to subdue a Danhua and use it for pillcraft. Danhua are treasures born of heaven and earth, exceedingly rare. Even when encountered, they must first be subdued to be used. Some Danhua are extremely perilous. Yet once mastered, refinement becomes far more efficient. As for Huayao, it is the extraction of a herb's medicinal quintessence through the power of Yuhua. Rongdan is the fusion of medicinal potency to form the pill embryo. Chengdan uses the force of Danhua to perfectly integrate each ingredient's properties, culminating in the finished pill. Each step of pillcraft requires specific techniques accompanied by unique cultivation sequences. Bolstered by the Wudao Jihua and the Dandao Jihua, Lin Yu absorbed the Shenhua Lu thoroughly in scarcely any time. At a mere thought, Lin Yu's innate qi surged forth, transmuting into Danhua that wound around his body. The temperature of the great hall rose abruptly. With swift movements at Lin Yu's command, the Danhua around him sometimes dimmed, sometimes blazed, shifting in endless variety. Even the most subtle variations in heat were under his perfect control. Your Yuhua is exquisitely precise. To control Danhua to such a degree, you are qualified to begin refining. At that moment, Lu Daoxian returned, his face full of admiration, as he watched the changing Danhua enveloping Lin Yu. 3 years to learn herbs, 3 years to master Yuhua. This is the basic curriculum for an alchemist. Ordinarily, to go from knowing nothing to actually refining pills requires at least 6 years of tempering. But Lin Yu had done otherwise. In merely half a day, he accomplished what would take others 6 years. May I begin refining, master? Lin Yu's eyes shone with eagerness. Lu Daoxian nodded, produced 10 portions of spirit herbs and a pill formula, and handed them to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, these are 10 sets of spirit herbs and the formula to refine Xingqi Dan. If you can succeed in producing 1 furnace of Xingqi Dan, you will be considered initiated into alchemy. Lu Daoxian spoke gravely. 1 success out of 10 furnaces counts as initiation. Lin Yu asked in wonder. Of course. For any grade of pill, if 1 in 10 furnaces yields a pill, one is considered a practitioner of that grade. For example, I with 10 furnaces of degrade pills can produce 2 pills and thus am a degrade alchemist. Consequently, when one hires an alchemist, one must supply 10 furnaces of materials. The alchemist's fee is calculated separately. Lu Daoxian explained. I see, Lin Yu said. But if the first furnace succeeds, then the remaining 9 sets of materials naturally belong to the alchemist. If I can refine a pill in a single furnace, that is my skill. The herbs in hand will not be returned. That is the rule. This is where alchemists reap exorbitant profit. Lu Daoxian said imperiously. Enough, begin your refining. He continued. If you truly achieve initiation on your first attempt, I will bestow upon you a great gift. Lu Daoxian said solemnly. Lin Yu's heart stirred. What gift? A Tian grade Danhua, Lu Daoxian replied coolly. Heavenly grade alchemy fire. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. The record of divine fire contains detailed accounts of alchemy fires. Heavenly grade alchemy fire can easily extract the potency of heavenly grade spiritual herbs and is even sufficient for refining divine grade pills. The heavenly grade alchemy fire itself harbors remarkably astonishing power. If one could master it perfectly, it would surpass the effects of a golden core cultivator transforming qi into fire. Alchemy fire is extremely hard to find. Heavenly grade alchemy fire is even rarer. Many heavenly grade and even divine grade alchemists seek it but cannot obtain it. However, I know the whereabouts of a heavenly grade alchemy fire. Lu Daoxian said with radiant eyes. Why doesn't your teacher fetch it himself? Lin Yu was taken aback. I have exhausted my potential. In this life, becoming a heavenly grade alchemist is probably my limit. This thing is wasted on me. I have been waiting for a disciple who can surpass me. I never expected to wait a full 60 years. But now it's different. With your appearance, who knows how much you will surpass me in the future. The heavenly grade alchemy fire in your hands will truly meet a worthy talent. Lu Daoxian looked at Lin Yu with great reverence. Disciple, I will certainly give my all, and will not disappoint my teacher. Lin Yu spoke earnestly. Let's begin. Use my alchemy furnace to refine the pills. I will be here to guide you. Lu Daoxian took out the alchemy furnace and placed it before Lin Yu. Lin Yu took a deep breath, manipulating the innate qi within his body to evolve the alchemy fire, controlling the temperature, and preheating the alchemy furnace. Swish, swish, swish. With a flurry of movement, Lin Yu summoned various spiritual herbs, which fell into the intensely heated alchemy furnace. Under Lu Daoxuan's watchful gaze, Lin Yu formed hand seals, controlling the alchemy fire to extract the herb's potency. Perfect. Though it's my first time refining pills, each hand seal is flawless and the techniques flow naturally. Lu Daoxian watched Lin Yu closely. Initially, he believed that despite Lin Yu's high talent being his first time refining pills, there would likely be some oversights in many details. However, Lu Daoxian quickly realized that Lin Yu required no reminders. Every step was executed with meticulous precision. Even Lu Daoxuan, a earth-grade alchemist, found no faults. As Lin Yu formed hand seals, his movements became increasingly skilled and perfect. The fluidity of his actions was a pleasure to behold. Within less than half an hour, a faint fragrance of pills began to waft from the alchemy furnace. The pill fusion was successful, only one step away from completion. Given Lin Yu's performance, it's very likely he will succeed on his first try. Lu Daoxian inhaled the pill fragrance, his eyes fixed on the alchemy furnace, afraid to miss any detail. Boom, boom, boom. Under Lu Daoxian's intense focus, Lin Yu formed 36 hand seals in an instant, striking the alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace began to rotate in an incredibly mysterious manner, flames intertwining and crisscrossing above. Boom. Moments later, the lid of the furnace flew open, and a brilliant flame surged skyward. A rich and intense fragrance of pills wafted through the air. Swish! Lu Daoxian eagerly gestured, and 12 spirit-gathering pills landed in his hands. 12 pills completed, all of them with 4 pill patterns. Lu Daoxian glanced at the 12 spirit-gathering pills in his palm, revealing a look of shock. Each batch of pills has its limits. For entry-level spirit-gathering pills, the maximum output is 12 per batch. Achieving maximum yield is quite challenging. Lu Daoxuan, as an earth-grade alchemist, usually produces around 10 pills per batch when refining himself. Moreover, he cannot guarantee that they will have pill patterns. However, Lin Yu succeeded in refining 12 pills on his first attempt, all with 4 pill patterns. Back in the day, the alchemist Dan Qing produced 6 pills on his first attempt, and one of them had 3 pill patterns. He was hailed as the most talented alchemist in a millennium in the outer sect. Now Dan Qing has reached divine grade in alchemy. But compared to Lin Yu, he still falls short by more than one. In our Yuntian outer sect, we have truly brought forth a true dragon. Lu Daoxian fixed his gaze on the spirit-gathering pills in his hand, unable to contain his laughter, even shedding tears of joy. Lin Yu, this is a compilation of alchemical recipes and insights that I have gathered over hundreds of years. Take it. From tomorrow on, you no longer need to come to me. Lu Daoxian took out 2 jade slips and filled Lin Yu. What does this mean, teacher? Lin Yu was stunned. Lin Yu, as the saying goes, the master leads you to the door, but the cultivation relies on oneself. If your talent were a bit lower, I could slowly teach you. Disciples with poor talent are hard to teach, but disciples with high talent are even harder to teach. You flatter me, teacher. Disciples with poor talent are hard to teach, but disciples with high talent are even harder to teach. You flatter me, teacher. I have just begun. There are still many areas where I need your guidance. Lin Yu spoke earnestly. What you lack now is merely experience in refining pills and the improvement of your cultivation. With your talent, as long as your cultivation keeps up, you will soon become an earth-grade alchemist. For any spiritual herbs you need, take my token and go to the resource hall. During this period, if you have any questions, you can come to ask me. If I also don't know, I will ask other alchemists for you. Go back and rest well. Tomorrow, go to the main peak and follow the sect master to cultivate the Cloud Sky Sutra. With the Cloud Sky Sutra, your cultivation will advance even further. Once I am ready, I will take you to obtain that heavenly grade alchemy fire. Lu Daoxian was very determined, sincerely helping Lin Yu to plan his path. Yes. Lin Yu nodded helplessly. Go back. The acquisition of the heavenly grade alchemy fire is extremely difficult. I still need to plan it out carefully. Lu Daoxian said. Yes. Lin Yu bowed deeply to Lu Daoxian, and then exited the grand hall. In my life, I, Lu Daoxuan, have 2 great joys. The first is being appreciated by my teacher and entering the path of alchemy. The second is encountering Lin Yu. My life is now complete. Lu Daoxian looked at Lin Yu's departing figure, his face full of satisfaction. Lin Yu returned to his cave dwelling and happened to run into Song Qingfeng, who was preparing to leave. Senior brother Song, are you going out? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Yes. In Honghe village, more than 10 people have successfully entered the outer sect and they have already been brought back. Senior brother, you should go and settle them. Song Qingfeng said with a smile. Senior brother, among those disciples is there Tianqi Yao. Lin Yu's heart stirred. Tianqi Yao. Song Qingfeng was taken aback, then nodded and said, indeed. She is one of the earlier disciples to achieve Qi Chong Dan Tian. She has really entered the outer sect. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. The Emperor of Tianqi had previously sent out the reverse immortal sword box. Lin Yu had promised that if Tianqi Yao could enter the outer sect, he would take care of her. Junior brother Lin, you have a good relationship with her? Song Qingfeng asked. The relationship is decent. In fact, her father, the Emperor of Tianqi, gave me the sword box and I promised to take care of her in the outer sect. Lin Yu patted the sword box on his back. So this sword box of junior brother was gifted by the Emperor of Tianqi. Song Qingfeng showed a surprised expression. The aura of the reverse immortal sword box was quite extraordinary. Lin Yu had been carrying it and Song Qingfeng had noticed it long ago but had not asked. If junior brother Lin wishes to take care of her, I have a method. Song Qingfeng said thoughtfully. Please guide me, senior brother. Lin Yu replied. Although you are still an ordinary outer sect disciple, you are essentially a de facto core member of the outer sect. You enjoy the treatment of an outer sect core member. You can have Tianqi Yao stay by your side to take care of your daily life. Observe her performance and reward her with some resources. Song Qingfeng said. Can be done this way. Lin Yu was taken aback. Of course it can. Song Qingfeng nodded. Let alone the outer sect core members, even the outer sect elites have their own. With your current status, if you spread the word that you are looking for followers, many outer sect elite disciples will come to. Perhaps even some outer sect core disciples will be tempted. Song Qingfeng stated confidently. The status of outer sect elite disciples is indeed high. However, it still cannot be compared to the outer sect core members. Those outer sect elite disciples wanting a better future, the best way is to become followers of outer sect core members. Especially with a prodigy like Lin Yu. Teaching at the 7 peaks means relying on the greatest 7 backers of the Yuntian small secret realm. Following Lin Yu while not exactly dominating the outer sect certainly places one a cut above the rest. As for resources, Tianqi Yao is responsible for taking care of Lin Yu's daily life, so she will naturally live with him. The spiritual energy concentration in the core member's cave dwelling is not something ordinary outer sect disciples can compare to. Then it's settled. I will trouble senior brother to bring Tianqi Yao over to meet me. Lin Yu said with a smile. A small matter. Song Qingfeng chuckled, then took his leave. Lin Yu returned to his cave dwelling and headed straight to the alchemy room. Lin Yu's alchemy room also had an alchemy furnace. Although it was just an entry-level furnace, it was sufficient. First I need to verify whether I will fail in alchemy. Then I will try to see if I can refine a yellow-grade pill. As Lin Yu pondered, he took out the remaining materials for 9 batches of keen-enhancing pills. He opened the furnace again for alchemy. Before long, another batch of keen-enhancing pills was refined by Lin Yu. The time taken was even shorter than before. Still a maximum of 12 pills, all with 4 pill patterns. Lin Yu looked at the second batch of keen-enhancing pills. He had refined, feeling even more satisfied. Gulp. Lin Yu swallowed one of the keen-enhancing pills. He had refined and continued alchemy. 9 batches of materials. All refined successfully without a single failure. Moreover, each batch was maximized to 12 pills, all with 4 patterns. Stable. With the pill Dao flower present, alchemy is extremely stable. Not only does it not fail, but all are maximum 12 pills with 4 patterns. Lin Yu looked at the array of porcelain bottles in front of him, feeling quite pleased. Senior brother Lin. Breakfast is ready, you can eat now. At this moment, a sweet voice came from outside the alchemy room. The food is ready. Lin Yu recognized Tianqi Yao's voice. Got it. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yu stored the 9 bottles of keen-enhancing pills into his identity token. The identity token is not only a symbol of identity, it also has a space of 3 zhang squared for storing items, which is extremely convenient. Lin Yu pushed the door open. Tianqi Yao was standing cutely at the door. At this moment, Tianqi Yao was still wearing the apron brought over from Honghe village. Her face was beautiful and sweet. Compared to Fang Mingxue, though lacking in maturity and grace, she was still a complete beauty. However, compared to her casual demeanor, in Honghe village, Tianqi Yao's gaze toward Lin Yu now contained a. After all, the fact that Lin Yu caused the higher-ups of the 7 peaks to compete for him, ultimately deciding to nurture him together, had long spread. Let alone a newcomer like Tianqi Yao. Even the outer sect core disciples would bow their heads upon seeing Lin Yu. Let's go, it's time to eat. Lin Yu smiled. Even cultivators need to eat. Cultivating the body requires foundation establishment, but before that one still needs to eat and drink. Yes. Tianqi Yao nodded, leading Lin Yu to the dining hall. On the table lay steaming rice. This was rice cooked from spirit rice, each grain crystal clear and plump with spiritual energy flowing atop. Ordinary rice holds little benefit for cultivators besides filling the stomach. However, spirit rice is different. It inherently contains spiritual energy, and eating it can slowly enhance one's cultivation. In addition, there were 3 dishes and a soup, all made from spiritual ingredients. Let's sit down and eat together. Lin Yu smiled, signaling Tianqi Yao to join him. Tianqi Yao, now that you're here, has Senior Brother Song told you what you need to do? Lin Yu smiled. Tianqi Yao nodded. Senior Brother Song has told me everything. Washing clothes, cooking, and cleaning. If Senior Brother Lin has any matters that require traveling between peaks and halls, you can instruct me to handle it. Tianqi Yao said while counting on her fingers. If there's something, I will naturally instruct you to handle it. When there's nothing to do, you can cultivate. After we finish eating, you can go to the resource hall and collect all these spirit herbs. Lin Yu nodded and took out paper and pen, writing a list of spirit herbs. The list included some spirit herbs for refining yellow grade pills and some materials for refining 7-colored spirit pills. Yes. Tianqi Yao quickly took the paper, read it carefully, and stored it in her identity token. After finishing his meal, Lin Yu immediately stood up and headed straight to the Lord's Yuntian Peak. I have met Senior Brother Lin. As Lin Yu walked along, many disciples bowed respectfully. Although Lin Yu had just joined the sect, very few dared to call him Junior Brother. Junior Brother Lin, you've arrived. As Lin Yu reached the foot of the Yuntian Peak, Fang Mingxue and Ji Yanling were already waiting there. Lin Yu, I salute Senior Sister Fang and Junior Sister Ji. Lin Yu spoke earnestly. Let's go. The sect master has been waiting for a long time. Fang Mingxue nodded slightly and led the way up the mountain. Compared to Elder Lu's Danxia Peak, Yuntian Peak was much quieter, with hardly any disciples in sight. For Zhou Junbai, he had no interest in disciples with ordinary talent. Only those like Fang Mingxue with exceptional abilities could enter Yuntian Peak, hence their numbers were naturally limited. Moments later, the 3 arrived at the sect master's great hall. What a peculiar fragrance! As Lin Yu approached the great hall, he detected a faint, pleasant aroma. Under the influence of the fragrance, Lin Yu noticed that the speed at which his physique absorbed spiritual energy had significantly increased. His divine sense had also become much sharper. This is the Dao Understanding Incense. It is made from the heavenly grade spiritual, with the Dao Understanding Tree through alchemical means. The Dao Understanding Incense has calming effects and enhances comprehension. Usually the sect master wouldn't use it lightly, but today it has been lit just for you, Junior Brother Lin, Fang Mingxue said gently. Then, Junior Brother, you should take in more of the fragrance later, Lin Yu said with a smile. Fang Mingxue chuckled and knocked on the large door. Sect Master Junior Brother Lin has arrived. Come in. As Zhou Junbai's voice echoed, Fang Mingxue pushed the door open. Inside the great hall, Zhou Junbai sat majestically on the throne. In the center of the hall stood 3 jade tables with an incense burner placed on the central table. A stick of Dao Understanding incense was burning within the burner. Lin Yu has arrived. Zhou Junbai stood up, looking warmly at Lin Yu. At this moment, Zhou Junbai had already learned from Lu Daoxian that Lin Yu had refined a total of 12 pills on his first attempt, all of which had 4 patterns. In his heart, he valued Lin Yu far beyond mere importance. This was a living ancestor. Lin Yu, Fang Mingxue, Ji Yanling. We pay our respects to the sect master. The 3 of them quickly bowed. No need for formalities. You 3 take a seat. Zhou Junbai gestured towards the 3 jade tables. Fang Mingxue and Ji Yanling immediately took their seats on either side, leaving the middle position for Lin Yu. Lin Yu also took a seat without hesitation in the central position. Mingxue, you've been following me for nearly 20 years. I originally planned to wait until you entered the inner sect before passing the complete Yunxiao scripture to you. However, since I am imparting skills to Lin Yu today, I will also pass it to you at the same time. Zhou Junbai flicked his finger, and a jade slip landed on Fang Mingxue's table. Thank you, sect master. A look of joy appeared on Fang Mingxue's face. Ji Yanling, you have great talent, but since you have just entered, I will first teach you the first volume of the Yunxiao scripture. Once you comprehend it fully, I will pass on the next volume. Zhou Junbai flicked out another jade slip which landed on Ji Yanling's table. Thank you, sect master. Ji Yanling also displayed a joyful expression. The Yunxiao scripture. This was a divine-level cultivation method far superior to the entry-level qi cultivation technique. Being able to practice the Yunxiao scripture meant starting far ahead of others. Lin Yu. The Yunxiao scripture is profound and unfathomable. Ideally, I should only impart you the first volume just as I did with Ji Yanling. But your talent is beyond my understanding, so I will teach you the complete Yunxiao scripture. I also want to see how far you can take this Yunxiao scripture. With a flick of his sleeve, the final jade slip landed in front of Lin Yu. Thank you, sect master. Lin Yu suppressed his joy and accepted the jade slip containing the Yunxiao scripture. Golden light. The jade slip also radiated golden light and flew into Lin Yu's forehead. An old man sat before a 12-tiered jade tower, magnificent and dazzling with layers of celestial light, cascading down like divine realms. The Taoist master of Yunxiao, a renowned practitioner from 10,000 years ago, once comprehended the supreme celestial treasure in an ancient site grasping the true meaning of the 12 clouds. Once the Yunxiao scripture was released, though it was merely a divine-level method, it became famous for its astonishing 12-fold cultivation speed, hailed as the foremost divine cultivation method dazzling the past. The Yunxiao scripture. 12-fold cultivation speed. Lin Yu gazed at the annotations, unable to hide his shock. This technique was quite outrageous. Even after multiple enhancements, Lin Yu's Dao Understanding Flower only achieved a 9-fold cultivation speed. Yet this Yunxiao scripture boasted 12-fold. Wow! At the same time, the image in Lin Yu's sea of consciousness dissipated once again, absorbed by the tree of the Great Dao. The Dao Understanding Flower on the tree of the Great Dao radiated an exceptionally brilliant light. Layers of petals slowly unfolded in the flow of light, exactly 10 petals. Each petal was crystal clear, surrounded by auroras, and as they swayed, they dropped waves of Dao rhythm. Absorbing the astonishing past of the Yunxiao scripture, the Dao Understanding Flower bloomed. In that moment of blooming, lines of text appeared. Effects of the Dao Understanding Flower: 1. Cultivation speed increased 10-fold. 2. Comprehension enhanced 10-fold. 3. Cultivation can perfectly enter a state of enlightenment with enlightenment effects amplified 10-fold. 4. Below sacred level methods can achieve great success in an instant. Lin Yu was momentarily dumbfounded. To think that methods below sacred level could achieve great success instantly. Does this mean that as long as the level of the method does not exceed divine level, Lin Yu can directly cultivate to a state of great success? This ability is too against the heavens. This must be the qualitative change that occurred after the Dao Understanding Flower bloomed. Lin Yu stared in shock at the only blooming Dao Understanding Flower on the tree of the Great Dao. Mingxue, you have been practicing the Yunxiao scripture for nearly 20 years, so you should demonstrate it for Lin Yu and Ji Yanling. Zhou Junbai then looked at Fang Mingxue and said, yes. Fang Mingxue nodded, and as the power of her golden core flowed, a 7-layered jade tower gradually emerged above her head. As the 7-layered jade tower appeared, the great hall trembled. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn in by the 7-layered jade tower, pouring into Fang Mingxue's body. The essence of the Yunxiao Sutra lies in the meaning of Yunxiao evolving the heavenly palaces above, thereby enhancing the speed of cultivation. The 7-layer palace represents Mingxue, who has already cultivated the Yunxiao Sutra to the 7th level. During cultivation, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy can reach 7 times. Zhou Junbai began to explain the Yunxiao Sutra. 1 layer of the palace represents the completion of the 1st level. I can only attain the 3rd level with this first volume. Ji Yanling looked at her own method with a hint. In cultivation, one must avoid being overly ambitious. The limit of the Yunxiao Sutra is 12 levels. When perfected, one can achieve 12 times the cultivation speed. However, for you, reaching the 3rd level within a year is already considered fast. Your senior sister Mingxue also took 3 days to cultivate the 1st level. It took her another 3 years to reach the 3rd level. Now 20 years have passed and she has only reached the... Zhou Junbai said solemnly, then Master, have you ever reached the 12th level? Lin Yu asked curiously. To master the 12th level of the Yunxiao Sutra is not so easy. Upon hearing this, Zhou Junbai's eyes widened. Don't say that I am merely a discarded disciple of the inner sect. Even within the entire inner sect, those who can master the Yunxiao Sutra to perfection are few and far between. I do not possess high talent. Oh, back in the day, I spent half a month to reach the 1st level. Took me 80 years to achieve the 7th level. And it was only after several hundred years that I barely reached the 8th level. Zhou Junbai shook his head with a sigh. In terms of cultivation talent, Zhou Junbai was not particularly high, just slightly stronger than Song Qingfeng. The reason he became the master of the Yuntian Little Secret Realm was partly due to having connections in the inner sect, and partly due to years of cultivation that resulted in considerable strength. Is it really that difficult? Ji Yanling couldn't help but exclaim. The higher the level of the method, naturally the more difficult it becomes. Today you will be cultivating for the first time and I will personally guide you. Once you reach the 1st level, even if you have entered the door, you can comprehend it on your own. Now begin your... Zhou Junbai looked at Lin Yu and Ji Yanling with anticipation. Yes. Lin Yu and Ji Yanling exchanged glances and began to study the Yunxiao Sutra. But before long a layer of palace faintly appeared above Ji Yanling's head. The moment the palace emerged, the spiritual energy in the great hall surged wildly towards Ji Yanling. In less than a stick of incense you've cultivated the first level of the Yunxiao Sutra. Zhou Junbai's eyes lit up as he looked at the palace above Ji Yanling's head. Sister, your comprehension is so high, much higher than mine. Fang Mingxue also showed a look of surprise. Very good. Ji Yanling can reach the first level in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, which signifies a high level of compatibility between her and the Yunxiao Sutra. In the future she will definitely have the potential to cultivate the Yunxiao Sutra to the 9th or even the 10th level. Zhou Junbai clenched his fist, clearly surprised by Ji Yanling's extraordinary talent. However, Lin Yu, I originally thought that with his comprehension he would reach the first level faster than Ji Yanling. But now it seems that Lin Yu and the Yunxiao Sutra do not seem to be quite compatible. Zhou Junbai looked at Lin Yu, who showed no signs of movement, revealing a look of disappointment. The choice of a cultivation method for a cultivator is not simply about being higher. One must also consider compatibility with oneself. Junior brother Lin, with such remarkable talent, if the Yunxiao Sutra does not suit you, you can certainly choose another method. Fang Mingxue also shook her head with a sigh. Boom! At this moment Lin Yu's body suddenly trembled. Then a rhythm of Dao surged upwards, intertwining above his head. There is a reaction. Although Lin Yu's speed in cultivating the Yunxiao Sutra is not as fast as Ji Yanling's, it is still much faster than Mingxue. It was clearly visible as if it were substantial. First level perfected. So that's how it is. Lin Yu's cultivation speed is not slow. It was clearly visible as if it were substantial. First level perfected. So that's how it is. Lin Yu's cultivation speed is not slow. He has actually achieved perfection in the first level of the Yunxiao Sutra. Zhou Junbai looked at the palace above Lin Yu's head, then glanced at Ji Yanling's hazy palace, his eyes shining with brilliance. No, this is not the first level. At this moment Fang Mingxue couldn't help but exclaim. Boom! Above Lin Yu's head, a second layer of palace had already appeared. Heavens! In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, you've directly cultivated the second level of the Yunxiao Sutra to perfection. Such an achievement within the inner sect is indeed exceedingly rare. Even Zhou Junbai strong as he was looked at the second layer of palace above Lin Yu's head with a ghostly expression. Is this the level of comprehension of junior brother Lin? Fang Mingxue's heart trembled even more. But this was just the beginning. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous sounds echoed from Lin Yu's body, and then layer after layer of palace began to materialize. 3rd level, 4th level, 5th level, 12th level. In just the blink of an eye, the palace above Lin Yu's head reached the 12th level. Ding! As the 12th level palace emerged, a sound of Dao resonated throughout the heavens. The rhythm of Dao unfolded, resonating with the world. A tidal wave of spiritual energy surged in, flooding into Lin Yu's body like a divine nectar. Gulp! Zhou Junbai swallowed hard, unable to speak in shock. As he gazed at the 12th level palace above Lin Yu's head, Fang Mingxue was equally dumbfounded and horrified. Swish! Zhou Junbai raised his hand and rubbed his eyes vigorously, doubting whether he was seeing things. 12th level. The Yunxiao Sutra has reached perfection. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, you directly cultivated the Yunxiao Sutra to the state of perfection. Zhou Junbai stared blankly at Lin Yu, feeling as if his entire worldview had been overturned. There were hardly any who could cultivate the Yunxiao Sutra to perfection within the inner sect of the Xianluo sect. Which of them had not spent over 100 years in comprehension? But Lin Yu, in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, achieved perfection. Zhou Junbai couldn't even dream of such a thing. Boom! As the 12th level palace rose and fell, Lin Yu's body trembled again, and then a mighty and overwhelming aura erupted. Innate second layer. The 10-fold cultivation speed of the flower of enlightenment, coupled with the 12-fold speed of the completed Yunxiao Sutra, Lin Yu has ascended to the innate second layer realm in one fell swoop. As the Yunxiao Sutra continued to operate, Lin Yu persistently absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. So this is the innate second layer. Fang Mingxue looked at Lin Yu with bitterness. It took her over a month to progress from the innate first layer to the innate second layer. Yet Lin Yu achieved it in just one day. Moreover, with the Yunxiao Sutra reaching perfection, who knows how fast he will cultivate in the future. The gap will only grow wider. Mingxue, I thought this year's top student would still be you. But now it seems likely to change hands. Zhou Junbai exclaimed in shock. If someone had said he could cultivate from nothing to the Golden Core Realm in 6 months, Zhou Junbai would have slapped him in the face and told him to wake up. But if that person is Lin Yu, Zhou Junbai couldn't help but feel uncertain, lacking even the courage to question. Mingxue is looking forward to battling with her junior brother in 6 months. Fong Minx's eyes gleamed with a hint of excitement. Master, what else do we need to learn next? At this moment Lin Yu opened his eyes, dispersing the 12 layers of the Azure Palace above his head, looking at Zhou Junbai with anticipation. What else to learn? Zhou Junbai was initially taken aback, then completely flustered. His strongest technique, the Yunxiao Sutra, had been perfected by Lin Yu in the time it took to burn an incense stick. What else could he possibly teach Lin Yu? At that moment Zhou Junbai was horrified to find that he was utterly unable to teach the prized disciple he had been so eager to take. Right? What do we learn next? Lin Yu, in high spirits, eagerly asked. Zhou Junbai's face turned red upon hearing this. He couldn't very well tell Lin Yu that he had already graduated and he could no longer teach him, could he? Lin Yu. Haste makes waste. Since you have already perfected the Yunxiao Sutra, why not go check out Lu Xian's side? Lu Xian's 9 Heavens Sword technique is also a divine-level method perfect for you to learn a combat technique. Especially one of its forms, the 9 Mysterious Divine Sword technique, is extremely powerful. Zhou Junbai spoke somewhat sheepishly. Go find Lu Xian, the deputy sect master, now. Lin Yu was taken aback. Lu Xian's 9 Heavens Sword technique is one of the strongest defensive arts among divine techniques. Zhou Junbai nodded repeatedly. Then I will go to deputy sect master Lu Xian right away. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, quickly stood up and took his leave. Lin Yu, how is it? Did Zhou Junbai pass the Yunxiao Sutra to you? Just after Lin Yu left, the Master Peak Lu Daoxian sent a message to Lin Yu. Lu Daoxian was not worried about Lin Yu's alchemy skills. However, he feared that Zhou Junbai might be hiding things from Lin Yu since he was guiding him along with the other 7 peaks. I am currently heading to Deputy Sect Master Lu Xian. Lin Yu quickly replied. You're leaving Yuntian Peak just like that? I knew it. That scoundrel Zhou Junbai would hide things. How long has it been since you left? What could you possibly learn? I will ask that old fool Zhou Junbai right now. Upon hearing that Lin Yu had already left Yuntian Peak, Lu Daoxuan's eyes turned red with anger. The Yunxiao Sutra is a divine-level method. In such a short time, what could he learn? It was as if Zhou Junbai had tossed the Yunxiao Sutra to Lin Yu without teaching him anything and just let him leave. Zhou Junbai, can we have some dignity? We agreed to teach Lin Yu together from the 7 peaks. If you are so irresponsible, don't teach him at all. I will find someone else to teach him. Lu Daoxian directly sent a flurry of messages to Zhou Junbai. Listening to the furious voice from the communication jade slip, Zhou Junbai was immediately amused. You tell me, how am I not serious? I haven't had the chance to teach him. He has already perfected the Yunxiao Sutra at the 12th layer. Come, take the Yunxiao Sutra and teach him yourself. Zhou Junbai was also furious. What nonsense! Lu Daoxuan, listening to Zhou Junbai's words, was similarly stunned. No chance to teach. 12th layer perfected. Zhou Junbai, are you pulling my leg? Lu Daoxian was dumbfounded. Pulling your leg is your son. Zhou Junbai said, directly ending the communication. Ha ha ha. Lu Daoxuan, forcibly cut off by Zhou Junbai, was as happy as a child in his Lin Shitty. Lin Yu soon arrived at the Sword Sky Peak of Deputy Sect Master Lu Xian, and many disciples showed a curious expression upon seeing him. Dear brothers and juniors, I come here at the behest of the Sect Master to learn the swordsmanship from the Deputy Sect Master. I wonder which brother can lead the way. Lin Yu said with a smile. I will lead you. An ordinary disciple from Sword Sky Peak immediately ran over. Leading Lin Yu, if he is lucky enough to become Lin Yu's follower, it would be a leap to greatness. Thank you, senior, Lin Yu said with a smile. You flatter me. Just call me junior brother. The leading disciple waved his hands repeatedly, saying, My name is Su Han, you can just call me Su Shitty. Then I will trouble you, Su Shitty. Lin Yu smiled and did not mind. Follow me, Lin Shixiao. Deputy Sect Master should be at the Sword Chi water pool guiding several senior brothers in their sword training. I will take you there right away. Su Han said seriously while leading Lin Yu. All right. Lin Yu nodded and followed Su Han towards the mountain top. The two crossed the mountain and entered a valley. Boom! Just as they entered the valley, Lin Yu saw a waterfall cascading down from above the cliff. It produced a deafening sound. Beneath the waterfall was a pool of water. At this moment, sword lights crisscrossed above the pool, emitting bursts of sound as if cutting through the air. Lin Yu glanced over and saw a group of disciples standing in the water, forming sword seals with their hands controlling flying swords. Look at you. How many times have I taught you? When controlling the sword, one must merge spirit with sword to achieve the unity of man and sword. With your sword control skills, you won't just kill the enemy, your own people will be scared to death by you. And you who can't even control one sword want to control two. Why don't you fly to the sky? Why are you laughing? What are you laughing at? Do you think your sword control is impressive? Look at yourself, your sword flies 30 yards and 70% of your spiritual energy dissipates. Don't learn sword control, just swing your sword, it would be more powerful. Lu Xian stood in the air, her brows furrowed and eyes wide open. Every disciple she pointed out turned red-faced. Lin Yu looked at Lu Xian's stern demeanor and his expression became peculiar. He never expected that although Lu Xian was stunningly beautiful, she had such a fiery temper when guiding her disciples. Disciple Lin Yu pays respects to sect Master Lu. Lin Yu flew forward and bowed to Lu Xian. Lin Yu, Zhou Junbai let you come over just like that. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Lu Xian's anger instantly dissipated, replaced by a bright smile. The sect leader said that my understanding of the Yunxiao Sutra is nearly complete, and asked me to come and learn the Zhouxiao Sword Sutra. Lin Yu said earnestly. You want to learn the Zhouxiao Sword Sutra right away? Do you think you can handle it? To learn the Zhouxiao Sword Sutra, one must first master sword control. You must know that every disciple from the vice sect leader's peak has studied sword control for over a year. Don't even talk about learning the Zhouxiao Sword Sutra. Even sword control is fraught with mistakes. Lin Yu, Zhou Junbai knows nothing about swordsmanship. We shouldn't listen to him. Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh. The sect leader doesn't understand swordsmanship. Lin Yu was taken aback. Yes, the sect leader practices fist techniques. While he can manage to wield a weapon, his swordsmanship is still inferior to that of the disciples under me. If you want to learn the Zhouxiao Sword Sutra, you must start with sword control. Lu Xian said patiently. That makes sense. Lin Yu nodded. He understood the principle of gradual progress. Lin Yu, did you bring your sword? Lu Xian glanced at the sword sheath on Lin Yu's back. Of course I brought it. Boom. Lin Yu removed the reverse celestial sword sheath from his back, and with a casual slap the sheath opened, revealing 13 exquisite long swords inserted within. Each long sword shimmered with a cold light. It's over. Lin Shidi is going to be scolded. Yes, the vice sect leader hates disciples who try to do too much at once. Usually we are only allowed to bring one sword, and Lin Shidi actually brought 13. Many disciples looked at the 13 swords in the sheath holding their foreheads. What fine swords! However, to the disciples' surprise, Lu Xian not only did not scold Lin Yu, but instead looked at the 13 reverse celestial swords with bright eyes, clearly impressed. The materials used to forge these swords are ordinary worldly items, but they have been enhanced in an extraordinarily clever way. This is a mystical treasure crafted using worldly methods. Lu Xian recognized the extraordinary nature of the reverse celestial 13 swords and exclaimed in admiration. At that moment she flicked her jade finger lightly on one of the long swords, and a sharp sword sound echoed in all directions. Lu Xian closed her eyes and listened intently. After a moment she opened her eyes again, unable to conceal her astonishment. The materials required for forging the sword are perfectly fused. The sound of the sword is like tearing silk, and the sword's aura is like cold frost. Just one sword is sufficient to reach the golden core realm. If 13 swords are controlled simultaneously, it would not be impossible to use them in the nascent soul stage. Lu Xian showed no restraint in her admiration for the reverse celestial 13 swords. I am lucky to have obtained this sword sheath, Lin Yu said with a smile. Indeed. Lin Yu, I will teach you sword control right now. Lu Xian returned her focus to Lin Yu and said seriously, the way of sword control emphasizes using qi to control the sword and merging one's spirit with the sword. You must master the way of sword control before you can further your studies. Lu Xian continued, using qi to control the sword, merging spirit with the sword. Lin Yu pondered over these 8 character truths. Exactly. Sword control may seem simple encapsulated in these 8 words, but mastering it is extremely difficult. For instance, Lu Yang has been studying sword control for 3 years, yet has not achieved mastery with a single sword. Lu Xian pointed to a foundation establishment disciple in the distance, causing him to turn beet red in embarrassment. Vice sect leader. Did you not say that reaching this level after 3 years of training is already considered a genius? Lu Yang said, gathering his courage. Do you dare to retort? Lu Xian shot him a glare, and Lu Yang immediately fell silent. What does it mean to have mastered sword control with a single sword? Lin Yu pondered. Lin Yu, do you see that stone tablet on the waterfall? Lu Xian pointed at the source of the waterfall. I see it. Lin Yu looked up and indeed saw a stone tablet covered in sword marks at the source of the waterfall. The stone tablet was not very tall, and if it weren't for a cultivator's keen eyesight it would be hard to see. If you can control the sword to ascend against the waterfall's flow, and carve a character on that stone tablet, that means you have mastered sword control with a single sword. Lu Xian said seriously. Carving a character means mastery. Isn't that just splitting the stone tablet? Lin Yu asked in confusion. Of course not. The highest realm of sword control is to wield the sword as an extension of oneself, lifting it effortlessly. To unleash a sword technique with devastating power is easy, all you need is sufficient cultivation. In reality, controlling the sword's power with precision, taking an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away, without harming a blade of grass, is what truly constitutes mastery. Lu Xian explained patiently. To wield it lightly is the key to mastery. Lin Yu nodded in understanding. Lin Yu, you were born with a sword physique and innate talent for swordsmanship, so that's needless to say. Today, as long as you can control this sword, it will count as your entry into the field. Lu Xian said with anticipation. I will give it a try. Lin Yu closed his eyes in contemplation. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and lightly pointed at one of the long swords. Whoosh! With just a point, the long sword soared into the air, darting through the air, at will following the movement of Lin Yu's fingertip. No way! He controlled the sword just like that. And he can maneuver the long sword freely. The disciples present stared in disbelief. Even Lu Xian was taken aback, her eyes sparkling with sword light. It is said that this boy practices divine abilities, learning not techniques but the true essence, and it turns out to be true. He is simply born for the sword. Lu Xian exclaimed. Go! Lin Yu pointed at the waterfall with the sword dancing in sync with his fingertip. The long sword trembled slightly and flew into the waterfall, swimming against the current. The waterfall cascaded down, crashing against the sword, trying to alter its direction of control. But it was utterly useless. Lin Yu's fingertip quivered slightly, and the long sword flew out of the waterfall like a fish rushing toward the stone tablet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a wave of Lin Yu's fingertip, the long sword carved a character onto the stone tablet. Come back! Whoosh! With another wave of his finger, the long sword returned through the air, landing precisely in the sheath. Heavens! Did he just master sword control with a single sword? How is that possible? Could it be that today the waterfall's current is gentler than usual? Everyone was shocked, staring at Lin Yu, while some disciples tried to control their swords to charge into the waterfall, wanting to ascend against the current. Bang, bang, bang. But soon the sound of quaking echoed. The long swords that rushed into the waterfall were scattered and fell into the pool below. Vice Sect Leader. Does this count as mastering sword control with a single sword? Lin Yu asked Lu Xian, who was already stunned next to him. Of course it counts. Lu Xian looked at Lin Yu strangely and nodded earnestly. Then can I learn the Zhouxiao Sword Sutra now? Lin Yu asked eagerly. Not yet. To learn the Zhouxiao Sword Sutra, you must be able to control at least 9 swords at once. Lu Xian said. All right. Whoosh. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu gently beckoned to the reverse celestial 13 swords. To everyone's astonishment, the 13 swords rose into the air simultaneously. 13 swords? Is that possible? Lin Yu wouldn't be trying to control 13 swords at once, would he? The 13 swords of reverse immortal rose into the air, simultaneously swirling around Lin Yu, soaring up and down. All the disciples watching displayed expressions of disbelief. Lu Xian's beautiful eyes widened, her breath quickening. Go, Shuface. The 13 swords of reverse immortal soared through the air, Lin Yu pointing with his fingers. Within Lin Yu, innate qi surged endlessly, the power of his soul vibrating outward. The 13 swords of reverse immortal broke through the air, in an instant rushing into the waterfall swimming upstream. Splashing water. Where the sword light reached, the cascading waters of the waterfall were dispelled by the sword energy. The 13 swords glided like fish swimming against the waters of the waterfall to the stone tablet. Swish, swish, swish. As Lin Yu's fingers danced, the 13 swords of reverse immortal trembled, carving large characters into the stone tablet. To kill one person in 10 steps, leaving no trace in 1,000 miles. Once the matter is resolved, one can leave quietly, concealing both body and name. As Lin Yu waved his hand, fragments of stone flew, and each ironclad character emerged. Every character contained a flow of sword intent. As 20 characters were inscribed, an overwhelming sword intent surged into the heavens. To kill one person in 10 steps, leaving no trace in 1,000 miles. Once the matter is resolved, one can leave quietly, concealing both body and name. From afar, Lu Xian gazed at the stone tablet where Lin Yu had inscribed 2 lines of poetry, her beautiful eyes reflecting sword light. To control 13 swords simultaneously with perfect coordination and order. How is that even possible? How could anyone master sword control to such an extent in such a short time? The disciples present were completely dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Swish, swish, swish. In shock, the 13 swords of reverse immortal had already flown back, inserting themselves into the sword box. Deputy Sect Leader, can the 9 Heavens Sword Classic be learned by disciples now? Lin Yu stood beside Lu Xian, shyly speaking up. Hearing this, many disciples twitched at the corners of their mouths. I feel like junior brother Lin is just showing off, but I have no evidence. I really feel like he has dazzled us. Many disciples looked at Lin Yu with strange expressions. It's barely possible to learn. Lu Xian was inwardly shocked but still had to maintain a casual demeanor. Otherwise, where would her authority as a teacher be? Please guide me, deputy sect leader. Lin Yu's eyes brightened. I will teach you right away. Lu Xian flipped her delicate hand and a jade slip appeared in her palm. The Nine Heavens Sword Classic, along with the experiences and insights I have gained over the years, are all contained within. Lu Xian handed the jade slip to Lin Yu. Lin Yu quickly took the jade slip. Buzz buzz buzz. As the jade slip entered his hand, it emitted a faint golden light flying into Lin Yu's forehead. Then a scene emerged. An old man with one arm stood atop a magnificent mountain, observing the operation of the heavenly Dao to comprehend the Sword Dao. At the moment the sword was formed, the old man waved his hand, and a vast river of sword energy descended from the heavens, as if to level the universe. The Nine Heavens Sword Classic, created by the Nine Heavens Sword Immortal. The Nine Heavens Sword Immortal, possessing the Nine Heavens Sword Body and innate Nine Heavens Sword intent, once comprehended the heavenly Dao at the Sword Mountain, understanding the Dao through the heavenly principles, and thus created the Nine Heavens Sword Classic. With the emergence of the Nine Heavens Sword Classic, it can refine countless sword intents, forging the sword energy. Though it is merely a divine grade method, it has the foundation of an immortal grade technique and is hailed as one of the most promising sword techniques of the age, truly stunning the past. A divine grade method, yet with an immortal grade foundation. Lin Yu's heart trembled. Splashing water. Before Lin Yu could ponder further, the scene dissipated, absorbed by the tree of the Great Dao. On the tree of the Great Dao, the flowers of physical constitution body and the flowers of Sword Dao swayed continuously. As the flowers of physical constitution and body swayed, their petals grew at an astonishing speed. Effect of the flowers of physical constitution and body. 1. Even without cultivation, one's cultivation level increases at an astonishing rate. 2. The purity of innate qi within is tripled. 3. The nourishing effect of innate qi on the body is doubled. 4. The nourishing effect of innate qi on the soul is doubled. 5. The innate qi inherently possesses the power of the Nine Heavens. As the flowers of physical constitution and body improved, the innate qi within Lin Yu was once again compressed and purified. The innate qi within Lin Yu was circulating tirelessly in the manner of the Yunshao Classic, nourishing Lin Yu's body, strengthening Lin Yu's soul. The innate qi body and soul within Lin Yu were constantly enhancing. Splashing water. As the flowers of Sword Dao trembled, they too grew stronger, each petal resembling a twisted long sword. With the absorption of the Nine Heavens Sword Classic, stunning past, the effect of the flowers of Sword Dao was enhanced. Effect of the flowers of Sword Dao. 1. Understanding of any Sword Dao is increased sixfold. 2. Any sword technique can be enhanced with extreme cold sword intent and blazing sword intent. 3. Any sword technique can be enhanced with thunder and flame sword intent, doubling the power of sword techniques of the thunder attribute. 4. When performing sword techniques, the reverse immortal sword intent can be added, doubling the power. 5. All sword intents comprehended can be transformed into the sword energy Dao. After the enhancement of the flowers of Sword Dao, a new ability was directly added, allowing sword intent to transform into the sword energy Dao. Lin Yu. The Nine Heavens Sword Classic is a divine technique focused on the true essence of Sword Dao. I will guide you once. Lu Xian, looking at Lin Yu, who was examining the Nine Heavens Sword Classic, spoke seriously. In Lu Xian's heart, no matter how talented Lin Yu was, this was his first time practicing the Nine Heavens Sword Classic. It would be difficult to fully comprehend. Just moments ago, she had been frightened by Lin Yu. She had to seize the opportunity to reestablish her authority as deputy sect leader. Lin Yu. The Nine Heavens Sword Classic is not a complete sword technique in itself. The Nine Heavens Sword Immortal, who created the Nine Heavens Sword Classic, could manifest 9 types of sword intent, evolving into 9 levels of sword energy. Dao. Thus, the Nine Heavens Sword Classic has a total of 9 levels. Each level corresponds to the mastery of one type of sword energy Dao. Even the formidable Nine Heavens Sword Immortal from back then only managed to cultivate the 9 levels of sword energy Dao, which was considered the limit. However, theoretically, according to our understanding of the Nine Heavens Sword Classic, this limit of 9 levels can be broken. It's just that no one has been able to achieve it. I have personally cultivated the Nine Heavens Sword Classic for hundreds of years, and have only managed to cultivate 7 levels of sword energy Dao. This 7 levels of sword energy Dao grants me the power of the 7th level of Golden Core, allowing me to contend against Zhou Junbai, who is half a step into the nascent soul realm. Deputy Master Lu Xian is actually going to personally demonstrate the Nine Heavens Sword Classic. This is a great opportunity. Although we are certainly not qualified to learn the Nine Heavens Sword Classic, seeing the Deputy Master demonstrate it is still an immense fortune. The disciples present widened their eyes, watching intently. Whoosh! Deputy Master Lu Xian lightly tapped a small sword with her jade finger, and the water-blue small sword immediately soared into the air. Boom! The small sword, only the size of a thumb, transformed in an instant into a river of sword energy, hanging upside down in the sky like a celestial river. As the sword energy river surged, it was as if a sword from a great river descended from the heavens. The sword intent within surged like the rolling waters of a mighty river, continuous and boundless. Once it fell, it could likely flatten all in its path. This sword is the sword energy path of water. Endless spiritual energy within unyielding sword energy. Whoosh! As Lu Xian spoke, her jade finger pointed again, and a completely golden small sword had already soared into the air. Clang! Clang! This time, the sound of the sword resounded through the heavens. With just one sword, an infinite sharp sword light surged and transformed into a golden river of sword energy. This sword is the sword energy path of gold. Unparalleled sharpness, nothing can withstand it. Whoosh! Each time Lu Xian pointed, a small sword would fly out, traversing the sky and evolving into a sword energy path. In just a brief moment, 7 rivers of sword energy hung in the air, continuously surging. Water attribute, gold attribute, fire attribute, earth attribute. Each sword represented a different sword energy path, containing completely different characteristics, each one suspended in the air, exuding a destructive aura. Is this the 9 Heavens sword classic? Transforming swords into paths overshadowing the world. Once it falls, who can withstand it? This is the power of the golden core, the might of divine skill. Moreover, the Deputy Master has only cultivated 7 types of sword energy paths. If she were to cultivate 9, or even break through the 9-fold limit, how powerful would that be? The disciples present stared in shock at the 7 layers of sword energy paths, their gazes towards Lu Xian filled with admiration. Lin Yu was also mesmerized, his heart racing. The 7 rivers of sword energy were truly magnificent. Any one of them falling could likely flatten 1,000 miles of territory. This is the power of the golden core. Whoosh! With a wave of Lu Xian's jade hand, the 7 rivers of sword energy dispersed, transforming back into 7 small swords that flew back into Lu Xian's palm. They tumbled up and down like swimming fish. Lin Yu, what do you think of my 7 swords combined? Seeing Lin Yu's astonished expression, Lu Xian felt a surge of joy. This display would definitely help her regain face and establish a grand image in Lin Yu's mind. So powerful. I wonder when I as a disciple will possess such great power. Lin Yu said, Lin Yu, there is no need for you to be shocked. With your talent, after practicing for a few decades, you should be able to reach my level. Now first comprehend the 9 Heavens sword classic. As long as you can turn one true sword path intent into a sword energy path, that would mean you have entered the door. Practice diligently in the future, and you will surpass me sooner or later. Lu Xian said earnestly. Yes, then I will give it a try right now. Lin Yu revealed an eager expression. Whoosh! Lin Yu gently pointed at the reverse immortal sword box, and a reverse immortal sword soared out like a swimming dragon. Buzz! As the reverse immortal sword flew out, it shone brightly, and faintly the sword intent of water flowed within it. This originally confident Lu Xian, looking at the flowing water sword intent on the reverse immortal sword, felt a wave of bitterness in her heart. Did you just comprehend the water sword intent? A sense of defeat arose in Lu Xian's heart. Back when she practiced the 9 Heavens sword classic, it took her 3 months to cultivate a single sword intent. Splash! The reverse immortal sword trembled, gently transforming into a river of sword energy. Although the sword energy river Lin Yu manifested could only be considered a small stream compared to Lu Xian's, it was a true manifestation of a sword energy path. This? You mean to say you've already cultivated the water sword energy path? Lu Xian was almost stunned. The disciples present were equally dumbfounded. Whoosh! But this was just the beginning. With a series of taps from Lin Yu's fingertips, one reverse immortal sword, after another sword into the sky, then transformed into rivers of sword energy that span the air. Water sword energy path. Fire sword energy path. Earth sword energy path. In just the blink of an eye, the sword energy paths Lu Xian had just demonstrated were being replicated by Lin Yu, spanning the air. Lu Xian was almost scared into fainting. She had only demonstrated it once, and Lin Yu had learned it all. How could that be possible? The 7 layers of sword energy paths had taken her hundreds of years to learn. Could it be that her hundreds of years of achievements were effortlessly grasped by someone else? Whoosh! In her shock, another reverse immortal sword flew out. The 8th layer of sword energy path hovered high. Then the 9th sword energy path, like flowing water, was also manifested by Lin Yu. 9 layers. Great achievement. You mean to say you have cultivated the 9 Heavens sword classic to the level of great achievement? Lu Xian truly felt she was going crazy. Since its inception, the Nine Heavens Sword Classic had not been cultivated to the great achievement level by anyone other than its founder, the Nine Heavens Sword Immortal. As far as Lu Xian knew, since its inception, the Nine Heavens Sword Classic had not been cultivated to the great achievement level by anyone other than its founder, the Nine Heavens Sword Immortal. As far as Lu Xian, that old man Zhou Junbai sent Lin Yu over so soon. Could it be that Lin Yu has already cultivated the Yunxiao Classic to great achievement? It must be like that. Damn Zhou Junbai, why didn't he give a heads up? I just bragged about the 7 layers of sword energy paths in front of Lin Yu. Where do I put my face now? Lu Xian gritted her silver teeth slightly. However, Lu Xian soon could no longer feel angry. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Lin Yu manifested the 9 layers of sword energy paths, he didn't stop but summoned another reverse immortal sword. Time Sword Energy Path. Scorching Sword Energy Path. Thunder Sword Energy Path. Reverse Immortal Sword Energy Path. In just the blink of an eye, 4 more layers of sword energy paths were manifested by Lin Yu on top of the 9 layers spanning the air. The long-standing limit of the 9 layers of sword energy paths was directly shattered by Lin Yu. The 13th layer of Sword Chi Path. This surpasses the Vice Sect Master by nearly double. In that moment, no one present could remain calm. It is said that the 9 Heavens Sword Classic, though a divine artifact, possesses the potential of a celestial one. Yet for years no one has managed to achieve the 9th layer, let alone break the limits. But now it has been realized in Lin Yu's hands. The 13th layer of Sword Chi Path. The 9 Heavens Sword Classic is no longer merely a divine artifact, but has reached the level of a sacred one, wouldn't you agree? Lu Xian felt a tremor in her heart, overwhelmed by the impulse to follow Lin Yu and learn the sword path. Lu Xian's mind was racing with thoughts. Such sword talent is no longer something an outer sect could nurture. If Lin Yu were to directly enter the inner sect now, he would surely become a disciple that all the inner sect elders would fight over. With a casual wave, Lin Yu dissipated the 13th layer of Sword Chi Path, and the reverse immortal 13 swords flew back into the sword box. Very powerful. However, simultaneously deploying 13 types of sword chi is highly taxing. In just this brief moment, it consumed 30% of my innate power. Feeling the astonishing consumption of innate energy within him, Lin Yu was quite shocked. His innate energy, augmented by the flower of constitution, had a purity 3 times that of an ordinary innate cultivator. Even so, Lin Yu estimated that he could use the 13th layer of sword chi at most 3 times. A cultivator at the same realm would be drained after a single strike. My sword chi path is fundamentally incomparable to the sword chi path of Vice Sect Master Lu Xian. It is a result of the difference in cultivation levels. Recalling the might of Lu Xian, when she deployed the sword chi path heightened Lin Yu's desire for cultivation. You're quite remarkable, having cultivated the 13th layer of sword chi path. Lu Xian looked at Lin Yu, hesitated for a moment, but still maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Just quite remarkable. Vice Sect Master, are you under the influence of Lin Yu's discouragement? This has broken the limits of the 9 Heavens Sword Classic. How can it be just quite remarkable? The disciples present couldn't help but twitch their mouths, their expressions peculiar. I understand. I'm merely at the threshold and need to practice diligently. Lin Yu spoke seriously. Indeed. Lin Yu, you've consumed quite a lot today. Why not return and rest for a while? Lu Xian tentatively suggested. I also think I should return to consolidate my cultivation. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, saying, I'll come back. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian became anxious. Come back tomorrow. This is unacceptable. You have already directly achieved major success with the 9 Heavens Sword Classic. What shall I teach you when you return tomorrow? Lin Yu, you're thinking too small. Your talent is exceptional and your speed in practicing the sword path is impressive, but you can't just hang on one tree. You're still young and should develop in multiple aspects. Lu Xian spoke earnestly. What does the Vice Sect Master mean by this? Aren't you always guiding us to progress step by step to master one skill thoroughly and to avoid being half-hearted? How is what you teach Lin Shixiang different from what you teach us? Many disciples found it increasingly strange. Vice Sect Master, your teachings are indeed rigorous. Lin Yu suddenly realized. Right? Look, Vice Sect Master Wang is the strongest artifact refiner among us, reaching the highest level. Aren't you quite talented in alchemy? There are many similarities between the paths of alchemy and artifact refining. You can learn from Vice Sect Master Wang about the path of artifact refinement. Moreover, Elder Dooley is a master of spear techniques, possessing divine spear techniques. Lin Yu, there is so much you can learn, don't confine yourself to the sword path. Lu Xian urged sincerely. I understand. Then I will rest for a day and go to Vice Sect Master Wang tomorrow to learn the path of artifact refining. Lin Yu spoke earnestly. Go ahead. Remember to take care of your rest. Cultivation requires balance, so don't be too hasty. Lu Xian quickly saw Lin Yu off personally from the vice sect master's peak. Oh, earlier I thought those disciples were like mud that couldn't be molded and teaching them was too laborious. Who knew that now encountering someone like Lin Yu would make my heart even more tired? Lu Xian watched Lin Yu leave, letting out a long sigh, feeling that this was the hardest day since she took on the role of vice sect master. No, I need to notify vice sect master Wang in advance. Otherwise, if Lin Yu goes straight over tomorrow, vice sect master Wang might also be embarrassed. While talking to herself, Lu Xian directly sent a message to vice sect master Wang. Wang Chengkong, Lin Yu will come tomorrow to learn artifact refining from you. Remember, use all your means. You have no idea how fast Lin Yu learns. Vice sect master Lu Yu jest. There are no shortcuts in artifact refining. No matter how fast you learn, you still have to proceed step by step. Wang Chengkong chuckled in disbelief. Believe it or not, that's up to you. Lu Xian finished speaking and ignored Wang Chengkong. Lin Shixiang, the spiritual herbs you requested have been brought back. As Lin Yu returned to his courtyard, Tian Chi Yao came out to greet him. On the table in the hall, there were various spiritual herbs laid out. Not only that, the once desolate medicinal field at the entrance of the cave has now been tended to. Well done. Lin Yu smiled, casually taking out a chi-nourishing pill and a spirit stone, handing them to Tian Chi Yao. Go practice by yourself. They'll call you if something comes up. After Lin Yu spoke, he gathered the materials on the table and went to the alchemy room. Is this a chi-nourishing pill? Is it a 4-pattern chi-nourishing pill? Tian Chi Yao revealed a look of shock after just a glance. After returning to the alchemy room, Lin Yu immediately sat cross-legged, planning to refine a batch of yellow-grade vitality pills. The effects of vitality pills are similar to chi-nourishing pills. However, vitality pills are yellow-grade elixirs and their efficacy far exceeds that of chi-nourishing pills. Control the fire. Melt the medicinal properties. Refine the pills. Form the pills. To Lin Yu's delight, the whole process went even smoother than he had imagined, and saying it was seamless would not be an exaggeration. In less than 2 hours, a batch of vitality pills had already been refined by Lin Yu. Still, it was the limit of 12 pills, but the pill patterns only had 3. Lin Yu looked at the 12 warm 3-pattern vitality pills in his hand. His brow involuntarily strange. I refined the Yuanshidan Vital Qi pill, exactly as I did the Xingqidan circulation pill, without any mistakes. So why does the finished pill lack 1 Dan mark? Lin Yu spoke with humility. Speak. Lu Daoxian received the message and felt a surge of pride. Vice branch leaders and sect masters taught little before Lin Yu. Lin Yu spoke with humility. Speak. Lu Daoxian received the message and felt a surge of pride. Vice branch leaders and sect masters taught little before Lin Yu. He fancied himself different, but he considered himself unlike the others. Lin Yu still had much to learn about pill refinement and wished to consult him. Elder Lu, I have just refined a furnace of Yuanshidan. Whether in the control of the flame or the handling of details, it was as perfect as when I made the Xingqidan, yet the Yuanshidan came out with 1 fewer Dan mark. Lin Yu asked in bewilderment. What? Say it again. How many Dan marks did the Yuanshidan you refined have? Lu Daoxuan, who had been quietly pleased and a little smug, felt his spirits sink at Lin Yu's words. 3 Dan marks. Lin Yu stated it as if it were obvious. 3 Dan marks. Hearing that, Lu Daoxian fell silent. Yesterday had been Lin Yu's first time refining pills. Today, he could already produce yellow-grade Yuanshidan, and with 3 Dan marks at that. To be sure, as a low-grade alchemist, Lu Daoxian himself had only once managed to produce a 3 Dan mark pill. Yet Lin Yu not only produced them, he seemed unsatisfied with the result. So you made Yuanshidan with 3 Dan marks and still aren't satisfied? Lu Daoxian ground his teeth. He suspected Lin Yu was deliberately trying to undermine him, but he had no proof. Yes, I believe I should be able to refine Yuanshidan with 4 Dan marks. Lin Yu said earnestly. Lu Daoxian was nearly speechless. You think you can will a 4 Dan mark pill into existence? Do you suppose the appearance of Dan marks answers to your command? Please instruct me, teacher. Before Lu Daoxian could recover, Lin Yu asked again. Lu Daoxian was embarrassed. How could he possibly answer? If he knew how to produce a 4 Dan mark pill, would he not have done so already? Yet he could not simply confess to Lin Yu, I do not know the answer. Not only could he not answer, he could scarcely produce 3 Dan marks himself. Where then was the dignity of a teacher? Where was his face? Lin Yu, a fine question. Lu Daoxian said with feeling. Throughout history, discovering how to produce more Dan marks has been the ultimate goal of every alchemist. Lin Yu nodded. But Lin Yu, you must understand the path of pill refinement is arduous and long. First and foremost, you must learn to think for yourself. First, recall the steps you used to refine the Yuanshidan, and see if you can find where the problem truly lies, Lu Daoxian said enigmatically. Where is the problem? Lin Yu frowned and began to carefully review his refining process. The control of the flame was certainly flawless. Confident in the flower of Dan Dao's fire control techniques, Lin Yu was sure it was not the flame. When dissolving the herbs, my hand seals were executed perfectly. That should not be an issue either. The melding of the ingredients was also perfect, and forming the pill goes without saying. Lin Yu replayed the process in his mind but could not find the crucial fault. No! A flash of insight struck Lin Yu, and he reached into the alchemical furnace to scoop up a handful of Dan ash. Dan ash, the residue left after the medicinal potency, has been drawn from the spirit herbs. Holding the ash to his nose, he breathed in and his eyes suddenly brightened. Right? The ash still carries the herb's aroma. That means my extraction of the medicinal potency was not perfect. Could this be why my Yuanqi Dan only had 3 Dan marks? Lin Yu mused. Lu Daoxian was moved by the thought as well. Dan ash. Could Lin Yu really discern residual potency from the ash? But that can't be right, he protested inwardly. I followed the Dan formula's prescribed heat exactly. It should have allowed me to extract the herb's potency completely. Lin Yu frowned. Why do alchemists rely on Dan formulas? A complete Dan formula not only lists the necessary ingredients but also instructs each step and the precise control of the Dan fire. These instructions are the product of centuries of alchemists' verification. Indeed, one might say that if an alchemist makes no mistakes in following them, the refinement will not fail. A busted furnace is the result of an alchemist's lack of skill. With that in mind, Lin Yu composed himself, transformed his qi into flame, and began tempering the Dan ash according to the formula's prescribed heat. No matter how he tempered it, the remaining potency in the ash could not be extracted. I see now. With that particular heat, it is impossible to perfectly draw out the herb's potency. Lin Yu's eyes flashed. Elder Lu, the Dan formula is flawed, he declared gravely to Lu Daoxian. The formula is flawed. Lu Daoxian's mouth twitched. Lin Yu, you must know that this Yuanqi Dan formula has been handed down for who knows how long. No one has ever suggested the formula might be wrong, Lu Daoxian said with restraint. After all, Lin Yu was questioning the venerable formula itself. One should understand that any Dan formula which endures through the ages must carry its own authority. Elder Lu, wait a moment. Lin Yu ended the transmission, prepared another furnace of materials, and began refining once more. This time he did not adhere rigidly to the formula. Instead, he relied on his ability to recognize herbs by scent, attending to each spirit herb's potency and adjusting the heat himself. He worked noticeably slower than before. Yet, at the moment the pills formed, his gaze sharpened. 12 Yuanqi Dan appeared, everyone uniformly bearing 4 Dan marks. Elder Lu, the formula truly has a flaw. Lin Yu contacted Lu Daoxian again. Is it really flawed? Lu Daoxian grew unsettled. Your disciple has just refined Yuanqi Dan with 4 Dan marks. Lin Yu said solemnly. Did you alter the formula? Lu Daoxian's heart skipped a beat. Yes, I adjusted the control of the heat, Lin Yu replied with gravity. May I see the formula you claim to have altered? Lu Daoxian hesitated. Of course you may. Without further words, Lin Yu sent the revised Dan formula to Lu Daoxian. Lu Daoxian received the prescription Lin Yu had sent and compared it with the original recipe for the Yuanqi Dan Yuanqi pill. The disparity in heat control was striking. Lu Daoxian studied the formulas with mounting unease. Heat regulation is vital to an elixir. A single misstep could ruin the furnace entirely. If the furnace explodes, so be it, he muttered. I have blasted furnaces before. Still wondering if Lin Yu might be right, Lu Daoxian gritted his teeth, took out a Yuanqi Dan recipe, and kindled the furnace. As soon as he began, astonishment crossed his face. Lin Yu's revised prescription was remarkably intuitive. Merely drawing out the medicinal potency proceeded far more smoothly than before. Yuanqi Dan, Lu Daoxian had refined many, yet this time it went unusually well. The pill coalesced and formed in one seamless flow. The exhilaration was unlike anything he had ever felt. The moment the pill finished, Lu Daoxian could hardly contain himself as he retrieved it. 12 pills at the limit, 3 Dan marks. When he saw that a single furnace had produced 12 pills at the maximum yield, and that they all bore 3 Dan marks, he was utterly stunned. He was after all an earth-grade alchemist. In refining Yuanqi Dan, even a dozen furnaces might not yield a single 3 Dan mark. Yet with Lin Yu's improved formula, it happened immediately. Coincidence? He told himself. It must be coincidence. The Yuanqi Dan has endured through the ages. How could there be an issue? Unconvinced, Lu Daoxian relit the furnace and refined again. Furnace after furnace of Yuanqi Dan emerged under Lu Daoxian's hands. The more he refined, the deeper his amazement grew. 6 furnaces in all, each yielding the maximum 12 pills. Of them, 4 furnaces bore double Dan marks and 2 bore triple Dan marks. He cried out in disbelief. At the very least, they were all double Dan. Lin Yu had only altered the recipe's heat control, and yet my alchemical art has leapt several ranks. Lu Daoxian was completely won over. Meanwhile, Lin Yu continued to refine various pills: Zhuanggu Dan, bone-fortifying pill, Yanghun Dan, soul-nurturing pill. A succession of Huangpin yellow-grade pills was produced by Lin Yu. Whenever a pill failed to show 4 Dan marks, he adjusted the formula and tried again. Very good, he murmured. With the proper adjustments to the recipe, I can guarantee producing yellow-grade pills with 4 Dan marks. Unfortunately, crafting Shenpin mystic-grade pills is still beyond my reach for now, Lin Yu said with some disappointment as he looked at the Chitsai Lingji 7-colored Lingji. His inability to produce Shenpin pills was not a failing of technique but of cultivation. Lin Yu's innate qi far exceeded that of his peers in the same realm. Yet it was still only innate qi. To evolve a true pillfire from innate qi and draw potency from Shen-grade herbs is difficult. If I want to refine Shenpin pills, I must either raise my cultivation or subdue a pillfire, he pondered. He reflected aloud. The might of a genuine pillfire cannot be compared to a flame fashioned from qi. The Huangpin pillfire is equivalent in quality to the innate qi of a peak Xiantian realm evolved into pillfire. Shenpin pillfire rivals the fire of foundation establishment. Daipin earth-grade pillfire corresponds to golden core fire. Tianpin heavenly-grade pillfire corresponds to nascent soul fire. Elder Lu said he would take me to subdue a Tianpin pillfire. Once I have that pillfire, I will surely be able to refine Shenpin pills, Lin Yu told himself. Or, at the very least, Shenpin pills bearing 4 Dan marks, he added with anticipation. Having enough pills on hand, Lin Yu ceased refining and consumed several. Yuanqi Dan, Zhuanggu Dan, Yanghun Dan, before taking up a spirit stone and entering a state of contemplation to cultivate. By the next morning, his innate power had leapt another rung, reaching the 3rd layer of the Xiantian realm. At this pace, my cultivation will soon reach the peak Xiantian, he thought. Then I can make a trip to Qingtsang sect. He chuckled to himself. For now I'll eat and then go to Deputy Gate Master Wang to learn artifact forging. With that he rose. After breakfast he instructed, Tianchi Yao, the herbs you fetched yesterday are nearly used up. Go fetch another batch later. Then he headed straight to Deputy Gate Master Wang. Hey, someone grumbled. Isn't Lin Yu only coming to study artifact forging? Does the Deputy Gate Master really need to bring all these things here? At the foot of Tianyang Peak, 3 Foundation establishment disciples were placing jade plates along the steps. Yes, one said. These are Yuntian array plates, Zuanpin grade. They used to test core disciples who had practiced artifact forging for over 30 years. Another said. Lin Yu has never studied forging. Bringing out the Yuntian array plates is simply bullying. It's definitely bullying. Few of those core disciples who have studied forging for 30 years can pass the Yuntian array plate. The Foundation establishment disciples buzzed with chatter until the most cultivated among them snapped. Do you realize the stir junior brother Lin caused yesterday on Yuntian Peak and Jianshao Peak? The senior disciple sneered. Senior brother Zhao, Lin Yu merely visited 2 peaks. How much impact could he have made? Yes, senior brother Zhao, don't bluff, several replied incredulously. He went to the Gate Master's place and advanced the Yunshao scripture to 12-fold mastery, leaving the Gate Master in a daze, someone whispered. It said the Gate Master sat alone at Enlightenment Cliff all night distraught. Senior sister Fang Mingxue has announced she will enter the Heart Demon Cave to contemplate. As for Vice Gate Master Liu's Jianshao Peak, it was worse. Junior brother Lin pushed the Zhouxiao sword scripture to the 13th layer of the sword Qi Dao. Vice Gate Master Liu's composure collapsed. Late into the night, he led disciples to the Sword Qi waterfall to practice sword riding all night. Several senior brothers were left dizzy and exhausted, their arms too weary to lift. Vice Gate Master Liu even issued a harsh decree. If those disciples cannot achieve singles-word mastery within 3 days, they will all be sent to Wanjian Cliff to temper themselves. Senior brother Zhao's words drained the faces of the other Foundation establishment disciples. If Lin Yu proved equally formidable in artifact forging, what fate would await them? Senior brothers, is junior brother truly so fearsome? At that moment Lin Yu's voice came from afar, and in the next instant he appeared not far away. Lin Yu appeared looking strangely at the disciples of Tianyang Peak, who were constantly setting up formation plates in various positions. The disciples of Tianyang Peak were equally startled upon seeing Lin Yu. So it was Lin Shidi who has arrived. Zhao Huayu has been waiting for you for quite a while now. The leading senior brother Zhao, having seen much of the world, smiled calmly and greeted him. Lin Yu, greetings to senior brother Zhao. Lin Yu returned the greeting. Senior brother Zhao, what are you all doing? Lin Yu asked curiously, having only caught the latter part of their conversation. Lin Shidi, you may not know, but we are setting up formations using these formation plates. Zhao Huayu replied seriously. Formation? Is this prepared for me? Lin Yu became intrigued. Alchemists, artificers, formation masters. These are among the more esteemed professions among cultivators. Among them, alchemists hold the highest status as it relates directly to a cultivator's cultivation. Artificers come second. A powerful magical artifact undoubtedly enhances a cultivator's strength. Formation masters are ranked last. Of course, this does not mean they are weak. On the contrary, formation masters have formidable combat capabilities. A powerful formation master can even fight beyond their level and influence the course of large-scale battles. The reason formation masters are ranked last is that their numbers are far greater than those of alchemists and artificers. After all, both alchemists and artificers can also serve as formation masters. Especially artificers. Almost every artificer is a master of formations. Exactly. Vice Sect Leader Wang mentioned that to learn artifact refining one must first possess the talent for understanding formations. The Yuntian Great Formation is our Tianyang Peaks assessment to test whether disciples have the talent for formations. Zhao Huayu said, though he felt anxious inside. The Yuntian Great Formation is not meant to assess talent for formations. It is intended to test the results of one's cultivation. However, since Vice Sect Leader Wang instructed it this way, he could only say so. How will the assessment be conducted? Lin Yu's interest grew stronger. In a moment, Senior Brother will activate the Yuntian Great Formation. The Yuntian Great Formation is a confinement formation. As long as you, Lin Shidi, can walk out of the Yuntian Great Formation, you will have passed the assessment. Zhao Huayu spoke somewhat shyly. Asking a disciple who had never studied formations to walk out of the Yuntian Great Formation was simply absurd. When shall we begin? Lin Yu asked. He indeed had never studied formations and had no talent in it, but since formations were related to artifact refining, he was naturally interested. Moreover, Lin Yu's comprehension talent was effective for learning all methods. Formations, of course, were no exception. Have the formation plates been set up? Zhao Huayu asked. Reporting to Senior Brother Zhao, they are all set up. Several Foundation establishment disciples hurriedly replied. Lin Shidi, you can start at any time. If you can't pass, don't force it. Just say a word and Senior Brother will immediately withdraw the Yuntian Great Formation. Zhao Huayu reminded somewhat nervously. Understood, Senior Brother. Do I just need to go in? Lin Yu asked. Yes, just step onto the steps. Zhao Huayu replied. All right. Lin Yu nodded and stepped onto the steps without hesitation. But the moment Lin Yu stepped onto the steps, he noticed the space around him changed. He saw mysterious formation patterns emerging from all directions, transforming into layers of clouds that obscured the sun and moon. In the midst of the whirling chaos, the original steps had long since vanished. He could no longer distinguish between the four cardinal directions. Does this Yuntian Great Formation have a history of amazement? To Lin Yu's delight, as soon as the Yuntian Great Formation activated, golden light also floated up from within the formation, landing between his eyebrows. With a rush, an image emerged. It was the Yuntian Small Secret Realm. However, within the image of the Yuntian Small Secret Realm, it was a desolate sight devoid of any figures. Yet between heaven and earth, layers of brilliant clouds appeared, mysterious and tranquil. Is this the Yuntian Small Secret Realm that has never been discovered? Lin Yu muttered thoughtfully. Under Lin Yu's gaze, after an unknown duration, the clouds within the Yuntian Small Secret Realm began to fall with the wind converging in one direction. As the clouds gathered in the sky, they surprisingly evolved into formation patterns under the test of time. The patterns flowed, evolving into a great formation. After an unknown period, a woman entered the Yuntian Small Secret Realm and discovered the great formation that the clouds had evolved into, capturing it. Yuntian Great Formation, a mystic grade formation. Although the Yuntian Great Formation is only of mystic grade, it draws upon the principles of Yuntian Dao, crafted by the hands of heaven and earth, thus naturally forming this formation. Born of the essence of heaven and earth, embodying the will of heaven and earth, it is destined to amaze the past. With a rush, lines of text appeared within Lin Yu's sea of consciousness, and the image quietly dispersed, absorbed by the tree of the Dao. Another flower of the Dao slowly took shape. Drawing from the amazing past of the Yuntian Great Formation, a flower of formation is created. Effects of the formation flower: 1. Can comprehend the principles of all formations below the earth grade. 2. Formation speed is doubled. Can comprehend the principles of all great formations below the earth grade. Lin Yu's heart stirred as he looked around. With a rush, as the formation flower swayed, beams of light descended. Lin Yu discovered that the surrounding world had changed once again. Layers of clouds under Lin Yu's attention transformed into formation patterns. The methods of setting up and breaking formations instantly became clear to him. I understand. The so-called confinement formation uses the power of formation patterns to draw upon the forces of heaven and earth, forming an independent space. Lin Yu suddenly realized, then closed his eyes to carefully perceive the flow of the formation patterns. Huayu. Lin Yu, has he entered the Yuntian Great Formation? At this moment Zhao Huayu received a message from Wang Chengkong. Reporting to Vice Sect Leader Lin Shidi has already entered. Zhao Huayu hurriedly said, How is the situation? Wang Chengkong asked. Lin Shidi is standing still. Zhao Huayu glanced at Lin Yu, who was standing still within the formation, and said speechlessly, Standing still is just right. This is a mystic grade confinement formation. Not to mention Lin Yu, a disciple who has never studied formations. Not many of your senior brothers can walk out of it either. Wang Chengkong said with pride. Vice Sect Leader, do we really not need to ease the pressure? Zhao Huayu asked somewhat nervously. Of course we need to ease the pressure. If we don't ease the pressure, wouldn't that be equivalent to shutting Lin Yu out? But it has to be me who eases it. I will go over now. Wang Chengkong said with a smile. Wang Chengkong contentedly concluded the communication and began to walk down the mountain. Zhou Junbai and Lu Xian are too foolish. It is still this seat that is clever. First let's give Lin Yu a little warning, so he knows that the path of weapon forging is quite difficult to learn. Later I will give Lin Yu a bit of leeway, telling him that he has great talent but must also humbly learn. With my authority as the sect master established, won't that be perfect? The more Wang Chengkong thought about it, the more pleased he felt. Zhou Junbai and Lu Xian had no way to deal with Lin Yu. Being completely at his mercy was not a silent proof that he was stronger than both Zhou Junbai and Lu Xian. With pride swelling in his heart, Wang Chengkong quickened his pace and soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. Lin Yu, have you just been standing there without moving? Wang Chengkong glanced at Lin Yu inside the Yuntian Great Array and asked with a smile. Isn't it true that I haven't moved? Zhao Huayu looked exasperated. If it weren't for Lin Yu's cleverness in not moving, he might have had to suffer a bit. Not moving is just right. This seat will give Lin Yu some hints. Swish. A crystal-clear bird sculpted as if from white jade appeared in Wang Chengkong's hand. The jade bird was extraordinarily exquisite. There were even formations engraved on it, flapping its wings with great spirit. With this exquisite jade bird leading the way, Lin Yu will surely be able to find his way out. Wang Chengkong pretended to release the jade bird from his palm. The exquisite jade bird was actually a magical treasure. The exquisite jade bird shared a connection with its master. Once placed inside, it would guide Lin Yu to naturally find his way out of the Yuntian Great Array. Swish. At that moment Lin Yu, who had been standing still with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and took a step forward. Buzz. Just one step out and the Yuntian Great Array slightly distorted. How is that possible? Wang Chengkong was instantly startled. Zhao Huayu and the others also displayed expressions of disbelief. Deputy Sect Master. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Shi's step just now landed directly on the core of the formation. The core. It is the heart of the array as well as its weak point. Generally speaking, to break a formation, one must first find its core. Once the core is found, the difficulty of breaking the formation would be reduced to an astonishing degree. It must be a coincidence. It definitely is a coincidence. Wang Chengkong was also dumbfounded. To step directly on the core, what kind of extraordinary luck is required? Swish. What shocked Wang Chengkong even more was that as Lin Yu stepped on the core, the innate energy in his body surged, wanting to rush towards the true eye. Change. Seeing this, Wang Chengkong's palm swung out fiercely. Swish. The array plates that composed the Yuntian Great Array instantly changed position. As the Yuntian Great Array changed, Lin Yu revealed a look of astonishment. It disappeared. Lin Yu found that the core he had just found had vanished. The flow of the formations in the Great Array had also completely changed. The disciples present looked at Wang Chengkong with strange expressions. He changed the position of the core. Their own deputy sect master not only set up an impossible challenge for Lin Yu, but also changed the position of the core after Lin Yu found it. This was clearly making things difficult for others. Wang Chengkong fixed his gaze on Lin Yu inside the array. He discovered that, after the core changed, Lin Yu had instantly retracted the surging innate energy. Could it be that this kid didn't just get lucky, but really found the position of the core? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The position of the core in the Yuntian Great Array, let alone Lin Yu, who has never studied formations, even an expert formation master wouldn't be able to find it without spending 3 to 5 days. Wang Chengkong shook his head, shaking off the unrealistic thoughts in his mind. But at that moment Lin Yu moved again. Swish. Lin Yu quickly stepped, moving left and right, and after 10 steps stood once again on the core. Wang Chengkong looked at Lin Yu standing on the core again, his face turned pale. Deputy Sect Master, don't tell me Lin Shidi is standing on the core again. Zhao Huayu had a look of disbelief. After all, after Wang Chengkong's manipulation the core changed and he couldn't find it either, so he could only speculate. Change again. Wang Chengkong, refusing to accept this, changed the position of the core once more. Swish. But no matter how Wang Chengkong changed the position of the core, Lin Yu could effortlessly stand on it. The more Wang Chengkong changed, the more shocked he became. Lin Yu standing on the core once might truly be a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. But being able to repeatedly stand on the core with such precision was no longer luck, that was strength. Outside. This is too much. Do you think I'm playing whack-a-mole with you? Lin Yu looked at the continuously changing core, feeling a bit irritated. Lin Yu had no idea that the one standing outside was Deputy Sect Master Wang Chengkong. He thought Zhao Huayu and the others were just playing a prank on him. Zhao Huayu and the others, hearing Lin Yu's annoyed voice, looked at Wang Chengkong with aggrieved expressions. Wang Chengkong's face turned red as well. Not acting like a person. He really was acting a bit like a non-human. But at this moment Wang Chengkong only had one thought in his heart. If Lin Yu really broke through the array, how would he have the face to guide Lin Yu in his cultivation? Wang Chengkong felt anxious in his heart, but gritted his teeth, and said nothing, continuously changing the position of the core. Still coming. Seeing the core still changing, a sly look flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. If that's the case, don't blame Shidi for being rude. Zhao Huayu and the others immediately felt overwhelmed. This Lin Yu clearly had placed the blame on them. On the other hand, Wang Chengkong remained silent. Boom! Without further ado, Lin Yu took a few steps back and directly retrieved the sword box from his back. The Yuntian Great Array has a total of 12 forms. In other words, regardless of how you change the core, can only appear in 12 positions. Then I will shoo. As Lin Yu spoke, 12 reverse celestial swords flew out from the reverse celestial. In an instant, they evolved into 12 layers of sword energy, simultaneously slashing down at the 12 positions of the Yuntian Great Array. Damn it! You can see through the 12 changes of the Yuntian Great Array. Wang Chengkong's eyes instantly widened when he heard Lin Yu's words. Swish! Without saying a word, Wang Chengkong's figure flickered and instantly vanished. He ran away. You guys listen, if you dare to tell Lin Yu that I did what just happened, I will skin you all. Boom! Just as Wang Chengkong's voice reached Zhao Huayu and the other disciples' ears, the entire Yuntian Great Array roared and collapsed. As the Yuntian Grand Array collapsed, Lin Yu had already stepped out from within the formation. A group of Foundation Establishment disciples had arranged the formation plate, now riddled with cracks. It's broken. The Yuntian Grand Array has truly been shattered by junior brother Lin. The group of disciples watched Lin Yu ascend the steps, utterly at a loss for words. No wonder the Vice Sect Master was so alarmed when he heard that Lin Yu was coming to learn artifact refining, hastily activating the Yuntian Grand Array. Junior brother Lin, just now senior brother, was only following the rules to assess your aptitude in formations. Please don't take it to heart. Zhao Huayu quickly added. Since it was a standard assessment, junior brother naturally wouldn't mind. Lin Yu was taken aback, looking at Zhao Huayu with a smile that was almost a sneer. That's excellent. Very good indeed. Zhao Huayu nodded nervously and said, Junior brother Lin, since you've passed the test, I'll take you to meet the Vice Sect Master right away. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Yu smiled as he followed Zhao Huayu directly to the Vice Sect Master's hall. Lin Yu has arrived. Upon entering the Vice Sect Master's hall, Wang Chengkong was already waiting inside. At that moment he was sitting upright, exuding an air of an expert, calmly observing Lin Yu. Lin Yu pays respects to Vice Sect Master Wang. Lin Yu bowed. No need for formalities. Wang Chengkong nodded slightly. Lin Yu, I hear from Huayu that you passed the trial of the Yuntian Grand Array. Your talent is indeed commendable. However, remember, the path of formations is vast and profound. Do not become arrogant or complacent. Wang Chengkong spoke earnestly. What? Just commendable? Zhao Huayu felt as if he had been struck dumb. If Lin Yu's talent was commendable, what could be said about their own talents? Like the dregs of a pig's trough that had been soaked for 7 days and nights. Disciples' aptitude is dull. I will strive even harder. Lin Yu humbly replied. The path of formations is vast and the path of artifacts is profound. You must practice diligently. I have high hopes for you. Wang Chengkong spoke with the air of a master. Disciple will remember Vice Sect Master's teachings. Lin Yu responded solemnly. A promising disciple indeed. In that case, today I will teach you the way of artifact refinement. Seeing this, Wang Chengkong let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Finally, he had managed to pass through this hurdle. Thank you for your guidance, Vice Sect Master. Artifact refining is actually quite similar to alchemy. It involves 4 steps: controlling fire, forging the artifact mold, engraving the formation patterns, and completing the artifact. Controlling fire, Elder Lu must have taught you that already. I will start teaching you from forging the artifact mold. Wang Chengkong stood up and walked to the center of the hall, waving his hand, and a forging platform appeared before Lin Yu. Forging the artifact mold. It essentially means taking materials and forging them into a prototype of a magical treasure according to one's thoughts. As Wang Chengkong spoke, a fist-sized black stone appeared in his hand. This stone is called black gold stone, a yellow-grade material, renowned for its hardness. It is most suitable for crafting seal-type magical treasures. Seal-type magical treasures are also the simplest to forge among magical treasures. Wang Chengkong elaborated. Why? Lin Yu asked curiously. Because seal-type magical treasures are generally used to strike people. They don't possess any flashy abilities. Since they are used to strike, they only need to possess 2 characteristics: sufficient weight and hardness. As Wang Chengkong spoke, a scorching flame erupted from his palm, burning the black gold stone. The originally irregular black gold stone under Wang Chengkong's control was gradually refined, and with the infusion of golden core true essence, it quickly transformed into a seal. This black gold stone is only fist-sized. How heavy can it be? Lin Yu was taken aback. In terms of weight, this lump of black gold stone is only about 100 pounds. 100 pounds? Lin Yu frowned. 100 pounds of black gold stone, if it struck an ordinary person, would naturally have devastating destructive power. But for cultivators, that wasn't much. The role of black gold stone in this magical treasure is primarily its hardness. To make this magical treasure heavier, one needs to utilize the power of formations. Wang Chengkong explained methodically. The power of formations. Lin Yu's heart stirred. So it seems to refine artifacts, one must first learn to arrange formations, and that is where its function lies. Precisely. For instance, the yellow-grade mountain grand array. Once inscribed on this magical treasure, when it is activated, it will not only grow to the size of a mountain, but also weigh as much as one. A seal drop down would severely injure, or even kill a foundation establishment cultivator. Of course, the premise is that you must hit your target. Wang Chengkong stated. I see. Lin Yu suddenly understood. Today, I will demonstrate to you how to inscribe formation patterns. As Wang Chengkong spoke, he began to inscribe the formation patterns. Lin Yu watched as Wang Chengkong's fingers danced true essence from his golden core, erupting, inscribing numerous formation patterns on the seal. Each pattern was thinner than a hair, totaling hundreds. Wang Chengkong was a heavenly grade artifact refiner. Crafting yellow-grade magical treasures was naturally a breeze for him. However, this time Wang Chengkong was especially meticulous. Each formation pattern was aimed for perfection. There was no room for error. At this moment, Wang Chengkong was walking on thin ice, fearing that any flaw in the magical treasure he crafted would be embarrassing. Otherwise, it would be shameful. As Wang Chengkong continuously inscribed the formation patterns, Lin Yu could distinctly sense a heavy aura emanating from the seal compared to before. Remember, the engraving of formation patterns must be done in one continuous motion with no deviations whatsoever. Any flaw in a single pattern will drastically reduce the power of the magical treasure. After Wang Chengkong completed the engraving, he felt quite pleased. At this time, he had done exceptionally well. No flaws could be found. The last step is to complete the artifact. Watch my hand techniques and make sure to memorize them. With swift movements, Wang Chengkong tossed the engraved mold into the air. He executed a series of hand techniques on the seal. Under Wang Chengkong's hand techniques, the previously rough seal became radiant and the formation patterns gradually faded away, disappearing. Buzz! When the last formation pattern vanished, Wang Chengkong casually summoned the seal into his hand. Is it really finished? So it's this simple to refine artifacts. Before Wang Chengkong could show any signs of pride, Lin Yu's words caught him off guard. What? Simple? Wang Chengkong, who was once full of confidence, felt his lips twitch violently. Not to mention anything else. Just the aspect of engraving formations in artifact forging has already stumped countless formation masters. On a black gold stone the size of a fist, hundreds of formations were engraved. The control over power and the consumption of divine consciousness were astonishing. Is it simple for Lin Yu? It shouldn't be difficult. Lin Yu nodded earnestly. Here. Without saying a word, Wang Chengkong took out a black gold stone and handed it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, how about this? You can use the method I just taught you to create a seal artifact from this black gold stone. My requirements are not high as long as this seal can be activated. Wang Chengkong spoke up. As long as it can be activated. Lin Yu said seriously, yes. Wang Chengkong nodded firmly. Then I will give it a try. Lin Yu, after a moment of contemplation, let the innate fire engulf the black gold stone. Before long, the black gold stone was refined into the shape of a seal. No wonder he is a genius in alchemy. Controlling fire and forging the base had no issues at all. Wang Chengkong admired him in his heart, though his face revealed nothing. However, engraving formations will be difficult. Wang Chengkong narrowed his eyes slightly. The engraving of formations is extremely important in the process of artifact forging. Generally, artifact masters will engrave formations on ordinary stones and refine them through countless trials before using them for forging materials. Otherwise, one simply cannot afford to use them. Lin Yu has learned nothing and directly forges a weapon. It's like a miracle if he can engrave formations. Damn, I forgot to teach Lin Yu the formation method for the mountain array. Wang Chengkong's heart suddenly sank. He had just been focused on testing Lin Yu and forgot that he had never taught Lin Yu the complete formation patterns for the mountain array. Lin Yu was putting too much pressure on him. Swish. At this moment Lin Yu pointed like a sword, and the innate power within him began to converge at his fingertips as he began engraving formations. Lin Yu was putting too much pressure on him. Swish. At this moment Lin Yu pointed like a sword, and the innate power within him began. Zhao Huayu was even more horrified. In one go, it flowed like water. Zhao Huayu discovered that Lin Yu's first attempt at engraving formations was like he had practiced it 100 times. Swish. Wang Chengkong immediately shot Zhao Huayu a glare. Look at Lin Yu. Then look. Back then I personally taught you to engrave formations, yet after 3 months you still couldn't draw them clearly. To avoid disturbing Lin Yu, Wang Chengkong chose to send a message to Zhao Huayu. Text bombardment. Zhao Huayu immediately felt awkward. Back then the amount of stones he consumed while learning to engrave formations had piled up to nearly a mountain. When he forged a treasure for the first time, he even wasted over a dozen black gold stones just to barely make it. But Lin Yu, it was a breeze for him. But while Wang Chengkong and Zhao Huayu were communicating, the formations needed for the mountain array had already been completely engraved onto the black gold stone by Lin Yu. The unremarkable seal now radiated a heavy aura. Lin Yu changed his hand techniques and, imitating Wang Chengkong, began to slap the seal repeatedly. The formations on the seal gradually concealed and disappeared. However, the aura continued to rise. It worked. This guy actually succeeded in forging a treasure. Wang Chengkong looked at the seal in Lin Yu's hand, his heart trembling. Formations. Learned in one glance. Hand techniques. Learned in one glance. He hadn't taught Lin Yu anything at all, and yet Lin Yu could forge. What's more, the seal Lin Yu created looked even more exquisite. The seal had 4 dragon heads protruding from it, and the entwined dragon bodies transformed into the seal, exuding a sense of dominance. Boom! After successfully forging the seal, Lin Yu casually activated it. The seal instantly enlarged, emanating a heavy feeling akin to a mountain. The dragon patterns on it seemed alive, almost ready to soar into the sky. Vice Master Wang. Does this mean I succeeded? Lin Yu asked, his face shy. Wang Chengkong nodded repeatedly but quickly collected his emotions. Well, it's considered a success. However, your seal has too many unnecessary patterns and designs which will affect its quality. Look at my seal. Though it appears rough, it is a complete whole. Though both seals are of the same quality, if they were to collide directly, your seal would probably shatter at the slightest touch. Wang Chengkong once again took on a strict teacher's demeanor. Shatter at the slightest touch. Lin Yu looked at Wang Chengkong in confusion. Don't believe me? Then I shall conduct an experiment for you. After saying this, Wang Chengkong casually summoned Lin Yu's seal into his hand. So heavy. As soon as he held the seal, Wang Chengkong was stunned. Heavy. At least twice the weight of the seal Wang Chengkong forged. How is this possible? Both black gold stones are of similar weight and the formations are the same. Why is there such a weight difference? Wang Chengkong was somewhat at a loss. He had no idea that Lin Yu's weapon talent could enhance the power of the forged treasures by a factor of 2. Vice Master Wang, do you want the 2 seals to collide? Lin Yu asked with a frown. Well, that's only natural. Wang Chengkong found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. At this moment Wang Chengkong was very certain. Once the 2 seals collided, it would definitely be his seal that shattered. But he had just confidently said he would verify it. Should he collide or not? Lin Yu, I have been forging artifacts for hundreds of years. If I collide my seal with yours, that would be bullying you. Zhao Huayu, you have a seal too. Take it out for an experiment. Wang Chengkong looked at Zhao Huayu. Mine. Zhao Huayu was taken aback and instinctively reached for his own seal. However, after a careful thought, Zhao Huayu realized something was off. Why would the vice master want his seal for no reason? Something was wrong. There must be a problem. Having already taken the blame once, Zhao Huayu immediately shook his head and refused. Huayu, don't tell me you gave it away or lost it. I saw you playing with it just yesterday. With one sentence, Wang Chengkong directly blocked Zhao Huayu's prepared excuse in his throat. How could that be? Zhao Huayu looked at Wang Chengkong with a face of threat, feeling distressed, and then tremblingly took out a seal. Wang Chengkong glanced at Zhao Huayu, throwing him a look that said, "You know your place. Lin Yu, pay attention." Wang Chengkong took the seal from Zhao Huayu, and without hesitation smashed the two seals together. Boom! Crack! The two magical treasures collided, producing a series of piercing, shattering sounds. My seal! Zhao Huayu couldn't help but wail. Before his eyes, the seal crafted by Zhao Huayu was directly smashed into pieces by the seal made by Lin Yu. Wang Chengkong's heart skipped a beat. Though he had long suspected that Lin Yu's seal was quite peculiar, he never expected the difference to be this vast. Fortunately, I am clever. Otherwise, it would have been my seal shattered. Wang Chengkong felt an immense sense of relief in his heart, and without hesitation he put away his own seal. Cough, cough, cough. After putting away his seal, Wang Chengkong cleared his throat and glared at Zhao Huayu. Look at you. I already told you the path of artifact forging is profound and vast, requiring diligent study. Yet you refused to listen. Now look, what kind of rubbish did you forge? Broken copper and rotten. Wang Chengkong's words left Zhao Huayu utterly bewildered. What broken copper and rotten iron? Just a moment ago, when I had just forged this seal, you treated it as a benchmark. Now it has directly become broken copper and rotten iron. Zhao Huayu felt completely innocent, but dared not refute, only nodding repeatedly. You're right, Deputy Sect Master. Lin Yu, don't follow your senior brother's example. Even if your forging is ugly, it should at least be sturdy. Your magical treasure is quite well forged, only slightly inferior to mine. Wang Chengkong looked at Lin Yu with a face full of admiration, completely forgetting that he had just questioned the hardness of Lin Yu's treasure. So, disciple, does this count as entering the realm of artifact forging? Lin Yu smiled and replied, of course it counts. Wang Chengkong nodded directly. Given the quality of the seal, it is unmatched among yellow-grade artifact forgers. However, Wang Chengkong was about to speak. But disciple, during your first forging the fire control was somewhat lacking, and there were also slight flaws in the array pattern. Otherwise, the power of the treasure should have advanced further. Your crafting technique is somewhat rudimentary. Before Wang Chengkong could finish, Lin Yu began to conduct a profound self-critique while eagerly looking at Wang Chengkong. Good lad. Wang Chengkong, hearing this, couldn't help but smile bitterly. This lad is asking for better forging methods from me. Lin Yu. Wang Chengkong understood Lin Yu's intentions and spoke seriously. Disciple is here. Lin Yu bowed respectfully. Naturally, I have more advanced forging methods. Originally, I planned to wait until you were initiated into the realm of artifact forging before teaching you the methods. But it seems, given your talent in this field, you can learn directly. As Wang Chengkong spoke, he took out a jade slip. Inside this are my accumulations over hundreds of years, totaling 137,000 array patterns below divine grade, and 3,600 commonly used array formation techniques. In addition, there is also a divine grade forging technique, the true explanation of artifact forging. Along with my insights from hundreds of years, I will pass all of this to you today. After saying this, Wang Chengkong carefully handed the jade slip to Lin Yu. Disciple, thank you, Deputy Sect Master. Lin Yu solemnly accepted the jade slip. With a rustle, a series of golden lights erupted from the jade slip, flying into Lin Yu's sea of consciousness, revealing a scene. In the scene was a young cultivator. His status in the sect seemed low. Every day he repeated the same tasks tirelessly. At dawn, he would go to a forging room filled with hundreds of furnaces, cleaning it thoroughly. When a group of artifact forgers entered the room, the young man could only stand at the door, occasionally peeking in or eavesdropping on their insights. After the forgers finished their crafting, the young man would go back inside to deal with the numerous failed treasures. At night, the young man studied the array patterns on these failed treasures. He would replicate the patterns on bamboo, day after day, year after year. Lin Yu, through the scene, had no idea how long the young man had repeated this. All he knew was that behind the young man's dwelling a ravine was already piled high with bamboo engraved with array patterns. Until one day, the young man exchanged all his savings for a batch of forging resources and began to forge. The true explanation of artifact forging created by Mofan, the artifact immortal. Mofan, due to mediocre talent, was assigned as a disciple in the janitor's quarters, responsible for managing the clutter of the artifact hall. Through immense willpower, Mofan persisted for 67 years, creating a self-taught forging method. the true explanation of artifact forging based on failed treasures as references. Once the true explanation of artifact forging was released, it became famous for its detailed and astonishing foundational knowledge, hailed as the best foundational method in the path of artifact forging, a stunning legacy. With a rustle, the scene in Lin Yu's sea of consciousness trembled, gently transforming into golden light absorbed by the tree of the Great Dao. As the tree of the Great Dao swayed, the flower of artifact path faintly unfolded a bit. Drawing from the stunning legacy of the true explanation of artifact forging, the effect of the flower of the artifact path is enhanced. Effect of the flower of the artifact path. 1. The power of any forged treasure can be doubled. 2. The speed of engraving array patterns is doubled. 3. Comprehending the effects of all forging materials below divine grade. At this moment, a vast amount of information about forging materials surged into Lin Yu's memory. Comprehending the effects of all forging materials below divine grade. The speed of engraving array patterns doubled. Lin Yu's heart trembled. The most difficult aspect of artifact forging is the engraving of array patterns. The more profound the formation, the more patterns there are, making the engraving process increasingly time-consuming and labor-intensive. If the speed of engraving patterns is doubled, it would undoubtedly greatly shorten the time taken for forging. Lin Yu, everything I have learned is in this jade slip. How far you can learn depends on your own comprehension. Wang Chengkong said seriously. Thank you, Deputy Sect Master, for your guidance. Hearing this, Lin Yu bowed respectfully. Lin Yu, you may leave. Why you stay? Wang Chengkong nodded and then spoke with a smile. Yes. Lin Yu smiled and turned to leave. Huayu, you certainly had a hard time just now. After Lin Yu departed, Wang Chengkong regarded Zhao Huayu with a kindly expression. Deputy Gate Lord, you flatter me. Easing your burden is what a disciple should do. Zhao Huayu, who had been full of resentment, felt much of it dissolve at Wang Chengkong's gentle manner. You brat. Your talent may be ordinary, but I admire your disposition. Hearing this, Wang Chengkong felt a deeper ease in his heart. Very well. You took the blame for me just now. I will not let you go unrewarded. Go to the resource hall and fetch materials to craft an Shen-grade artifact. I will personally forge one for you. Wang Chengkong declared. Thank you, Deputy Gate Lord. Zhao Huayu exclaimed, overjoyed. And Shen-grade artifact was truly something to cherish. Yet the common treasure handed out at the resource hall could in no way compare to an artifact custom-made by Deputy Gate Lord Wang Chengkong. Such a gift could be a life-saving marvel. No need for thanks, Wang Chengkong waved. Zhao Huayu had preserved the dignity of his office as Deputy Gate Lord. Rest assured, Deputy Gate Lord. If Brother Lin returns, let this disciple accept the blame. Zhao Huayu answered with tact. A promising pupil. Rest assured, Deputy Gate Lord. If Brother Lin returns, let this disciple accept the blame. Zhao Huayu answered with tact. A promising pupil. Wang Chengkong said, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Go to the resource hall and collect the materials. Yes. Hearing this, Zhao Huayu quickly withdrew from the main hall. Phew, what a trial. Facing Lin Yu makes me feel the same pressure I once felt from my master. Only then did Wang Chengkong release a long breath. Senior Brother Zhao. As Zhao Huayu stepped out of the hall, he heard Lin Yu's voice. Junior Brother Lin, you haven't left. Zhao Huayu blinked. Not yet, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Was I not waiting for Senior Brother Zhao? Waiting for me? Zhao Huayu looked pleasantly flattered. Senior Brother Zhao, you've been wronged. Lin Yu stood before him, a half-amused smile on his face. Did you see through it all, Junior Brother Lin? Zhao Huayu's heart lurched. Deputy Gate Lord Wang's thoughts were written plainly on his face. How could you not notice? Lin Yu shook his head with a slight laugh. Junior Brother Lin, Deputy Gate Lord merely cares for appearances. Zhao Huayu hurried to explain. I understand, Junior Brother. Senior Brother Zhao, the reason I waited for you is that I have a matter I wish to ask of you. Lin Yu said, Speak, Junior Brother Lin. Zhao Huayu responded quickly. He saw Lin Yu's talent plainly. What heights Lin Yu might reach in the future was beyond imagining. To be of service to Lin Yu now would surely bring future fortune. With a practiced flick, Lin Yu produced the newly forged seal and a vial of Forden pattern vitality pills in his palm. Lin Yu handed the artifact and pills to Zhao Huayu directly. Junior Brother Lin, what is the meaning of this? Zhao stammered, attempting to refuse. Senior Brother Zhao, it was never my intention to harm your treasure. Consider this seal my compensation to you, Lin Yu said solemnly. That cannot be. Zhao Huayu protested, waving his hands. Senior Brother's artifact cannot be compared to yours. I practice the Sword Dao. The seal holds no use for me, Zhao continued. Besides, that artifact was likely Senior Brother's first creation. Its meaning outweighs that of ordinary treasures. Lin Yu spoke with quiet conviction. Zhao fell silent, then asked, "And these pills?" "They are repayment," Lin Yu answered gravely. "Repayment?" Zhao Huayu blinked. "You said Deputy Gate Lord cares for appearances. Someday he may again place you in an awkward position," Lin Yu said with a smile. "So you hope that I will in the future cooperate with Deputy Gate Lord as I did today?" Zhao's expression turned peculiar. Zhao had never imagined that Lin Yu had deliberately waited for him in order to secure his cooperation with Deputy Gate Lord. "Exactly. Although Deputy Gate Lord is proud, I can see he is sincere toward me. I could feign ignorance, but without your cooperation it would still be improper. Therefore I earnestly beg for your help." Lin Yu bowed to Zhao Huayu. Zhao's heart swelled with countless emotions. Given Lin Yu's present status, he had no reason to be so courteous to an ordinary outer disciple, yet Lin displayed no airs and constantly considered Zhao's feelings. "I will take this favor upon myself, senior brother, but I cannot accept these pills," Zhao said sincerely. "No need for ceremony. These pills were made by me and are not valuable." Lin Yu would not leave it to chance. He pressed the pills into Zhao's hand and turned away before Zhao could refuse. Zhao wanted to reject them, but after a moment's hesitation he let it go. Lin had said the pills were of his own making and not precious. Assuming they were mere entry-level circulation pills, Zhao opened the porcelain bottle and poured out one. But then he froze. Immediately Zhao shoved the pill back into the bottle and glanced around furtively, as if a thief caught in the act. A vitality pill. A Forden pattern vitality pill. Made by junior brother Lin himself. After ensuring no one was nearby, Zhao tiptoed away. At that moment in the main hall, Wang Chengkong drew back his gaze with a complex expression. In truth, he had no intention of prying. Under the veil of his golden core cultivation, however, no stir beyond the hall escaped his senses. He had only been curious why Lin Yu remained, and he had not expected to witness that scene. Wang Chengkong's features contorted with mingled emotions. "What merit do I possess to be so fortunate?" he wondered. "To guide Lin Yu along the path of forging. What an honor." He could not help but sigh. He knew his own vanity well, yet he had not imagined that Lin Yu perceived his motives so plainly and was willing to humor him. Lin had even considered Wang's perspective and sought Zhao's cooperation. "I lament my own lack of skill that I cannot instruct Lin Yu further," Wang mused. "If only I could take Lin Yu as my disciple, what a glorious thing that would be." Wang looked dissatisfied, for the first time resentful of his own accomplishments. "If I cannot do it, someone else can. Perhaps it is time to visit the inner gate." Wang Chengkong's eyes flashed with a new resolve. This time Lin Yu did not directly head to Elder Du Li's suspended spear peak, but first returned to his cave dwelling. Although his mastery of the weapon path had improved, Wang Chengkong's jade slip still contained 137,000 array patterns. For each array pattern, Lin Yu had to comprehend it himself. There were also over 3,000 types of formations that Lin Yu needed to memorize. All of this required time to learn. However, for Lin Yu, who possessed the flower of the weapon path and the flower of the array path, understanding these concepts was naturally quite simple. After returning to his cave dwelling, Lin Yu directly entered a state of enlightenment, studying the true meaning of refining weapons. At the same time, he did not forget to enhance his cultivation. In just half a day's time, Lin Yu had already mastered the true meaning of weapon refinement and memorized all the array patterns and formations. Senior brother Lin, Elder Dus suspended spear peak, Elder Zus fiery peak, and Elder Li's cloud watching peak all have people who wish to see you. The voice of Tian Chi Yao came from outside the cave as the sun had just set. The disciples from the 3 elder peaks. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then said, "Please have them go to the reception room." "I will come immediately." "Understood." Tian Chi Yao complied and left. Why have the disciples from the 3 elder peaks come unannounced? Lin Yu frowned, then stood up and walked out of the cave towards the reception room. "When Ru, Chu He, Miao Sanbao, we greet junior brother Lin." As Lin Yu arrived at the reception room, he saw 2 men and a woman simultaneously rise and bow to him. "Junior brother is being courteous." Lin Yu smiled and returned the greeting. 3 senior brothers and senior sisters, please take a seat." "Tian Chi Yao, why aren't you quickly serving tea to the 3 senior brothers and senior sisters?" Lin Yu took his seat at the main position and instructed Tian Chi Yao. "Yes." Tian Chi Yao complied and left. The 3 of Wenru exchanged glances, each taking out a jade slip and placing it neatly in front of Lin Yu. "Junior brother Lin, this is from Elder Du Li, sent by me. Inside is Elder Du Li's divine spear technique. Elder Du said that you travel among the various peaks learning various paths which may waste time. This divine technique is for you, learn it directly, and if you have any questions just use the communication talisman to inquire." Wenru spoke with a strange tone. This was a divine technique. It is said that the way cannot be easily transmitted. In the past, disciples had to go through layers of selection to learn it. After confirming qualifications, Elder Du Li would also teach hand in hand with great seriousness. But now it was different. He directly sent the divine technique to Lin Yu for him to self-study. Was Elder Du Li not afraid that Lin Yu would be unable to learn it? What if he went into demonic deviation? Junior brother Lin Elder Su shares the same sentiment. Inside is Elder Zu's divine knife technique. Junior brother Lin, this is Elder Li's array method. Chu He and Miao Sandao also spoke with surprise. The three had been initiated for a long time, but had never seen their own elders teach disciples so casually. Self-study. Lin Yu also looked puzzled. Exactly. All three elders have said so. Junior brother just needs to learn on his own. If there is anything unclear, just ask. The three of Wenru stated firmly. Then I must thank the three senior brothers and senior sisters for this trip. Lin Yu was surprised but still smiled as he accepted the jade slips. By the way, junior brother Lin, the three elders have one more request. What is it? Lin Yu asked curiously. The three elders hope that when junior brother practices, it will not be in the training room but rather in the courtyard. To practice in the courtyard. Lin Yu was a bit bewildered. What kind of request was this? The three elders indeed instructed so. As for the purpose, the three elders did not disclose and we cannot ask. The three of Wenru shook their heads. Alright. Then junior brother will practice these three great methods in the courtyard. Lin Yu smiled and did not take it to heart. Then we will take our leave. The three of Wenru stood up. Senior brothers and sisters, won't you stay a while longer? Lin Yu asked with a smile. No need. The three shook their heads. The three felt quite awkward during this visit, wishing to leave as soon as possible. Then junior brother will see off the three senior brothers and sisters. Lin Yu personally escorted them to the door. To practice in the courtyard. Could it be that the three elders wished to observe secretly? Lin Yu watched the three leave, looking curiously at the three jade slips in his hand. These three divine techniques also have their own stunning pasts. The Xian Luo sect is truly powerful. The Yun Tian small secret realm is merely one of the 3,000 outer doors, yet the master and the various elders possess an impressive foundation. Lin Yu lowered his head, looking at the golden light flowing quietly on the three jade slips, revealing a look of sentiment. Buzz. The flowing golden light from the three jade slips fell onto Lin Yu's brow. Three scenes materialized. In the first scene, there was a young man with a disdainful gaze holding a long spear. He was engaged in a fierce battle with an old man. The young man with a disdainful gaze wielded his spear, the force of his attacks formidable, as if each thrust could pierce the heavens. However, no matter how the young man struck, he could never injure the old man in the slightest. Even if you practice for 100 years or 1,000 years against me, there is only the path of defeat. The old man's movements were filled with the mockery of a cat playing with a mouse. Even if you practice for 100 years or 1,000 years against me, there is only the path of defeat. The old man's movements were filled with the mockery of a cat playing with a mouse, and even a disdainful voice echoed. Slow. The young man stood with his spear, though covered in wounds, an indomitable spirit flowed within him. He did not flinch, charging toward the old man time and again, but was repeatedly pushed back. Lin Yu found it strange that the speed of the young man's spear strikes in the scene was actually becoming slower, yet the pressure he exerted on the old man was increasing. How odd. His speed of striking is clearly slowing down, yet it seems to be becoming more strenuous for the old man to cope. Lin Yu stared at the scene, speaking incredulously to himself. Originally, the young man's spear was frighteningly fast, yet it was easily countered by the old man. However, after slowing down, it made it difficult for the old man to defend. Several times the old man almost got pierced by the young man. The way of time. Indeed, it is the way of time. After careful observation, Lin Yu's eyes revealed a hint of wonder. He discovered that every thrust the young man made contained the power of time flowing within. Clang. Just as Lin Yu realized this, the young man in the scene struck out once more. This thrust, though it had slowed to the extreme, it seemed to transcend the river of time, appearing in an instant at the old man's brow. Puff. The old man's forehead was instantly pierced by the young man, and then his body fell down stiff. The time spear immortal born with a body of time practiced the Tao of time. During his out-of-body stage, he was pursued by a spirit division cultivator, and in a dire situation comprehended the true essence of time's rapidity, leading to the creation of the year's spear technique. The year's spear technique, though merely a divine skill, is hailed as one of the fastest spear arts in the world, dazzling the heavens and the earth, and certainly remarkable in its past achievements. Splash. The remarkable past of the year's spear technique was absorbed by the tree of the Great Tao and the time flower on the tree of the Great Tao, a dual flower of constitution and physical body swayed along with the Sword Dao flower. Not only that, but a new flower of the Great Tao was also being formed. Indeed, the effects of the Sword Dao and Spear Dao are interconnected. absorbing the remarkable past benefits the Sword Dao flower as well. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Absorbing the remarkable past of the year's spear technique enhances the effect of the time flower. Time flower affects 1. When cultivating, the flow of time around slows to 6 times. 1 day of cultivation is equivalent to 6 days. 2. The Tao of time, the profound meaning of history, when applied to divine skills, can give them a sense of weight. 3. The Tao of time, the essence of rapidity, when applied to divine skills, can grant swiftness. Absorbing the remarkable past of the year's spear technique enhances the effects of the dual flower of constitution and physical body. Effects 1. Even without cultivation, the improvement in cultivation is still astonishing. 2. The purity of innate qi within the body increases 4-fold. 3. The nurturing effect of innate qi on the physical body increases 3-fold. 4. The nurturing effect of innate qi on the soul increases 3-fold. 5. The innate qi carries the power of the 9 heavens. Absorbing the remarkable past of the year's spear technique enhances the effects of the Sword Dao flower. Effects 1. Increases understanding of any Sword Dao by 7 times. 2. Any Sword Dao divine skill can be enhanced with Scorching Sword Intent. 3. Any Sword Dao divine skill can be augmented with Thunderfire Sword Intent, doubling the power when casting Thunder attribute divine skills. 4. When executing Sword Dao, it can be enhanced with Reverse Immortal Sword Intent, doubling its power. 5. All sword intents comprehended can be transformed into the Sword Qi Dao. 6. When executing the Time Sword Qi Dao, the speed of divine skills is increased by 1-fold. Absorbing the remarkable past of the year's spear creates the Spear Dao flower. Spear Dao flower effects 1. When executing the Time Dao spear technique, the power is doubled. 2. When executing spear divine skills, the flow of time can be altered by 1-fold. Altering the flow of time by 1-fold. The Spear Dao flower actually possesses the power to change time. Lin Yu's breathing quickened. With a thought, Lin Yu allowed the tree of the Great Dao to absorb the remarkable past of the other 2 techniques, entering a state of enlightenment and comprehending the year's spear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, on a small hill far from Lin Yu's cave, 3 figures appeared like phantoms atop the treetops as the void twisted. Elder Du, Elder Su, Elder Li. The 3 were the remaining 3 of the 4 great elders. After they appeared, they exchanged glances, and then, in perfect harmony, restrained their auras. I knew it, the 2 of you, like me, dare not teach Lin Yu directly. But you want to see how far Lin Yu can cultivate our divine skills. Indeed, Lin Yu's talent is simply terrifying. Zhou Junbai, Lu Xian, Wang Chengkong, it is said they were all thoroughly trampled down. I'm afraid, Lin, you will completely shatter my Dao heart. Elder Du also shook his head. Exactly. The Yunxiao Sutra and the 9 Heavens Sword Sutra are said to have been cultivated to perfection by Lin Yu. Elder Du also shook his head. Exactly. The Yunxiao Sutra and the 9 Heavens Sword Sutra are said to have been cultivated to perfection by Lin Yu. That guy must have gone back to the inner sect. He must have been hit hard. Elder Li and Elder Su both spoke with smiles. What do you think? To what extent can Lin Yu cultivate our 3 divine skills? Elder Du shook his head and asked with a smile. The formation path is no challenge for Lin Yu. After all, before studying formations, he already comprehended the 12 transformations of the Yun Tian Grand Formation. Elder Li spoke bitterly. Although Elder Li is a master formation master, his achievements in formations cannot compare to Wang Chengkong. My Sword Dao is about the same. As long as Lin Yu is not born with a dislike for Sword Dao, with his comprehension of the 9 Heavens Sword Sutra, reaching perfection won't be difficult. It will be a matter of minutes. Elder Su also shook his head. If not, why would they deliberately let their disciples send over divine skills for them to secretly observe? It's just that they are afraid of being shocked. Elder Du, what about you? Your Spear Dao is the Dao of time. Elder Su and Elder Li both looked at Elder Du. Elder Du is undoubtedly the strongest among the 4 great elders. He can even directly compete with Lu Xian, the deputy sect master, who specializes in Sword Dao. Who knows? My year's spear technique is the Dao of time. You all know that the power of time is the most mysterious and unpredictable force, making it extremely difficult to cultivate. The year's spear can unleash the fastest attacks in the world by altering the flow of time. Entry level is a 1-fold time, and once perfected it can change the flow of time by 9 folds. The strongest cultivator in the intersect practicing the year's spear technique can only achieve a 7-fold time flow. I've cultivated for hundreds of years, and can barely reach the 3rd level, changing the flow of time by only 3 folds. Elder Du spoke seriously. Indeed, comprehending the Dao of time is extremely challenging. Even if Lin Yu has high comprehension, he shouldn't be able to reach perfection directly. Elder Su nodded. Perfection? How is that possible? Back then, when the Time Spear Immortal created the Year Spear, he left a final note in the technique. To achieve perfection in the year's spear, one must possess a body of time. Elder Du spoke firmly. Buzz. At the same time, Lin Yu, sitting in the courtyard, felt layers of time's essence surging within him. The essence of time. Lin Yu is cultivating the time spear technique. Has he entered the first level? The three elders, sensing the aura of time flowing around Lin Yu, displayed a solemn expression in their eyes. Du Li, can you tell which level this is? Elder Su and Elder Li both looked at Du Li. Let's find out by trying. Du Li also spoke seriously. Although Du Li had practiced the time spear technique as well, determining Lin Yu's level based on the essence was exceedingly difficult. How do we test it? Elder Su and Elder Li's eyes lit up at the mention. Swish. Du Li glanced at a large tree beside Lin Yu, and a leaf silently fell from the tree. At the same time, Du Li also plucked a leaf from the treetop beside him. The three elders noticed that as the leaf fell above Lin Yu's head, its descent slowed significantly when it was just 3 inches away from him. It was almost as if time had frozen for a moment. Swish. Elder Du Li also released the leaf in his hand, letting it fall freely. The two leaves formed a stark contrast. 9 times. A monster has emerged from the cloud heaven outer sect. The leaf falling from Lin Yu's side descended 9 times slower than this one. This indicates mastery able to alter the flow of time by 9 times. Elder Su and Elder Li were momentarily stunned after comparing. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. The time spear immortal clearly stated that without the body of time, mastering the time spear technique is utterly impossible. Thus, even though the time spear can change time and is renowned in the cultivation world, most people would not choose to special. Du Li's voice couldn't suppress his astonishment. What if Lin Yu is the body of time? Elder Su murmured. Lin Yu is the body of time. Du Li, upon hearing this, first showed a look of disbelief, then suddenly awoke as if enlightened. Exactly. If it's not the body of time, then how could he achieve mastery? Being the body of time would suffice. But that still doesn't make sense. Lin Yu is a natural sword body. How could one person possess 2 types of physique? Du Li, realizing this, became perplexed again. A cultivator can possess at most 1 type of physique, which is a universally accepted notion in the cultivation world. Du Li, do you remember the legend of the immortal spirit body that circulates in our cultivation world? Elder Su spoke gravely upon hearing this. The immortal spirit body. Du Li and Elder Li's pupils constricted violently upon hearing this. The immortal spirit body. This is a physique spoken of in legends. It is said that the immortal spirit body is one of the strongest physiques in the world. Normally, 1 type of physique possesses a unique effect. For instance, a natural sword body contains an innate sword chi, making cultivation in the sword path much more efficient. Similarly, Ji Yanling's natural spirit body harmonizes with the grand principles of heaven and earth, allowing it to attract spiritual energy. However, exceptions do exist. The immortal spirit body. It is said that the immortal spirit body possesses an innate immortal root. The immortal root not only grants cultivators astonishing talent, but also naturally harmonizes with 7 grand principles. It is hailed as the physique that cultivates the fastest between heaven and earth. Old Su, are you suggesting that Lin Yu is the immortal spirit body? Du Li and Elder Li's breathing involuntarily became heavier upon hearing this. It's not impossible. Breaking through to the innate in half a month, who else could do that if not the immortal spirit body? Moreover, if you look at the Yunxiao scripture and Juxiao sword scripture, Lin Yu achieved mastery in an instant. If he weren't naturally harmonious with multiple grand principles, how could he accomplish this? As for the time spear technique, mastering it requires the body of time, but what if Lin Yu's immortal spirit body has the time path among the 7 grand principles? Isn't that the same? Elder Su increasingly felt that his speculation was true. If it were not so, it would be impossible to explain how Lin Yu could cultivate the time spear to such a high level. If Lin Yu is indeed the immortal spirit body, then our cloud heaven outer sect will truly flourish. Discovering an immortal spirit body means our cloud heaven outer sect will surely receive significant support. Our status will also be elevated by a level. Even returning to the inner sect to hold a position is not impossible. The 3 elders murmured to themselves. Gentlemen, if this is the case, we need to think about how to build a good rapport with Lin Yu. Du Li said with a gleam in his eye. Indeed. Elder Su and Elder Li's eyes brightened. I've heard that Lu Daoxian has been diligently preparing many contingency plans these past few days, reportedly to take Lin Yu to capture a top-grade elixir fire. Du Li chuckled. I've heard about that too. Let's go to Elder Lu's place for a visit. The 3 elders exchanged glances, then harmoniously headed towards Danxia Peak. The time spear path can change time by 9 times. At this moment, Lin Yu, who had mastered the time spear technique, was filled with elation. The time spear path alters time by 9-fold. The flower of time can change it by another fold. 10-fold time. Swish. Meanwhile, the tree of great Dao within Lin Yu shook again. Drawing from the exquisite past of the divine soul triumphant / the blade Dao flower is formed. Effect of the blade Dao flower. 1. Blade divine ability can enhance the effects of soul attacks. As the blade Dao flower was formed, more words appeared. Blade Dao flower that enhances soul attack effects. It seems this divine soul triumphant / belongs to the realm of soul attack methods. Lin Yu looked at the emerging words, revealing a smile on his face. Drawing from the exquisite past of the million pattern spirit record, the effect of the formation Dao flower has been enhanced. At the same time, Lin Yu's formation Dao flower also unfurled slightly. Effect of the formation Dao flower. 1. It can comprehend the formation principles of all formations below earth grade. 2. Formation speed is doubled. 3. Formation effect is increased by 50. The formation of the blade Dao flower and the enhancement of the formation Dao flower's effects elevated Lin Yu's overall strength significantly. Boom! The next morning, an even more majestic innate energy surged from Lin Yu's body, flooding the entire courtyard. The innate energy within Lin Yu's body was released and then retracted, yet his cultivation had significantly improved, reaching the 4th level of innate. Lin Yu opened his eyes, feeling quite satisfied with his cultivation speed. Lin Yu. Meanwhile, Lu Daoxuan's voice echoed from afar, followed by the appearance of 4 figures. Lu Daoxian, Du Li, Su Changfeng, Li Tongtian. The 4 elders quickly appeared before Lin Yu. Disciple Lin Yu greets the 4 elders. Lin Yu hurriedly bowed. Lin Yu, in the future, there's no need for such formality when you see us, Du Li said gently. Etiquette should not be neglected. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head at the words. Lin Yu, did I not say before that once you are fully prepared, I would take you to obtain the heavenly grade pill fire? Today the opportunity has arrived. Lu Daoxian said with a smile. Elder Lu, are we ready? A hint of joy flashed across Lin Yu's face. We were originally still a bit short. However, these 3 old fellows found me overnight saying they wanted to go together. In that case, there will naturally be no problem. Lu Daoxian glanced strangely at Du Li and the others. You 3 elders want to go as well? Lin Yu was taken aback. Yes, since we have nothing to do, we might as well go out for a stroll together. The quality of the heavenly grade pill fire is comparable to the fire of the nascent soul, and its power is no less than that of golden core cultivators. With Lu Daoxuan's strength, there will still be considerable risk. Since all 7 peaks are guiding your cultivation, we naturally have to contribute as well. Du Li and the others said seriously. Then I must trouble the 3 elders. Lin Yu quickly expressed his gratitude. We are all one family. There's no need for such politeness. Du Li and the others shook their heads. Lin Yu, I have a treasure called the Tianjian shuttle, which flies at incredible speed. How about we use my Tianjian shuttle to travel? As Du Li spoke, he casually summoned a treasure. The treasure was palm-sized crescent-shaped and shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance. Does a disciple have any reason to refuse? Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Boom! Du Li nodded, casually tossing the Tianjian shuttle into the air. The Tianjian shuttle expanded in the wind, instantly growing to several dozen feet in size. Du Li performed a hand gesture, and a portal opened on the Tianjian shuttle. Everyone please. Du Li gestured invitingly. Lin Yu and the others were not polite and stepped into the Tianjian shuttle. As Lin Yu expected, the interior of the Tianjian shuttle formed its own space resembling a mobile cave. The surrounding walls were crystal clear, allowing them to see the outside. Old Lu I will be in charge of operating the Tianjian shuttle, and you will guide the direction. As Du Li entered, the Tianjian shuttle shot out into the void, departing from the cloud sky small secret realm. The heavenly grade pill fire is located in a valley 300,000 miles to the north. 300,000 miles to the north. Isn't that the territory of the Earth Fire Outer Sect? Du Li's heart stirred. 300,000 miles to the north lies the domain of the Earth Fire Small Secret Realm, one of the 3,000 outer sects of the Great Luo sect. Exactly. That is indeed their territory. Lu Daoxian spoke with a playful tone. Old Lu, you are risking it all. The leader of the Earth Fire Outer Sect, Gu Yan, is notoriously stingy. If he finds out we are invading his territory to seize something, he will certainly explode with rage. Su Changfeng also smiled bitterly. Each outer sect of the Great Luo sect has its own territorial divisions. Generally speaking, outer sects do not easily enter each other's territories. In situations like this, going into someone else's territory to seize something is even more unthinkable. If we seize it, we seize it. If they lack the capability to find that heavenly grade pill fire, are we not allowed to take it? Lu Daoxian said nonchalantly. Exactly, rare herbs and treasures belong to those with virtue. If the things are right at the doorstep of their Earth Fire Outer Sect, and they cannot discover them, then they simply do not have the fortune. Besides, it's not our first time raiding someone else's territory. A few years ago, Zhou Junbai ran to the territory of the Chiefing Outer Sect to obtain a heavenly treasure for Fang Mingxue, and he took a heavenly star stone. That's right. I remember that time Zhou Junbai was chased back by the leader of the Chiefing Outer Sect and didn't dare to go out for 3 years. Even the leader of the Chiefing Outer Sect did not dare to congratulate him when he advanced to the nascent soul. Du Li couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. Listening to the four elders exchange, Lin Yu also felt quite strange. Goodness, they are all habitual offenders. At this rate, it seems they have done this kind of thing often. Their faces have thickened like city walls. That being said, we must still remember the style of our Cloud Sky Outer Sect. We should act low-key. Once we reach the territory of the Earth Fire Outer Sect, we will proceed on our own. The target of the Tianjian shuttle is too conspicuous. At that time, I will use the Heavenly Grade Formation Plate to seal off that area. Once it is successful, we four will act with all our might to suppress the Heavenly Grade Pill Fire, allowing Lin Yu to subdue it. After completing the task, we will not linger and will leave immediately. Lu Daoxian said, familiar with the process. Rest assured, we all know what to do. Indeed, this isn't the first time we've done this. We have plenty of experience. Du Li and the others laughed, appearing quite relaxed. Earth Fire Outer Sect. Main hall of the sect leader. Very good. After only 3 years of joining, you have already refined a chi pill with 2 patterns. You are quite strong among the Huang grade alchemists now. Gu Yan, the leader of the Earth Fire Outer Sect, was delightfully observing the chi pill in his hand. It's all thanks to the guidance of the leader. A girl in her 20s not far from Gu Yan replied humbly. Han Yan, you need not be overly modest. If it weren't for your Dan Ling physique, my level would not have been sufficient to allow you to achieve such results in such a short time. Especially with 2 patterns, which is quite rare. Gu Yan stated confidently. Dan Ling physique, a natural alchemist. With an exceptionally high talent in the art of alchemy, every time Gu Yan thought of having such a genius under his wing, he felt overjoyed. It's a pity that the Dan Ling physique only provides some benefits in alchemy. Your cultivation, however, is a bit slow. If your cultivation is slow, the power of the innate fire will be insufficient to perfectly refine the spiritual herbs. Otherwise, I believe the chi pill you refined would be even better. Han Yan seemed unsatisfied with the 2 patterns. You need not rush. The innate fire indeed lacks a bit. However, it is not irremediable. Simply obtaining the pill fire will suffice. You are quite lucky. A few days ago, while cultivating, I had a sudden inspiration and sensed the aura of pill fire within the territory of our Earth Fire Small Secret Realm. Gu Yan's eyes flashed. Is that the aura of the Dan Fire? Han Yan's heart surged with joy. Yes, although that aura was just a fleeting glimpse, it can be confirmed that it is at least an Earth-grade Dan Fire. Gu Yan spoke with burning eyes. Earth-grade? Isn't that the same level as the Dan Fire inherited by our Earth Fire Outer Sect? Han Yan exclaimed in shock. The reason the Earth Fire Small Secret Realm is named so is that a Earth-grade Dan Fire once appeared here. This Earth Fire was captured by the first master of the Earth Fire Small Secret Realm, and has continued as the inherited Dan Fire of the Earth Fire Small Secret Realm. This ensures that the Earth Fire Outer Sect must have a Dan Master above the Earth Grade. After all, only Dan Masters can capture Dan Fire. The Earth Grade Dan Fire holds immense allure even for Heaven Grade Dan Masters. Therefore, every time a Master of the Earth Fire Outer Sect steps down, an Intersect Dan Master will apply to take the position. Thus, the Earth Fire Outer Sect is quite powerful among the 3,000 Outer Sects. Gu Yan himself is a Heaven Grade Dan Master from the Inner Sect. Indeed, at least Earth Grade. Gu Yan said firmly, if there hadn't been a genius like you under my command, I would have unhesitatingly taken that Dan Fire myself. But since you are a Dan spirit body, it seems a better choice for that Dan Fire to fall into your hands. Gu Yan's words were sincere, devoid of any falsehood. Although the inherited Dan Fire of the Earth Fire Outer Sect is only Earth Grade, its power is not weaker than that of the Heaven Fire. After all, it has been nurtured by generations of Dan Masters from various paths. One could say it simply lacks the name of Heaven Fire. Thus Gu Yan truly wishes to support Han Yan. Disciple thanks the Master. Han Yan hurriedly bowed. There's no need for thanks. As long as you remember that I have helped you, that is enough. Gu Yan said with a smile. In this world, all are here for profit, all are here for gain. Gu Yan was not without selfish motives. As Han Yan is a Dan spirit body, her future achievements are evidently considerable, making the investment worthwhile. The grace of the Master in imparting knowledge I shall never forget. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. No matter how great Han Yan's future achievements are, the Master will always remain her mentor. Han Yan spoke seriously. With your words, I am completely satisfied. I have already sent disciples to follow the aura of the Dan Fire. I believe it won't be long before we can confirm its location, at which time I will personally take you to capture it. Gu Yan said firmly. Master, we have found the whereabouts of the Dan fire. At this moment, an excited voice came from Gu Yan's communication treasure. Very good. Hold the place. I will come over right away. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan spoke solemnly. Old Lu, something feels off. At this time, Lin Yu and others had already approached the edge of the mountain range where the heaven fire was located. The spiritual energy in the mountain range was sparse, almost akin to a mundane land. It should not have attracted any cultivators. However, at this moment, many cultivators in the mountains were riding their treasures searching for something. Something feels off. Could it be that the disciples of the Earth Fire Outer Sect have discovered that heaven-grade Dan fire? Lu Daoxian was also somewhat uncertain. Whoosh! At that moment, a brilliant light soared into the sky from a distance. The cultivators on their treasures immediately became agitated and rushed towards the source of the light. Damn! It's the task signal from our Xian Luo sect. It's the location of the heaven-grade Dan fire. Damn, I've been aware of that heaven-grade Dan fire for so long without any movement, and now trouble arises. Lu Daoxian began to grind his teeth. Originally, he and the others had planned to quietly take the heaven-grade Dan fire and leave without a trace. But now the heaven-grade Dan fire has been found by the disciples of the Earth Fire Outer Sect. Forget it. Since we're here, we can't just leave empty-handed, can we? Right? It doesn't matter if we come without a fight, but if Lin Yu misses this opportunity, it will be difficult to find another heaven-grade Dan fire in the future. Lin Yu quickly spoke up. Obtaining the heaven-grade Dan fire naturally made Lin Yu happy. However, he also did not wish for... Lin Yu quickly spoke up. Obtaining the heaven-grade Dan fire naturally made Lin Yu happy. However, he also did not wish for the four elders to take risks for him. Fellow disciples fighting. This is no small matter. Don't worry, we know what we're doing. Here, change into these clothes. Dooley spoke as he took out 5 sets of black cloaks and distributed them to Lin Yu and others. Lin Yu, these cloaks are made of special material. Even if a golden core cultivator comes, they won't be able to detect our identities. Lu Daoxian quickly donned the cloak, revealing only his eyes while explaining to Lin Yu. This thing is good. Hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes brightened. A robe capable of blocking the probes of golden core cultivators is indeed essential for killing and arson. Elder Lu knows his stuff. Let's go. The group prepared and headed straight for the heaven-grade Dan fire. Bang, bang, bang. Along the way, the 5 encountered several batches of cultivators. These cultivators didn't even have time to react before Lu Daoxian and others knocked them out and dragged them into the bushes. Their actions were shockingly proficient. After a moment, Lin Yu saw a cave. The surroundings of the cave were very desolate. It could be said that not a blade of grass grew and nothing remarkable could be seen. At the entrance of the cave, however, were 8 cultivators guarding it all at the foundation establishment level. 8 people. We 4 can each take down 2. Be gentle, oh, don't hurt them. Lu Daoxian communicated. All right. In an instant, the 4 elders appeared at the cave entrance. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 elders were decisively powerful, each took down 1, and all 8 foundation establishment cultivators were flattened on the spot. Come quickly. The 4 elders called to Lin Yu after taking down the 8 foundation establishment cultivators. Whoosh! Lin Yu hurriedly flew out. At this moment, Lin Yu noticed that one of the fallen foundation establishment cultivators had not completely lost consciousness and had actually pulled out a signaling treasure. Forgive me. Bang! Lin Yu's gaze flashed and the innate power within him erupted, stepping on the face of that foundation establishment cultivator. The foundation establishment cultivator, who still retained some sense, completely fainted. Well done. Lu Daoxian gave a thumbs up to Lin Yu before diving into the cave. Lin Yu and the others quickly followed. The entrance of the cave was small, but inside it was interconnected. Lu Daoxian skillfully led Lin Yu and the others downward, and Lin Yu soon felt the temperature within the cave rising rapidly. After a moment, as they passed through a cavern, everyone was shocked as they looked ahead. At the end of the cave lies an immense magma chamber. The magma surges within, exuding an incredibly scorching aura. In the center of the magma, a flame resembling a lotus spanning over 100 feet flickers incessantly. The space surrounding the Dan fire is slightly distorted under the intense heat. What excites Lin Yu even more is that golden rays are flying toward his brow from above the Dan fire. The space surrounding the Dan fire is slightly distorted under the intense heat. What excites Lin Yu even more is that golden rays are flying toward his brow. A weak flame akin to a candle's flicker drifts within the cave. So feeble, it pales in comparison to Lin Yu's innate fire. As the Dan fire drifts, it discovers a snow-white lotus within the cave. The Dan fire dances upon the lotus, beginning to absorb its power. The pure lotus heavenly fire was originally a yellow-gray Dan fire. the lowest grade of Dan fire in the world despised by all alchemists. Yet the pure lotus heavenly fire possessing astonishing fortunes managed to find a heavenly grade pure lotus while drifting devouring its medicinal power and transformed into a heavenly grade Dan fire deserving of its remarkable past. So that's how it is. This pure lotus heavenly fire has actually devoured a heavenly grade spiritual herb, the pure lotus. Lin Yu stared in astonishment at the information that manifested in the image. Pure lotus, a heavenly grade spiritual herb. It is one of the rarest and most precious among heavenly grade spiritual herbs, truly hard to find in the world. The effects of the pure lotus are indeed extraordinary. It can reforge foundations. For cultivators, there's no path of retreat. If the foundation laid in any realm is not solid enough, it will lead to a broken path in future cultivation. However, obtaining a pure lotus changes everything. Consuming the pure lotus to refine the pure lotus heavenly pill can reforge the foundation, allowing one to retrain through all realms below the nascent soul. It is said that there is also a certain probability of transforming one's physique. It can be considered far more precious than many divine medicines. The fortuitous transformation of this pure lotus heavenly fire is truly astonishing. Splash! As the tree of the Great Dao sways, yet another flower of the Great Dao is formed. Drawing from the astonishing past of the pure lotus heavenly fire, a flower of fortune is born. Effect of the flower of fortune: one doubles one's own fortune. A flower of fortune used to enhance luck. Lin Yu's heart stirred. The concept of fortune is ethereal yet genuinely existent. In the world of cultivators, there are many examples of individuals achieving great fortuitous encounters due to their good fortune. Some people, due to their astonishing luck, are even called the children of fortune. Lin Yu knows that there exists a physique, known as the fortune body, which can rival the celestial spirit body. For instance, a mortal falls from a cliff, not only survives, but also gains extraordinary abilities, rising to prominence. In short, finding treasures while going out is the basic skill of a fortune body. If I enhance this flower of fortune, can I also find treasures when I go out? Lin Yu chuckled enigmatically. Quick! Make your move! Boom! As Lin Yu was lost in thought, Lu Daoxian had already summoned a formation plate. The formation plate rumbled into action, instantly evolving into layers of formation patterns, sealing off the entire magma chamber. Then Lu Daoxian and the others charged directly toward the pure lotus heavenly fire. Buzz! The pure lotus heavenly fire sensed the threat, unleashing waves of intense heat toward Lu Daoxian and the others. The violent power surged against the formation patterns, causing them to twist violently. The magma within the cave also began to boil, moving frantically. Fortunately, Lu Daoxian and the others had been prepared. The golden core true essence protected them while they executed hand seals to control the pure lotus heavenly fire. Gradually, they suppressed the aura of the pure lotus heavenly fire. The combined strength of the 4 golden cores far surpassed that of the pure lotus heavenly fire. No matter how the pure lotus heavenly fire, gradually they suppressed the aura of the pure lotus heavenly fire. The combined strength of the 4 golden cores far surpassed that of the pure lotus heavenly fire. No matter how the pure lotus heavenly fire struggled, it was difficult to break free from the restraints of the Dao chains. The pure lotus heavenly fire, originally over 100 feet in size, was shrinking at an astonishing speed under the suppression of the 4 golden cores. Great! The speed of suppressing this heavenly fire is much faster than we expected. Lin Yu, get ready to refine the Dan fire. Capturing the Dan fire is simple. Just control it with the fire control hand seal. We will suppress the power of the pure lotus heavenly fire to a level you can capture. Lu Daoxian quickly reminded. Yes. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, prepared himself even more. In just a moment, the pure lotus heavenly fire was suppressed by the 4 elders to a size of 1 foot. Its aura was now significantly weaker than before. Now's the time. Lin Yu, make your move. Lu Daoxian urged. Yes. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu unleashed his innate power. Such pure innate power. As Lin Yu made his move, the 4 elders revealed expressions of astonishment. They had seen many cultivators at the 4th layer of innate, but had never encountered innate power as pure as Lin Yu. Heavenly Fire Record. Lin Yu spoke gravely, employing the fire control method, recorded in the Heavenly Fire Record. The Heavenly Fire Record itself is renowned as the first fire control method in the world. As the Heavenly Fire Record emerged, the pure lotus heavenly fire trembled violently, as if meeting its nemesis, gradually becoming controlled by Lin Yu. This fire control technique is extraordinary. It will surely be captured. Du Li and the others' eyes brightened. Prepare yourselves, listen to my command, and release the pure lotus heavenly fire. Lin Yu, when the time comes, we will let go, and you just need to draw the heavenly fire into your body. Lu Daoxian added. Yes. Lin Yu nodded, continuously exhausting his innate energy. After a moment, the previously struggling pure lotus heavenly fire had completely calmed down. Now's the time. Boom. At Lu Daoxuan's command, the four of them simultaneously withdrew their hands. Come. Lin Yu made a swift hand gesture, and the pure lotus heavenly fire transformed into a streak of light rushing into his body. Boom. As the pure lotus heavenly fire entered his body, Lin Yu's body trembled violently. He could distinctly feel a scorching power akin to flowing magma forcefully rushing into his being. That sensation felt as if magma was coursing through his meridians. Lin Yu exerted all his strength to unleash the divine fire record, controlling the pure lotus heavenly fire as it traversed through his meridians. Bit by bit, he guided the power of the pure lotus heavenly fire into his Qi and Dantian. In a mere moment, a completely snow-white lotus took root within his Qi and Dantian. Success! Lu Daoxian exclaimed joyfully. No, this is bad. However, immediately after the expressions of Lu Daoxian and the others changed simultaneously. Lin Yu also displayed a look of astonishment. He discovered that an incomparably vast power erupted from the pure lotus heavenly fire and surged into his Qi and Dantian. Boom! The Cloud Sky Sutra that Lin Yu practiced began to operate spontaneously at that moment. 12 layers of palatial towers manifested above Lin Yu's head, frantically refining the power that surged forth from the pure lotus heavenly fire. This is the power of the pure lotus. Lin Yu felt a stroke of luck. Under the enhancement of the Cloud Sky Sutra, in almost an instant Lin Yu's cultivation level soared from the 4th layer of innate to the 5th layer of innate. Lin Yu's foundation was also being reforged. Back then, the pure lotus heavenly fire devoured the power of the pure lotus, defying fate and transforming into a heavenly grade pill fire. Yet a small portion of the medicinal power remained. Now that the pure lotus heavenly fire was subdued by Lin Yu, the residual power of the pure lotus was naturally released in its entirety. Rumbling, Lin Yu entered a state of enlightenment as the flower of time descended, altering the flow of time and dramatically enhancing his cultivation. 6th layer of innate. At every moment Lin Yu's cultivation was soaring rapidly. That was close. How can there still be such astonishing medicinal power hidden within this pill fire? If it weren't for Lin Yu mastering the Cloud Sky Sutra to the 12th degree of perfection, he would have exploded from within. Yet now this power has benefited Lin Yu greatly. It is enough to elevate Lin Yu's cultivation by several minor realms. Originally tense Lu Daoxian and the others looked at the 12 layers of palatial towers emerging above Lin Yu's head, filled with envy and genuine joy. Swish! At this moment at the entrance of the cave, as the void-twisted Gu Yen appeared with Han Yen. What happened? Upon arrival, Gu Yen saw the disciples lying in disarray at the cave entrance, and his expression changed instantly. Swish! With a wave of his hand, Gu Yen sent streams of spiritual energy into the 8 disciples, instantly awakening them. We have seen the sect master. As soon as the 8 disciples woke up, still a bit dazed, they saw Gu Yen and hurriedly bowed. What exactly happened? Gu Yan's expression darkened as he scanned the 8 disciples, especially one disciple whose face bore a shoe print that traversed his cheek, clearly indicating he had been knocked unconscious by a kick. Sect master, we don't know either. We were ordered to guard this place when several people suddenly appeared and knocked us down. The 8 disciples looked equally bewildered. To be taken down on their own territory, this was utterly humiliating. Very well. Today I shall see who dares to act as a bandit in my Earth Fire Outer Sect. Gu Yan's face was grim, and with a swift motion he headed straight for the cave. Did they even set up a large formation? Moments later Gu Yan found himself outside Lu Daoxuan's grand array, feeling even more infuriated. Those inside, listen. Will you come out on your own, or shall I shatter the formation and obliterate you all? Gu Yan said coldly, his tone icy. As one of the peaks of the cultivation world, the Xianluo sect's 3,000 outer sects were exceedingly domineering, employing thunderous methods. Oh no! That is the voice of that old man Gu Yan. Hearing this, Lu Daoxian and the others guarding Lin Yu felt their hearts leap. Don't make a sound. If we speak, we will definitely be recognized. Let him break the formation. It's just a heavenly grade formation, I can afford to lose it. We must ensure that this little fellow Lin Yu finishes his training. Lu Daoxian gritted his teeth. Originally they intended to take the pure lotus heavenly fire and leave, but they never expected such vast medicinal power would be hidden within. Looking at Lin Yu, it was clear he had entered a state of enlightenment. Enlightenment. This was a fortuitous opportunity that was rare to encounter. If interrupted, who knows when the next chance would come. Are you pretending to be a fool? When I break your formation, I'll turn you into true fools. Seeing Lu Daoxian and the others remain silent, Gu Yan became even more furious. Come. As Gu Yen spoke, a pill fire erupted within him, transforming into a massive fiery hand that slammed onto the heavenly grade formation. Rumbling, the heavenly grade formation roared violently. Intricate array patterns were burned through by the overwhelming power. This won't do. That old man Gu Yen is using real fire. He has summoned the inherited pill fire. This heavenly grade formation's main function is isolation. It probably won't withstand 3 strikes. Lu Daoxian said with a wry smile. Boom. At that moment Lin Yu's body trembled again, and his cultivation level soared to the 8th layer of innate. Swish. Just as Lin Yu's cultivation broke through, he opened his eyes, and the 12 layers of palatial towers above his head dissipated. Let's go. Lin Yu said, suppressing the unrefined, pure lotus power within him. Lin Yu, have you lost your mind? We can hold on. You shouldn't forcefully interrupt your state of enlightenment. Lu Daoxian exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing this. I didn't forcefully interrupt. It was my own choice to withdraw, Lin Yu replied. Elders, there is no need for concern. Once we return to the sect, I can enter that state again. Ha! Lin Yu's words left Lu Daoxian and the other 4 elders dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Can enlightenment really be resumed? Do you think it's as easy as having tea? However, they quickly recalled Lin Yu's extraordinary talent, helplessly steadying their shaken Dao heart as they prepared for the next move. Lu Daoxian raised his hand again, summoning an array disc. Swish. As the array patterns descended, Lin Yu felt a sense of dizziness. Then the figures of Lin Yu and the others simultaneously vanished. Boom. Just as Lin Yu and the others disappeared, the heavenly grade formation was shattered by Gu Yen. Gu Yen stared at the hollow magma cavern, his nose practically twisting in fury. The teleportation array disc. Damn it. This was meticulously planned. Down to the very teleportation array. In an instant, Gu Yen discerned the method by which Lin Yu and the others had fled. The aura of the Yunxiao scripture. Among the 3,000 outer sects of Shenluo, only the lineage of Zhou Junbai cultivates the Yunxiao scripture. So Zhou Junbai, you seized treasures from chiefing outer sect before, and were cornered for 3 years, too fearful to step outside your door. Yet you remain incorrigible. Today this seat shall have a most serious conversation with you. Gu Yen instantly sensed the lingering aura of the Yunxiao scripture left behind by Lin Yu's cultivation. Meditating upon the Dao resonance, Gu Yen deduced with certainty that this cultivator had mastered the Yunxiao scripture to an exceptionally profound level. Within the 3,000 outer sects, who else but Zhou Junbai could possibly attain such mastery? A cold sneer flickered across Gu Yan's face, and without hesitation he stormed away in righteous indignation. Sect Master. Han Yan's heart lurched as she watched Gu Yen stride out, his countenance ashen with fury. Let us go. We are heading straight to Yuntian outer sect. Zhou Junbai will regurgitate every spark of that pill fire. Exactly as he swallowed it, with another icy chuckle, Gu Yen swept Han Yan into his aura and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, over 10,000 li away from the mountain range, where the pure lotus heavenly flame resided, Lin Yu and his companions materialized. Lin Yu gazed in awe. This is the legendary teleportation array, is it not? Indeed, this seat specially commissioned Deputy Sect Master Wang to forge it. For seamless departure. Can transport 1 up to 10,000 li in a single activation. Its sole flaw, it teleports randomly and disintegrates after a single use. Lu Daoxian burst into hearty laughter. Old Lu, pray tell, what expression do you suppose that venerable Gu Yen wears right now? Duly suppressed his mirth as he asked. Undoubtedly apoplectic rage. Lu Daoxian grinned. Yet in their haste to flee that young Lin Yu neglected to erase the residual aura of his Yunxiao scripture cultivation. Gu Yen must already be racing toward the Yuntian minor realm. Su Changfeng remarked. What is there to fear? Catch a man in bed. Catch a thief red-handed. On what grounds does Gu Yen claim the Yunxiao scripture cultivator must be from our Yuntian outer sect? This seat might just as well accuse those inner sect disciples. He is welcome to march into the inner sect and settle accounts with them. Precisely. Moreover, the Yunxiao scripture is the sect master's own cultivation art. What business is it of ours? Lu Daoxian and the others wore expressions of utter nonchalance. Wait. Spirit herb fragrance. Lin Yu twitched his nose, then turned sharply toward the north. Spirit herbs. What grade? Lu Daoxuan's eyes gleamed with sudden intensity. Many, circulating flowers, and vital qi grass, and the scent of Tianxian fruits. Fully ripened. Lin Yu inhaled, deeply stunned. Tianxian fruit, the celestial grade spirit fruit. Though rarer than the pure lotus, it remained exceedingly precious. Tianxian fruit. Could it be we've been randomly teleported near a natural spirit herb garden? Lu Daoxian knew full well Lin Yu's uncanny ability to identify herbs by scent alone. If Lin Yu said so, it was unquestionably true. Let us investigate. Without delay, the group surged toward the direction Lin Yu indicated. Moments later, they beheld a spirit herb garden spanning dozens of mu, teeming with rare blossoms and exotic flora. At its center stood a radiant fruit tree, its branches heavy with lustrous violet fruits. Indeed, the Tianxian fruits, all fully ripened. No signs of human tending. This is a genuine natural herb garden. Ha ha ha. A random teleport. And we land beside a natural herb garden. What extraordinary fortune. Lu Daoxian and the others erupted into unrestrained laughter. Lin Yu cast a thoughtful glance toward the fortune flower blooming upon the great Dao Tree. A mere doubling of fortune yields such remarkable results. A strange notion stirred within Lin Yu's mind. You three, guard the perimeter. Lin Yu, as a pill refiner yourself, accompany this seat in harvesting the spirit herbs. We shall divide the spoils equally. Lu Daoxian added with a smile. Agreed. Lin Yu returned the smile and followed Lu Daoxian into the garden to gather the spirit herbs. While Lin Yu and his companions labored with fervent delight, Gu Yan arrived at the entrance of the Yuntian Minor Realm with Han Yan. Gu Yan, sect master of Dihua Outer Sect. I bear urgent matters requiring audience with sect master Zhou. Though seething inwardly, Gu Yan retained impeccable composure. Righteous confrontation demanded rigor, but as fellow outer sects of Xianluo sect, formal decorum could not be forsaken. Sect master Gu Yan, the gatekeeper disciple, startled by the announcement, blinked in disbelief, then hurried forth to verify. Truly, it is sect master Gu Yan. Disciple Wu Xian of Yuntian Outer Sect pays homage to sect master Gu Yan. Wu Xian bowed deeply. Take me to Zhou Junbai. Immediately, Gu Yan spoke with detached calm. Yes. Wu Xian nodded and discreetly transmitted a message to Zhou Junbai. Gu Yan has arrived. Zhou Junbai, who had been instructing Fang Mingxue and Ji Yanling, paused mid-sentence. Astonished. Though the Yuntian and Dihua minor realms lay adjacent, their rivalry rendered relations frosty at best. Mere polite greetings on rare encounters. Gu Yan's personal visit was unprecedented. Led sect master Gu Yan to the reception hall. I shall join you shortly. Mingxue Yanling. Today's cultivation ends here. You will accompany this seat to greet sect master. Zhou Junbai glanced at Fang Mingxue and Ji Yanling. Yes. They promptly dissolved. The jade towers hovering above their heads rose and followed Zhou Junbai toward the reception hall. Scarcely had Zhou Junbai and his two disciples entered the reception hall when Gu Yan and Han Yan arrived. Sect Master Gu Yan. Your esteemed presence graces our humble Yuntian minor realm, illuminating it like sunlight upon dust. Unaware of the underlying tension, Zhou Junbai greeted Gu Yan with warm sincerity. Zhou Junbai, I had imagined you might bar the seat's entry, as you once did with sect master Chiefing. Gu Yan's retort dripped with veiled sarcasm. Zhou Junbai's brows knotted instantly. Something was amiss, yet he forced a smile. Sect master Gu, how could you say so? Please be seated. Gu Yan accepted the invitation without ceremony, taking a seat in the hall. May I inquire? What urgent matter brings sect master Gu to our realm? Zhou Junbai asked. Simple. Gu Yan replied, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Junbai with quiet disdain. Return the pill fire you stole from our Dihua Outer Sect's territory. What fire elixir? Zhou Junbai frowned. Did Gu Yan go mad? When did I ever venture into the territory of the Earth Fire Outer Sect? When have I ever collected fire elixir? This is truly a case of sitting at home while the pot falls from the sky. You're just pretending. Keep pretending to me. Hearing this, Gu Yan became furious. Gu Yan, you better explain how I pretended. Zhou Junbai was also displeased. We are both sect leaders. On what grounds do you come here to accuse me? If I truly had taken the fire elixir, that would be one thing, but the key point is that I did not. Fine. Today I will discuss this with you. Today someone knocked out my disciple from the Earth Fire Outer Sect and took away a fire elixir from our territory. Gu Yan said coldly. Sect leader Gu Yan, you must have misunderstood. Our sect leader has been at the sect all day, guiding us in our cultivation without leaving for a moment. Yes, the sect leader has been here the whole time. Ji Yanling nodded repeatedly. Did you hear? Zhou Junbai shot a sidelong glance at Gu Yan. Do you think I would believe them? Gu Yan scoffed. Why shouldn't I believe them? I say, Gu Yan, are you taking my kindness for granted? Let me be clear, I have indeed not left the sect for even a moment today. If you want to visit our Yuntian Outer Sect, you are welcome, but if you are here for the fire elixir, I'm sorry, go some. Zhou Junbai was also getting angry. Although Gu Yan's status as a top-tier alchemist made him slightly superior in rank as a sect leader, it did not mean he could bully others. Good. You think you can play tricks with me? Let me ask you, among all the outer sects of our Xianluo sect, how many are cultivating the Yunshao scripture? Gu Yan asked. Aside from me, only my disciples. Zhou Junbai stated confidently. The inner sect of the Xianluo sect has countless methods. To ensure that different outer sects have different paths of development guaranteeing diversity among sect cultivators, these hidden techniques will not be practiced simultaneously by two outer sects. I ask you again. In your Yuntian outer sect, who besides you has cultivated the Yunshao scripture to the 6th level or above? Gu Yan said with a cold smile. Who else besides me has cultivated the Yunshao scripture to the 6th level or above? Zhou Junbai was taken aback. It seems there are only two people in the Yuntian outer sect. One is Zhou Junbai himself. The other is Lin Yu, who has cultivated the Yunshao scripture to the 12th level of completion. If I remember correctly, aside from those who have entered the inner sect, there is only you, Zhou Junbai, right? The place where the fire elixir was taken left traces of the Yunshao aura, which must have been cultivated to at least the 6th level. Inner sect disciples wouldn't need to hide it, one word would suffice to take the fire elixir. So who else is there besides you? Gu Yan glared at Zhou Junbai, speaking with irritation. Zhou Junbai, Fang Mingxue, and Ji Yanling all looked at each other with strange expressions. At this moment all three thought of Lin Yu, especially Zhou Junbai. Previously he had heard that Lu Daoxian intended to take Lin Yu to collect a fire elixir. The top-tier fire elixir Lu Daoxian mentioned couldn't possibly be the same one Gu Yan was talking about, right? Zhou Junbai's expression turned strange as he pieced together the sequence of events. So you claim that the cultivation of the Yunshao scripture to the 6th level or above was done by me? Where's the evidence? Zhou Junbai understood, but involving Lin Yu made it even harder to speak. In short, he refused to acknowledge it. Evidence? You still need evidence. Gu Yan became even angrier. Alright, looking at you, it seems you have no evidence. If there's no evidence, then don't let the door hit you on the way out. Zhou Junbai stood up. Zhou Junbai. It seems you are determined not to acknowledge it. You want evidence, huh? Fine, I will report this matter to the inner sect's punishment hall and have them come investigate. Gu Yan similarly stood up angrily. Upon hearing the words punishment hall, Zhou Junbai's expression changed. The punishment hall. This is the department that oversees punishment within the Xianluo sect. Sect traitors. Killing among peers. Everything regarding the Xianluo sect's rules is under the control of the punishment hall. The incident of the fire elixir being stolen in the Earth Fire secret realm could be serious or trivial. If it only involved competition between two outer sects, it could be resolved easily. However, once reported to the punishment hall, the nature of the situation would change. If the punishment hall actually sent someone to investigate, even if it were labeled as harming a peer, Zhou Junbai would have to step down as sect leader. It shouldn't come to that. Sect leader Gu Yan, it's just a minor issue. Reporting to the punishment hall is a bit excessive, isn't it? At that moment Lu Daoxuan's voice came. Following that, Lu Daoxuan, Du Li, and the other four elders along with Lin Yu all entered the hall. The five of them returned after scouring the natural medicine garden for spirit herbs. Upon hearing that Gu Yan had directly confronted Zhou Junbai, they all came along. Lu Daoxian frowned at this moment. He had long known that Gu Yan would definitely come looking for trouble. Catching a thief with the goods. Such matters, as long as they are not caught red-handed, would not lead to issues. This was the unspoken agreement among the outer sects. But who knew that Gu Yan would drag it into the punishment hall? It shouldn't come to that. If the fire elixir was taken from your territory, let's see if it's a minor issue. Gu Yan remained unyielding. Gu Yan. So you are admitting that the fire elixir was taken by me? Zhou Junbai gritted his teeth. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Gu Yan retorted. It could also be me. Lin Yu, observing the serious expressions of Zhou Junbai and others, spoke with a smile. You? Gu Yan glanced at Lin Yu and couldn't help but scoff. You're only a teenager, what gives you the right to take the fire elixir? Exactly. Lin Yu, this matter doesn't concern you. Go back immediately. Zhou Junbai said in a deep voice. Lin Yu shook his head at the words, and then looked at Gu Yan saying, Sect leader Gu Yan, how did you conclude that the fire elixir was taken by our sect leader? Yun Shao scripture. Gu Yan sneered. I understand now. Lin Yu nodded and then unleashed the innate power within him, revealing the 12-layered Qianglu floating above his head. Yun Shao scripture, 12th level of completion. How is that possible? Gu Yan exclaimed in shock at the sight of the 12-layered Qianglu appearing above Lin Yu's head. Gu Yan felt as if everyone had gone mad. This Lin Yu at his age clearly seemed like a new disciple just entering the outer sect. Yet he had already cultivated the Yun Shao scripture to a perfected state. Even if one started cultivating from the womb, achieving such a speed of advancement would be impossible. Is it really you? Gu Yan took a deep breath, calming himself down, and looked at Lin Yu with a strange expression. It is indeed the doing of the younger generation. Lin Yu nodded openly. Gu Yan, since the Dan fire was taken by Lin Yu, how do you intend to handle this? Make it clear. You're not afraid of losing face by letting the matter of your disciple escalate to the punishment hall. Zhou Junbai stepped forward, subtly protecting Lin Yu, as he saw Lin Yu admitting to it. Zhou Junbai, do not underestimate me. I would never stoop so low as to target a junior disciple. Gu Yan glared at Zhou Junbai. The true reason for Gu Yan's anger did not stem from the loss of the Dan fire. Rather, it was his belief that Zhou Junbai was acting irrationally. An old man with no hope of further advancement and not even a Dan master, what use is it to take the Dan fire? Isn't this denying the younger generation a chance to survive? Now that he knew Lin Yu had taken the Dan fire and seeing Lin Yu's mastery over the Yunxiao scripture, his anger had diminished considerably. Zhou Junbai, I have misunderstood you. After a moment of silence, Gu Yan bowed to Zhou Junbai. Zhou Junbai was taken aback upon seeing this. This old fellow Gu Yan is indeed quite rigid. No matter, it is my failure to educate. Zhou Junbai hurriedly returned the gesture, and then gave Lin Yu a meaningful look. It was my own doing. I hope Master Gu Yan can forgive me. Seeing this, Lin Yu also bowed. Gu Yan's expression softened a little upon hearing this. Lin Yu, if the Dan fire was truly taken by Zhou Junbai, I would go as far as to let go of my reputation and ensure that Zhou Junbai returns the Dan fire. Now that it is you, it is a competition among juniors, which I can understand. However, I still wish to confirm whether you are qualified to handle this Dan fire. Gu Yan looked at Lin Yu seriously. Master Gu Yan, how should I verify that? Lin Yu smiled. What is your current level of alchemy? I would say it is at the yellow grade. Lin Yu hesitated a moment before responding. Previously, he had been able to refine pills with 4 Dan patterns of the yellow grade, and now with the acquisition of the pure lotus, heavenly fire, refining the Shen grade should not be a problem. You claim you are already a yellow grade alchemist. Gu Yan's face showed a look of disbelief again. How is that possible? The Han Yen beside him was a Dan spirit body, yet she was still merely at the yellow grade. Lin, you can indeed refine yellow grade pills. Lu Daoxian smiled and boasted. Alright, if you can truly refine yellow grade pills, then I can acknowledge you. Regarding the matter of collecting Dan fire in the earth fire territory, I shall not pursue it. Gu Yan lifted his eyelids. Master Gu Yan, do you want your disciple to refine a batch of pills here? Lin Yu spoke oddly. Precisely. Gu Yan nodded. If so, I have a suggestion. Lu Daoxian said with a smile. What suggestion? Gu Yan was taken aback. Master Gu Yan, let the disciple behind you step outside for a moment. Lu Daoxian kindly reminded. Gu Yan frowned, somewhat displeased. Lu Daoxuan, with the alchemy technique of your Yun Tian small secret realm, Han Yen would not even stoop to learn from you. Master Gu Yan has misunderstood. I have no such intention, but letting her go outside is indeed for her own good. Lu Daoxian hurriedly explained. Alright, Han Yen, wait for me outside. Gu Yan stared at Lu Daoxuan, feeling puzzled, yet still spoke to Han Yen. Yes. Han Yen responded, giving Lin Yu a deep glance before exiting the main hall. Zhou Junbai even closed the hall doors. Can we begin now? Gu Yan frowned. What are these people up to? Lin Yu, tell me, what pill do you intend to refine this time? I have prepared the materials for you. Lu Daoxian said confidently. Then let it be the Xuanqi pill. Lin Yu pondered before replying. What? Xuanqi pill? Lu Daoxian was taken aback upon hearing this. Gu Yan was even. This is a Shen grade pill. The disciple wants to see if with the Dan fire now I can refine a Shen grade pill. Lin Yu said calmly. Lin Yu, give it to him. Lu Daoxian wanted to persuade him again, but Gu Yan shot him a glance and said seriously. Alright. Upon hearing this, Lu Daoxian immediately took out the materials for 10 batches of Xuanqi pills and handed them to Lin Yu. Master Gu Yan, is it acceptable to have 1 successful batch out of 10? 1 successful batch out of 10 is indeed a hallmark of a Shen grade alchemist, so it is naturally acceptable. Gu Yan nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu. Lin Yu, as per usual, use my alchemy furnace. Lu Daoxian took out his alchemy furnace. Then I shall begin. Lin Yu closed his eyes and meticulously recalled the recipe for the Xuanqi pill. With a thought, the pure lotus heavenly fire erupted forth. Gu Yan sensed the aura of the pure lotus heavenly fire and felt a pang of heartache. A heavenly grade Dan fire. This was a heavenly grade Dan fire. It was even better than his earth grade Dan fire, and it had just fallen into someone else's hands. But as Lin Yu's hand seals flew, the pure lotus heavenly fire surrounded him, and then enveloped the Dan furnace, preheating it. Such a marvelous fire control technique. In the world, only the divine fire record can control the Dan fire to such a degree. Gu Yan couldn't help but exclaim, already acknowledging Lin Yu in his heart. With such fire control capabilities, even if he were to personally intervene, he wouldn't dare say he could surpass Lin Yu. Swish, swish, swish. As Lin Yu changed his hand seals, various medicinal materials flew up and fell into the Dan furnace. The high-grade Xian-grade spiritual herbs, under the influence of the pure lotus heavenly fire, had their medicinal properties effortlessly refined by Lin Yu. Indeed, a heavenly grade Dan fire provides an immense boost for an alchemist. Lin Yu controlled the pure lotus heavenly fire to refine the medicinal properties, equally amazed in his heart. Gu Yan observed Lin Yu refining the pills while also monitoring the changes within the Dan furnace. However, as he continued to watch, his expression changed. Something is off. Although Lin Yu's control over the Dan fire is precise and natural, the heat level is fundamentally incorrect. Gu Yan furrowed his brows, realizing that Lin Yu was not following the heat requirements for refining the Xuanqi pill according to the recipe. As a celestial-grade alchemist, Gu Yan naturally had experience in refining Xuanqi pills. Lin Yu did not follow the pill formula, and the result of this approach could only lead to one outcome: an explosion. Master Gu Yan, please don't be anxious. Lin Yu must have his reasons for refining pills this way. Lu Daoxian spoke with confidence. What reason? The reason for the explosion. Gu Yan frowned. Master Gu Yan, take a look at this pill formula. Lu Daoxian chuckled, taking out the modified Yuanqi pill formula created by Lin Yu and handing it to Gu Yan. Is this the formula for the Yuanqi pill? The timing is completely off. Gu Yan glanced at the formula and immediately recognized the differences in Lu Daoxian's formula. It's wrong, so it's right. Master Gu Yan, I used this formula to refine Yuanqi pills, and my alchemy skills have significantly improved. I refined 6 batches of Yuanqi pills without a single failure, with 2 having 4 patterns and 3 having 2 patterns. What do you think? Lu Daoxian said with a smile. Are you saying that this formula is better than? Gu Yan was taken aback, and a storm of emotions surged within him. Modifying a formula that had been passed down for ages to enhance its effectiveness. How could that be possible? Not to mention that Lu Daoxuan, a ground-grade alchemist, couldn't do it. Even Gu Yan, a celestial-grade alchemist, was incapable. Exactly. Lu Daoxian replied seriously. Are you suggesting that Lin Yu modified the formula? Gu Yan's gaze towards Lin Yu completely changed. That's him. Lin Yu's talent in alchemy is beyond our comprehension. He can produce 4 patterns with 10% success rate in alchemy. But for the Yuanqi pill, he only produced 3 patterns. Therefore, he believed that there was an issue with the original formula and set out to modify it. The modification process only took the time of 1 batch of pills. And then it was done. Lu Daoxian shrugged. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan was instantly alarmed and gasped. What kind of monster is this? Zhou Junbai and the other elders Fang Mingxue and Ji Yanling all looked at Lin Yu with expressions of disbelief. Master Gu Yan, now you know why I didn't let your disciples watch Lin Yu refine pills, right? Lu Daoxian said with a wry smile. This was to avoid discouraging Han Yan, let alone a disciple like Han Yan who was inexperienced and had an unstable Dao heart. Even someone as seasoned as Gu Yan almost had his Dao heart shaken by Lin Yu. If you don't have a strong heart, it's best not to watch Lin Yu refine pills. It will make you feel inferior. I understand now. Gu Yan nodded with a bitter smile, feeling his own Dao heart becoming somewhat unstable. Boom! 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 While the two were conversing, Lin Yu's hand gestures continuously changed, having completed the merging process and reached the final stage of pill formation. Lin Yu's hands flew up and down, executing numerous hand seals that landed successively on the pill furnace. Amidst the roaring of the pure lotus, heavenly fire, the lid of the furnace was lifted, releasing a rich fragrance of herbs. It's successful. Under the changed timing, the furnace did not explode, and I truly refined the Xuanqi pill. Success on the first try. This can be regarded as a Xian-grade alchemist. Gu Yan, smelling the fragrant aroma wafting from the furnace, felt a tremor in his heart. Master Gu Yan, this is the first time I've refined the Xuanqi pill, and there are still many aspects that I did not execute well. Please verify the pills, senior. Lin Yu gestured politely towards Gu Yan. Good. Gu Yan took a deep breath, and with a casual gesture, 12 Xuanqi pills flew out from the furnace. The maximum yield of 12 pills. As the 12 Xuanqi pills flew out, Gu Yan's expression turned serious. When he saw the 4 swirling patterns on each of the 12 Xuanqi pills, he couldn't help but gasp. Maximum yield of 12 pills, all with 4 patterns. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe that these pills were refined by a disciple who has been in the sect for less than a month. Gu Yan was thoroughly impressed, successfully refining a Xian-grade pill on the first attempt. Maximum yield of 12 pills, 4 patterns each. Modifying a pill formula, which alchemist doesn't aspire to achieve that? At least Gu Yan, as a celestial-grade alchemist, had never refined a Xuanqi pill with 4 patterns. So do I have the qualifications to wield the pure lotus heavenly fire? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Of course. If you're not qualified, I wouldn't know who else could be. It's just that Han Yan had bad luck. Gu Yan smiled bitterly. Originally, he was already amazed by Han Yan's talent. But now he realized that what was called a pill spirit body was nothing compared to Lin Yu. There was simply no comparison. Junior thanks you Master Gu Yan for your support. Lin Yu hurriedly bowed. This is your own fortune. Gu Yan shook his head, genuinely impressed. However, I do have an unreasonable request, and I hope you can fulfill it, Lin Yu. Gu Yan looked at Lin Yu seriously. Master Gu Yan, please speak. As long as I can do it, I will certainly do my utmost to fulfill it. Lin Yu replied earnestly. Lin Yu, I want a copy of your Yuanqi pill and Xuanqi pill formulas. Of course I will not take it for free. I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Gu Yan looked at Lin Yu with burning eyes. He was very clear about the high value of the formulas modified by Lin Yu. Any pill, as long as it can produce an additional pattern, its value can increase tenfold. A formula that can improve the success rate of alchemy and increase patterns in the hands of any sect can serve as a foundation. Master Gu Yan, there's no need for that. If you need it, I will give you 2 copies of the formulas. Additionally, this batch of Xuanqi pills can be given to senior sister Han Yan. Lin Yu replied with a smile. He knew that Gu Yan originally intended to hand over the pure lotus heavenly fire to Han Yan for her to subdue, but he had taken the initiative. In terms of reason and sentiment, Lin Yu had to show some appreciation. 1 batch of pills, 2 copies of the formulas. In exchange for a celestial-grade pill fire, no matter how you calculate it, Lin Yu was making a great profit. Gu Yan trembled in his heart upon hearing this. This Lin Yu, so generous. 2 copies of the formulas and a batch of 4 pattern Xuanqi pills, each one worth an astronomical price, yet he offered them without batting an eye. I can accept this Xuanqi pill on behalf of Han Yan. However, I cannot accept the 2 formulas. Gu Yan said seriously after a moment of silence. Why? Lin Yu paused in surprise. Lin Yu. Gu Yan fretted that by profiting from you today, his good fortune with you might be exhausted at tomorrow. He might no longer be able to obtain a new pill formula. Zhou Junbai said with a half-smile. Lin Yu can already alter 2 pill formulas. He will surely be able to produce many more in time. Even after a single bounty, Gu Yan still knows how to tell true value from false. You Lord Zhou are perceptive indeed, Gu Yan admitted frankly. Fear not sect Lord Gu Yan, Zhou replied. We 2 outer sects share the same origin. Assisting one another is only right. Please accept these 2 formulas, sect Lord Gu Yan. If other formulas arise in the future, Lin, you will sell them to you senior. Lin Yu smiled. Is that true? At Gu Yan's words his eyes brightened. Truer than real gold. Lin Yu nodded smiling. Lin Yu, very well. Consider me indebted to you, Gu Yan proclaimed. If you ever need anything, come find me in the Dihua Minor Secret Realm. Gu Yan spoke with solemnity. Sect Lord Gu Yan, you are too polite, Lin Yu bowed. Lord Zhou, the Yuntian outer gate truly raises dragons from shallow pools. I cannot help but envy it. With the matter of the formulas settled, Gu Yan looked at Zhou Junbai with evident envy. You flatter me, sect Lord Gu Yan. Your disciple Han Yan is also a Dan spirit constitution. Her gift is exceedingly rare. Zhou Junbai and Gu Yan traded compliments like merchants, praising one another, each playing the part to perfection. In the end, the matter of the pill fire was satisfactorily resolved. Lord Zhou, my sect still has business. We will not intrude further. Farewell. After a short while, Gu Yan rose and took his leave. I will see you off. Zhou Junbai offered, rising personally to escort them. After Lin Yu and his companions departed, Zhou returned to his own cave. Sect Lord, is the matter of the pill fire to be considered settled just like that? Han Yan, following Gu Yan after they left the Yuntian Minor Secret Realm, could not help but ask. Han Yan. Gu Yan exclaimed. Lin Yu's talent in the way of alchemy is the finest I have seen in my life. If you can gain even a sliver of his guidance in alchemy, your future will be boundless. This Jinglian Tianhua is worth 1,000 doors opened as a stepping stone, Gu Yan said earnestly. Sect Lord, is Lin Yu's pillcraft truly so remarkable? Han Yan was suddenly bewildered. What had happened? How had their teacher become a champion of Lin Yu in such a short time? Gu Yan hesitated, then took out the furnace of Xuanqi Dan that Lin Yu had refined. This furnace of pills was improvised by Lin Yu just now in the hall. Gu Yan said, Look and you will see the difference. He handed the pills to Han Yan. Han Yan poured out the pills, and at a glance her eyes widened. This is a Xian-grade elixir with a 4-dan pattern. The Xuanqi Dan? She cried in astonishment. Wasn't Lin Yu only recently learning alchemy, already a Xian-grade refiner and able to craft 4-dan patterned pills? With the Jinglian Tianhua in hand, I can begin refining the Qicai Xiandan. After returning to his cave, Lin Yu went straight to the alchemy chamber. The formula for the Qicai Xuandan, a Shen-grade pill, came from Lu Daoxian. All the materials had long been assembled. Before, Lin Yu had lacked the confidence to attempt it. Now, with the Jinglian Tianhua, he was confident he could produce a 4-dan pattern Qicai Xiandan. In truth, Lin Yu could have waited. Let the flower of his alchemical Dao blossom further before attempting refinement. But by that time, he might not even need the pill. The Qicai Xuandan, best used by a cultivator before foundation establishment to reforge the root. Its effect is most potent then. Once one has advanced to foundation establishment, its efficacy diminishes. Moreover, a 4-dan pattern Qicai Xiandan already sufficed in potency. Humming, Lin Yu gathered the pill fire and opened the furnace. Relying on his art of identifying medicine by scent, he tuned the flame, determined to forge the finest Qicai Xiandan. At the same time, his constitution and the twin-petaled corporeal flower continuously drew in heaven and earth spiritual energy, further refining the residual medicinal force of the Jinglian within him. One furnace yielded the maximum 6 pills, and all bear the 4-dan pattern. Lin Yu counted. That leaves 1 for me, 1 each for father and mother, and 3 left over. When the Qicai Xiandan had formed, Lin Yu finally allowed himself a satisfied smile. With my cultivation, consuming this Qicai Xiandan together with the Jinglian's power will propel me directly to the 9th innate level. My root will be reforged whole and flawless. Then I may go to Qingcang's sect to see the elder there. With that thought, he swallowed 1 Qicai Xiandan. The pill dissolved instantly. Its potency rushed into Lin Yu's limbs and marrow. A 7-colored radiance lit his body as successive strains of Dao resonance rose and fell. As the Yunxiao Jing began to operate on its own 12 tiers of jade pavilions manifested, Lin Yu felt the Qicai Xiandan not only amplify his innate qi but also nourish his flesh and strengthen his nascent soul. It was an all-encompassing metamorphosis and elevation. Even the life essence within Lin Yu was being purified and thickened continuously. He sat thus for 3 days. At last, a vast innate majesty surged forth, sweeping outwards and making the hall itself tremble. Within Lin Yu's qi si and Dantian, 9 layers of innate qi churned and flowed through his meridians without cease. The 9th innate reaches full consummation. 1 more step and I shall reach foundation establishment. According to the Yunxiao Jing, to ascend from the innate to foundation establishment, one must seek a foundation artifact to forge the root of cultivation. The choice of such an object likewise shapes a cultivator's future. Lin Yu pondered aloud. Foundation establishment, the root of the immortal path. Only by forging a perfect foundation can one travel far along the road of cultivation. But foundation artifacts are hard to find. A haste will do no good. I can first go to Qingcang's sect. Once matters there are settled, I will return to the Qingmu dynasty and give the Qicai Xiandan to father and mother. With that decision made, Lin Yu rose and left his cave, heading straight for the sect lord's Yuntian Peak. Outer disciples still required the sect lord's leave to go out on their own. Junior brother Lin. As soon as Lin Yu entered Yuntian Peak, he met Fang Mingxue. Greetings, senior sister Fang. Lin Yu said with a smile, bowing. Fully consummated at the 9th innate. Fang Mingxue's eyes gleamed with incredulous wonder as she looked upon Lin Yu. In less than a month, he broke through to the peak of the innate 9th layer. Just how high is the talent of my junior brother? Sister Fang, there is no need to be surprised. Lin Yu's current cultivation is merely a result of fortuitous circumstances. Everyone has opportunities, but to cultivate so quickly with such a solid foundation, Lin junior brother is truly one of... Sister Fang, are you asking if the junior brother has come to see the sect master at the master peak? Exactly. The junior brother has a matter that requires a descent to the mortal realm. This time, it is to request a passage token from the sect master. Sister, coincidentally, I also have something to discuss with the sect master. Let us go together. Fang Mingxue said with a smile. All right. Lin Yu smiled and followed Fang Mingxue as they headed to the sect master's grand hall. Mingxue, Lin Yu, you two have arrived. As Lin Yu entered the grand hall, the air distorted and Zhou Junbai appeared on the throne. You two have come at the right time. I have matters to discuss with you. Zhou Junbai looked at Lin Yu and Fang Mingxue seriously. Please, sect master, give your orders. Lin Yu and Fang Mingxue replied earnestly. Mingxue, have you heard of the blissful secret realm? The blissful secret realm. Fang Mingxue's beautiful eyes sparkled. Isn't that the blissful secret realm where the blissful sect used to reside? Precisely. During the peak of the blissful sect, there were also nascent soul masters stationed there. However, it was erased from existence overnight 1,000 years ago. Since then, the blissful secret realm has vanished into the void, and the blissful sect's secret, the blissful heart technique, has also disappeared from the world. Zhou Junbai said earnestly. A sect with a nascent soul master was destroyed. Why? Lin Yu asked in astonishment. It is said to be because of a jug of wine. Fang Mingxue whispered, a jug of wine. Lin Yu's expression changed in surprise. Yes, it was indeed a jug of wine. But it was not an ordinary wine. Zhou Junbai raised his eyelids. The blissful heart technique is a method to refine one's heart. The sect master of the blissful sect had an astonishing opportunity acquiring the brewing method from an ancient wine immortal. He was also a person of remarkable talents. By merging the blissful heart technique with the brewing method, he crafted a jug of free-spirited wine. It is said that this wine can eliminate inner demons and allow one to easily transcend the nascent soul's inner demon tribulation. Zhou Junbai laughed. The inner demon tribulation. Lin Yu was shocked. Cultivators face tribulations at significant realms. At the innate stage there is the foundation establishment tribulation. From foundation establishment to golden core there is the golden core tribulation. From golden core to nascent soul there is the nascent soul tribulation. Among them, the nascent soul tribulation is also known as the inner demon tribulation. When the inner demon tribulation descends, it can plunge a cultivator into madness. The dark side of their heart will be magnified infinitely. If one cannot overcome it, they may become a demon bent on slaughter, causing their fellow disciples to end their lives. In severe cases they could perish right then and there. Yet a jug of free-spirited wine can resolve the inner demon tribulation. Such an effect is truly astonishing. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but he holds treasures that invite trouble. If you possess a method that defies the heavens but lack the strength to other cultivators, you are no different from a moving treasure trove. Zhou Junbai sighed and shook his head. In the world of cultivation there are birds singing and flowers blooming, and one can enjoy freedom, yet there is no lack of bloody slaughter and cruel competition. In any case, someone once coveted the brewing method of free-spirited wine and destroyed the blissful sect. I learned from some inner sect cultivators that the number of sects involved in this matter is no less than a handful. 5 nascent souls participated. 5 nascent souls. Surely they are not from our Great Luo sect. Lin Yu couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. After all, the senior figures in the sect were all too familiar with robbery. Ha ha ha. I say, what are you thinking, you little brat? You are making me laugh. Zhou Junbai couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, why is the sect master laughing? Lin Yu was a bit confused. Lin Yu, do you know where that ancient wine immortal came from? Zhou Junbai laughed. Could it be? Lin Yu's heart trembled. Exactly. That ancient wine immortal is from our Great Luo sect. In the inner sect there are no less than 800 brewing methods similar to this one. Lin Yu, remember this. Our Great Luo sect has long established itself at the peak. We can be called a celestial gate and do not need to resort to such tricks. Zhou Junbai looked at Lin Yu and said seriously, "Disciple remembers." Lin Yu nodded with a strange expression. When you were robbing others at Kaifeng's outer sect you weren't so righteous. Could it be that this is an internal conflict? These are all trivial matters. Although the blissful sect was destroyed, the brewing method of free-spirited wine was never taken away. Why? Lin Yu frowned. If the 5 nascent souls acted together to destroy the sect, how could they not bring out the brewing method of free-spirited wine? If 5 nascent souls acted, it should have been a one-sided slaughter. Unfortunately, they did not account for the fact that the sect master of the blissful sect had more than just free-spirited wine. The sect master of the blissful sect drank a cup of death-defying wine. His battle power surged threefold, and he not only took down 3 nascent souls, but also before dying sealed the blissful secret realm with his nascent soul power. Since then, the blissful secret realm has become a trial ground that opens once every 100 years. Each time it opens, it attracts various forces to compete, trying to find the blissful heart technique and the brewing formula. No one knows what kind of restrictions the sect master of the blissful sect placed. Once the blissful secret realm opens, if a golden core cultivator enters, it will cause the realm to collapse. It is likely that he left a backup plan, hoping for the sect to rise from the ashes. Today, I want to ask you if you are interested in visiting the blissful secret realm. Zhou Junbai asked with a smile. Sect master, I have reached the golden core stage and cannot enter. Fang Mingxue said earnestly. You will be in charge of leading the team. Zhou Junbai spoke seriously. Although you cannot enter, there must be a young disciple to maintain order. With our Great Luo sect's rules in place, the older generation would not dare to act against the young. However, if the young ones act, no one will intervene. If one's skills are inadequate, who can be blamed? This is also a tacit understanding among all major sects. If your junior brothers and sisters truly obtain the blissful heart technique and wish to bring it back to the sect, it won't be so easy. They will be robbed. Zhou Junbai said. Mingxue, are you willing to lead the team? Fang Mingxue nodded. Lin Yu, what about you? Although you are only at the innate 9th layer, it would be good to witness it. Zhou Junbai looked at Lin Yu and asked. I can't go. I don't have time. Lin Yu responded with a wry smile. No time. How could you possibly have no time? Zhou Junbai paused startled. Lin Yu's talent was simply extraordinary. Cultivation of profound techniques, such as the Yunxiao scripture, the Jiuxiao sword scripture, and the Yersin month spear art, had all reached consummation. His cultivation level had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th rank of the innate realm. Sending Lin Yu to undergo trials within the Xiaoyao secret realm had been the unanimous decision of Zhou Junbai, the 2 deputy sect masters, and the 4 elder elders. Secluding oneself to cultivate in isolation would never forge a true powerhouse. Indeed, an elder cultivator of the Qingsong sect has expressed willingness to transmit a unique technique to a disciple, but only before foundation establishment. I have come today specifically to request the passage token from sect master, so I may journey to the Qingsong sect. Lin Yu explained. RIC. Though modest in scale, the Qingsong sect's foundation establishment method is indeed unparalleled in its uniqueness. If mastered, it would truly be an exceptional boon. Zhou Junbai's eyes gleamed with sudden interest. You sect master are also familiar with the Qingsong sect's foundation establishment method. Lin Yu's heart stirred. Naturally, I am acquainted with it. Zhou Junbai nodded. Then I humbly request your guidance. Lin Yu replied, now thoroughly intrigued. Since you have already attained the peak of the 9th rank of the innate realm, preparing for foundation establishment is indeed imperative. Today I shall expound upon it in full detail. Zhou Junbai smiled and nodded. This matter requires some elaboration. Please be seated. Yes. Lin Yu sat cross-legged upon the floor, without hesitation, his bearing effortlessly refined. What then is foundation establishment? It is the forging of one's immortal foundation, using one's innate depth and accumulated cultivation as raw material. Though merely the 3rd major realm of cultivation, foundation establishment stands as the most pivotal threshold on the Taoist path. It determines how far a cultivator may ultimately ascend. Throughout history, countless practitioners, despite possessing transcendent talent, have faded into obscurity, their potential squandered by unstable foundations. Zhou Junbai spoke with meticulous care. While methods exist to reconstruct one's foundation post-foundation establishment, the difficulty increases 100-fold or more. Thus, every sect possesses its own secret techniques for perfect foundation establishment. For instance, the Xian Luo sect's method employs rare celestial treasures as catalysts and primordial qi as the foundational bedrock. This technique is recorded within the Yunxiao scripture, Zhou Junbai remarked. Indeed, celestial treasures are born of heaven and earth's utmost refinement, each a sovereign manifestation of natural essence. The rarer and more exquisite the treasure selected for foundation establishment, the more flawless the resulting foundation. Foremost among them stands the Dao spirit, the supreme choice. Lin Yu reflected aloud. The Dao spirit, the rarest and most elusive of all celestial treasures, was famed for containing from birth a sliver of authentic Daoic power. It was hailed as the ultimate foundation material. Precisely so. Though Dao spirits bear no formal hierarchy, they are even scarcer and more difficult to locate than divine herbs or immortal metals. Ultimately, it is a matter of fate. Hence, practitioners typically seek celestial treasures resonant with their personal Dao to complete foundation establishment. Given your unique constitution, your foundation material must be chosen with utmost deliberation. Deputy Sect Master Wang Chengkong has already devised a solution. Zhou Junbai stated. Deputy Sect Master Wang has conceived a plan. Lin Yu blinked in surprise. Indeed, he intends it as a surprise, and has divulged no further details. Zhou Junbai added, then tell me, what precisely renders the Qingsong sect's foundation establishment method so extraordinary? Lin Yu's curiosity burned brighter than ever. Cultivators possess 3 primordials: the physical body, spiritual energy, and the soul mind. These 3 forces reinforce one another, yet, unless blessed with exceptional talent, practitioners invariably focus primarily on refining spiritual energy. Spiritual energy in turn nourishes and strengthens both body and soul mind. Zhou Junbai continued. Thus, our foundation establishment fundamentally forges the foundation of spiritual energy. Yet, across the realms, certain cultivators seek to elevate their foundation establishment by fortifying either body or soul mind instead. The Qingsong sect's method specializes precisely in amplifying physical strength. Legend holds this method doubles the efficacy of foundation establishment. Zhou Junbai's gaze blazed with intensity. It doubles the foundation establishment effect. Lin Yu's heart surged. Exactly so. In truth, the Xian Luo sect possesses analogous techniques as well. For instance, the Yujing Mountain Grand Secret Realm's outer sect teaches the art of observing qi, a technique that enhances soul-mind strength to amplify foundation establishment. Likewise, it yields a 2-fold enhancement. And the Jingong Minor Secret Realm's outer sect preserves the unvanquished Vajra Fist, a secret art that bolsters physical might, thereby doubling foundation establishment efficacy. Zhou Junbai explained. Given such extraordinary arts, why aren't they disseminated across all outer sect disciples? Lin Yu asked, puzzled. Disseminate? Zhou Junbai fixed him with an incredulous stare. Do you imagine every disciple shares your monstrous aptitude, mastering arcane arts as effortlessly as breathing or eating? That is indeed true. Lin Yu nodded, deeply convinced. So you're flattered you begin puffing up like a peacock? Zhou Junbai glared. To augment foundation establishment via such arts, mastery must be absolute. Yet these arts are extraordinarily arduous to cultivate. For most cultivators, speed is paramount. They seek the swiftest possible foundation establishment. Rashly pursuing such arts invites failure, not only jeopardizing foundation establishment itself, but potentially delaying it beyond the critical age threshold. Take Song Qingfeng for example. He once possessed full eligibility for inner sect admission. Yet his pride ran high, unwilling to settle as an ordinary inner sect disciple. He spent excessive years searching for a Dao spirit, thus forfeiting his optimal foundation establishment window. Zhou Junbai sighed. Does the Xian Luo sect truly place such weight on age? Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Absolutely it does. Zhou Junbai affirmed firmly. The earlier one establishes foundation, the greater one's talent, and the deeper one's affinity with the Dao. Does senior brother Song retain any chance of entering the inner sect? Lin Yu asked. Of course he does. But... Zhou Junbai hesitated, his words trailing off. But what? Lin Yu leaned forward, intrigued. No, it is too early to speak of this. When the time comes you shall know naturally. Zhou Junbai shook his head. Were any other disciple to request training in the Qingcong sect's secret art, I would refuse outright, permitting at most limited scholarly reference. As for you, however, do as you please. Zhou Junbai declared. Many thanks, sect master. Lin Yu bowed respectfully. Nonetheless, you must still enter the Xiaoyao secret realm. Zhou Junbai said. Why? Lin Yu blinked in surprise. Do you think I am unaware of your insight? Even the Yun Shao scripture, a technique renowned for its impenetrable complexity, you mastered to perfection in mere moments. A minor secret art from the Qingcong sect poses no challenge. It would be child's play to learn. You may master it first, then proceed to the secret realm afterward. Do not attempt to shirk your duty. Zhou Junbai rolled his eyes. Yes. Then once you've finished your current tasks, go meet senior sister immediately. Lin Yu offered an awkward smile. Understood. So it is decided. Mingxue visit each peak and assemble the younger generation of disciples. Tomorrow we depart for the Xiaoyao secret realm. Zhou Junbai finally wore a satisfied expression. Yes. Fang Mingxiu accepted the order and departed. This junior disciple also takes his leave. Lin Yu rose to his feet. This is the sect master's token. Hold it well. Henceforth, whenever you descend the mountain, no report is required. Zhou Junbai tossed a token toward Lin Yu. Many thanks, sect master. Lin Yu hastily bowed in reverence. Go on. With a casual wave of his hand, Zhou Junbai dismissed him, and Lin Yu turned and left the sect master's grand hall. Originally, this sovereign had even considered swallowing his pride and journeying to Wangqing Mountain and the Jingang outer sect to secure 2 secret cultivation manuals for Lin Yu. Now that Qingcong sect's manuals are at hand, much effort has been spared. Still, Wangqing Mountain must be visited. Being overcharged there is all but inevitable. As Zhou Junbai watched Lin Yu depart, his face clouded with melancholy at the thought of Wangqing Mountain's sect master. That old acquaintance's generosity is not easily claimed. It is said that this time the Xian Luo sect's outer sect, the elite Xianxing Great Secret Realm, will also dispatch disciples. I wonder whether that young fellow Lin Yu will slack off and skip the trip entirely. He mustn't miss this rare opportunity to witness the very finest prodigies among the outer sects. A wry contemplative murmur escaped Zhou Junbai's lips. Then in the blink of an eye his figure dissolved into thin air. Thunderclap. Shu. Emerging from the Yuntian Minor Secret Realm, Lin Yu summoned his reverse immortal sword from its scabbard. It soared forth and settled beneath his feet. The 13 reverse immortal swords each possessed unique strengths. Among them, Thunderclap sword was unmatched in speed. Zhang. At Lin Yu's mental command, Thunderclap sword pierced the heavens like a violet lightning bolt, traversing 1,000 li in an instant. Fast. This was Lin Yu's first time traveling by sword flight, but his speed already surpassed that of Song Qingfeng's earlier escort. Back then, Song Qingfeng had held back, fearing injury to Lin Yu. Secondly, his sword simply lacked swiftness. Now, with Thunderclap unleashed, and Lin Yu exerting himself to the utmost, velocity reached its absolute zenith. What would normally take 3 days Lin Yu completed in half a day, arriving at Qingsong sect. Junior disciple Lin Yu honoring the elder's instruction has come to seek guidance. Lin Yu stood before Qingsong sect's mountain gate and bowed deeply toward its ruined site. Whoosh! No sooner had he spoken than a gentle breeze stirred, and the elder of Qingsong sect appeared before him. You've reached the 9th rank of innate qi, perfected. The elder appeared gazing at Lin Yu in astonishment. His entire being was stunned. He had assumed Lin Yu would require at least 2 years to achieve innate perfection. But how long had truly passed? Less than a month, and already innate perfection. This junior disciple merely cultivates somewhat faster than average. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Hearing this, the elder's lips twitched involuntarily. Are you certain your pace qualifies merely as somewhat faster? Follow me. The elder suppressed his inner shock and turned toward the mountain gate. Yes. Lin Yu fell into step behind him. The elder led Lin Yu directly into Qingsong sect's ruins. A cluster of dilapidated halls long eroded by time into crumbling decay. Nearby stood a modest courtyard. More precisely, a wooden cottage enclosed by a simple bamboo fence. Enter. The elder glanced back at Lin Yu, then stepped inside the cottage first. Lin Yu had assumed the humble exterior concealed an internal spatial realm. An immortal abode. He was mistaken. The elder truly dwelled in an ordinary unadorned wooden cottage. Yet it was immaculately kept. A bed, a table, several chairs. Nothing more than austere simplicity. You seem puzzled. Perceiving Lin Yu's silent astonishment, the elder chuckled softly. This junior disciple dares not presume to speak. Lin Yu shook his head. Perceiving Lin Yu's silent astonishment, the elder chuckled softly. This junior disciple dares not presume to speak. Lin Yu shook his head. In truth, the answer is simple. In my youth, life was unbearable, until Qingsong sect offered me shelter, a home. A wistful light softened the elder's features. Is this place where it began? Lin Yu asked, thoughtful. Indeed, precisely here. The elder ran a weathered hand along a rotting pillar, then gazed out the window. Long ago, the former sect master asked me, why do you cultivate? My reply, to eat to stay warm, to never again suffer oppression. The elder spoke with self-deprecating candor. An admirably honest answer, elder. Lin Yu smiled. Your words echo those of the former sect master himself. Yet when I attained foundation establishment, the sect master posed the same question once more. And the elder turned to face Lin Yu. Changed. Lin Yu mused aloud. Indeed. By then Qingsong sect's spiritual energy had begun to wane. Many disciples chose to depart seeking brighter futures elsewhere. Again the sect master asked, what is your purpose in cultivation? I replied, to preserve Qingsong sect's legacy. A fierce, resolute light blazed in the elder's eyes. Elder, was it truly for those words alone that you have guarded Qingsong sect all these years? Lin Yu felt a profound stir within his heart. Yes. Do you think me foolish? With my golden core peak cultivation, though entry into Great Luo sect's inner sect remains beyond reach, I am certainly qualified to serve as an elder in its outer sect. As for lesser sects, I could easily assume the title of Supreme Elder. The elder gave a wry, self-mocking smile. Over the years numerous sects had sought to recruit him, yet every offer met with refusal. Gradually those sects ceased their overtures. Giving rise instead to rumors whispered across the land atop Qingsong Mountain dwelled a cultivator who had lost his wits. Impervious to persuasion, rigid in devotion. Certainly not foolish. Lin Yu spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Elder, what you guard is not a fallen sect, but the Dao within your heart. I guard the Dao within my heart. At those words the elder trembled inwardly, and suddenly a profound Dao resonance surged from his being, piercing the heavens. Boom! The old man was surrounded by a sea of Dao aura, his presence commanding and imposing. It seems the senior has broken through. Lin Yu was taken aback, not expecting that his casual remark would have such a profound impact on the old man. So that's how it is. The old man let out a long howl towards the sky, his voice filled with enlightenment amidst the eruption of his aura. Whoosh! The old man gathered his thoughts, slowly retracting the overwhelming presence that had dispersed. I am Qingsongzi of the Qingsong sect. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your clarification. Qingsongzi restrained his aura and looked at Lin Yu with a serious expression, bowing respectfully. Senior, you mustn't. I merely spoke from the heart, expressing my feelings. Lin Yu hurriedly returned the gesture. A wonderful statement, speaking from the heart and expressing feelings. Lin Yu, my fellow Taoist, your heartfelt expression has resolved a mental block I have struggled with for half a lifetime. The old man couldn't help but sigh. With a perfected golden core cultivation, he had guarded the Qingsong sect for a century. Qingsongzi had also questioned whether such dedication was worthwhile. Qing Zongzi couldn't comprehend, but now he understood. It was worth it. As Lin Yu said, protecting the legacy of the Qing Zong sect was his Dao. For the Dao in his heart, he would not hesitate to guard for 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years until death. What harm would it be? With Lin Yu's one sentence, the confusion that had troubled Qing Zongzi for a century was effortlessly resolved. Lin Yu, now I will impart to you the 2 secret methods of the Qing Zong sect. Qing Zongzi gazed at Lin Yu with burning intensity. 2 secret methods. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Indeed. The first is our Qing Zong sect's cultivation method, the 9 transformations of mountains and rivers. The 9 transformations of mountains and rivers is a method of physical cultivation. Qing Zongzi spoke earnestly. A method for physical cultivation. Lin Yu's eyes flashed. Indeed. Cultivate the body, cultivate the qi, cultivate the spirit. These are the 3 major cultivation paths in the world. In ancient times, there was no distinction of strength among the 3 paths, and there were even true prodigies who cultivated all 3. Qing Zongzi pondered aloud. However, the emergence of a method for qi cultivation changed this landscape. Since then, physical cultivation and spiritual cultivation gradually declined with However, the emergence of a method for qi cultivation changed this landscape. Since then, physical cultivation and spiritual cultivation gradually declined with qi cultivation becoming the mainstream method of cultivation. What you refer to is the qi manipulation technique. Lin Yu thought of the qi manipulation technique. The Sanbao Immortal Lord created the qi manipulation technique, providing a method for all who wish to enter the immortal gate, which might very well be the technique Qing Zongzi was referring to. Yes, it is indeed the qi manipulation technique. The advent of the qi manipulation technique greatly lowered the threshold for qi cultivation. The threshold for physical and spiritual cultivation, which remains extremely high, was naturally gradually abandoned. Our Qing Zong sect is one of the few sects that still practices the ancient method of physical cultivation, Qing Zongzi explained. I see. Lin Yu understood at once. As for the second volume, it is the foundation establishment secret method, extracted from the 9 transformations of mountains and rivers, the Qing Zong technique. Using the Qing Zong technique for foundation establishment can unlock the potential of the physical body, allowing the effects of foundation establishment to double. Lin Yu's eyes brightened. It seems my fellow Taoist Lin Yu knows quite a bit. However, you only know one part, not the other. Qing Zongzi said proudly. I would like to hear more. Lin Yu performed a respectful bow. If one solely cultivates the Qing Zong technique, the effects of foundation establishment can be doubled. But if one cultivates the 9 transformations of mountains and rivers, and then uses the Qing Zong technique for foundation establishment, one can achieve true physical foundation establishment. Physical foundation establishment. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, instantly revealed a look of shock. Indeed. Physical foundation establishment. I have said before that in ancient times the 3 paths of cultivation coexisted in the world. The physical body can achieve physical foundation establishment, the spiritual energy can achieve spiritual foundation establishment, and the divine soul can achieve divine soul foundation establishment. There are prodigious talents who can cultivate all 3 paths, achieving the 3 Yuan foundation establishment. 3 Yuan foundation establishment compared to spiritual foundation establishment is not merely 1 + 1 = 3. It is 9-fold depth. 9 is the utmost number. It is said to be 9-fold, but the gap among them is likely mild. Lin Yu murmured. Indeed. However, both physical and spiritual cultivation are ancient methods with cultivation thresholds too high. Without being an unparalleled genius, one cannot possibly achieve the cultivation of all 3 paths. Moreover, due to the high thresholds and the time-consuming nature of cultivation, they have gradually exited the annals of history. Even a powerful sect like the Great Luo sect would not actively guide its disciples in cultivating the 3 Yuan. Cultivating all 3 paths indeed takes too long. Lin Yu nodded. Fang Mingsu's cultivation speed could already be considered extremely fast. It took nearly 5 years for her to reach the peak of the innate 9th level. If cultivating all 3 paths, it might take 15 or 20 years to reach the innate level. For the younger generation, this is too great a cost. But you are different. Qing Zongzi gazed intently at Lin Yu. You have managed to reach the peak of the innate 9th level in such a short time, and you can certainly cultivate another physical cultivation method. After all, as long as you can complete foundation establishment before the age of 25, it will not affect your future. You are only 16 or 17 years old with 9 years left. Qing Zongzi spoke earnestly. Originally, Qing Zongzi had planned only to teach Lin Yu the Qing Zong technique. However, after witnessing Lin Yu's speed of cultivation, he changed his mind. Simply using a secret method to enhance the effects of foundation establishment would be a waste of Lin Yu's talent. Will foundation establishment after the age of 25 affect the future? Lin Yu suddenly realized. Yes. Foundation establishment before the age of 25 is one of the assessment standards for inner disciples in sects like the Xian Luo sect. I see. Lin Yu nodded. Lin Yu. What is recorded here is the 9 transformations of mountains and rivers and the Qing Tsang technique. Before the old sect master departed, he entrusted this inheritance to me, and today I will pass it on to you. Qing Tsangzi solemnly took out a jade slip and handed it to Lin Yu. Thank you, senior. Lin Yu bowed again and solemnly accepted the jade slip. Buzz. As the jade slip entered his hand, rays of golden light erupted, pouring into Lin Yu's brow. Boom! The golden light converged. A vivid image illuminated Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. In the scene, there is a robust and sturdy man traveling between heaven and earth. The man's appearance is quite peculiar. A mortal has 7 orifices: eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. However, the man has 9 orifices. A vertical eye in the center of his forehead counts as 2 orifices. The man seems enamored with the mountains and rivers of the world. Every time he arrives at a place, he stops to admire it. Lin Yu follows the man, witnessing many famous mountains and rivers. Eventually, the man halts in one location, a mountain peak. At first glance, it appears no different from an ordinary mountain. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Yu reveals a look of shock. Amidst the great mountain, there is a natural rhythm of the Tao, flowing with spiritual energy, surging in from all directions. The once plain peak suddenly rises from the ground at an astonishing speed. The 9 turns of the mountains and rivers created by the Qingshan Taoist. The Qingshan Taoist was originally a spirit stone that transformed into a form born with divine power, and was accepted as a disciple by the ancient and first body refining sect, the Unyielding Immortal sect. The Qingshan Taoist had extraordinary talent in the path of body refining, achieving the 5th level of the Unyielding Immortal Sutra in less than 100 years. However, after that, his cultivation stagnated. The Qingshan Taoist had no choice but to leave the Unyielding Immortal sect, traveling the world in search of a method to break through, and after witnessing the formation of a secret realm, he created his own body refining method. 9 turns of the mountains and rivers. The 9 turns of the mountains and rivers is based on the process of forming a secret realm, comparing the cultivator's physical body to a human secret realm, pioneering a new era of body refining, surely stunning the past. In an instant, the physical and corporeal twin flowers of the great Dao Tree slowly unfurled. Drawing from the stunning past of the 9 turns of the mountains and rivers, the effects of the twin flowers of the body and constitution were enhanced. Effects of the twin flowers of the body and constitution. 1. Even without cultivation, the improvement in cultivation is still astonishing. 2. The purity of innate qi within the body is increased 5-fold. 3. The nourishing effect of innate qi on the physical body is increased 4-fold. 4. The nourishing effect of innate qi on the soul is increased 4-fold. 5. The innate qi possesses the power of the 9 heavens. 6. The speed of body refining is doubled. As the twin flowers of the body and constitution unfolded, new effects began to emerge. Lin Yu, my friend, you should cultivate on your own. If there are any unclear areas, feel free to ask this old man. Qing Tsangzi said solemnly. All right. Lin Yu nodded and began to study the 9 turns of the mountains and rivers. Boom! As Lin Yu just started his cultivation, his body trembled violently, and a great seal of mountains and rivers appeared above his head. So soon you have forged a seal of mountains and rivers. Qing Tsangzi looked at the great seal above Lin Yu's head, revealing a look of astonishment. The 9 turns of the mountains and rivers has a total of 9 levels. It corresponds to the 9 orifices of the Qingshan Taoist. Each orifice represents a great secret realm, and can forge a great seal of mountains and rivers. Opening one orifice doubles the speed of body refining. Opening all 9 orifices signifies the great achievement realm. Cultivating to the extreme allows the physical body to accommodate the immense power of the 9 great secret realms, making it invincible. Lin Yu forged a great seal of mountains and rivers, marking the entry into the 9 turns of the mountains and rivers. Boom! Before Qing Tsangzi could come to his senses, several great seals of mountains and rivers continuously forged above Lin Yu's head. High in the sky they float unceasingly. In just a moment, all 9 great seals of mountains and rivers had been forged. 9-fold great achievement. How could this be possible? Qing Tsangzi exclaimed. The 9 turns of the mountains and rivers corresponds to the 9 orifices. It is difficult for someone without 9 orifices to achieve great success. Yet Lin Yu clearly only has 7 orifices. How could he achieve great success? What shocked Qing Tsangzi even more was that as the 9 great seals of mountains and rivers churned, an endless stream of spiritual energy surged forth from heaven and earth, flooding into Lin Yu's limbs and bones. In just a moment, Lin Yu's physical body had already birthed innate qi. The physical body has produced innate qi. Heavens, has he really reached the innate realm of the physical body? Qing Zongzi stared wide-eyed. The path of body refining is inherently more difficult than that of qi refining. Otherwise, how could a single qi technique cause the path of body refining to decline? However, Lin Yu not only achieved the perfect 9 turns of the mountains and rivers in an instant but also produced the innate power of the physical body. Boom! At the same time, the 12-level celestial tower appeared above Lin Yu's head once more. Innate spiritual qi. Innate power of the physical body. The two types of innate power intertwined and circulated within Lin Yu, complementing each other. They continuously tempered Lin Yu's physical body. This is the 12th great achievement of the Yunxiao Sutra. No wonder he could reach the innate 9-fold realm in such a short time. It turns out he has perfected the Yunxiao Sutra. Old sect master, our Qingcong sect has no regrets. We have found such a genius to be the heir of the 9 turns of the mountains and rivers. The 9 turns of the mountains and rivers will surely shine brightly in Lin Yu's hands. Qing Zongzi wore a face of satisfaction and emotion. Splash! At this moment, the 12-level celestial tower above Lin Yu's head quietly dispersed. The 9 great seals of mountains and rivers also flew into Lin Yu's 7 orifices. Among them, 4 great seals of mountains and rivers flew into Lin Yu's eyes, making Lin Yu's pupils momentarily overlap, captivating like a pair of heavy pupils. As the 9 great seals of mountains and rivers entered his body, Lin Yu felt that the 9 orifices of his postnatal body were still continuously drawing in spiritual energy, strengthening his physical body. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy in this place had long since been exhausted. Even as strong as the 9 great seals of mountains and rivers, they could hardly absorb much spiritual energy. Junior Lin Yu, thank you for the teachings of the senior. Lin Yu stood up and deeply bowed to Qing Zongzi. Though Lin Yu had not yet broken through, he could truly feel that his foundation was more profound than before, more than doubled. It is this old man who should be thanking you, my friend. Our Qingcong sect has truly no regrets. The 9 turns of the mountains and rivers will ultimately illuminate the world. Qing Zongzi said with emotion. Why don't we just not thank each other? Lin Yu laughed and scratched his head. It is this old man who is being pedantic. Qing Zongzi was first taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Senior, I still have tasks to attend to and cannot linger here. Do you plan to stay here, senior? Lin Yu stood up and asked. I will leave. Qing Zongzi replied with a smile. Why? Lin Yu's heart stirred. As you said, my friend, I guard the Dao in my heart. So no matter where I go, the ground beneath my feet is Qingcong. Qing Zongzi looked at Lin Yu, a look of carefree demeanor on his face. Senior, you truly have come to understand. Lin Yu spoke with a smile. Indeed. Qing Zongzi nodded earnestly. Thus, when we meet again, senior, you will likely have already become a nascent soul cultivator. Lin Yu chuckled. It's also possible that you may perish under the tribulation of inner demons. Qing Zongzi stated nonchalantly. When Qing Zongzi mentioned the tribulation of inner demons, he felt no fear and was quite carefree. Senior, have you ever heard of the freedom wine from the Xianyao sect? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Lin Yu had originally come for the Qingcong technique, but unexpectedly. He had also practiced the physical cultivation method, the 9 turns of mountains and rivers from the Qingcong sect. The Qingcong technique was fundamentally derived from the same source, so Lin Yu naturally practiced it as well. Now he should start planning for the journey to the Xianyao secret realm. Freedom wine. I have heard a little about it. It is said that freedom wine can dissolve inner demons, assisting one in easily overcoming the tribulation of inner demons and advancing to the nascent soul realm. Qing Zongzi pondered and spoke. Senior, actually I have another task this time. Lin Yu spoke earnestly. What task? Do you need me to assist you? Qing Zongzi asked sincerely. This task involves going to the Xianyao secret realm to seek out freedom wine and the recipe for brewing it. Lin Yu said with a smile. The Xianyao secret realm has opened. Indeed, upon calculating the time, it has indeed opened. Qing Zongzi calculated with his fingers, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Senior, would you be willing to go together? If I truly acquire that freedom wine, I will certainly celebrate with you, senior. Lin Yu smiled at Qing Zongzi. If that is the case, then I suppose I have no choice but to go. Qing Zongzi chuckled as he stroked his beard. Then it's settled. However, senior, I still need to return to the Qingmu dynasty to deliver 2 pills to my parents. I hope you can accompany me, senior. Lin Yu smiled shyly. Lin Yu was merely at the innate realm. If it came to speed, he could hardly match Qing Zongzi, who was half a step into the nascent soul realm. So it turns out you had this in mind. Qing Zongzi chuckled and scolded lightly, then waved his hand. Boom! A large seal appeared above Qing Kang's head. This seal is called the Qingcong seal. It is a divine treasure passed down from our Qing Tsang sect. Qing Tsangzi explained. The deputy sect master Wang Chengkong once said that the greatest function of seal-type treasures is to crush people. Since the Qing Tsang sect uses this seal as a divine treasure, there must be other wonderful uses, right? Lin Yu pondered and spoke. Naturally, the way of controlling artifacts in the world inherently has its strengths. As the saying goes, each has its strengths and weaknesses. If given the opportunity, I would let you experience it, young man. As Qing Tsangzi spoke, his body moved and he landed on the seal. Lin Yu, come up. Let's first go to the Qingmu dynasty. Qing Tsangzi said. Thank you for your trouble, senior. Lin Yu flashed and landed on the seal. Xianyao Secret Realm. Though it is called a secret realm after the previous battle, it was already filled with fine cracks. Coupled with the sealing of the Xianyao sect master, it was now on the verge of collapse. In such a broken secret realm, let alone golden core and nascent soul cultivators, even powerful figures in the 9th level of foundation establishment might be able to destroy it. At this moment, at the entrance of the secret realm, the void twisted continuously and various treasures shot out. Sister Mingxue, is that the entrance to the Xianyao secret realm? Zhao Huayu asked curiously. It was indeed Fang Mingxue who had arrived with disciples from the Yuntian outer sect. The Yuntian outer sect had not brought many people this time. Fang Mingxue led the group. Zhao Huayu from Wang Chengkong's faction, Song Qingfeng from Lu Daoshuan's faction, and Yang Luqing from Lu Xian's faction, and Ji Yanling from Zhou Junbai's faction. That is indeed the entrance. Did you all remember what I told you on the way here? Fang Mingxue asked. We've noted everything down. The west and north sides have been thoroughly searched, so there's no need to waste time checking them. The west side is the ruins of the Xianyao sect. If you want to find freedom wine, it's best to thoroughly investigate there. Also, the Xianyao secret realm only lasts for 7 days each time it opens. Song Qingfeng and the others said seriously. I was wondering who was so familiar with the Xianyao secret realm. It turns out to be Sister Mingxue from the Yuntian outer sect. At that moment, a carefree voice came, and then 2 figures appeared not far away. The Xian Luo Great Secret Realm. As soon as the 2 appeared, Song Qingfeng and Zhao Huayu's expressions changed. The Xian Luo Great Secret Realm's outer sect. A top 10 existence in the Xian Luo sect's outer sect. So it's Brother Tianqi. Fang Mingxue quickly bowed respectfully. Sister Mingxue, you're too polite. Tianqi smiled lightly, his demeanor quite warm. Brother Tianqi seems to be quite confident about this Xianyao secret realm. You only brought 1 junior brother with you. Fang Mingxue glanced thoughtfully at the young man beside Tianqi. He was significantly younger than Song Qingfeng, yet his cultivation had surprisingly reached the peak of foundation establishment. In a place where strength speaks, what use is there for many people? The young man noticed Fang Mingxue's gaze, glanced at Song Qingfeng and the others and spoke arrogantly. Qingyang, do not be rude. Hurry and greet Sister Fang Mingxue. Hearing this, Tianqi's face flashed with displeasure. Yes, brother. Qingyang seemed quite respectful towards Tianqi, and when he heard this, he shrank his neck and perfunctorily greeted Fang Mingxue. Qingyang meets Sister Mingxue. Brother, it seems there's someone over there who's quite interesting. I'll go check it out. Without waiting for Fang Mingxue to respond, Qingyang moved and disappeared in an instant. Is that the broken void step? Only after reaching the 7th level can one achieve such a distance. Fang Mingxue's beautiful eyes flashed. Song Qingfeng and the others immediately turned serious upon hearing this. The broken void step, the strongest ultimate skill of the Xian Luo Great Secret Realm's outer sect. A holy tier technique. It is said to involve the path of time and space, making it extremely difficult to practice. For hundreds of years, no one in the Xian Luo Great Secret Realm had succeeded. Unexpectedly, this Qingyang not only succeeded but also reached the 7th level. Indeed, this kid Qingyang, aside from being a bit arrogant, truly has exceptional talent. Not only has he practiced the broken void step to the 7th level, but he also reached the realm of shortening distances. He has even cultivated the Xian Luo Classic from the main sect to the 8th level. Tianqi exclaimed. We must congratulate the Xian Luo outer sect for gaining such a fine disciple. His talent is indeed remarkable. Fang Mingxue sighed. Although this person was not as monstrous as Lin Yu, he was still a genius far beyond Fang Mingxue herself. It's a matter of fortune. However, this kid Qingyang with such high talent and quick learning lacks tempering. That's why this time the sect master asked me to bring Qingyang out for some practice. Young people should face more setbacks. Tianqi seemed to be criticizing Qingyang, but the smile on his face couldn't help but shine brightly. However, reaching the 7th and 8th levels seems far inferior to Lin Yu, that monster. Fang Mingxue paid no mind to Tianqi's praise, but Ji Yanling couldn't stand Tianqi's arrogance and couldn't help but mumble. As soon as these words were spoken, Tianqi's smile immediately froze on his face. Not even a match for Lin Yu. May I ask, Who is this junior brother Lin Yu? Tianqi's gaze swept slowly across the assembled disciples. Song Qingfeng and Zhao Huayu. He had met them both. Ji Yanling was unfamiliar, yet Lin Yu could certainly not be her. Junior brother Lin Yu has stepped out on urgent matters and has yet to join us. Fang Mingxue glanced briefly at Ji Yanling before speaking gently. When did junior brother Lin Yu enter the sect? And to which cultivation level has he advanced in the Yunxiao scripture of your Yuntian outer sect? Tianqi stared intently at Fang Mingxue. Regarding cultivation techniques, the Yunxiao scripture far surpassed the Shenluo scripture. After all, its 12 levels amplified cultivation speed 12-fold, making it the supreme divine scripture of this age. Zhou Junbai's acquisition of this scripture had once stirred envy among countless outer sect disciples. It is difficult to say. Fang Mingxue paused thoughtfully before replying. Why is it so difficult to say? We are all outer sect disciples of the Xianluo sect. Mutual understanding among peers hardly constitutes disclosure. Tianqi chuckled silently, assuming Fang Mingxue was deliberately concealing Lin Yu's true cultivation realm. Indeed, it is difficult to say, because even if I told you, senior brother, you would not believe me. Fang Mingxue smiled faintly. Among 3,000 outer sect disciples, who does not know that senior sister Mingxue never speaks falsely? How could senior brother doubt me? Tianqi shook his head. Junior brother Lin Yu has already achieved consummation in all 12 levels of the Yunxiao scripture. Fang Mingxue spoke with solemn clarity. 12-level consummation. Hearing this, Tianqi blinked in astonishment, then hastily asked, Might I inquire? When exactly did junior brother Lin Yu enter the sect? He entered barely a month ago, counting every day. Fang Mingxue replied earnestly. A full month. Tianqi burst into quiet laughter upon hearing this. How strange. Senior sister Mingxue of all things had begun imitating Wang Chenkong's tall tales. Senior sister Mingxue, surely you jest. Do you know what constitution Qingyang possesses? Tianqi shook his head with a light smile. What constitution is that? Fang Mingxue's curiosity stirred. The innate Linglong body. Tianqi's expression turned grave. The innate Linglong body. Is this the legendary constitution, whose flesh and bone are naturally refined, whose mind remains like a flawless mirror untainted by impurity, capable of entering states of sudden enlightenment at will? Song Qingfeng's eyes flickered with surprise. Indeed, barring the celestial spirit body, none in this world surpasses it in cultivation speed. Even so, junior brother Qingyang, having entered 6 years ago, has only just reached the 8th level of the Shenluo scripture, falling 1 level short of perfection. Tianqi gazed earnestly at Fang Mingxue. His unspoken implication was clear. Qingyang, my junior brother, possesses a constitution second only to the celestial spirit body in cultivation speed. Yet even after 6 years, he struggles to perfect the Shenluo scripture. Then how, within a mere month, could Lin Yu master all 12 levels of the Yunxiao scripture? You truly are amusing. I warned you, you wouldn't believe me, but you insisted on pressing further. Now that I've answered, you still refuse to believe. Ji Yanling muttered, slightly disgruntled. Boom! 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 At that moment, violent fluctuations erupted from afar. 2 razor-sharp auras clashing fiercely. Majestic scholarly sword qi. In this world, only disciples of the Tiandi Academy can cultivate such an aura. Fang Mingxue's beautiful eyes shimmered with majestic scholarly sword qi. In this world, only disciples of the Tiandi Academy can cultivate such an aura. Fang Mingxue's beautiful eyes shimmered with rare astonishment as she gazed toward the direction from which the auras rushed. The Tiandi Academy? What kind of sect is that? Is it exceptionally powerful? Ji Yanling asked, intrigued. Extremely powerful. Not inferior to our own Xianluo sect. Song Qingfeng spoke gravely. Not inferior to our Xianluo sect. Ji Yanling blinked in disbelief. Ji Yanling had been in the sect for quite some time. Each time other sects were mentioned within the sect master had never held a single one in esteem. He had even declared that 90% of all cultivation sects in this era could not compare, even to the outer sect of the Xianluo sect. Yet the Tiandi Academy stood equal to it. The Tiandi Academy was founded by the Confucian Sword Immortal himself. They say he cultivated sword mastery through scholarly pursuit. But in truth, during his era, the Confucian Sword Immortal ranked firmly among the top 10 cultivators worldwide. The Tiandi Academy's method of selecting disciples differs entirely from ours. Fang Mingxue continued, calm and measured. How so? Ji Yanling grew even more curious. Confucian Sword Immortal, any being bearing the title Immortal, was across all ages a peerless sovereign of cultivation. Scholarly travel. Zhao Huayu smiled lightly. Legend says the Tiandi Academy maintains no outer sect of 3,000 disciples, only a single academy. Its masters delight most in wandering the realms with bookshelves strapped to their backs. Whoever meets their criteria, regardless of age, may enter the academy. Within the Tiandi Academy one studies not myriad Dao paths, but 10,000 scrolls. Tianqi added voice tinged with wry wonder. Such an unconventional approach. Senior sister, shall we go observe? I wonder, if disciples of the Tiandi Academy truly possess 3 heads and 6 arms, to fight junior brother Qingyang whom senior brother Tianqi hails as unmatched beneath heaven and upon earth. Ji Yanling spoke with a playful smile. Junior brother Qingyang possesses a pure heart. Whenever he encounters a prodigy, he instinctively seeks combat. Please forgive his lack of decorum. Hearing this, Tianqi sighed wryly. We ventured forth precisely for cultivation trials. Observing them would indeed be worthwhile. Fang Mingxue nodded. Her long sword trembled softly beneath her feet, then shot forward toward the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the group arrived at the site of combat. High above the distant void, 2 figures clashed with ferocious intensity. One wielded a long blade, each swing unleashing surging waves of blade light, white and boundless as though blotting out sun and moon. This was Qingyang. The other stood tall and slender, clad in azure robes, bearing a bookshelf upon his back and gripping a long sword. With each sword stroke, radiant sword chi blazed like a sovereign sun. Majestic, upright, and unbearable to behold directly. Their battle wove blade light and sword light amid swirling mist and haze. The terrifying power drew gazes from numerous nearby cultivators. The vast expanse blade. The sovereign sun sword. Their movements were profoundly arcane. Perfectly synchronized as if sharing a single breath. A tide-like blade aura surged skyward, carrying primordial vastness that drowned the horizon. A blazing sword aura pierced the heavens like a solar disk, cleaving endless mist and leveling all injustice beneath heaven. Boom! 2 mighty techniques collided violently, shaking the very firmament. Boundless blade light and sword light erupted outward like a raging sea. The aftershock of their clash surged uncontrollably in one direction, just as a figure soared toward them on a flying sword. Junior brother Lin Yu, watch out! Fang Mingxue instantly recognized him and cried out in alarm. Fang Mingxue watched as the sky filled with a rain of blades and swords rushing towards Lin Yu, with the power of his golden core surging forth within him. Not good. The young scholar dressed as a scholar and Qingyang both changed their expressions, their weapons ringing in unison as they prepared to strike. The blade energy is vast. The sword energy scorches the heavens. I didn't expect to encounter such a master so soon after arriving here. This journey is truly worthwhile. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, who had just arrived riding his sword, let out a long howl, and a surge of primal power shot up into the sky. Boom! Within Lin Yu, the 9 mountains and rivers seal emerged, transforming into 9 mountains and rivers that protected him. Boom! The rain of blades and swords cascaded down. The mountains and rivers stirred and the void rang out. The 9 mountains and rivers seemed to sever the heavens, isolating the rain of blades and swords outside. Is this the 9-fold mountains and rivers seal? The Qingcong sect has such an extraordinary disciple. The young scholar gazed at the 9-fold mountains and rivers seal, a brilliant sword light flashing in his eyes. Clang, clang, clang. As the young scholar exclaimed, the sword box behind Lin Yu opened. Heavenly quarters. Reverse water. Spring encounter. Stunning rainbow. Shocking mountain. With a casual gesture, Lin Yu summoned 5 reverse celestial swords from the reverse immortal sword box. They transformed into 5 sword energy pathways. Boom! The sword energy pathways pressed down. A great wave surged skyward, charging forth. A searing flame covered the heavens. Moreover, wondrous mountains and great peaks suppressed the heavens and earth. In an instant, the rain of blades and swords, isolated by the 9 mountains and rivers seal, was obliterated into nothingness. Swish! Lin Yu pointed again, and the 5 reverse celestial swords flew back into the sword box. This is the 9 Heavens Sword Classic. 5-fold sword energy pathway. Has he cultivated the 9 Heavens Sword Classic to the 5th level? Did Mingxue just call him Lin Yu? Tianqi exclaimed in shock. Young. Lin Yu was indeed too young, merely 16 or 17 years old, and yet, he had already cultivated the 9 Heavens Sword Classic to the 5th level. I told you. Lin Yu had long since mastered the Yunshao Classic and the 9 Heavens Sword Classic. How could you not believe it? Ji Yanling rolled her eyes, quite speechless. What a sword! Indeed, what a remarkable sword! At this moment, the young scholar exclaimed, moving forward and landing right in front of Lin Yu, his face filled with awe. I always thought there were not many in the younger generation who could catch my attention. You are one of them. Qingyang also flew forward, his gaze fixed intensely on Lin Yu, brimming with eagerness. Boom! Boom! To Lin Yu's surprise, after the two flew over, golden light burst forth, landing in the center of his brow. Scene 1. A young man sat among countless books, not cultivating any methods or divine abilities. After reading through countless tomes in a loft of an academy, a book and a sword flew forth. Scene 2. On the day a baby was born, a ray of morning light illuminated the sky, and celestial cranes accompanied it circling on the rooftop. As the two scenes alternated, lines of text glimmered. The great talent of Confucian Dao Wang Su. At 3 years old, he recited the classics of the great Confucian. At 7, he was taken back to the Academy of Heaven and Earth by the Master. At 8, he comprehended thousands of scrolls, and at 12, he had read through tens of thousands of books. At 23 years old, he understood the true meaning of Confucian Dao from countless volumes, gaining recognition from the Great Confucian Sacred Text and the Great Confucian Sword. For 23 years, having not cultivated any methods nor practiced sword techniques, when the true meaning of Confucian Dao emerged, his mind reached the foundation establishment realm, cultivating the sevenfold Great Confucian righteousness, which was indeed astonishing in the past. Qingyang, born with a brilliant physique. On the day of birth, he gained the world's recognition, causing celestial phenomena. In half a year, he entered Qi refinement. In 1 year, he entered innate, and by 20, he successfully established his foundation with his natural brilliant heart, which was astonishing in the past. Lines of text emerged, causing Lin Yu to reveal a look of shock. Two people. One entered the immortal Dao through Confucian Dao. Entering Confucian Dao directly led to the foundation establishment realm, cultivating his own state of mind. The other was born with a brilliant physique, his speed of cultivation second only to that of an immortal spirit body, with innate energy surging into his dantian. Clattering, the images transformed into nourishment, absorbed by the tree of the great path. Absorbing the astonishing past of Wang Su enhances the effect of the Sword Dao flower. Effect of the Sword Dao flower: 1. Increases comprehension of any Sword Dao by 8 times. 2. Any Sword Dao divine ability can enhance scorching sword intent, extreme cold sword intent. 3. Any Sword Dao divine ability can enhance thunderfire sword intent, casting thunder attribute divine abilities power can be doubled. 4. When casting Sword Dao can enhance reverse immortal sword intent power doubled. 5. Comprehension of all sword intents can be transformed into sword energy pathways. 6. When casting time sword energy pathways, the speed of divine abilities is doubled. 7. Sword Dao divine abilities can enhance Confucian Dao sword intent, absorbing the astonishing past of Wang Su, establishing the Confucian Dao flower. The effect of the Confucian Dao flower: 1. The power of any Confucian Dao divine ability is doubled. Absorbing the astonishing past of Qingyang enhances the effect of the comprehension flower. Effect of the comprehension flower: 1. Cultivation speed increases 11 times. 2. Insight increases 11 times. 3. Cultivation can enter an epiphany state, and the effect of epiphany is enhanced 11 times. 4. Below sacred level methods can achieve great success in an instant. Sacred methods can achieve minor success in an instant. Absorbing the astonishing past of Qingyang enhances the effect of the body and constitution twin flowers. Effect of the body and constitution twin flowers: 1. Even without cultivating, the speed of improvement can reach a 30% epiphany state. 2. The purity of innate energy within the body increases 6 times. 3. The nourishing effect of innate energy on the body increases 5 times. 4. The nourishing effect of innate energy on the soul increases 5 times. 5. Innate energy carries the power of 9 heavens. 6. Body refining speed increases by 1 time. Lines of text emerged, and Lin Yu's foundation was once again greatly enhanced. This brother seems to have realized something. Wang Su looked at Lin Yu, observing himself, and Qingyang standing still, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. This brother has misunderstood. I have a habit. Whenever I see a genius, I can't help but be mesmerized. Lin Yu replied jokingly. Lin Yu Jr. Brother, this habit is indeed quite interesting. Tianqi, who had just arrived, looked at Lin Yu with a peculiar expression. Mingxue, who is this? Lin Yu turned to Fang Mingxue and asked. This is senior brother Tianqi from the outer gate of the Shenluo Great Secret Realm. This is senior brother Qingyang from the outer gate of the Shenluo Great Secret Realm, and he is also your senior brother. Fang Mingxue said solemnly. Lin Yu greets both senior brothers. Lin Yu chuckled and nodded. Quick! The legendary Zizai wine has appeared. At this moment, a cultivator rushed out from the Xianyao secret realm in a disheveled state, looking up to the sky. With a piercing shriek, the cultivator suddenly collapsed, unconscious before he hit the ground. The Zizai wine has appeared. Lin Yu and the others exchanged startled glances. His wounds were grievous, evidence of a fierce recent battle. Gentlemen, since the Zizai wine has surfaced, I shall take my leave first. Wang Su bowed respectfully to Lin Yu, and the others then vanished in a blur. rushing toward the Xiaoyao's secret realm. With each step he took, Confucian scriptures shimmered beneath his feet. Ethereal, profound, and utterly divine. Junior brother Lin Yu. Though we share the same sect once inside the Xiaoyao's secret realm, this senior brother shall show no mercy. Qingyang gazed at Lin Yu, brimming with unshakable confidence. Senior brother need not hold back. After all, junior brother has numbers on his side. Lin Yu glanced casually at Song Qingfeng and smiled. Then let us meet again within the secret realm. Having spoken, Qingyang stepped forward and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood before the entrance of the Xiaoyao secret realm, as if he had traversed space itself. Then, another flicker, and he vanished once more. What an extraordinary technique! Lin Yu exclaimed in awe. Junior brother Lin, this is the Saint-tier body art Shatterspace steps. Junior brother Qingyang has already mastered its 7th layer, the realm of converting miles into inches. Fang Mingxue spoke solemnly. Shatterspace steps. Converting miles into inches. Lin Yu's eyes lit with curiosity. This art harmonized perfectly with the Tao of space and time. It seemed tailor-made for him. Senior sister Fang, now that the Zizai wine has surfaced, junior brother shall enter the realm forthwith. Once I retrieve the Zizai wine, I shall drink heartily with an elder master, until dawn breaks and our cups run dry. With a light laugh, Lin Yu strolled into the Xiaoyao secret realm, as though walking through a tranquil garden. Let's go! Follow him. Song Qingfeng, Zhao Huayu, and Ji Yanling hurried after him. Senior sister Fang, junior brother Lin Yu truly exudes confidence. Tianqi chuckled. Junior brother Lin Yu possesses the foundation for such confidence. Fang Mingxue's beautiful eyes gleamed. Indeed. Tianqi nodded deeply in agreement. Even if Fang Mingxue and the others exaggerated somewhat, Lin Yu's 9th order Mountain Androver seal and 5th order Sword Qi Dao alone were astonishing enough. I had assumed this intersect trial would unfold without suspense. Now it appears far more thrilling than I ever imagined. Tianqi added sincerely. Indeed. One Lin Yu, another Qingyang. Other outer sects may yet unveil hidden geniuses. Truly this will be a spectacle. Let's go. Follow him. Song Qingfeng, Zhao Huayu, and Ji Yanling hurried after him. Senior sister Fang, junior brother Lin Yu truly exudes confidence. Tianqi chuckled. Junior brother Lin Yu possesses the foundation for such confidence. Fang Mingxue's beautiful eyes gleamed. Indeed. Tianqi nodded deeply in agreement. Even if Fang Mingxue and the others exaggerated somewhat, Lin Yu's 9th order Mountain Androver seal and 5th order Sword Qi Dao alone were astonishing enough. I had assumed this intersect trial would unfold without suspense. Now it appears far more thrilling than I ever imagined. Tianqi added sincerely. Indeed. One Lin Yu, another Qingyang. Other outer sects may yet unveil hidden geniuses. Truly this will be a spectacle. Fang Mingxue nodded gravely. This secret realm is remarkably dilapidated. Lin Yu surveyed the Xiaoyao secret realm and sighed in dismay. Cracks webbed across its spatial fabric. Clearly too fragile to withstand even minor turbulence. It can barely endure power at the peak of foundation establishment. Should two foundation establishment cultivators clash here, the realm itself may fracture, making it perilously unstable. Song Qingfeng added. There's a tremendous battle fluctuation emanating from the south. Senior sister Fang said the ruins of the Xiaoyao sect lie in that direction. The Zizai wine must be there. Zhao Huayu affirmed gravely. Then southward it is. Lin Yu nodded and shot forward like a streak of lightning. The southern reaches of the Xiaoyao secret realm. Spatial damage was catastrophic. Shattered fissures scarred the landscape everywhere. After all, this was where the Xiaoyao sect master had confronted 5 nascent soul cultivators. His defiance left devastation beyond measure. Countless cultivators had explored this place before, but none had ever claimed true success. Yet now, amid the crumbling void, a magnificent palace had emerged, floating defiantly within the maelstrom of spatial rifts. The Zizai wine is no treasure a mere Xuanqi sect disciple like you deserves to possess. At that moment, 2 young men burst from the palace, one leading the other close behind. The one in front was a youth whose cultivation had reached the apex of foundation establishment. Behind him strode a man radiating arrogant might, gripping a long spear with commanding presence. As the spear-wielding man charged forth, he flicked his weapon, and a torrent of spear light erupted like a boundless sea. That light surged outward, coalescing into countless stars that descended upon the fleeing Xuanqi sect disciple. The Xuanqi sect may pale beside your Yujing sect, but if you think you can snatch something from me, you'll first have to contend with the treasures in my hands. The Xuanqi sect youth retorted fiercely, raising his hand to summon a profound tier artifact. A shield-like talisman hurled backward. Boom! As the artifact activated, it thundered violently, transforming instantly into a massive shield that intercepted the Yujing sect man's technique. Whoosh! No sooner had the artifact shield deflected the spear strike than it vanished, reabsorbed into the Xuanqi sect youth's body. So this is all the Xuanqi sect has to offer. The Yujing sect man sneered coldly, then lunged forward again. Wave after wave of spear light crashed down like falling stars. Boom! 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 The Xuanqi sect youth had no intention of meeting force with force. He continuously summoned artifacts from within, each appearing in rapid succession to intercept the onslaught. They absorbed the assault, while his robe occasionally flared with radiant light dissipating residual energy. Clearly, the Xuanqi sect youth had armored himself head-to-toe with artifacts, truly worthy of the Xuanqi sect. Stubborn as a tortoise, the Yujing sect man, seething at his inability to break through, clenched his teeth in fury. The Yujing sect, whose spears chase stars and suns, seems less impressive than legend claims. The Xuanqi sect youth shot back, sharp-tongued and unyielding. Is that so? Then today I shall show you what the true Yujing spear Dao truly is. Kill! Hearing those words, the Yujing sect youth's face darkened with rage. Yujing! Boom! With a deafening roar, he thrust his spear forward. Instantly, a single blinding point of light lanced forth. That thrust moved faster than thought, like a meteor cleaving the heavens, its razor-sharp force threatening to pierce reality itself. The Xuanqi sect disciple recoiled in terror. For the moment the spear struck, the very air around him froze, leaving him trapped, unable to evade. You want the Zizai wine? Fine. Have it. Seeing escape impossible, the Xuanqi sect youth gritted his teeth and pulled out a wine gourd, hurling it straight at the spear's tip. He was desperate, willing to shatter the Zizai wine entirely, ensuring no one could claim it. You! The Yujing sect man watched the gourd soar toward his spear, too late to withdraw. His face flushed crimson with rage. Such fine wine, if destroyed, would be a terrible waste. Why not share it instead? A toast together would be far more delightful. At that moment, Wang Su's voice rang out. A slender thread of sword light flickered into existence, tapping lightly against the spear's tip and effortlessly neutralizing its momentum. Then, with a subtle twist of the blade, he lifted the wine gourd aloft. Whoosh! As the wine gourd was sent flying, Wang Zu's figure emerged. Gentlemen, I've taken the free wine. Boom! At that moment, Qin Yang appeared, as if he had stepped out of the void, aiming to seize the wine gourd. The yellow bird is behind. Kill! Clang! The man from the chasing star sect saw this. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and with a shake of his spear, he thrust toward Qin Yang's outstretched hand with blinding speed. The spear is good, but the one wielding it is lacking. Clang! Qin Yang spoke indifferently, turning his long knife to shatter the descending spear light and deflect the spear away. Humph! The chasing star sect man felt an incomparably sharp blade light coming from the spear tip, and with a muffled grunt he was forced back. Sizzle! Wang Su swung the great scholar's sword, sending a blade of light slicing toward the wine gourd. Brother Wang Su, it won't be so easy to snatch something from me. Clang! Qin Yang, having repelled the chasing star sect man with a single strike, swung his long knife again, clashing with Wang Zu's sword light. Clang, clang, clang. Both displayed restraint in their attacks, skillfully fighting without harming the wine gourd, though the residual force sent it soaring up and down. The Xianluo sect Tian Di Academy. The chasing star sect man's expression turned ugly. He did not expect disciples from these two sects to emerge at such a crucial moment. Aren't you quite impressive? Why don't you go and grab it? The young man from the Xuanqi sect mocked the chasing star sect man. With a cold smile, the chasing star sect man raised his spear once more and charged forward. In an instant, sword lights surged, knife energies sliced through the air, and spear lights flickered as they clashed violently, neither side giving way. Junior brother, it seems like a fight has broken out. That gourd, it must be the free wine, right? Lin Yu and the others arrived as the three engaged. Zhao Huayu looked at the three battling, his gaze intense. It should be. Song Qingfeng nodded, then looked at Lin Yu. Junior brother, should we intervene? Song Qingfeng was also filled with battle intent. The three engaged were all masters, and Song Qingfeng had achieved foundation establishment, yet he was itching to join. Let's observe for now. Lin Yu smiled and glanced at the young man from the Xuanqi sect nearby. Brother, why aren't you going to grab it? Lin Yu asked playfully. Grab? Don't say I can't grab it. Even if I could, I wouldn't be able to take it out. What good would it do to grab it? The young man from the Xuanqi sect said with a face of indignation. You are quite interesting. Lin Yu's words carried a deeper meaning. You didn't grab it either. The young man from the Xuanqi sect countered. It's not that I didn't want to, the key is that I couldn't win. Boom! At this moment, Wang Su and the others clashed once more. A powerful force surged like a tide around them. Clang! A knife, a spear, and a sword almost simultaneously struck beside the wine gourd, unleashing terrifying light. The three forces turned the area around the wine gourd into a battlefield, continuously neutralizing and dissipating with astonishing control. Boom! In the end, Wang Zu's power prevailed, sending the wine gourd flying. As it trembled, cracks appeared on its surface, and then it unexpectedly flew towards Lin Yu. Junior brother, the wine gourd is flying towards us, aren't you going to grab it? Song Qingfeng laughed. Not grabbing it, but I didn't say I wouldn't take it. Lin Yu responded with a smile, and in a flash he was already before the wine gourd. Come. With a casual gesture, Lin Yu collected the wine gourd. Three senior brothers, you are too courteous. Junior brother shall not be polite. Lin Yu in front of the three collected the wine gourd, not forgetting to bow to them. Brother Lin Yu, your luck is indeed quite good, just standing still, and the free wine comes to you. Wang Su stood with his sword smiling at Lin Yu. Junior brother Lin Yu previously withstood the residual force of our battle, and now the wine gourd flies to you. Are you specifically here to thwart me? Qingyang was also speechless. The chasing star sect man, however, stared at Lin Yu, his expression seemingly unwilling. Where is the talk from both of you? Isn't this just how it goes? Lin Yu said with a smile. As the saying goes, treasures belong to the virtuous. Since the free wine has fallen into brother Lin's hands, we shan't contest it. Wang Su gracefully sheathed the great scholar's sword. The Xianluo sect does not lack items like free wine, nor does Tiandi Academy. Just training. Since you aren't competing, I feel even less inclined to fight with junior brother. It would be embarrassing if word got out. Qingyang also sheathed his long knife. Then thank you both. Lin Yu smiled. A mere bottle of free wine, there really isn't much to fight over. The young man from the Xuanqi sect stepped forward at this moment. A mere free wine. Did you discover other things inside? The chasing star sect young man was taken aback. I am Zhua Bufin from the Suankai sect. Greetings to the seniors of the Xianluo sect and Tiandi Academy. The young man from the Xuanqi sect did not pay attention to the chasing star sect man, but bowed to Lin Yu and the others. Brother Zhua, you are too polite. Just now Brother Zhua seemed to have said something intriguing. Wang Su returned the greeting, pondering as he asked. I discovered not only the free wine but also other items. Zhua Bufan spoke seriously. What? Qingyang was also interested. A jade slip, a spirit of the 5 elements. Zhua Bufan said without changing his expression. What? The spirit of the 5 elements. Hearing this, Lin Yu and the others revealed expressions of surprise. The spirit of the 5 elements. One of the best materials among the rare treasures for a foundation establishment. Moreover, the spirit of the 5 elements holds special significance for Lin Yu. It is the perfect item for building a physical foundation. According to the records in the Shanhe Jiuzhuan, if the spirit of the 5 elements is used for physical foundation, its effect far surpasses that of using it for spiritual energy foundation. Exactly. Zhua Bufan nodded. Brother Zhua, since you didn't take it, it seems that item is not so easy to obtain, right? It's not easy to take. However, everyone here is either a disciple of the Xianluo sect or the Tiandi Academy. If I can't obtain it, it doesn't mean you can't. Conditions. Lin Yu nodded, then asked again. The jade slip should record the inheritance of the Xiaoyao sect. I will take you there. No matter who gets it, as long as you copy the jade slip, for me that's all that matters. Zhua Bufan said. You really have a good plan. We take the risks, yet you want a share of the spoils. Qingyang raised an eyebrow. If I don't lead the way, you might not find it there in the remaining time. If you're not interested, I can find. I think it's doable. Just a copy, it's not a big deal. Wang Su said with a smile. Indeed. If the information you possess is true, allowing you to copy it is also acceptable. Lin Yu nodded slightly. So do you both agree? A hint of joy flashed across Zhua Bufin's face. But I have one last question. However, feel free to ask. Zhua Bufan said seriously. You seem to have a good relationship. Lin Yu glanced at Zhua Bufan, then his gaze swept over the man from the Zhuixing sect. A strange look crossed Zhua Bufin's face, and the young man from Zhuixing sect was equally stunned, looking at Lin Yu in surprise. A hint of coldness flashed in Qingyang's eyes, while Wang Su appeared unfazed, as if he already knew. I told you your plan won't work. Now it's been exposed, hasn't it? The man from Zhuixing sect hesitated, glared at Zhua Bufan, then bowed to Lin Yu and the others. I am Xingze from the Zhuixing sect, and I am a close friend of Zhua Bufan. Nice to meet all of you. Please don't misunderstand. The reason we acted was because the things there cannot be obtained by just the two of us. We thought it would draw out something interesting. But I didn't expect it would attract experts from the Xianluo sect and Tiandi Academy. Zhua Bufan hurriedly explained. You really have guts, even offering the precious Zizai wine as bait. Qingyang's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression softened a bit. A jug of wine is nothing compared to mastering the recipe. If you want something, you must be willing to take risks when the time comes. Exactly. If you're going to gamble, you must be all in. You two lead the way. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. Zhuo Bufan and Xingze looked at Wang Su and Qingyang. Lead the way, let's do it as you say. Wang Su nodded. I'll give face to junior brother Lin. Lead the way. Qingyang casually tossed his long knife over his shoulder and agreed. Everyone follow me. Zhuo Bufan let out a sigh of relief, then turned and headed toward the distant hall. Junior brother Lin Yu, how did you know they knew each other and had a good relationship? Sister Ji, you still lack experience. These two were previously chasing and fleeing. When Xingze acted, it seemed fierce and deadly, but every strike was restrained. If they weren't acting, then Xingze had no intention to kill. We could all see that Zhuo Bufan couldn't possibly be unaware. Since Xingze has no intention to kill, why did Zhuo Bufan destroy the Zizai wine? Song Qingfeng smiled and explained. So brother Song also noticed. Sister Ji, you're surprised. In fact, their acting skills are quite average. There are probably only two people here who didn't realize it. Zhao Huayu said with a smile. One is me, but who is the other? Sister Ji asked in confusion. Zhao Huayu and Song Qingfeng exchanged glances, both looking at Qingyang. So it's him. Sister Ji realized and smiled. Previously brother Tianqi praised brother Qingyang to the skies, but now it seems we are both naive. You all have gone too far. Qingyang noticed the gazes of the others and turned around, suddenly feeling somewhat embarrassed. The sect master said that outside cultivators are cunning. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems I must be wary of you all in the future. Hearing this, Lin Yu and the others couldn't help but chuckle. A group of people followed Zhuo Bufan and Xingze into the hall. The space inside the hall was even more damaged than outside, with chaotic void currents everywhere. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was nearly impossible to move. However, Zhuo Bufan was familiar with the path, leading everyone, skillfully avoiding the cracks in space and delving deeper into the hall. There's no way. After a moment, Lin Yu and the others saw that a corridor ahead was broken off about a foot long. At the break, there was a thick crack in the void, making passage impossible. Zhuo, it's up to you. Xingze glanced at Zhuo Bufan. Zhuo Bufan nodded, forming seals with his hands, and summoned a treasure shaped like a ladder. Is this the void ladder? As soon as Zhuo Bufan took out the void ladder, Wang Zu's face showed surprise. Void ladder? What is that? The void ladder is a secret of the Xuanqi sect. It is said that the void ladder has the ability to connect spaces, and is extremely miraculous. It is the foundation of the Xuanqi sect. It is said that the refining of the void ladder is extremely difficult. I didn't expect that Brother Zhuo would bring such a treasure. Wang Su exclaimed. Brother Wang truly deserves to be a disciple of the Tiandi Academy, knowledgeable enough to recognize our Xuanqi sect's void ladder. Zhuo Bufan smiled with satisfaction, and as he formed seals again, the void ladder flew into the crack of the void, subtly transforming into a passage. Everyone one by one, Zhuo Bufan said seriously. All right. Lin Yu and the others did not hold back, following the void ladder to the passage and crossing the void crack. Then they entered a grand hall. That is the spirit of the five elements, along with a jade slip. As soon as everyone entered the hall, they saw a jade slip floating above, surrounded by a shimmering five-colored energy mass. However, what was frightening was that around the jade slip and the spirit of the five elements there were numerous cracks in time and space crisscrossing. If one were to recklessly enter, they would likely be crushed by the power of the void cracks on the spot. Everyone, I previously tried, but the power of the void ladder is insufficient to obtain those items. So it depends on all of you. Zhuo Bufan's gaze burned as he looked at the jade slip and the spirit of the five elements. I'll go first, Qingyang said, suddenly stepping forward. Qingyang brother, these spatial rifts like formation patterns will change positions on their own. Be extremely careful. Zhuo Bufan warned. I have my own measures. With a swift motion, Qingyang stepped forward, executing the spatial displacement technique effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, he traversed through the dense spatial rifts, rushing towards the jade slip and the five elements spirit. Whoosh! At this moment, the countless rifts in the void seemed alive, swirling and rushing towards Qingyang. Kangmang! Boom! Qingyang's expression changed, and his long knife flew up behind him, slashing down towards the spatial rift. Puff! The white blade aura surged forth, but was instantly devoured by the spatial rift. The rift only trembled lightly before surging towards Qingyang again. Clang! Qingyang swung his knife like rain, white blade lights sweeping out, yet he could do nothing against those spatial rifts. Several spatial rifts surged like horns, directly sealing off Qingyang's path. Whoosh! Qingyang's expression changed, and he tapped the void with his toes, retreating instantly. Bring it on! Qingyang frowned once again, employing the spatial displacement technique, shifting positions and charging towards the jade slip and the five-element spirit. But it was utterly useless. The spatial rifts indeed moved like formation patterns. No matter how fast Qingyang was, he was forced back time and again. I will assist you. After pondering for a moment, Wang Su took advantage of Qingyang attracting a large number of spatial formation patterns and charged out. Whoosh! But it was still futile. The densely packed spatial rifts rearranged themselves, forcing Wang Su back. Even with the spatial displacement technique and the celestial walking technique from the heavenly learning palace, we can't retrieve the jade slip and the five-element spirit. Zhuo Bufan looked at Wang Su and Qingyang, who were forced back time and again revealing a look of disappointment. Junior brother Lin, should we intervene? One person can hold off one direction. Can we create an opportunity to break through? Although Song Qingfeng's cultivation was higher than Lin Yu's, he now obeyed Lin Yu unquestioningly. It's useless. Zhao Huayu shook his head. This spatial formation pattern is intentionally left here using formation techniques. All the spatial formation patterns flow effortlessly. Not just us few, even doubling our numbers might not be able to fully contain them. Zhao Huayu said seriously. Does this brother understand formation paths? Do you have any thoughts on a way to break it? Wang Su and Qingyang were forced back again, looking at Zhao Huayu with expectation. How could I think of a way to break the formation? Zhao Huayu smiled wryly. Although I have learned the art of formation from Deputy Sect Master Wang, for a few years breaking low-grade formations is more than enough. But breaking high-grade formations is tough, let alone something that seems like a formation but isn't. Even if I could break it, there wouldn't be enough time. Zhao Huayu shrugged. Are we really going to give up on this thing right in front of us? Is my first outing for training going to end in failure? Qingyang's eyes widened. Qingyang brother, victory and defeat are common in battle. Wang Su said with a smile. Don't be too quick to give up. I can't think of a way to break it, but am not the only one here who has practiced formation techniques. Zhao Huayu glanced at Lin Yu. Previously Lin Yu had broken the Cloud Sky Great Formation without any prior knowledge of formation techniques. Now that Lin Yu had received the true teachings from Deputy Sect Master Wang, he might have an idea for breaking the formation. Junior brother Lin, have you learned about formations? Qingyang looked at Lin Yu in surprise. I studied under Deputy Sect Master Wang for half a day. Lin Yu stroked his chin. Half a day of study. Even someone as composed as Wang Su showed a helpless expression. Junior brother Lin, you really have only studied for half a day. But junior brother Lin's talent for formation techniques is truly remarkable. I can't even compare. Zhao Huayu said sincerely. Hearing this, Qingyang, Wang Su, Zhuo Bufan, and the others had even stranger expressions. How much capability could someone with only half a day's study of formations have? So junior brother Lin, do you have a way to break the formation? Qingyang asked oddly. There is indeed a way to break it. Lin Yu pondered and said, really? Qingyang was taken aback. These spatial rifts like a formation but not a formation flow effortlessly. I can only find one opportunity. This opportunity is fleeting and requires someone fast to enter according to my directions. Lin Yu said, I will do it. Qingyang's eyes flashed. In terms of speed of movement, even Wang Zu's celestial walking technique was outmatched. All right, I will guide you. Lin Yu nodded. Then I will go now. Qingyang said without hesitation, charging out again. Left 3, right 2, left 7. As Qingyang charged out, Lin Yu continued to call. Qingyang followed precisely, actually weaving through the dense spatial rifts. Several times the rifts brushed past his. It really works. It's getting closer. Joy appeared on the faces of Wang Su and the others. Now's the time, move forward quickly. Suddenly Lin Yu exclaimed. Whoosh! Qingyang charged forward without hesitation, instantly appearing before the jade slip and the five-element spirit. Qingyang reached out to take the two items. Whoosh! At this moment, two spatial rifts surged in violently, the force shattering everything, forcing Qingyang to withdraw immediately. The opportunity has passed, retreat. Lin Yu decisively instructed. Qingyang did not dare to be reckless, retreating without a second thought. So closer, just a little more. After retreating, Qingyang became even more frustrated. Should we try again? Zhuo Bufan said unwillingly. It's useless. That was already the limit of my speed. Unless I cultivate the spatial displacement technique to the 8th layer, trying a few more times will yield the same result. Qingyang shook his head. Brother Qingyang, you've already cultivated the spatial displacement technique to the 7th layer, right? How long will it take to advance further? At least 3 months. Qingyang replied. 3 months will still be too late. Xingzhe couldn't help but shake his head. Actually, there's another way. Lin Yu said with a smile. What way? Qingyang and the others looked at Lin Yu with anticipation. Qingyang brother, if you teach me your spatial displacement technique, I will cultivate it to the 8th layer and retrieve the items inside. Lin Yu said shyly. After Lin Yu finished speaking, Zhao Huayu Song Qingfeng and Ji Yanling behind him all wore calm expressions. However, the corners of Qingyang Wang, Su Zhuobufan, and Xing Ze's mouths twitched. Lin Shidi, do you know what level of divine ability Suikong step is? Qingyang asked, staring at Lin Yu. It's a sacred grade. Lin Yu nodded. Do you know how long it took me to cultivate this Suikong step to the 7th level? Qingyang asked again. I don't know. Lin Yu shook his head. 5 years. It took me a full 5 years to cultivate Suikong step to the 7th level. At this speed, the sect leader already called it impossible. He said I was the fastest cultivator besides the creator of Suikong step. Qingyang gritted his teeth. So you want to say you'll reach the 8th level in just a few days? Qingyang stared at Lin Yu. Not just a few days. It can be done today. Lin Yu said seriously. Bang! Qingyang slapped his forehead upon hearing this. It's over. Lin Shidi, it's just the inheritance of the Xiao sect plus a spirit of the 5 elements. We won't lose our minds. The method of brewing Zizai wine in the Xiao sect, we have thousands of similar ones in our inner sect. The 5-element spirit is rare, but Lin Shidi, you have indeed reached the foundation establishment stage. At worst, senior brother can help you find another foundation establishment item. Qingyang consoled Lin Yu, rare for him to do so. Lin brother, if it's about finding foundation establishment items, I can help a bit too. I'm not crazy. Lin Yu said with a wry smile. Not crazy. Really not crazy. Qingyang and Wang Su both stared at Lin Yu. Then why are you talking nonsense? It's not nonsense, it's the truth. Ji Yanling muttered. The truth? Qingyang raised an eyebrow. Yes, although our Yun Tian Outer Sect's Yunxiao Sutra is a divine grade, its difficulty is no less than that of sacred grade divine abilities. Lin Yu completed the 12th level in just 1 incense stick's time. Ji Yanling said proudly. 1 incense stick's time, and you reached the 12th level of Yunxiao Sutra. Wang Su and the others all had expressions of disbelief as they looked at Lin Yu. The Yunxiao Sutra is well known, and Qingyang and the others had naturally heard of it. Deputy Sect Leader Lu's 9 Heavens Sword Sutra Lin Shidi also mastered in an instant, even breaking through the limits and evolving into the 13th level Sword Chi path. Crazy. I feel like all of you have gone crazy. Wang Su and Qingyang exchanged glances, utterly bewildered. Senior brother Qingyang, how about this? Just show me the Suikong step once. Lin Yu looked at Qingyang with bright eyes. Just once. Qingyang was taken aback. Yes, just once. Lin Yu nodded firmly. No. Even just once won't do. If the sect leader finds out that I showed you the method of Suikong step, he would definitely break my legs. Qingyang shook his head. Although everyone is a disciple of the Xianluo sect and learning from each other isn't against the rules, there is still competition between the outer sects. Suikong step is the core method of the Xianluo secret realm, and transmitting it to others without permission would definitely result in punishment from the sect leader. Coward. Senior brother Qingyang, with your talent, how could the Xianluo sect leader bear to break your legs? Exactly, at most, they would just put you under house arrest for a few days. A few days of house arrest for a chance to witness a miracle is worth it, senior brother Qingyang. Zhao Huayu and others all urged with mischievous smiles. If Lin Yu really managed to learn the Suikong step, their sect leader would probably wake up laughing in his sleep. Well, that's true. Although the sect leader is strict, he really wouldn't bear to break my legs. Qingyang stroked his chin and began to consider the feasibility. Isn't this it? Senior brother Qingyang, with your extraordinary talent, the Xianluo sect leader wouldn't even give you the moon if you asked for the stars, and might not even impose a house arrest. Ji Yanling also spoke with a mischievous smile. Wait a minute. I feel like you all are trying to deceive me. If you give me the Suikong step, aside from being under house arrest, I'll gain nothing. A total loss. Qingyang quickly reacted. I'll treat you to a drink. I just got a jar of Zizai wine. Once I get the item, let's find a place and drink to our heart's content. Lin Yu blinked and said, treat me to a drink. Qingyang became interested and after a moment's hesitation took out a jade slip. I can show you once. But let's make it clear, if you learn Suikong step, you must not pass it on to others. Qingyang held the jade slip, still feeling conflicted in his heart. Rest assured, it will definitely not be leaked. Lin Yu said confidently. Also, I don't have the complete Suikong step. I only have the methods for the first 9 levels. The sect leader said to wait until I reach minor success before passing on the last 3 levels. 9 levels? That's enough. Lin Yu nodded. I always feel something is off, but I can't pinpoint what it is. Qingyang scratched his head and handed the jade slip to Lin Yu. Thank you, senior brother Qingyang. Lin Yu bowed to Qingyang and took the jade slip. As soon as Lin Yu received the jade slip, golden light shot out from it, landing in the center of Lin Yu's forehead and evolving into an image. A man with an arrogant and unrestrained aura wandered through the starry sky. The man's aura was so astonishing that wherever he went the stars in the sky would move with a rumbling sound. His might was terrifying. The man observed the rise and fall of the sun, watched the stars flow, and finally gained enlightenment. With a single step he shifted the stars. Suikong step created by the Star Sovereign. The Star Sovereign, one of the most mysterious physiques in history, the possessor of the star body, once traveled through the starry sky at the Great Ascension realm, observing the sun, moon, and stars, and created the Suikong step. Although Suikong step is merely a sacred grade method, if cultivated to great success, one can step out and shift the stars, which would be breathtakingly extraordinary. Lines of text emerged, and the image quietly unfolded, absorbed by the tree of the Great Dao. To Lin Yu's surprise, as the tree of the Great Dao swayed, 2 flowers of the Great Dao actually bloomed. The tree of the Great Dao swayed, gathering light as 2 flower buds slowly took shape. Effect of the flower of space. 1. Comprehend the true meaning of space, enhancing the speed of cultivation related to the path of space by double. Gathering the breathtaking past of the broken space step, forging the flower of stars. Effect of the flower of stars. 1. When casting any divine ability, it can be empowered by the power of the stars. 2. The speed of practicing the path of stars is doubled. 3. During cultivation, one can draw in the power of the stars, increasing cultivation speed by double. The flower of space and the flower of stars. It seems that the broken space step is not merely a divine ability of the path of space, but also encompasses the path of stars, merging the two. Lin Yu pondered to himself, then began to study the methods of the broken space step's 9 levels. The first 9 levels are all about the path of space. Completing all of them means achieving minor success. Then the last 3 levels should be the path of stars, perhaps even a fusion of the paths of space and stars. This way one can step out and change the stars with a single step. Lin Yu practiced the first 9 levels of the broken space step, revealing a look of understanding on his face. Junior brother Lin Yu, how is your learning going? If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. After all, I've shown you the broken space step, and a good scolding is certainly unavoidable. Qin Yang looked at Lin Yu, who seemed to be deep in thought, with a sorrowful expression. That's enough. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu simply smiled and returned the jade slip to Qin Yang. Is this really enough? Or would you like to review it a few more times? Qin Yang was taken aback. No need, 1 time and several times are not much different. Lin Yu replied as he walked towards the space rift. Qin Yang, Wang Su, and the others looked at Lin Yu with peculiar expressions. Are you sure you really learned this broken space step? You should at least meditate for a while. Senior brother Qin Yang, you mentioned before that in 3 months you would achieve the 8th level. My practice of the broken space step was not in vain. You must observe it closely. Today should allow you to cultivate to the 8th level ahead of schedule, which will greatly benefit your future cultivation of the broken space step to minor success in the 9th level. Lin Yu stood in front of the space rift and turned to look at Qin Yang. Is that true? Qin Yang asked incredulously. More real than gold. Boom! As Lin Yu spoke, the innate power within him surged and layers of spatial Dao rhythm intertwined around him. The flower of time and the flower of space within Lin Yu swayed continuously. As the Dao rhythm of time and space interwove, the time and space around Lin Yu seemed to change at that moment. Lin Yu clearly stood there, but it felt as if he were separated by an entire world. The path of space. Wang Su exclaimed in astonishment. The true meaning of space. Junior brother Lin, you have actually comprehended the true meaning of space. The sect master said that even if one cultivates the broken space step to minor success in the 9th level, it may not lead to comprehending the true meaning of space. Yet junior brother Lin has achieved it. Qin Yang's expression was one of shock. Senior brother Qin Yang, pay attention. Lin Yu spoke again and took a step forward. With each step Lin Yu took, his body seemed to continuously disappear and then reappear. In an instant he was already before the jade slip and the spirit of the 5 elements. With each step a phantom vanishes. The 9th level. This is the result of mastering the broken space step at the 9th level. Qin Yang was completely dumbfounded. Minor success at the 9th level. Lin Yu truly reached the minor success realm of the broken space step after just 1 review. The sect master is deceiving us. A fraud, a big fraud. The sect master also said that as long as the immortal spirit body does not emerge, I am the fastest cultivation physique in the world. Even if there are other physiques comparable to the immortal spirit body in terms of cultivation speed, they must fall behind me. Qin Yang looked at Lin Yu, mumbling to himself. How do you know that this junior brother Lin is not the legendary immortal spirit body? Wang Su said to Qin Yang with a faint tone. Is junior brother Lin the immortal spirit body? Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's eyes widened. Whoosh! At this moment the void shifted again, and Lin Yu had already stepped out. Lin Yu held a jade slip in one hand and grasped the spirit of the 5 elements in the other. Senior brother Qingyang, have you seen clearly? Lin Yu looked at Qingyang seriously. Upon hearing this, Qingyang quickly closed his eyes, and after a moment a faint true meaning of space flew. As expected of the Linglong body, with such high understanding you can truly borrow my understanding of the true meaning of space to enter a state of epiphany. It seems senior brother Qingyang is not far from reaching the 8th level. Lin Yu marveled sincerely. Wang Su and the others looked at Lin Yu, their expressions, as if they had eaten bitter melon. No matter how high your understanding is, can it surpass yours? Copy this jade slip, will you? Lin Yu smiled, put away the spirit of the 5 elements, and handed the jade slip to Zhuo Bufan. All right. Zhuo Bufan looked at Lin Yu with awe and hurriedly began to copy it. Don't forget to make a few more copies and share with us, Lin Yu said with a smile, feeling that Zhuo Bufan was too formal. Sure. Zhuo Bufan nodded, buzzing. While Zhuo Bufan was copying, Lin Yu saw little golden lights flying out from the jade slip, landing on his forehead. Another scene was reflected. In the scene, a man was kneeling before a mountain gate, holding a woman in. Li Feixian, I beg you, Lord of the Medicine King Valley, grant me medicine. Li Feixian knelt on the ground, his expression sorrowful. Li Feixian, the woman in your arms cannot be cured by ordinary medicine. You should go back. Cannot be cured by ordinary medicine. You haven't treated her, how do you know it can't be cured? Li Feixian replied unwillingly. Why are you like this? My teacher said it cannot be cured, then it cannot be cured. Li Feixian was about to speak again when the mountain gate opened and a medicine boy came out, glaring at Li Feixian. Disciple, do not be rude. At the same time the old voice echoed again. Li Feixian, the illness of the woman in your arms I truly cannot cure. However, I have heard that there is an immortal mountain 30,000 miles to the west. If you can go there and seek an immortal pill, perhaps it can cure her. 30,000 miles to the west. A glimmer of hope flashed in Li Feixian's eyes. Without hesitation, Li Feixian picked up the woman in his arms and turned to leave. Teacher, this woman is already beyond cure. She probably won't make it 30,000 miles. The medicine boy looked at the departing figures, unable to help but mumble. Enough, enough. Give him the herbal cannon I bestowed upon him at his initiation, along with the 3-month pill I refined. Hearing this, the elder spoke softly, his voice steeped in quiet sorrow. The 3-month pill. Master, this is the elixir you devoted your entire life to perfecting. Crafted from every rare and precious herb known to man. No matter how grievous the injury or how dire the illness, one dose restores the body to its peak condition, granting exactly 3 months of life in full vigor. We possess but a single pill. At these words, the young acolyte's eyes widened in shock. Even the finest medicine exists solely to save lives. May all under heaven be free from illness. Even if it means my shelves gather dust with unused remedies. If I could not heal that woman, it is my failure alone. Sighing deeply, the elder spoke. Lin Yu gazed upon the scene unfolding within his spiritual sea, and felt profound admiration rise unbidden in his heart. May all under heaven be free from illness. Even if it means my shelves gather dust with unused remedies. Truly this is the heart of a master physician. Lin Yu murmured, inwardly awestruck. Though they had never met, reverence filled him completely. Then the vision shifted once more. Within it, Li Feixian carried the woman westward, cradling her gently all the way. She awoke several times along the journey, but uttered no word, only gazed at him with tender, unwavering devotion. Finally, in the vision, Li Feixian administered the 3-month pill to her. 3-month pill. 3 months' time. During those 3 months she seemed wholly restored. Radiant, luminous, embodying beauty at its purest. Yet after 3 months even immortals could not save her. And when the vision resumed, Li Feixian was gone, replaced by a broken, hollow-eyed drunkard. Later the vision showed the drunkard accompanied by a little girl no more than 5 or 6 years old, whose ailment mirrored the woman's exactly. The Wine Cannon. A treatise forged by the wine sword immortal Li Feixian. To cure his wife and daughter, Li Feixian scoured mountains and rivers in search of immortal sex. Finding none. In the end, he turned to an ordinary herbal compendium, the Herbal Canon, and fused its wisdom with the art of brewing to create the Wine Cannon. Though born of mortal craft, the Wine Cannon embodies profound Dao principles. Li Feixian himself wielded wine as sword and sword as Dao, ascending through its path. After attaining Dao through wine, Li Feixian refined the Wine Cannon repeatedly, elevating it to divine rank where a single cup rivaled the potency of celestial pills. Thus the way of wine rose to stand shoulder to shoulder with alchemy itself. A peerless cultivation path, breathtaking in its brilliance. With each shift of the vision, elegant script unfurled across the scene. When the vision settled upon a Taoist master, his hair wild-clad in azure robes, holding a wine gourd in one hand and treading lightly upon a peachwood sword. The image dissolved, silently absorbed into the Great Dao Tree. Rustling softly, the Great Dao Tree swayed, and another Great Dao blossom bloomed. Having absorbed the wine cannon's breathtaking brilliance, the Way of Wine Blossom has manifested. Effects of the Way of Wine Blossom. 1. Perfect insight into every method of winemaking across heaven and earth. 2. Winemaking speed doubled. 3. Efficacy of all wines doubled. As the Way of Wine Blossom fully unfurled, further lines of script shimmered into being, while an immense torrent of knowledge flooded Lin Yu's consciousness. So that is it. No wonder a single flask of Zizai wine dares claim mastery over the heart demon tribulation. What is brewed is wine, but what is imbibed is realm, is essence, is Dao. Lin Yu suddenly grasped the truth. All copied. Exactly as written. At that moment, Zhua Bufan completed transcribing every character from the jade slip onto parchment. This time it seems Master Wang has gained the advantage. Wang Su smiled as he accepted the jade slip from Zhua Bufan. Brother Lin, I arrived in haste. Brought nothing fine with me. This scroll titled Six Arts was authored by the sage master himself. Let me offer it to you, Brother Lin. As Wang Su spoke, he struck the bookshelf behind him, and the scroll flew instantly into his palm. The Confucian Six Arts. Authored by the sage master himself. Zhua Bufan and the others exchanged startled glances. Within the Heaven and Earth Academy, only the most revered sages earned the title Sage Master. Indeed, across the entire Heaven and Earth Academy, only a handful bore that august title. The Six Arts, it was said, had been compiled by the third Sage Master of the Academy, gathering the quintessence of Confucian classics and embodying all profound insights of the Confucian Tao. Brother Wang, this gift is far too precious. Lin Yu replied solemnly. Brother Lin, you flatter me. A text is written to be read, to be shared. Moreover, the Six Arts is merely a compilation, containing no secret Confucian techniques or divine arts. Its greatest benefit lies in cultivating one's inner realm and refining one's heart-mind. Wang Su pressed the scroll into Lin Yu's hands. Then I shall accept it, with deepest gratitude. Seeing no refusal possible, Lin Yu accepted. To Lin Yu's surprise, the Six Arts conferred no breathtaking brilliance resonance. Yet he quickly understood why. Compilation. The Six Arts was not authored by the sage masters. It was assembled, synthesized. Thus it held no singular transcendent brilliance of creation. Whoosh! At that very instant, Qingyang, who had been immersed in enlightenment, snapped his eyes open. In a blur of motion, he appeared at the former position of the five elemental spirits, then vanished and reappeared back where he stood. Congratulations, senior brother Qingyang, on mastering the 8th level of Shattered Space Steps Phantom Shift. Lin Yu smiled warmly. Brother Lin, before now I'd have surely boasted a little. But now, why do I feel utterly defeated? Qingyang stared at Lin Yu, his heart devoid of any joy from his own breakthrough. It was unbearable. He had cultivated the Shattered Space Steps for years, hailed as a peerless genius. Yet now he found himself needing instruction from Lin Yu, who had mastered it after merely glancing at the manual once. Let it go. Some are born such that even casual study lifts them to summits others can never scale. And to us you are just as extraordinary. Xing Zhe smiled easily, his spirit unshaken, long accustomed to being outshone by prodigies from renowned sects. Everyone, we've gathered all we came for. Shall we depart? The Zizai wine gourd contains its own spatial domain. Plenty to share. Why not drink until dawn breaks? Lin Yu grinned. Sounds perfect. Wang Su nodded. Drink. Absolutely. We must. I've even passed on the Shattered Space Steps. I'd better drink my fill or I'll never break even. Qingyang gritted his teeth. Let's go. Lin Yu smiled faintly and led the way out of the Xiaoyao secret realm. Coming. Out at last. Moments later, Tianqi and Fang Mingxue, guarding the entrance, saw Lin Yu and the others emerge together. Qingyang wore a woebegone expression, already dreading how to explain himself to his sect master. Qingyang. Why the long face? Did you fail to secure it? Tianqi, seeing his younger brother's rare despondency, felt a flicker of alarm. I didn't secure it, but Brother Lin graciously copied the Xiaoyao sect's complete lineage for me. Though I did pass on the Shattered Space Steps. Qingyang glanced at Tianqi with timid hesitation. Well, if it's passed on, then so be it. Wait, say that again. What exactly did you pass on? At first Tianqi dismissed it, until realization struck like lightning. His eyes flew wide open as he locked a stunned gaze upon Qingyang. Fang Mingxue looked at Qingyang with a strange expression. The Shattered Space Step, a sacred technique, the strongest divine ability of the outer sect of the Shen Luo secret realm. Is this already being spread? Shattered. Shattered space step. Qingyang shrank his neck, struggling to speak. Who did it get past to? Tianqi felt a bit of a headache. Senior brother, can we not say it? Qingyang asked hesitantly. If he told senior brother, would it bring trouble to Lin Yu? You must say it. If you say it, then it means we actively spread it. If you don't say it, then it's stealing the technique. Stealing a sacred technique carries multiple offenses. You shouldn't need me to tell you that. Tianqi said, seriously, casting a glance at Lin Yu. It's not stealing. Definitely not. I showed it to junior brother Lin voluntarily. Qingyang said urgently upon hearing this. So it was junior brother Lin. Tianqi smiled wryly. It was just a temporary measure. Lin Yu said with a smile. Since it was passed to junior brother Lin, then there shouldn't be a big problem. Tianqi also let out a sigh of relief. Don't worry. If it really comes to it, I can let Qingyang take a look at the Yunxiao Classic too. Lin Yu glanced at Fang Mingxue and said with a smile. Fang Mingxue upon hearing this turned around, looking at the distant sky as if she hadn't heard anything. Just looked at it once. Junior brother Lin only looked at it once. Tianqi's heart jolted. Yes, just looked at it once. Then that makes it even less of a problem. Qingyang nodded repeatedly. That's a huge relief. The shattered space step is a sacred divine ability, obscure and difficult to comprehend. Just looking at it once probably wouldn't allow for complete memorization. If you can't memorize it completely, you can't practice it. Qingyang, come with me. Tianqi, relieved, pulled Qingyang and ran off. Sister Fang, where are they going? Ji Yanling asked curiously. To report to the Shenluo sect master. Fang Mingxue finally turned around. Everyone, I have notified an elder to come. Once the elder arrives, we'll seat ourselves and drink until we're satisfied. As Lin Yu spoke, he sent a message to Qing Zongzi. Sect master. The shattered space step has been passed on by junior brother. Tianqi took out a communication talisman and directly contacted his sect master. What? Shattered space step is being spread outside. This prodigal. Shenluo sect master Fang Xian nearly fainted upon receiving the news. Who did it get past to? After cursing, Fang Xian gritted his teeth and asked. It was also a disciple from the Xiantian sect from the Yuntian small secret realm. Yuntian small secret realm. Fang Xian's tone softened slightly upon hearing this. After all, the outer sect of the Yuntian small secret realm could be considered part of their own family. Moreover, Fang Xian and Zhou Junbai were somewhat old acquaintances. Actually, it can't be said to be spreading. Junior brother Lin only looked at the technique once. Just looked at it once. Fang Xian relaxed a little upon hearing this. It's true that junior brother Lin looked at it once, but he directly practiced it to the minor completion of the 9th level. He even comprehended the true meaning of space and guided the disciples, successfully advancing the shattered space step to the 8th level of shadow transformation, just a step away from the final disappearance. Upon hearing this, Qingyang muttered quietly, clang. Tianqi was momentarily stunned as the communication talisman fell from his hand. You prodigal. Say that again. That Lin Yu looked at the shattered space step and practiced it to which, in the communication jade slip, Fang Xian's incredulous voice emerged. The 9th level. Qingyang clenched his neck and gritted his teeth as he spoke. You're talking nonsense. Just looking at it once, he practiced it to the 9th level of the shattered space step. Do you think he's an immortal spirit body? Even with an immortal spirit body, he wouldn't have such comprehension. Fang Xian was so angry he could grind his teeth. This Qingyang was getting more absurd by the moment. Sect master. Earlier, Sister Fang Mingxue said that junior brother Lin, within less than a month of entering the sect, practiced the Yuntian small secret realms, Yunxiao Classic, and the Zhouxiao Sword Classic, to the realm of great completion. At that time, I also thought Sister Fang was joking. Tianqi said weakly. And then, Fang Xian was taken aback. Then I saw junior brother Lin use the 9-fold mountains and river seal, and with one move he unleashed 5 sword chi paths. What Sister Fang Mingxue said might actually be true. Tianqi said with a wry smile. Wait, let me sort this out. You all have confused me. Are you saying that junior brother Lin, within less than a month of entering the sect, reached the 12th level of the Yunxiao Classic and the 9th level of the Zhouxiao Sword Classic? At the same time, he also learned the mountains and rivers 9 transformations of the Qingsong sect and created 9 mountains and river seals. And then, after looking at the shattered space step, once he practiced it to the 9th level. Fang Xian felt a bit disoriented. No, wait. A junior sister from the Yuntian small secret realm said that Lin Yu didn't reach the 9th level of the Zhouxiao Sword Classic, but can manifest 13 sword chi paths. Qingyang couldn't help but add another comment. You all wait. Fang Xian left a sentence and ended the communication. Shenluo Great Secret Realm Sect Master Hall. At this moment, Fang Xian looked at the communication talisman in his hand, his expression incredibly complex. How is this possible? How can there be such a person with comprehension in the world? I have seen immortal spirit bodies before, but if what Qingyang and the others said is true, then what kind of physique does this Lin Yu have? Fang Xian's mind was in turmoil. If it's true, just ask Zhou Junbai, that guy. After hesitating for a while, Fang Xian directly sent a message to Zhou Junbai. Yujing Mountain Secret Realm. At this moment, Zhou Junbai, with dark circles under his eyes, was glaring angrily at an old Taoist priest not far away. Zhou Junbai, if you want to borrow my Yujing Mountain's Qi observation technique, I advise you to give up that thought. The old Taoist priest glared at Zhou Junbai and spoke. You stinky Taoist, you have already fought and vented your anger. Back then I did take your things, but just now did I not also let it go? Is it just borrowing a scroll of technique? It's just the Qi observation technique, not a core technique. Do you really care that much? Zhou Junbai was also a bit angry. Whether it's important or not depends on who it is. If it were another outer sect, I would give it away without a second thought. But for you, there's no way. The old Taoist showed no mercy. On what basis? Zhou Junbai shouted angrily. On what basis? How can you still ask me on what basis? Back then we agreed to study under Elder Ku together. But you, after getting me drunk, secretly went to apprentice under Immortal Luoxia. The old Taoist was even angrier. How many years ago was that? You still remember? In the end, didn't I also fail to apprentice under Immortal Luoxia? Zhou Junbai's old face turned red. Get lost. Quickly get lost. If you don't leave, I won't just refuse to lend it, I'll beat you until you lose your teeth. The old Taoist glared at Zhou Junbai and said. At the same time, Zhou Junbai's communication talisman suddenly lit up. Fang Xian. Why would this guy look for me? Zhou Junbai glanced at the communication talisman, momentarily taken aback, and waved his hand to the old Taoist priest. Call back later. Zhou Sect Master, why did you suddenly think of me? Zhou Junbai laughed heartily as he opened the communication talisman. What are you talking about, Zhou Sect Master? Back when we were in the inner sect, our relationship was quite good. Now that we are both outer sect masters, we should keep in touch more often. Fang Xian said with a smile. The old Taoist priest in the distance couldn't help but curl his lips. Good relationship. Back in the inner sect, these two would often fight over entering Elder Luoxia's sect, getting locked up every few days. Who is Elder Luoxia? Even the current head of the Xianluo sect would take a detour upon meeting Elder Luoxia. Do they really think she would care for two insignificant characters like you? Now Fang Xian actually claims to have a good relationship with Zhou Junbai. That's too unusual. Of course. My relationship with Sect Master Fang is definitely solid. Zhou Junbai said with a smile, but inwardly, he was filled with disdain. A good relationship? Why haven't you contacted me all these years? Zhou Sect Master, how has the Yun Tian outer sect developed in these years? After a bit of mutual flattery, Fang Xian subtly inquired. Not bad. Zhou Junbai replied with a smile. Just okay. I've heard that under your leadership, Zhou Sect Master, a remarkable genius has emerged. Fang Xian got straight to the point. So it turns out Sect Master Fang wants to ask about that kid Lin Yu. Zhou Junbai instantly understood Fang Xian's thoughts. It seems that Lin Yu hasn't been slacking off. He has gone to the carefree secret realm. He probably ran into someone from the Shen Luo Great Secret Realm. Yes, it's that Lin Yu. Fang Xian nodded without hesitation. The old Taoist priest in the distance looked increasingly strange. Lin Yu, who is that? How come these two who fought like cats and dogs in the inner sect are now communicating so closely? This made the old Taoist priest perk up his ears. Sect Master Fang, if you have something to ask, just ask. With our relationship, I will answer any question. Zhou Junbai glanced at the old Taoist priest and said with a smile, Lin Yu, has he been in the sect for only a month? Fang Xian asked. In a few days it will be a month. So how far has Lin Yu progressed with the Yunshao scripture? Fang Xian eagerly asked. Achieved the 12th major completion. Zhou Junbai's response was refreshingly straightforward. What? The old Taoist priest who was eavesdropping felt as if he had been struck dumb. Less than a month in the sect and already at the 12th major completion of the Yunshao scripture. How about the Zhouxiao sword scripture? Fang Xian's tone trembled. I've heard that he broke the shackles of the 9-fold sword Qi path and can now wield the 13th-fold sword Qi path. Zhou Junbai replied again. The old Taoist priest's eyes widened and his breathing became heavy. Zhou Junbai. We must have a strong bond, right? Absolutely. Zhou Junbai nodded. All right. Old Zhou, let's not beat around. If you have time, bring Lin Yu over. I will personally teach him the void-shattering step. Fang Xian said seriously. This left not only the old Taoist priest stunned, but Zhou Junbai was also somewhat taken aback. Old Fang, are you sure you're not joking? You really want to teach Lin Yu the void-shattering step? Zhou Junbai came back to his senses, his breathing becoming heavy. Little did he know that Lin Yu had already learned the first 9 folds of the void-shattering step. Fang Xian thought that he wouldn't teach Lin Yu the last 3 folds, as with Lin Yu's talent, he could learn it upon entering the inner sect. Rather than hoarding this technique for himself, it would be better to do Lin Yu a favor. I always keep my word, what I say I will do, Fang Xian declared firmly. All right. If that's the case, when Lin Yu returns, I will personally take him to the Xian Luo Great Secret Realm, Zhou Junbai said. Then I will be waiting. Fang Xian ended the communication with satisfaction. Come. Nyo busy, didn't you want to settle old scores? Today we'll sort it out. Zhou Junbai put away the jade slip, glaring at the old Taoist priest who was still in a daze, and said fiercely. The old Taoist priest hurriedly waved his hand. What are you waiting for? Let's settle this first. Whoosh. Zhou Junbai flashed and appeared before the old Taoist priest, swinging his fist and striking the old Taoist's eye, instantly giving him a black eye. Zhou Junbai you. The old Taoist priest's nose twisted in anger and he swung back. The 2 golden core perfected half-step nascent soul cultivators were now fighting like 2 ruffians. The old Taoist priest seemed to have some concerns, and in no time, just like Zhou Junbai, he also ended up with a pair of black eyes. The disciples of Yujing Mountain who were watching the fight looked at their 2 sect masters fighting like ruffians and felt utterly embarrassed. Is this really the dignified sect master? How could he act like this after meeting the scoundrel Zhou Junbai? Zhou Junbai. Isn't this enough? If you hit me again, I'll really go hard on you. The old Taoist priest became more agitated after feeling the pain. Now you're just like me. Then let's stop. Zhou Junbai looked at the old Taoist priest's blackened eyes and finally ceased his attack. You're preparing the Yujing Mountain's Wang Qi technique for that Lin Yu, right? The old Taoist priest hurriedly asked. Yes. Lin Yu has been in the sect for less than a month, and he has already reached the perfect stage of the innate 9th level, just 1 step away from foundation establishment. Before I came here, Lin Yu went to the Qing Song sect ruins to practice the foundation establishment method of the Qing Song sect. If he can also get your Wang Qi technique from Yujing Mountain. What does that mean? Zhou Junbai looked intently at the old Taoist priest and asked fervently. 3 yuan can connect. The foundation establishment method of the Qing Song sect mainly enhances the physical foundation by doubling it. The Wang Qi technique enhances the divine soul and also doubles the foundation. With the spiritual energy of the Great Dao, as an addition, it will further triple the foundation. A perfect foundation establishment with triple foundation. Once successful with Lin Yu's comprehension, no one in this generation will be able to rival him. Why didn't you say something so important earlier? The old Taoist priest's expression changed drastically as he stared at Zhou Junbai. I wanted to say it, did you give me a chance? You started with a fight and even blackened my eyes. Zhou Junbai was also furious. Whoosh! The old Taoist priest stopped arguing and snapped his fingers, sending a jade slip flying towards Zhou Junbai. Swish! With a casual flick of his hand, Zhou Junbai had already grasped the jade slip. The old Taoist glared at Zhou Junbai and said, Rest assured, this favor I will remember, and Lin Yu will remember it as well. Zhou Junbai smiled and turned to leave. What bad luck! Such a genius has appeared in the outer sect of Yuntian. Zhou Junbai truly has his ancestral grave smoking. The old Taoist watched Zhou Junbai leave, murmuring with envy. At the entrance of the Xiao secret realm, a table was already set with various spirit fruits. In the distance, a bonfire crackled, roasting a foundation establishment beast that Qing Songzi had hunted from somewhere. Ji Yanling was carefully turning it, the aroma wafting through the air. So it turns out the person Brother Lin is waiting for is the senior Qing Songzi. Wang Su said with a smile. Many cultivators had heard of the great name of Qing Songzi. Able to guard a barren cultivation treasure land for 100 years, this is not something an ordinary cultivator can achieve. You know of this old man? Qing Songzi looked at Wang Su with surprise. Of course I have heard of you. The Sanfuzi has mentioned that what the senior guards is not a relic but the Dao in his heart. However, senior Qing Songzi has not yet grasped the key. Once comprehended, the nascent soul will be within reach. Wang Su spoke earnestly. Cultivators who consider Qing Songzi a fool surely do not have high cultivation themselves. Yet great figures like Sanfuzi believe that Qing Kang's heart nature is particularly rare. A breakthrough only requires an opportunity. As long as Qing Songzi can understand, the nascent soul is not his limit. What merit do I have to receive the praise of Sanfuzi? Qing Songzi spoke in amazement. Everyone, the meat of the beast is roasted. At this moment Ji Yanling placed the roasted beast on the table. The beast meat still sizzled with oil, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, filling the air with a delightful fragrance. The meat is ready, junior brother Lin, where's your wine? Qin Yang looked at Lin Yu with anticipation. Here it is. Lin Yu smiled as he took out the Zizai wine. Although the gourd was small, it contained a separate space with several large jars, enough for everyone to drink together. With a casual wave, Lin Yu arranged a row of porcelain bowls on the table. Buzz. Lin Yu opened the gourd, and with another flick of his finger, wine flowed out from the gourd and filled the bowls. The Zizai wine was the color of amber, with an incredibly rich aroma that permeated the surroundings, intoxicating those who breathed it in. The Zizai wine was remarkably magical, able to resolve even the heart demon tribulation of the nascent soul. Yet it was not unique to the golden core completion. The spiritual power contained within was limited. The true marvel lay in the mindset embedded in the wine. A cup of Zizai wine allows one to savor the flavors of life. Even mortals could drink it, and cultivators could still become intoxicated. What a marvelous aura! As the Zizai wine appeared, Qing Zongzi, with the highest cultivation, immediately sensed its extraordinary nature. Everyone, let us raise a glass to our meeting. After pouring a cup for everyone, Lin Yu smiled and lifted his cup. Indeed, to our meeting, cheers. Thank you, junior brother Lin. Today we have certainly benefited from your light. This is Zizai wine. Although there is similar wine in the intersect, to drink it one has to exchange contributions. I didn't expect we could drink it in advance. Everyone raised their cups simultaneously and downed them in one go. Wow, this wine tastes so sweet and sour. No wait, why do I feel a bit homesick after drinking this wine? I miss my parents. As everyone just drank the Zizai wine, their emotions changed completely. Melancholy, passion, loneliness, reluctance. Various emotions intertwined around everyone. However, Lin Yu, after drinking the Zizai wine, felt as if he had entered an inexplicable ethereal state. It was not an epiphany, yet it made Lin Yu feel incomparably tranquil. In this tranquility, Lin Yu seemed to comprehend the flavors of life, and his own mindset also elevated. His soul began to autonomously transcend. This is the true meaning within the wine. To taste the flavors of life through wine, to temper the mindset with wine, to nourish the soul with wine. It's just a cup of wine, yet I feel my soul has grown significantly. Though my cultivation has not yet established a foundation, my mindset has already reached a new level. And this is just Zizai wine. If I were to taste the best of the 3,000 Dao wines in the wine scripture, how profound would the effects be? Lin Yu murmured to himself. Zizai wine has 100 flavors. Different cultivators with different mindsets experience various flavors upon drinking. If one could discern the true meaning within, they could attain freedom and resolve their heart demon tribulation. 3,000 Dao wines have 3,000 flavors. They are the best wines recorded in this volume of the wine scripture. So that's how it is. I have been obsessed. Qing Zongzi closed his eyes, carefully savoring the 100 flavors of Zizai wine, murmuring softly. Buzz. A wave of melancholic and lonely aura surged from Qing Kang's body, intertwining and swirling. Not only that, Qing Kang's aura began to change dramatically. Senior, another bowl. Lin Yu pointed, pouring another full bowl for Qing Zongzi. Good. Qing Zongzi was not modest and drank it down again. Buzz. This time a faint flame seemed to flow out from Qing Kang's body. The flames were as black as ink, creating a chilling sensation. Even his soul seemed to be pulled into a strange place. Qing Kang's aura was also extraordinarily strange. Swish! As Qing Kang's aura shifted, his figure suddenly soared into the air. Senior, another bowl. Swish! Lin Yu pointed, and a stream of wine followed Qing Kang's ascent, which he swallowed. Boom! An even more dangerous aura surged from within Qing Zongzi. An unparalleled majesty erupted, causing everyone to feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Qing Kang's aura erupted, gazes from all directions turned towards him. Nascent soul. Is there a cultivator advancing to the nascent soul? Gazes turned towards Qing Zongzi, all revealing astonishment. Lin Yu, my friend, you have first aided me with your enlightenment and then with 3 cups of wine. Today I shall use the power of the nascent soul to grant you a fortuitous encounter. As Qing Kang's aura surged, his clear voice resonated in all directions. As Qing Zongzi spoke, the Dao rhythm surrounding him boiled over, exuding an unparalleled majesty that soared into the heavens. Is Qing Zongzi preparing to gift junior brother Lin a fortuitous opportunity? Wang Su spoke solemnly. After the golden core ascends to the nascent soul, the golden core within will transform into the nascent soul. The golden core is like an egg, and the nascent soul breaks forth from it. The residual fragments of the golden core, if baptized by the aura of the Great Dao during the ascension process, can become the golden core spirit. The golden core spirit, having undergone the baptism of the Great Dao, is renowned as the finest foundation-building material. Tianqi said enviously, "If one wishes to condense the golden core spirit, what cost must be paid?" Lin Yu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The cost is naturally not small. Originally, the ascension of the golden core to the nascent soul requires the baptism of the Great Dao. After the ascension, it can stabilize oneself, but once one condenses the golden core spirit, it will lead to an unstable foundation. It is feared that it will take at least several years of cultivation to stabilize oneself. Fang Mingxue said seriously, "How can this be?" Lin Yu's expression changed. To pay several years of cultivation as the price to condense the golden core spirit is too great. Brother Lin, you'd better not stop Senior Qing Zongzi. Wang Su said earnestly. Why? Lin Yu asked in confusion. Regardless of whether Senior Qing Zongzi condenses the golden core spirit for you or not, this is part of Senior Qing Kang's path to ascension to the nascent soul. If you interfere, the cost with a flawed mindset is likely to be greater than that of condensing the golden core spirit. Moreover, after condensing the golden core spirit, there are many ways to recover. Junior Brother Lin, with your alchemy skills, there are plenty of ways to help Senior Qing Zongzi recover faster. Fang Mingxue said. What elixirs are needed? Lin Yu asked hurriedly. That depends on what power Senior Qing Zongzi uses to condense the golden core spirit. The power used, whether it be physical spiritual energy or divine soul, is different, and the elixirs for recovery are also different. Wang Su explained. Boom! At this moment, the sky above erupted with layers of radiant light. As Qing Zongzi inhaled, the vast power of the Dao was drawn into his body and endless radiance shone around him. Faintly, the sound of the Dao resonated like the harmonious ringing of bells and drums shaking the heavens and the earth. Everyone could distinctly feel that Qing Kang's aura was rising at an astonishing speed. With my power, I will condense the golden core spirit. When Qing Kang's aura reached its limit, a majestic voice resounded once more. With a flash, fragments of the golden core gleamed with golden light soaring from within Qing Zongzi and being drawn into the cascading light of the Dao. Boom! The light of the Dao was absorbed by the golden core fragments, and they gradually fused into one. In just a moment, it transformed into a pale blue lotus seed. Lotus seed. Senior Qing Zongzi, this is condensing the golden core spirit using the power of the But how can it be the power of the divine soul? Wang Su and the others looked at the pale blue lotus seed, their faces revealing incredulity. The golden core spirit has 3 types encompassing physical power, spiritual energy, and divine soul power. The golden core spirit condensed from divine soul power is the best foundation for the divine soul. Senior really has high hopes for me. Lin Yu looked at the blue lotus seed and couldn't help but sigh. Qing Zongzi knew that Lin Yu's physical foundation already had the essence of the 5 elements, so he intentionally prepared the divine soul foundation material for Lin Yu in advance. After all, the rare treasures for spiritual energy foundation are the easiest to obtain. Qing Zongzi is convinced that Lin Yu can complete the 3 elements of foundation establishment. Buzz buzz buzz. As Lin Yu and the others exchanged thoughts, Qing Kang's aura retracted, and the vast light of the Dao dissipated at this moment. With a wave of Qing Kang's hand, the golden core spirit landed in his palm. With a swoosh, Qing Zongzi moved and returned to Lin Yu's side. Fellow Taoist, are you satisfied with this golden core spirit? Qing Zongzi handed the golden core spirit to Lin Yu, smiling as he asked. I am satisfied. Even if the gift from Senior is as light as a feather, I would still be satisfied. Lin Yu replied, but how can I, with my humble abilities, deserve for you to condense the golden core spirit at such a great cost? Lin Yu shook his head and sighed. What does a mere few years of time count for? If not for your guidance, I would still be at Qingcang Gate not knowing when I could take this step. If not for your kindness of 3 cups of wine, whether I could survive the inner demon tribulation remains uncertain. In comparison to your kindness, a mere few years of time is nothing. Qing Zongzi spoke earnestly. Junior, thank you, Senior. Lin Yu said no more and accepted the golden core spirit. Since Qing Zongzi condensed the golden core spirit of the divine soul path, recovery would indeed be simple. 3,000 Dao wines. Lin Yu only needed to brew 3,000 Dao wines to complete it. With a wave, Lin Yu refilled everyone's cups with great ease. With this cup, we toast to Senior Qing Kang's ascension to the nascent soul. Lin Yu raised his cup again. Congratulations to Senior Qing Zongzi for ascending to the nascent soul. Qin Yang and the others also raised their cups together. Although there were nascent souls present, the atmosphere remained lively, without a hint of discomfort. They exchanged drinks and shared their insights on life. Of course, amidst this, everyone also engaged in discussions, each gaining much from the experience. Senior Brother Lin, I toast to you. We entered together, yet the gap between us is so vast. Ji Yanling lifted her cup, ready to toast with Lin Yu. Thud. Just as Lin Yu was about to raise his cup, Ji Yanling, feeling a bit unsteady, collapsed onto the table. Her slightly inexperienced face flushed. Senior brother, why are you stopping me? I'm not drunk yet. Just wait, let me show you the Tsang Mang sword. As Ji Yanling fell drunk, Qin Yang also wobbled to his feet, then soared into the sky, grasping a long blade, unleashing a dazzling white radiance. What a thrill. Junior brother Lin, I won't drink for nothing. Just wait, I know a place where there's a dragon. I'll go fetch its golden core to drink with you. Originally Tianqi was trying to stop Qin Yang, but he was not in much better shape, staggering away. Lin Yu and the others couldn't stop him. Junior brother Lin, I am truly overjoyed. Today I will embarrass myself and recite a poem for you. Wang Su stood up, unsteadily leaping onto a distant treetop, and began to recite a poem under the moonlight. I truly envy you young people. Qing Zongzi looked at the drunken crowd, a nostalgic expression on his face. In youth one should wear fine clothes, ride spirited horses, and embrace life's joys and sorrows. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. Lin Yu, where have you run off to? Come back quickly. At this moment Lin Yu's communication jade slip lit up, suddenly transmitting Wang Chengkong's anxious disciple. I am currently training in the carefree secret realm. Lin Yu hurriedly replied. Carefree secret realm. Someone wants to see you, come back immediately. Wang Chengkong spoke again. Yes. Lin Yu nodded as Wang Chengkong had already finished the communication. Who exactly wants to see me? Wang Vice Sect Master seems quite anxious. Lin Yu observed the dimming communication artifact, pondering to himself. Lin Yu, since the sect is looking for you, you should return first. I will keep an eye on things here. There will be no mishaps. Qing Zongzi said with a smile. Thank you, Elder. Lin Yu finished the remaining wine in his bowl, lightly waved, and the thunder sword flew out from the sword box. Farewell. Lin Yu landed on the sword's body, and with a thought the thunder sword shot out into the void. Wang Su and Tianqi are not to be underestimated. Ordinary cultivators would not dare to act against them. Furthermore, with Qing Zongzi watching, it was naturally foolproof. Lin Yu is already on his way back. Tanyang Peak. Wang Chengkong stood, respectfully addressing the woman seated on what was originally his throne, with awe. The woman wore a veil and was dressed in blue, surrounded by a hazy mist. As graceful as a startled swan, as elegant as a wandering dragon. Radiant like autumn chrysanthemums, flourishing like spring pines. Like light clouds obscuring the moon, drifting like snowflakes in the wind. Despite being veiled, the woman still inspired verses and melodies in the hearts of those who beheld her, her beauty unparalleled. She sat upon the throne holding a jade token. Do you know the significance of this jade token? The woman casually glanced at Wang Chengkong, causing him to feel as if he were bearing the weight of heaven and earth. I understand. If I hold this token and seek an audience with the sect master, I could return to the inner sect's Chi Peak and serve as an elder there. Wang Chengkong spoke with a serious expression. But do you know what price Mu you paid to obtain this jade token from me back then? The woman asked again. This? Chengkong does not know. Wang Chengkong shook his head. Is it that you truly do not know, or are you pretending not to know? A glimmer flashed in the woman's beautiful eyes, as if she could see through one's heart. I truly do not know. Wang Chengkong was sweating profusely. One night. I will only wait for Lin Yu here for one night. If Lin Yu can return to the Yuntian outer sect before dawn, I will guide him for 3 days. If Lin Yu does not return before dawn, I will return to the inner sect. Regardless of the outcome, I will reclaim this jade token. The woman said no more, and with a flip of her jade hand, the jade token vanished. Tomorrow morning. Wang Chengkong's expression changed. Enough, you may leave. The woman waved her hand with some impatience. Yes. Wang Chengkong opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing and turned to exit the great hall. Oh! At this moment Zhou Junbai, with dark circles under his eyes and a joyful expression, just returned to the Yuntian small secret realm and looked surprised at Tianyang Peak. It's her. Why has this esteemed lady come? Zhou Junbai looked at Tianyang Peak, revealing a strange expression. Wang Chengkong has returned. Zhou Junbai quickly called over a disciple. He has returned. And he brought back a woman. The disciple hurriedly stepped forward. Wang Chengkong really did bring this esteemed lady back. Sigh. Chengkong ultimately couldn't overcome the barrier in his heart. Zhou Junbai looked at Tianyang Peak from afar, his expression becoming more complicated. Lu Xian. Come see me quickly. Zhou Junbai slowly spoke. Oh. Sect master, such a unique makeup. Just as Zhou Junbai finished speaking, a beam of light fell in front of him, transforming into Lu Xian's figure. When Lu Xian saw Zhou Junbai's dark circles, she revealed a smile of schadenfreude. I just didn't rest well. Zhou Junbai's face turned red, and he spoke with a stiff neck. Speaking of serious matters, do you hope that I personally go to bring Lin Yu back? Lu Xian glanced sternly at the direction of Tianyang Peak. You know well the temperament of this esteemed lady. She has no patience. If the sect master keeps her waiting too long, she will leave. Indeed. Lu Xian nodded in agreement. Wang Changkong probably used up everything. We cannot let him waste it in vain. You are the fastest in the Yuntian outer sect. It is just right for you to go and bring him back. Zhou Junbai said seriously. All right, then I shall go personally. Lu Xian finished speaking, and a long sword flew out, vanishing in an instant. Time passed. One night soon went by. Whoosh! As the first streak of dawn light emerged between heaven and earth, the woman in the main hall of Tianyang Peak opened her eyes. Humph! A waste of effort. The woman was indifferent, slowly rising and walking towards the hall's exit. I ask Elder Luoxia to wait a moment longer. Wang Chenkong, who had been guarding the entrance for an entire night, hurriedly bowed his head. Elder Luoxia. The woman was indeed Elder Luoxia, one of the 9 great elders of the inner sect of the Xianluo sect. I said as soon as dawn breaks I will leave. Luoxia spoke coldly. It will be dawn soon. Elder Luoxia, isn't it still dark? Zhou Junbai's voice came through at this moment, with a rustling sound. Just as Zhou Junbai finished speaking, dark clouds surged from all directions, obscuring the morning sunlight. What? Haven't you received enough lessons in the inner sect? Luoxia merely lifted her head to glance at the sky. There was no fluctuation of true essence, yet the dark clouds dispersed immediately. Zhou Junbai dares not. Zhou Junbai, upon seeing this, kept waving his hands. It's just that Elder Luoxia rarely comes to our Yuntian outer sect. You must allow me to entertain you a bit. Zhou Junbai was indeed terrified to the core, but in order to keep Elder Luoxia, he could only fight desperately, trying to buy time. Is it worth it? If I become displeased, you will never return to the inner sect in this lifetime. Luoxia merely gave Zhou Junbai a casual glance, leaving him feeling as if struck by lightning. It is the disciple who has arrived late. Please, Elder Luoxia, stay. At this moment, Lin Yu's voice came from afar. Lin Yu was seen walking from a distance, each step creating an illusion, traversing through space, arriving in an instant before Elder Luoxia. The 9th layer of the spatial fragmentation step, each step creates an illusion. Elder Luoxia rarely displayed an expression of surprise. So much golden light. At this moment, Lin Yu looked at Elder Luoxia, his face also showing a shocked expression. When Lin Yu previously absorbed the stunning past, golden light would flicker and scatter. But the falling clouds before him were splendid. The golden light surged like a tide. On the body of the falling clouds, waves of golden light surged in like a tide, landing on Lin Yu's brow. Scenes began to materialize. A baby girl was born, and instantly the essence of the Dao converged with celestial spiritual energy, cascading down surrounding the baby girl. The falling clouds, born as a celestial spirit, embodying the spirit of a celestial being, are destined to be stunning throughout history. As the images dispersed, a line of text emerged. Immediately after, another image reflected. In this image, a 5 or 6-year-old girl held the essence of the Dao, completing her foundation establishment under the watchful gaze of an old man with white hair and beard. The falling clouds were born in the Xianluo sect, the daughter of the former sect master, establishing her foundation at the age of 5, making her the youngest foundation establishment cultivator in history, destined to be stunning throughout time. 5 years old and already at foundation establishment. Lin Yu gasped in astonishment. 5 years old. At that time, Lin Yu was still herding cattle, while the falling clouds had already established her foundation. However, this was to be expected. Celestial spirit. Moreover, as the daughter of the former sect master of the Xianluo sect, she grew up in the inner sect among the most privileged people in the world. Before Lin Yu could recover from his shock, yet another image emerged. This time, the now adult falling clouds condensed sword intent within a sword mound, leaving behind a scroll of scriptures before turning to leave. The falling clouds, once in the tribulation transcendent stage, traveled through the unparalleled sword mound of the Shenqi sect and created the holy grade divine ability sword heart technique, destined to be stunning throughout history. Then the scene changed again as the falling clouds forged a brilliant long sword, summoning thunder tribulation. The falling clouds at the tribulation transcendence level forged a quasi-celestial sword, merging with the sword during the thunder tribulation, breaking through the tribulation with a single strike, comprehending the power of celestial punishment, and both human and sword advanced, becoming the youngest celestial grade artifact refiner in history. One after another scenes emerged, each more astonishing than the last. Is it possible for one person to possess such a stunning past? Truly a proud daughter of heaven. Lin Yu watched as scene after scene appeared, feeling utterly drained of sarcasm. Clattering. Amidst Lin Yu's shock, the images within his sea of consciousness simultaneously transformed into golden light absorbed by the tree of the Dao. Lin Yu's Dao flower on the tree swayed gracefully. Absorbing the stunning past of the falling clouds enhances the effect of the Dao flower. Effect of the Dao flower. 1. Cultivation speed increased by 15 times. 2. Comprehension increased by 15 times. 3. Cultivation can enter a state of sudden enlightenment with the effect enhanced by 15 times. 4. Our techniques below holy grade can achieve completion in an instant, and holy grade techniques can achieve minor completion in an instant. Absorbing the stunning past of the falling clouds enhances the effect of the Sword Dao flower. Effect of the Sword Dao flower. 1. Understanding of any sword technique is increased 9-fold. 2. Any sword technique can be enhanced with scorching sword intent and extreme cold sword intent. 3. Any sword technique can be enhanced with thunder and flame sword intent with power increased 3-fold. 4. When executing sword techniques can enhance with reverse celestial sword intent doubling the power. 5. Comprehend all sword chi which can then transform into the Dao of sword chi. 6. When executing the Dao of time sword chi, the speed of techniques is increased by 1-fold. 7. Sword techniques can be enhanced with Confucian sword intent. 8. Sword techniques can be enhanced with celestial punishment sword intent, doubling the power of all sword techniques. Absorbing the stunning past of the falling clouds enhances the effect of the physique and body flower. Effect of the physique and body flower. 1. Even without cultivation, the speed of cultivation improvement can reach a state of sudden enlightenment of 50%. 2. Purity of innate energy within the body increased 6-fold. 3. The nourishing effect of innate energy on the body is increased 6-fold. 4. The nourishing effect of innate energy on the soul is increased 6-fold. 5. Innate energy carries the power of the 9 heavens. 6. Body refining speed increased 2-fold. 7. Soul refining speed increased 2-fold. Absorbing the stunning past of the falling clouds enhances the effect of the weapon Dao flower. Effect of the weapon Dao flower. 1. The power of any treasure forged can be increased 2-fold. 2. The speed of inscribing formations can be increased 2-fold. 3. Knowledge of all refining materials below imperial grade. As Lin Yu's body swayed with the blooming Dao flower's rays of light descended, Lin Yu looked at the lines of text feeling the overwhelming information, and his heart surged with joy. Just the falling clouds alone had allowed him to enhance multiple Dao flowers. If only there were more people like this, the speed of enhancement would be terrifyingly fast. Lin Yu thought to himself, but he only considered it. Cultivators like the falling clouds were likely few and far between throughout history, and it would be hard to find even a handful in the world. As radiant as the sun rising with dawn, dazzling as the lotus blooming upon clear waves. With shoulders as delicate as jade and a waist like a willow, her hair adorned in a lofty bun, her brows elegantly arched. Draped in splendid robes adorned with jewels of deep azure, Lin Yu, filled with delight, looked at the falling clouds, muttering to himself, "This kid! How dare he praise elder falling clouds?" Zhou Junbai and Wang Chengkong exchanged glances, their expressions turning bizarre. They had seen many cultivators who praised elder falling clouds, but those people only had one outcome. They were sent flying with a slap. I actually think what Lin Yu said was quite good. Lu Xian had also returned. As another woman, she felt that if it were her, she would benefit greatly. Weren't you supposed to go fetch Lin Yu? Why are you so slow? Zhou Junbai whispered in the dark. Isn't it because of Lin Yu? His cultivation had already reached the peak of the innate stage, and he treats the leisurely wine as water. Halfway through, he almost directly established his foundation. To suppress his cultivation was the reason for the delay. Lu Xian spoke helplessly. Ordinary cultivators would be eager to establish their foundation as quickly as possible. But for Lin Yu, he needed to forcibly suppress his cultivation. No wonder Wang Chengkong was willing to pay such a high price for you. The falling clouds, upon hearing this, remained expressionless, merely looking calmly at Lin Yu. I will never forget the kindness that Master Wang has shown me. Lin Yu spoke earnestly. Go back. The falling clouds spoke indifferently. Elder falling clouds. Wang Chengkong was quick to speak up. What are you anxious about? I never said I wouldn't teach. The falling clouds cast a faint glance at Wang Chengkong, and then stepped towards the main hall. Suppressing your cultivation is detrimental to you. Complete your foundation establishment, then come back and find me. With that, the falling clouds returned to the hall, and with a bang the door was shut. Complete foundation establishment first. Excellent. Lin Yu, you're about to leap over the dragon gate. Wang Chengkong, Zhou Junbai, Lu Xian, and the others gazed at Lin Yu with undisguised envy. I owe this all to the benevolence of my esteemed masters. Lin Yu bowed deeply in gratitude. Lin Yu, catch. Whoosh. With a flick of his finger, Zhou Junbai sent a jade slip soaring toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu extended his palm and caught the jade slip effortlessly. Lin Yu. This is the Wangqi art of Yujing Mountain. A cultivation method for the divine sense equally potent for enhancing foundation establishment. I've brought you the complete scroll. Zhou Junbai's eyes gleamed faintly. He was well aware of the true threefold foundation establishment. Yet it was extraordinarily difficult. Thus his original plan had been merely to help Lin Yu gather both a corporeal cultivation technique and a divine sense technique, to deepen the foundation for a perfect foundation establishment. Still a quiet hope had begun to stir within him. Hence he brought the full scroll of the Wangqi art. Lin Yu, take this as well. As Wang Chengkong spoke, a violet aura surged forth and settled into Lin Yu's palm. Is this primordial violet qi, the supreme essence for foundation establishment? The moment that violet aura emerged from Wang Chengkong's hand, Zhou Junbai, Lu Xian, and the others exchanged startled glances. Primordial violet qi, the rare celestial treasure formed when the Dao's spiritual essence undergoes transcendence. Legend holds that primordial violet qi innately absorbs the Dao's celestial principles and devours other Dao essences to refine itself. Once it has absorbed sufficient Dao principles and Dao essences, it undergoes a great metamorphosis. On the day of transformation, violet qi surges eastward across 3 myriad li. Vast and majestic. Precisely. This portion of primordial violet qi has already consumed at least 18 distinct Dao essences. It was obtained by an inner sect elder during his celestial wanderings. Now it is yours. Wang Chengkong smiled faintly. Master Wang's senior brother Zhou, I thank you both. Gazing at the jade slip and the primordial violet qi resting in his hands, Lin Yu felt warmth bloom deep within his heart. Words were unnecessary. Anything spoken now would ring hollow. Both the Wangqi art and the primordial violet qi embodied the profound hopes of his senior cultivators. Especially the primordial violet qi. Its acquisition demanded sacrifices beyond Lin Yu's imagination. Lin Yu, there is no need for such formality between us. All is prepared. Now we await your foundation establishment. We eagerly anticipate what transformations will unfold once you complete it. Zhou Junbai and Wang Chengkong laughed heartily. To aid another's Dao is also to advance one's own Dao. Joy swelled within them. Your disciple shall never disappoint you. I shall begin foundation establishment immediately. Lin Yu bowed deeply to the two masters, then turned and departed. To achieve foundation establishment within a month. By any reckoning, this pace surpasses even my own youth. No wonder Wang Chengkong spared no effort to procure this primordial violet qi, and even summoned me down the mountain with a jade token. Within the hall of Tianyang Peak, Luoxia withdrew her gaze. Luoxia established her foundation at age 5, the youngest in all history, yet her starting point differed utterly from Lin Yu's. Born the daughter of the immortal Luo sect master, her very origin transcended that of mortals. From the moment of her birth, she was nourished by countless celestial treasures. Her physical refinement far exceeding 16 years spent in even the most auspicious cultivation grounds. At age 3, she began cultivating the immortal Luo scripture. At 5, she completed foundation establishment. Even a prodigy like Luoxia required 2 full years, despite her peerless talent. Granted, she deliberately restrained her progress due to her youth. But even so, her achievement remained unmatched across ages. Yet Lin Yu, hailing from Honghe village, reached the threshold of foundation establishment in just 1 month. Foundation establishment using primordial violet qi. I am genuinely eager to see whether you can wield it to its utmost potential. Luoxia murmured softly before closing her eyes once more. Tian Qiao. You are to guard the cave residence. Upon returning, Lin Yu instructed Tian Qiao. Yes. Tian Qiao nodded, then dragged a chair directly to the cave entrance and sat down. Lin Yu entered his meditation chamber and settled cross-legged upon the floor. Corporeal foundation establishment draws upon the 5 elemental spirits. Spiritual energy foundation establishment relies on primordial violet qi. Divine sense foundation establishment harnesses the golden core spirit. Should I fail to accomplish the threefold foundation establishment, I would truly betray the profound trust of my elders. Rather than rushing into cultivation, Lin Yu retrieved the Wangqi art. Whoosh! Golden light burst forth from the jade slip, unfolding a vivid image. A carefree Taoist riding a donkey backward as he roamed freely beneath heaven and earth. Riding his donkey backward, the Taoist gazed upward at sun, moon, and stars, and downward upon mountains and seas. Wherever he passed, all things seemed to undergo wondrous transformations. Wangqi art, created by the feathered immortal sovereign. The feathered immortal sovereign was originally a cosmic tree of boundless height who attained human form and roamed freely through heaven and earth, observing the celestial shifts of sun, moon, and stars, perceiving the spiritual resonance of mountains and rivers. The feathered immortal sovereign distilled the true essence of divine sense cultivation from every blade of grass and grain of sand, thus creating the Wangqi art. First, observe form; second, observe spirit; third, observe divine essence. Thus was born the world's inaugural divine sense cultivation method, a revelation destined to astonish all ages. The Wangqi art is the world's first divine sense cultivation method. Lin Yu stared at the annotation, profoundly shaken. Rustla, rustla, rustle. As Lin Yu stood transfixed, the image dissolved. Absorbed instantly by the Great Dao Tree. Swaying gently, the Great Dao Tree slowly bore forth a blossom of the Great Dao, absorbing the Wangqi art's epical brilliance. Blossoming the Soul Dao flower. Effects of the Soul Dao flower. 1. Attains the true essence of divine sense cultivation, doubling the speed of divine sense advancement. 2. Doubles the potency of all divine sense techniques and arts. The Soul Dao flower has blossomed too. Lin Yu gazed upon it, joy lighting his features. If so, there remains time. Filled with elation, Lin Yu commenced practicing the Wangqi art. As he cultivated, every plant and tree atop Dansha Peak trembled simultaneously. Faintly invisible beams of light streamed forth from the boundless vegetation, converging toward Lin Yu's secluded cultivation chamber. Where those beams passed, cultivators felt a gentle breeze upon their faces, and their divine senses, as if immersed in a mountain spring, grew serene and refreshed, drawing spiritual essence from vegetation. Entry-level Wangqi art. As news of Dansha Peak's anomaly spread, Luoxia, who had been meditating, abruptly opened her eyes. Whoosh! In the next instant, she stood atop the grand hall's roof, wind billowing her robes as she gazed toward Dansha Peak. Third observation, divine essence. Taking from abundance to replenish deficiency. This is not mere entry-level mastery. It is consummate perfection of the Wangqi art. Luoxia fixed her gaze upon Dansha Peak, her beautiful eyes shimmering with rare wonder. The technique of qi observation perfected under the crimson clouds is the foremost method for cultivating the soul. Its categorization is far less intricate than the contemporary methods. The celestial master of transformation initially classified qi observation broadly into 3 tiers. The first observes the form, the second perceives the spirit, and the third discerns the divine. Consequently, practicing qi observation is exceedingly challenging, often more difficult than many saint-level techniques. The first tier alone has baffled countless prodigies. At this moment, the vegetation surrounding Dansha Peak was infused with a powerful spiritual aura, surging toward Lin Yu's secluded retreat. The third tier, discerning the divine, allows one to gather abundance to compensate for deficiency. With each increase in power, the foliage across the mountain would wither instantly. If the power were to decrease, it would be ineffective. Only by reaching the perfected state of the third tier could one achieve this balance without harming a single blade of grass. Is it true that qi observation has been mastered to perfection by Zhou Junbai, who just returned from Wangqing Mountain? Falling Sunset gazed distantly towards Dansha Peak, her beautiful eyes shimmering with wonder. He has already reached the 9th level of the innate realm, yet he is not rushing to ascend but instead practicing qi observation. Could he possibly wish to cultivate both spiritual energy and soul simultaneously? Falling Sunset pondered aloud. She had never considered that Lin Yu aimed for true 3 Yuan foundation establishment, for that was exceedingly difficult. She merely assumed he intended to cultivate spiritual energy and soul together. Endowed with a natural spirit body, her speed of cultivating spiritual energy was unmatched, and her soul cultivation was not slow, but her physical body was somewhat lacking. Thus she had not opted for a true 3 Yuan foundation establishment. Boom! As Falling Sunset marveled, Lin Yu's place of cultivation, after gathering an astonishing amount of spiritual power, emanated an overwhelming aura of divine presence that swept across the surroundings. Innate. The power of the soul has reached the innate level. How is this possible? Even if qi observation has been perfected, absorbing the spirit of the flora to nourish the soul cannot achieve the innate realm in such a short time. Falling Sunset was truly astonished. But this was just the beginning. Boom! The overwhelming aura of the soul surged, causing Lin Yu's secluded cave to tremble violently. 9 mountains and rivers soared into the sky, intertwining above the cave. What is happening? Such a commotion. The emergence of the 9-fold mountain river seal immediately attracted all eyes from the outer sect of Yuntian. Swish, swish, swish. One by one cultivators emerged, gazing from a distance towards Lin Yu's retreat. The 9-fold mountain river seal. This is a sign of the perfected transformation of the mountains and rivers. Such profound spiritual power. This lad has not directly established his foundation but is cultivating both the physical body and soul. He must be aiming for True 3 Yuan Foundation establishment, right? Zhou Junbai and the others all stared at Lin Yu's secluded position, their faces displaying astonishment. Boom! The ninefold mountain river seal roiled continuously, while the spirit of the flora circled above the cave. At this moment Lin Yu was in a state of enlightenment, both his physical body and soul advancing at an astonishing speed towards the 9th level of the innate realm. His physical body reached the 3rd level of the innate realm. The soul also reached the 3rd level of the innate realm. The physical body reached the 7th level of the innate realm. The soul reached the 7th level of the innate realm. The simultaneous advancement of both body and soul radiated an ever-increasing aura of majesty from Lin Yu. At the same time, a profound Dao rhythm surged forth. Not good. Zhou Junbai, who had been observing, could not help but change his expression. The spirit of the flora. The spirit of the flora within Danxia Peak, all the spiritual power that could be absorbed was being drawn away by Lin Yu. This overwhelming force still could not keep up with Lin Yu's rate of absorption. The spirit of the flora that had originally circled above Lin Yu's cave gradually thinned out, eventually disappearing. The spirit of the flora at Danxia Peak is insufficient to support Lin Yu in cultivating the spiritual power to the standard required for foundation establishment. Exactly. If Lin Yu lacks sufficient spiritual power to support him, he must suppress his spiritual cultivation, or abandon the True 3 Yuan Foundation establishment. A cultivator of True 3 Yuan Foundation establishment. It may take a millennium to see another. If he were to abandon it like this, who would be willing? We must find a way to replenish Lin Yu's spirit of the flora. How do we replenish it? Lin Yu's cultivation is insufficient and Qi observation cannot cover the area beyond Danxia Peak. Unless we cultivate Qi observation ourselves, we cannot replenish the spirit of the flora. Zhou Junbai sighed helplessly. All disciples of my Lu Dao Xuanmen, heed my command. Go to the various peaks and transport all the flora you can carry to Danxia Peak for me. Right? We cannot summon the spirit of the flora, but we can move the flora from the various peaks to Lin Yu's location. Zhou Junbai and the others' eyes brightened. Convey the order of the sect master. All disciples immediately transport all movable flora to Danxia Peak. We must ensure that the life of the flora is preserved, preferably with soil attached. Zhou Junbai issued the order immediately. Swish, swish, swish. Zhou Junbai and Lu Dao Xian simultaneously spoke, causing the entire outer sect to stir. One by one magical treasures soared through the air, covering the sky. Disciples both known and unknown to Lin Yu sprang into action, carrying batches of flora straight towards Danxia Peak. As countless disciples gathered at Danxia Peak, tiny spirits of the flora soared forth like gentle streams converging towards Lin Yu's direction. Not enough. After the flora is brought back, even if we are careful, it is challenging to ensure no harm comes to the roots. Thus Lin Yu's ability to absorb the spirit of the flora is exceedingly limited. Zhou Junbai looked at the few spirits of the flora and felt increasingly unwilling. Look! At this moment, the disciples who were frantically transporting the flora were all stunned, looking around in disbelief. Whoosh! They witnessed the vast expanse of the Yuntian small secret realm trembling as all the flora swayed incessantly. The spirits of the flora rose, illuminating the entire realm like a sky full of stars. Boom! Rivers of the spirit of the flora rushed down towards Lin Yu's secluded retreat. Qi observation. Someone is using Qi observation to summon the entire spirit of the flora from the small secret realm for Lin Yu. In our Yuntian small secret realm, who else has cultivated Qi observation to perfection? Lu Dao Xian and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Someone. Zhou Junbai gazed towards the direction of Tianyang Peak. There a figure ethereal as a celestial being stood apart from the world. It's Elder Luoxia. Who would have thought Elder Luoxia would intervene to aid that young man Lin Yu? Zhou Junbai and the others gazed upon Luoxia standing aloof and transcendent atop Tianyang Peak, their faces erupting with ecstatic delight. Boom! 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 With Elder Luoxia gathering the spirit of vegetation and flora, Lin Yu's previously stagnant divine sense surged forth once more, wildly, uncontrollably ascending. In the blink of an eye, both Lin Yu's corporeal cultivation path and his spiritual cultivation path soared consecutively to the 9th level of innate ascension. The timing is perfect. No longer restraining his cultivation, Lin Yu unleashed his full power the moment his body and divine sense attained the 9th level of innate ascension. 12 celestial pagodas pierced the heavens, rising and settling in harmonious resonance with the 9 great mountain river seals. It has begun. Lin Yu is commencing foundation establishment. He intends a triune foundation establishment. Should he succeed, the entire Luo world will tremble. The moment the 12 celestial pagodas manifested, every onlooker clenched their fists. Eyes fixed upon Tianyang Peak, brimming with anticipation and trepidation. The 5 elemental spirits. Innate purple Qi. golden core spirit. Offer them forth. At this very instant Lin Yu had already drawn forth these 3 peerless materials essential for foundation establishment. Or, as Lin Yu's body thundered with resonance, the Yunxiao scripture, the ninefold mountain andriver refinement, and the aura-perceiving art activated simultaneously, ceaselessly refining the Dao energy embedded within the 3 sacred materials. The innate purple chi swirled violently. The golden core spirit blazed with radiance. The 5 elemental spirits flowed forth, each carrying one of the 5 Dao resonances. One by one they soared into Lin Yu's body. Boom! Lin Yu's body quaked with even greater intensity. The innate purple chi plunged into his dantian, where layer upon layer of violet light burst forth, coalescing a twisted, ever-shifting Dao platform. Meanwhile, the 5 elemental spirits carved out a dantian-like space between Lin Yu's ribs. Thump, thump, thump. His heart began pulsing like a war drum. His vital blood essence and corporeal strength were drawn inward, crystallizing into a 5-hued Dao platform. The golden core spirit settled upon his forehead. There it opened a profoundly arcane spiritual realm. Its spiritual energy unfurled, drawing upon Lin Yu's own divine sense to forge a spiritual Dao platform. Foundation establishment, the forging of the Dao platform. To solidify the Dao platform is to complete foundation establishment. The golden core realm then is defined by the formation of the golden core atop this very platform. The nascent soul realm signifies the emergence of the nascent soul from the golden core, seated sovereignly upon the Dao platform. Now Lin Yu's body chi and divine sense were all concurrently manifesting Dao platforms. The Yunxiao scripture, the ninefold mountain andriver refinement, the aura-perceiving art, all 3 profound arts surged in unison, drawing in celestial spiritual energy, the spirit of vegetation and flora, and the might of mountains and rivers without cease. All converged into Lin Yu's being. As the 3 Dao platforms coalesced, the aura of authority radiating from him intensified relentlessly. Lin Yu withdrew pill after pill, swallowing them whole, devoting himself utterly to refining those 3 Dao platforms within. An overwhelming aura. By this sheer pressure alone, he far surpasses ordinary foundation establishment cultivators at the first level. Everything hinges upon this moment. Zhou Junbai and the others stared unblinkingly toward Lin Yu's secluded cultivation chamber. Success! Elder Luoxiao's brows lifted slightly, her eyes flashing with rare brilliance. Rustle. No sooner had her words left her lips than the 9 great mountain andriver seals, and the 12 celestial pagodas above Lin Yu's abode dissolved into shimmering mist. The boundless spirit of vegetation and flora likewise withdrew, returning to its source. Yet this was no conclusion. Instead, brilliant rosy clouds erupted across the heavens, dimming even the sun's radiance. The Dao light baptism. Is this not an omen reserved solely for the transcendence from golden core to nascent soul? Why does it appear now, at foundation establishment? Cultivators of the Yuntian outer sect gazed upward in utter disbelief. Rustle. Even more astonishing. The surging Dao light began slowly coalescing into a tricolored flower. 3 petals bloomed, each embodying a distinct Dao principle. At the flower's emergence, a pillar of light descended, enveloping Lin Yu entirely. The 3 flowers crown the summit. This is the legendary omen. The 3 flowers crown the summit, said to manifest only upon true completion of triune foundation establishment. Through the power of the 3 flowers, one purifies the self, allowing body chi and divine sense to communicate as one. It succeeded. Our Yuntian outer sect has truly birthed a prodigy who accomplished triune foundation establishment. The moment the 3 flowers crowned the summit omen appeared Zhou Junbai, and the others fell into rapturous delirium. The 3 flowers crowned the summit. Even Elder Luoxiao's heart, still as placid as a 10,000-year-old well, rippled with profound disturbance. Or, the omen of the 3 flowers crowned the summit blazed across the sky. As its power entered Lin Yu's body, the 3 Dao platforms within him hardened into absolute immutable reality. A violet Dao platform forged by innate purple chi within his dantian. A 5-hued Dao platform shaped by the 5 elemental spirits between his ribs. An azure lotus-shaped Dao platform formed by the golden core spirit at his brow. Wave upon wave of power coursed through them, interwoven inseparable as if one unified whole. And Lin Yu was not the sole beneficiary. Beneath the 3 flowers crowned the summit omen, all reaped immeasurable blessings. At that very moment, every Yuntian outer sect cultivator, beneath the omen's glow, experienced sudden enlightenment, clarity flashing across their eyes. So that is how it is. The Yunxiao scripture can be cultivated thus. Is this the true Dao? Every Yuntian cultivator sensed their comprehension of the Dao deepening, ascending steadily, irresistibly. Long-standing barriers to advancement began to crumble. Zhou Junbai, Wang Chengkong, Lu Daoxian, and countless disciples sank cross-legged onto the ground, their bodies wreathed in intertwining Dao resonances, entering profound states of sudden awakening. Instantly the Yuntian minor realm resounded with overlapping Dao resonances, colliding like bronze bells and great drums, reverberating across heaven and earth, triggering inexplicable transformations within the realm itself. Fascinating. With the three flowers crown the summit omen and the Dao light's illumination, every cultivator here now possesses the potential to ascend further. Even the realm itself is undergoing metamorphosis. Given time, the rankings among the 10 outer sects may well be rewritten. Gazing upon the Dao resonances enshrouding the minor realm, Elder Luoxia, rarely moved, allowed the faintest trace of a smile to grace her lips. Swish, after falling twilight spoke, her figure flickered and returned to the grand hall. Foundation establishment second layer. Foundation establishment third layer. Lin Yu's cultivation rose to the foundation establishment third layer almost effortlessly. As Lin Yu's cultivation reached the foundation establishment third layer, the extraordinary phenomenon of the three flowers gathering at the crown dissipated. Lin Yu opened his eyes, gazing at the ceaseless circulation of the 3 yuan power within him, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This is the 3 yuan foundation establishment, isn't it? Lin Yu murmured to himself. Under the 3 yuan foundation establishment, the innate energy within Lin Yu had completely transformed into true essence of foundation establishment. At the entrance of the cave, Tian Qiyao was seated cross-legged, surrounded by circulating spiritual energy, her cultivation evidently reaching the 4th layer of qi refinement. Tian Qiyao guarded the cave entrance closest to Lin Yu, naturally reaping great benefits. At this moment she had awakened from her epiphany, holding a scroll of medicinal pill listings and studying it. Tian Qiyao greeted Lin Yu upon seeing him, quickly rising to bow. No need for such formalities. Lin Yu waved his hand and asked, "You have been following me for almost a month, haven't you?" 27 days. Tian Qiyao nodded. "This medicinal pill shall be your salary for this month." Lin Yu smiled, taking out a 7-colored mystic pill and handing it to Tian Qiyao. After saying this, Lin Yu stepped forward and his figure vanished. "This is..." Tian Qiyao looked at the 7-colored mystic pill in her hand, adorned with 4 intricate pill patterns, her face suddenly showing shock. A pill with 4 patterns. Tian Qiyao felt dazed, murmuring, "This pill looks somewhat familiar." In her astonishment, she hurriedly flipped through the medicinal pill listings in her hand. The medicinal pill listings displayed different pills' images and effects on each page. When Tian Qiyao reached the section on mystic grade pills, she was instantly dumbfounded. Mystic grade pill. The 7-colored mystic pill ranked first. Aside from lacking pill patterns, it was exactly the same as the one Lin Yu had given her. Whoosh! Lin Yu took a step covering 1,000 miles, landing atop Tianyang Peak. Disciple Lin Yu requests an audience with Elder Luoxia. Lin Yu respectfully bowed outside the hall. "Come in." Elder Luoxia's voice came from within the hall. "Yes." Lin Yu pushed open the door and entered. "You are remarkable. The 3 yuan foundation establishment has not been seen in our Xian Luo sect for 30,000 years. Elder Luoxia sat on her throne, resting her chin on her hand, observing Lin Yu with a hint of admiration. "I must thank Elder Luoxia for her assistance in my 3 yuan foundation establishment." Lin Yu spoke earnestly. Although Lin Yu was in a state of epiphany during his foundation establishment under the divination technique, he sensed every grass and tree on Danxia Peak. Lin Yu was well aware that it was Elder Luoxia who gathered the spirits of the grass and trees for him at the critical moment. It was merely a spontaneous act. Elder Luoxia's tone remained calm as always. "I have never accepted disciples nor taught any students. If it weren't for Wang Chengkong bringing the jade token to seek me out, I would not have come here. However, since I have promised Wang Chengkong, I cannot go back on my word." Elder Luoxia pondered, taking out a jade slip. "Wang Chengkong said you possess exceptional talent in artifact forging, and he cannot teach you. He wishes me to guide you. I also have some achievements in the path of artifact forging. This jade slip contains my insights and experiences in artifact forging, and I shall give it to you today." As Elder Luoxia spoke, she flicked her finger, and the jade slip flew into Lin Yu's hand. Originally, Elder Luoxia planned to guide Lin Yu for 3 days, but upon seeing Lin Yu's 3 yuan foundation establishment, she changed her mind. This insight into artifact forging was more suitable for Lin Yu. Elder Luoxia's insights into artifact forging. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Who is Luoxia? A mystic-grade artifact master. The insights of a mystic-grade artifact master are priceless treasures in the Deluo world. Now that I have given you the item, I must take my leave. Elder Luoxia stood up. Elder Luoxia, can this insight be shared? Lin Yu hurriedly asked. What you do with the item I gave you is up to you. With that, Elder Luoxia had already vanished. If you have time, you can visit the Tianxian Great Secret Realm, ranked first among the outer sect. As Elder Luoxia's figure disappeared, her indifferent voice entered Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. The Tianxian Great Secret Realm ranked first among the outer sect. Lin Yu's heart stirred. The Xian Luo sect's outer sect has over 3,000 members, with the top 10 all located within the Great Secret Realms. The Tianxian Great Secret Realm ranked first is the strongest among the over 3,000 outer sects. As Lin Yu contemplated, he turned and exited the Grand Hall. Lin Yu, how is it? Why are you out so soon? As soon as Lin Yu stepped out of the main hall of Tianyang Peak, he saw Zhou Junbai, the 2 deputy sect masters, and the 4 elders waiting outside. The auras of the 7 of them had significantly increased, especially Zhou Junbai's aura, which was already very similar to that of Qing Cangzi before his advancement to nascent soul. Elder Luoxia gave me a jade slip which records her years of insights into artifact forging. Lin Yu directly took out the jade slip. Elder Luoxia's insights into artifact forging. Good. Excellent. Elder Luoxia is an artifact master. In a sense, this insight is worth 100 times more than the methods for holy grade artifact forging. This is the crystallization of an artifact master's hard work. Zhou Junbai and the others all showed joy. Sect master, I have an idea regarding this jade slip. Lin Yu spoke seriously. Speak. Zhou Junbai replied. I would like to make 2 copies of this insight. One to keep in the outer sect as a treasure and one to give to Wang Chengkong. Lin Yu's words left everyone present in shock. Wang Chengkong looked at Lin Yu with heavy breaths. Lin Yu actually intended to transcribe the insights of Elder Luoxia on artifact refining for him. Insights from a celestial artifact master. These must encompass all her realizations from entering the realm of artifact refining to becoming a celestial artifact master, the special uses of refining materials, and the hidden secrets of engraving array patterns. If one possesses enough talent, they could completely use this to create their own method of artifact refining. Lin Yu regarding Elder Luoxia. Zhou Junbai frowned and said, this is a good thing, but Elder Luoxia's attitude cannot be ignored. One careless move could lead to a major incident. Rest assured, Sect Master Elder Luoxia said that I can fully handle these insights. Lin Yu spoke earnestly, then transcribed the contents of the jade slip into 2 copies. While transcribing, Lin Yu also took a look at some of it. Elder Luoxia casually mentioned that it was just some insights, but only by seeing it could one understand how precious this thing is. The jade slip not only recorded Elder Luoxia's realizations each time she advanced. It also contained a vast ocean of array patterns, classified and possessing different effects. Some of the formations were given to Lin Yu by Wang Chengkong. These formations had all been modified by Elder Luoxia, and even a slight change under her unparalleled skill drastically altered the array effects. There were countless such insights, each requiring time to study. After transcribing 2 copies with the jade slip, Lin Yu handed one to Zhou Junbai and the other to Wang Chengkong. Lin Yu, I cannot refuse this. On behalf of all disciples of the Yuntian outer sect past and future, I thank you. Zhou Junbai said earnestly, while holding the jade slip. Previously during Foundation establishment, the entire sect assisted wholeheartedly, and I will always remember it. Lin Yu turned slightly hurriedly, allowing Zhou Junbai to perform his greeting. Zhou Junbai was a respected elder for him, and he could not accept such a gesture. Lin Yu, I initially wished to support you, but who knew you would in turn support me? Wang Chengkong said with a trembling voice. What are you talking about, Master Wang? If it weren't for you inviting Elder Luoxia, how could Lin Yu have today? Lin Yu said with a smile. Lin Yu, I want stand on ceremony with you. I just glanced at these insights and my shackles in the path of artifact refining have loosened. After I study for a few days, I should be able to advance to a divine grade artifact master. When I emerge from my seclusion, if you need anything, I will surely assist you with all my strength. Wang Chengkong spoke with anticipation. Incredible. No wonder it's the insights of a celestial artifact master. Just a glance felt like a sudden enlightenment. Moreover, Wang Chengkong knew that his piece of jade token did not hold such significance. It was still Lin Yu's high talent that prompted Elder Luoxia to be so generous. Then Lin Yu congratulates Master Wang in advance on becoming a divine-grade artifact master. Lin Yu said with a smile. Lin Yu. Wang Chengkong looked at Lin Yu, pounding his fist against his chest a few times. Everything was expressed without words. Sect Master, I have one more thing I would like to ask you. Lin Yu looked at Zhou Junbai and said, Speak. As long as it's something I know, I will speak without reservation. Zhou Junbai nodded. Before Elder Luoxia left, she mentioned that if I had the time, I could visit the Tianxian Great Secret Realm. Do you know why that is? Lin Yu asked curiously. Elder Luoxia wants you to go to the Tianxian Great Secret Realm. Zhou Junbai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Indeed. Not only did you complete your foundation establishment, but you also achieved the 3 Yuan Foundation. You certainly qualify to go to the Tianxian Great Secret Realm and challenge the top-ranking list. Zhou Junbai assessed Lin Yu with shining eyes. Wang Chengkong and the others also appeared contemplative. Top-ranking list. What is that? Lin Yu asked curiously. The top-ranking list. It is the dream of countless young disciples. Lu Xian said with sparkling eyes. Lin Yu. In the cultivation world, there are the southern demons, northern alchemists, western Buddhas, eastern artifacts, and central immortals, totaling 5 supersects. The northern alchemists are established based on the northern heavens alchemy blessed land, creating the alchemy hall. The western Buddha sect is based on the western heavens spiritual mountain blessed land. The eastern artifact sect is established based on the eastern heavens 8 treasures blessed land. The southern demons are established based on the southern heavens myriad demons blessed land. As for the immortal sect that goes without saying, it's us. The 5 great powers are the earliest existence in the cultivation world. Throughout countless years other sects have come and gone, replaced time and again. Only we 5 great powers have existed since ancient times, standing tall and unyielding. Zhou Junbai spoke proudly. As a member of the 5 ancient indomitable powers, no one felt anything but pride. After all, even the mighty Heavenly Academy is not among these 5 great powers. The top combat power of the Heavenly Academy can indeed match the strength of the immortal sect, but overall the gap is still too vast. Between the 5 great powers, although there is competition and fighting, more often it is cooperation. Zhou Junbai continued. More cooperation. Lin Yu's heart stirred. Of course it's cooperation. After all, we are all cultivators and we cultivate for longevity. Unnecessary conflicts lead only to death. Thus the 5 great sects have always adhered to a principle: if it can be discussed, they will absolutely not resort to violence. Lu Xian also said with a smile. And if it cannot be discussed? Lin Yu chuckled. After all, Lin Yu was once a prince and understood the intricacies of interests. Then they fight. But it won't be the older generation fighting. After all, when the older generation starts fighting, entire territories can be turned to ashes. The consequences of such catastrophic battles are too severe. Thus it is the younger generation that fights. Lu Daoxian said with a light chuckle. Is that even allowed? Lin Yu was dumbfounded. Why not? If a secret realm emerges, who wouldn't want it? The sects vying for it send their most outstanding foundation establishment and golden core disciples to fight. The victors hold the distribution rights. The winners eat meat while the losers drink broth. The winning disciples also receive generous rewards. Everyone is happy. How wonderful! Zhou Junbai said with a smile. That is indeed the case. Lin Yu nodded. The original top-ranking list was created by the 5 great sects to resolve conflicts. Do not underestimate the competitive spirit of cultivators. Some geniuses, after overpowering their peers, remain unsatisfied. They yearn to challenge the strongest of all times and realms. Thus the 5 super sects took the lead to gather 12 top sects and 108 first-rate sects, joining forces to create a new top-ranking list. The new top-ranking list can imprint the battle traces of the strongest in the same realm for future challengers. The top-ranking list. There are 3 major lists in total. Foundation Establishment List, Golden Core List, and Nascent Soul List, each with age requirements. Each of the 3 lists includes 9 individuals totaling 27. Each of them represents the strongest in their realm from different eras. Zhou Junbai said with in other words, by challenging the top-ranking list, there is a chance to duel with the strongest beings across ages and realms. Lin Yu's eyes shone brilliantly upon hearing this. Are you very interested? Zhou Junbai smiled as he spoke. Let me tell you, among the younger generation of cultivators, no one can resist the temptation of competing for the rankings. Who wouldn't want to battle against the top-tier powerhouses between heaven and earth? Lin Yu smiled. Moreover, we are young. With the heart of a youth, one should wield a 3-foot sword, engage with ancient and modern strong figures, remain humble in victory, and resilient in defeat. To meet ancient and modern masters, to wield the sword and rise to understand one's own path amidst the vastness of the world, Lin Yu said, with a carefree smile. A great line: to meet ancient and modern masters, to wield the sword and rise to comprehend one's own path in the vastness of the world. Hearing this, Zhou Junbai and the others looked on with fiery eyes, their hearts subtly boiling with fervor. It was as if they had returned to their youthful days upon entering the immortal sect. Thus, since the establishment of the ranking list, all the young generation with dreams will strive to compete. Zhou Junbai continued. Some seek to rise to the heavens by using the names of ancient supreme beings, gaining glory in one leap. Some wish to take another step forward from 100 feet up. Zhou Junbai added. Others want to battle with ancient supreme beings to find their breakthrough opportunity. regardless of the purpose generations of talents, have all put their utmost effort into competing for the rankings. The names on the 3 major ranking lists have changed several times, almost representing the limits of one realm. If I remember correctly, the names on the top ranking list have not changed for 3,000 years. Zhou Junbai spoke seriously. The top ranking list that hasn't changed for 3,000 years. Lin Yu's eyes shone with excitement, his fighting spirit surging. How do we compete for the top ranking list? Compete for the supreme monument. Zhou Junbai said earnestly. The 5 major super-immortal sects each have 2 supreme monuments. One is located in the inner sect and one in the outer sect. Each of the 12 top-tier immortal sects has one. Zhou Junbai added, during the ranking competition, the 22 supreme monuments will respond to each other, sharing information. This allows countless people to watch the battle. Zhou Junbai stated, this is a chance to make a name for oneself across the world. Lin Yu exclaimed in admiration. Lin Yu. Zhou Junbai continued. Previously, the master of Shenluo sect Fang Xian contacted me saying that if you have time you can go to the Shenluo Great Secret Realm to learn the complete volume of the Breaking Void Step. This time I shall accompany you. First we will go to the Shenluo Great Secret Realm, then to the Tianshan Great Secret Realm. Zhou Junbai added, I am not worried about your cultivation, but if you want to compete for the rankings, combat experience is also extremely crucial. If I recall correctly, since entering the sect you haven't experienced life and death battles where your life hangs by a thread, have you? Zhou Junbai said seriously. The journey will be a good opportunity for some practical training. That works perfectly. Lin Yu nodded with a smile, but before that I still need some things. What do you need? Zhou Junbai was taken aback. Materials. Lin Yu replied with a grin. Materials for forging magical treasures. Isn't your reverse immortal sword box with 13 swords enough for you? Zhou Junbai glanced at the sword box on Lin Yu's back, speaking with suspicion. Not enough. Lin Yu replied. I also practice spear and knife techniques. I just observed the refining insights left by Elder Luoxia and felt inspired. I want to try to forge a few suitable magical treasures for myself. Lin Yu stated seriously. A small matter. Zhou Junbai said, taking out a communication jade tablet. Send a full set of all the Shen grade materials from the resource hall to Tianyang Peak. Wait, Lin Yu said awkwardly as Zhou Junbai finished speaking. The Shen grade isn't enough. I need earth grade materials, and it would be best to have some heaven grade materials too. Earth grade materials. Zhou Junbai looked at Lin Yu oddly. Do you have the confidence to refine earth treasures or even heaven treasures? Master, let me handle this. Wang Chengkong smiled. I have all the materials above Shen grade with me. In the Yun Tian outer sect only Wang Chengkong can forge earth and heaven treasures. Therefore these materials are naturally controlled by Wang Chengkong. Take these materials. Wang Chengkong said as he took out a spatial magical treasure, which was part of the Yun Tian outer sect's resources. Thank you, Master Wang. Lin Yu smiled and said, what's this? He added, the purpose of the outer sect is to cultivate disciples. If you can refine your own magical treasures, it truly saves me a lot of worry. Wang Chengkong sighed with a bitter smile. In the past, the disciples of his peak all gathered materials and begged him to refine them. Now with Lin Yu it's the opposite. You give me materials and I will refine them myself. Lin Yu didn't hold back, directly putting away the spatial magical treasure and looking towards Lu Daoxian. Master Lu. Lin Yu said shyly, I still need some spiritual herbs. Say, what grade? Lu Daoxian waved his hand grandly. No grade requirements. Lin Yu shook his head. No grade requirements. Lu Daoxian exclaimed, Lin, you don't be polite with me. Although my worth isn't as good as Wang Chengkong's, I still have plenty of earth and heaven grade spiritual herbs. Lu Daoxian added, don't forget we previously divided a natural herb garden. I don't have grade requirements, but other requests are a bit demanding. Lin Yu said, I need 3,000 different types of spiritual herbs. Lin Yu blinked. 3,000 different types of spiritual herbs. Lu Daoxian was taken aback, then his eyes lit up. 3,000 kinds of wine. You brat, you want to brew 3,000 kinds of wine? Lu Daoxian exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Junbai and the others also looked at Lin Yu in astonishment. Master Lu, you also know about the 3,000 wines? Lin Yu asked with interest. How could I? The 3,000 wines require 3,000 types of spiritual herbs, as the catalyst refining their medicinal properties to brew the flavors of the mortal realm. Lu Daoxian explained. A senior in the inner sect spent hundreds of years trying to brew the 3,000 wines but was never successful. Lu Daoxian continued, this matter is well known within the inner sect. Is it really that hard to brew? Lin Yu's heart stirred. Difficult. Lu Daoxian affirmed. Very difficult. He added, in some sense the art of brewing is harder than alchemy. In alchemy the grade of spiritual herbs determines the grade of the elixirs. Lu Daoxian explained. But the art of brewing disregards the grades of spiritual herbs and focuses on the essence of the herbs. Even if these 3,000 wines are brewed using only yellow-grade spiritual herbs, they may still have effects on tribulation transcendence. Lu Daoxian said, I still want to give it a try. Lin Yu said with a smile. Alright. Lu Daoxian replied, I should be able to gather 3,000 different types of spiritual herbs. Lu Daoxian took out 2 spatial magical treasures picked and chose, and barely managed to gather a set which he handed over to Lin Yu. Thank you, Master Lu. Lin Yu respectfully took the materials with a bow. Master Lin Yu, let's set off now. Lu Daoxian said, I have a magical treasure called the Breaking Void Boat, which is equipped with a pill refining room and a weapon forging room. Whether you are refining weapons or brewing wine, there will be no issues. Boom. As Zhou Junbai spoke, a treasure ship had already risen into the sky. The void ship swelled against the wind, transforming into a massive entity, a true divine treasure. Lin Yu, come aboard. Zhou Junbai moved swiftly and landed on the deck of the void ship. Swish. Lin Yu stepped forward and also appeared on the void ship. Rise. Boom. With a flick of his finger, Zhou Junbai sent the void ship soaring through the void, as if traversing the emptiness. Lin Yu, what do you think? This void ship was acquired at great cost from the intersect. It is inscribed with the void array, allowing swift travel across the void. Not bad. Lin Yu nodded. Master, where are the artifact forging chamber and the alchemy You rascal! Zhou Junbai felt that his void ship had lost its charm upon hearing this. He had wanted to show off. Follow me. As Zhou Junbai spoke, he led Lin Yu into the ship. This room is the artifact forging chamber, and next to it is the alchemy chamber with a passage connecting the two. Wait a moment, I will activate the gathering array inside, allowing for cultivation, artifact forging, and alchemy with Zhou Junbai entered the room and spirit stones flew from his palm, landing into the grooves of the artifact forging chamber. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yu observed as the patterns in the artifact forging chamber lit up. The spirit stones Zhou Junbai placed in the grooves emitted a rich spiritual energy. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the artifact forging chamber became exceedingly abundant. Lin Yu, isn't it impressive? This gathering array was something I sought for a long time from the intersex forging masters to add. The array is of high grade. Once activated, it only requires consuming a few spirit stones to ensure the spiritual energy in this forging chamber is as abundant as a secret realm. The cultivation effect is also quite remarkable, Zhou Junbai said proudly. Master, are you sure this is the array that took you a long time to get the forging master to add? Lin Yu glanced at the gathering array, a peculiar expression on his face. Indeed, the method of arranging the gathering array is quite precious, even Wang Chengkong doesn't have it. Zhou Junbai replied. Master, do you want to hear the truth or something pleasant? Lin Yu smiled. How do you define something pleasant? Zhou Junbai was taken aback. Master, you truly have a pure heart, generous and extravagant. Lin Yu said seriously. Of course. In the Xianluo sect, who doesn't know that I have a pure heart like a blue lotus emerging from the muddy waters untainted? Zhou Junbai became even prouder. And what about the truth? Zhou Junbai asked. You were deceived. Lin Yu looked at Zhou Junbai innocently. What? Say that again. Zhou Junbai glared. The disciple said you were deceived. Lin Yu stated firmly. Zhou Junbai shook his head. Who was he? Zhou Junbai, the king of deception among the outer sect. He had always deceived others. Zhou Junbai shook his head. Who was he? Zhou Junbai, the king of deception among the outer sect. He had always deceived others. When had anyone deceived him? Master, do you know the difference between the gathering array and the gathering spirit array? Lin Yu asked seriously. I know. The gathering spirit array only condenses the nearby spiritual energy, raising the concentration of energy within the array above that of the surroundings. The one we use in the outer sect is the gathering spirit array. However, the gathering array is different. It can draw out the spiritual energy from spirit stones, artificially creating a place suitable for cultivation. Although Zhou Junbai had not studied formations, he had seen enough to understand a bit. What you say has, but I have one question for you, Master. Once this gathering array is activated, and you leave, what will happen to the remaining spiritual energy in the forging chamber? It will dissipate by itself. Zhou Junbai said as if it were obvious. Isn't that wasteful? Lin Yu inquired. Of course it's wasteful. To be honest, I rarely refine all the spiritual energy from the gathering array. Although it isn't a large amount wasted each time, it does add up over the years. Zhou Junbai said with a hint of regret. But does Master know that a true gathering array also has the function of storing spiritual energy? Lin Yu said with a light chuckle. It has the function of storing spiritual energy. I haven't heard of that. Zhou Junbai's expression changed. In a true gathering array, the spirit stones are just auxiliary. Typically, the gathering array can absorb external spiritual energy, storing it within the array. When needed, it can release the stored energy through the spirit stones. Only when the stored spiritual energy is completely consumed will it begin to deplete the spirit stones. Unused spiritual energy will also be stored. The complete details regarding the gathering array are explained in the experience notes given by Elder Luoxia. Lin Yu said methodically. Let me see. Zhou Junbai upon hearing this became anxious and hurriedly took out the jade slip given by Lin Yu. In the jade slip the 3820th line. Found it. Indeed. So did I become a fool. Zhou Junbai looked at the contents of the jade slip, his eyes turning a bit red. Unless there is a surprise, yes. Lin Yu tried to hold back his laughter. Good for you, Situ Feng, to deceive me. Zhou Junbai gritted his teeth. Just the thought of the resources he expended to create this void ship almost drove him mad. Master, stay calm. Lin Yu said with a smile. Stay calm. How can I stay calm? Right now I wish I could rush back to the inner sect and give him a good beating. Zhou Junbai gritted his teeth in anger. Master, can you defeat him? Lin Yu's soul-piercing question immediately deflated Zhou Junbai. He couldn't win. After all, that was a nascent soul powerhouse and an artifact forger. He was indeed no match. How about we keep our fists to ourselves and try another method? What method? Zhou Junbai felt a spark of hope. Master, actually you could. Lin Yu whispered into Zhou Junbai's ear, and the more Zhou Junbai listened the brighter his eyes became, eventually grinning widely. Lin Yu, you truly are my good disciple. You have absorbed my true teachings. You continue with your work here, and I will contact Situ Feng. When we get the goods back, I will give you half. After Zhou Junbai finished speaking, he patted Lin Yu's shoulder, sweeping away the previous gloom, his face brimming with smiles. Zhou Junbai excitedly ran out of the artifact refining room and began scanning the void-piercing boat with his spiritual sense. Found it. Right here. With a swift motion, Zhou Junbai appeared beside the void-piercing boat, gently tapping the edge of the vessel with his finger, causing a ray of light to emerge. As the light flowed, 3 large characters appeared. Situ Feng. The 3 characters were engraved on the side of the boat in a formation of runes. If it weren't for Lin Yu's reminder, he would have never noticed. Lin Yu truly didn't deceive me. Artifact refiners always like to leave their names on the treasures they create as a mark. Looking at Situ Feng's name, Zhou Junbai couldn't help but smile brightly. He immediately took out a communication jade slip and sent a message to Situ Feng. Zhou Junbai. What does this troublesome fellow want now? At that moment, in the inner sect's artifact peak of the Xianluo sect, Situ Feng frowned at the glowing communication jade slip. Could it be that this troublesome fellow has discovered the issue with the gathering yuan array? Situ Feng felt a bit uneasy as he looked at the message from Zhou Junbai. Situ Feng could set up the gathering yuan array. However, setting up a complete gathering yuan array not only took a lot of time and effort but also consumed a great deal of resources. Therefore, Situ Feng devised a plan to create a simplified version of the gathering yuan array, omitting its storage function. Though it seemed trivial, that storage function was the most complex part of the array. By skipping it, the setup time could be reduced by 70%. Resource consumption would also be halved. But Zhou Junbai's compensation was still at the price of the complete gathering yuan array. The remaining time and materials were enough for him to refine several treasures. With the influx and outflow, the profit would be substantial. Impossible. Zhou Junbai knows nothing about array formation. He definitely can't see the problem. In the outer sect of Yuntian, the only one who understands artifact refinement is Wang Chengkong. It's not that I look down on him. If he could see the problem, Zhou Junbai would have come to me long ago instead of waiting until now. Besides, it's been so long that even if he discovers the problem, what can he do? As Situ Feng pondered, he received Zhou Junbai's message. Zhou Sect Master. What brings you to seek me? Situ Feng spoke indifferently. I have something I would like to discuss with you, Master Situ. Zhou Junbai's tone was excessively polite. What could you possibly have to discuss with me? Situ Feng was taken aback. He and Zhou Junbai were merely fellow disciples, plus he had refined the void-piercing boat for Zhou Junbai. What was there to discuss? It's like this. I've recently had an epiphany and found an opportunity to advance to the nascent soul stage. I just want to return to the inner sect to exchange for some pills to resolve inner demons and fine wine. You know, these items are quite expensive in the inner sect. I've been in the outer sect and the benefits here pale in comparison to those in the inner sect. Zhou Junbai feigned awkwardness. Zhou Junbai, if you're looking to borrow money, just spare yourself the trouble. I'm broke too. Situ Feng replied without hesitation. Borrow money? Not a chance. Master Situ, you're mistaken. We are not related by blood, so how could I dare to ask for that? Zhou Junbai smiled bitterly. Not borrowing. Then everything is negotiable. Situ Feng's tone softened a bit. That's good. Did I not ask you to refine the void-piercing boat for me previously? This is my most cherished treasure, truly hard to part with. Zhou Junbai's tone was filled with admiration. I'm glad you like it, Sect Master Zhou. Hearing this, Situ Feng couldn't help but feel pleased. I knew it, this troublesome fellow definitely wouldn't discover the issues inside. Like it? I certainly do. But it seems this void-piercing boat is about to change hands. Zhou Junbai said helplessly. Change hands? What do you mean? Situ Feng was taken aback. I'm planning to sell this void-piercing boat. The void-piercing boat is a divine treasure and was refined by you, Master Situ. It should fetch a good price. Zhou Junbai's tone was filled with reluctance. No, why would you sell this perfectly good void-piercing boat? Situ Feng began to lose his composure. If I don't sell it, I truly can't gather the resources needed for my advancement. Zhou Junbai's tone grew even more bitter. Situ Feng hurriedly asked, who do you plan to sell it to? Zhou Junbai couldn't see the problem with the void-piercing boat, but who could guarantee that the next owner wouldn't discover the issue? Uncertain. I'm planning to visit the Tianxian Great Secret Realm. I intend to auction this void-piercing boat at the outer sex auction in the Tianxian Great Secret Realm. I should be able to earn more. Zhou Junbai said. You still want to auction the void-piercing boat? Situ Feng's heart raced. Yes, earning more is still better, and besides, this void-piercing boat was crafted by you. I've mentioned it to the elder in charge of the auction in the Tianxian Great Secret Realm, and the response was quite good. Zhou Junbai spoke earnestly. Sect Master Zhou. The creator of this void-piercing boat is not just anyone. The Tianxian Great Secret Realm would not easily believe that this boat was refined by me. Situ Feng's heart raced as he quickly tried to imply something. At that moment, Situ Feng could only hope that Zhou Junbai hadn't noticed the mark he left. Otherwise, if this defective void-piercing boat were truly auctioned off, the cultivators of the Tianxian Great Secret Realm would surely see the issue. And if this defective product were found to be crafted by Situ Feng, his reputation as an artifact refiner would be shattered. Who would dare to ask him to refine treasures in the future? Who would dare buy his treasures? No way. Master Situ, didn't you leave your name on the void? That name is engraved using the rune formation method, and it has fused with the void-piercing boat. It cannot be faked. Zhou Junbai stated with certainty. Situ Feng was so enraged, he nearly wanted to chop off his own hand. This damned habit. Artifact refiners leave their names on treasures to secure their legacy. Who doesn't want to leave behind something for future generations to remember them by after they leave this world? Thus, leaving their names on artifacts is a common practice among all artifact refiners. Initially, Situ Feng had also left his name out of habit. But this time, if he didn't handle it well, it wouldn't be a legacy but rather a stench that lasts for millennia. Sect Master Zhou, don't you love this void-piercing boat? Are you truly willing to sell it? Situ Feng quickly tried to soothe him. What does it matter how good the treasure is? It is still an external object, but if I miss the chance to advance, finding it again in the future will be difficult. Zhou Junbai feigned reluctance. Sect Master Zhou. I am truly gratified that you like the treasures I've refined. As the saying goes, high mountains and flowing water, true friends are hard to find. You keep the void-piercing boat, and I will cover the resources you need for advancement. Situ Feng gritted his teeth. Did Master Situ provide the resources for my promotion? This is absolutely unacceptable. Zhou Junbai's face beamed with a smile, yet his tone was resolute as he firmly rejected the proposal. What's the harm in that? The resources for advancing to the nascent soul stage are trivial. As a weapon refiner, I can surely provide them. Now tell me, what do you need? Situ Feng spoke bluntly, but inside he felt a pang of pain. Then I shall consult Master Situ about this. Zhou Junbai feigned hesitation. Speak. Zhou Sect Master, please go ahead. At this moment, Situ Feng had only one thought: he must stabilize Zhou Junbai first. To resolve the inner demon tribulation of advancing to the nascent soul stage, all it takes is a bottle of the renowned Xiaoyao wine. Unfortunately, my aptitude is rather dull. I'm afraid a single bottle of Xiaoyao wine won't suffice. Therefore, to deal with the inner demon tribulation, I want to buy a bottle of Xiaoyao wine along with a furnace of transformation pills. Zhou Junbai said thoughtfully. A bottle of Xiaoyao wine and a furnace of transformation pills. Situ Feng's eyelids twitched. The Xiaoyao wine is on par with the Zizai wine in value, and the transformation pills are even more extraordinary. That is the top-tier pill among heavenly-grade medicines. Yes. Who told me to have such poor aptitude? Zhou Junbai's tone was filled with helplessness. This bastard. He must have realized the problem. Upon hearing this, Situ Feng was filled with fury. He now understood that Zhou Junbai was blatantly aware of the issues with the void-breaking boat, and had deliberately come to set him up. If not, why would Zhou Junbai, wanting to sell the treasure, consult someone completely unrelated to him? If it's truly as Zhou Junbai said, selling the void-breaking boat is to gather the resources for promotion, just giving him a bottle of Xiaoyao wine would require endless gratitude. Dare to ask for a furnace of transformation pills too. Such a brazen request clearly shows he is fearless. But do I have a way out? No way. Very well. A bottle of Xiaoyao wine and a furnace of transformation pills, I shall provide them. Situ Feng saw through the charade but chose to grit his teeth and agree. Both of them tacitly chose not to expose the matter. Zhou Junbai remained silent to extract more benefits from Situ Feng. Situ Feng did not point it out, fearing that if he did, Zhou Junbai might in anger truly sell the void-breaking boat. That would ruin his reputation for good. Thank you, Master Situ. However, there is one more thing. Zhou Junbai said with a hint of embarrassment. Go on. Situ Feng gritted his teeth. Master Situ, I have grown fond of this void-breaking boat over the years. Whenever I have the time, I like to stay inside it. As a result, the gathering Yuan array has indeed consumed a considerable amount of spirit stones. I am currently financially strained, and after advancing to the nascent soul, I fear I will lack sufficient resources to stabilize my cultivation. Zhou Junbai said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Situ Feng fumed. Advancing to the nascent soul from the golden core requires the baptism of the grand Dao's light, needing no resources to stabilize cultivation. This guy is clearly trying to poison my mind by deliberately bringing up the gathering Yuan array. How much do you need? Situ Feng gritted his teeth once more. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Zhou Junbai stated. 100,000. Situ Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Weapon refiners may be wealthy, but that is still 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. That's enough to buy another divine-grade treasure. Yes, it truly seems excessive. Perhaps I should just sell the void-breaking boat instead of bothering Master Situ. Don't. I can manage. A bottle of Xiaoyao wine, a furnace of transformation pills, and an additional 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. I shall provide them. At this point, Situ Feng was completely under Zhou Junbai's control. Really? Zhou Junbai appeared surprised and flattered. I mean, what I say. Are you heading to the Tianxian secret realm? I will head to the resource hall right now to buy Xiaoyao wine and transformation pills, then await you at the Tianxian secret realm. This is quite embarrassing. I apologize for troubling Master Situ to make a special trip. Zhou Junbai chuckled. It's no trouble at all. There's a teleportation array in the intersect that leads directly to the Tianxian secret realm. It won't take much time. Situ Feng said as he ended the communication. You little rascal. Who do you think I, Zhou Junbai, am? I have always been the one to deceive others. How dare you try to deceive me? Haven't I got you firmly in my grasp? Zhou Junbai concluded the communication with a smug expression. Clang. Just as he finished speaking, a startling tremor erupted from the direction of the refining chamber, accompanied by an extremely sharp intent of the sword that soared into the sky. Such sword intent. Is a ground-grade treasure about to emerge? Could it be that Lin Yu really forged a ground-grade treasure? Moreover, judging by this aura, although it is merely ground-grade, it is nearly on par with heavenly-grade treasures. Zhou Junbai sensed the overwhelming sword intent and instantly displayed a look of shock. A ground-grade treasure has emerged. This signifies that Lin Yu has already become a ground-grade weapon refiner. Aside from Wang Chengkong in the outer sect, Lin Yu is undoubtedly the strongest in weapon refining. Boom! At this moment, within the refining chamber, Lin Yu was holding a long sword. The sword had an ancient design flowing with soul-capturing light that seemed to swallow one's very gaze. A fine sword. Lin Yu lightly flicked the sword, and a chilling tremor resonated as if it could tear This sword was primarily forged from soul-capturing stones of ground-grade material. It is perfect for executing the three-cut of the soul. From now on, I shall name you Soul Cutter Sword. Lin Yu smiled faintly as he stored the Soul Cutter Sword. Now that I have a sword, it's time to forge a spear. Lin Yu put away the Soul Cutter Sword and took out another set of materials. The Sword Dao Supernatural Ability. Lin Yu possesses the three cuts of the soul. For the Spear Dao Supernatural Ability, Lin Yu also has the Spear of Time. The Spear of Time cultivates the power of time and must be forged using materials containing the power of time. The Tsongsang gold should suffice. Lin Yu chuckled, summoned the Pure Lotus Heavenly Fire, and commenced refining once more. Forging the weapon body. Engraving the array patterns. With the experience from forging the Soul Cutter Sword, crafting the spear treasure was a natural progression. Before long, a long spear infused with the power of time was forged by Lin Yu. From now on, I shall call you the Spear of Time. Lin Yu then stored the long spear. Master Wang truly deserves praise. The materials provided are both plentiful and excellent. Now there are still plenty of materials left. Lin Yu glanced thoughtfully at the remaining materials and the reverse immortal sword box. The reverse immortal sword box, crafted by the mortal swordsmith Oyezi, the only treasure that breaks the shackles between immortals and mortals using mortal forging techniques. Its rank reaches the Shen grade. Lin Yu's admiration for the reverse immortal sword box is not merely because of its rank. Rather, it lies in the indomitable will of Oyezi, who was willing to sacrifice himself for the Dao while forging the box. The path of cultivation is often described as traversing 1,000 mountains and crossing 10,000 rivers, even bearing the weight of the heavens. Ultimately, those who can truly ascend are all individuals of great perseverance. However, not everyone can achieve great success and leave a resounding name in the world. For example, Oyezi. Lin Yu is certain that when Oyezi forged the reverse immortal sword box, he had already embarked on his own path to immortality. Although Oyezi has sacrificed himself for the Dao, his essence, spirit, and indomitable character have long since fused with the reverse immortal sword box. Within the reverse immortal sword box lies Oyezi's yearning for the path of immortality and his fervent passion for the art of sword forging. Every time Lin Yu invokes the reverse immortal sword box, he can feel the will within the 13 reverse immortal swords, a will that pierces through the heavens. Boom! The reverse immortal sword box landed before Lin Yu. When Lin Yu lightly tapped on the box with his finger, and it immediately opened, revealing 13 reverse immortal swords lying quietly inside. In fact, from the moment I first summoned you, I felt an impulse. I want to take you to witness the vastness of the sea, the blooming of flowers, to sing, while wielding swords, to ascend the immortal mountains that have never been climbed, and to see all the unseen landscapes. For you, for Oyezi, for myself. Lin Yu's fingers brushed over each of the 13 reverse immortal swords, which quivered gently in response, as if they were alive. Senior Oyezi, with your indomitable will you have forged your namesake, the reverse immortal, breaking the bounds of mortality. You have endowed them with a spirit that is almost alive, and granted them powers that rival or even surpass those of Shen treasures. But that is not enough. To soar on the path of cultivation, the Shen grade is insufficient, and the foundation establishment cultivation is also lacking. Therefore, what I must do is to break your limitations. A thought surged within Lin Yu, growing increasingly intense, almost bursting forth. Oyezi was able to break the shackles of immortality and mortality. The flower of the path of tools was formed by him, so I can too. Swish! The jade slip left by Elder Luoxia was taken out by Lin Yu. The information within the jade slip was vast, all-encompassing. Inside were Luoxia's insights after each advancement in forging techniques, along with Luoxia's experiences of traveling through the world, what he saw and heard, and the path of forging. Additionally, there were many secret techniques of forging. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yu merged his divine sense with the slip, and words began to appear, imprinted in the void swirling around Lin Yu. Lin Yu, continually focused, seeking to comprehend it. All of this was the moment he had put in the most effort since entering the gates of immortality. While comprehending Luoxia's insights, Lin Yu pondered the essence of the reverse immortal 13 swords. With a rush, as Lin Yu immersed himself entirely, the flower of enlightenment shed brilliant rays, enhancing his understanding of forging. The reverse immortal 13 swords seemed to sense Lin Yu's will, vibrating continuously in response. At this moment, layers of Dao rhythm began to intertwine around Lin Yu. Sudden enlightenment. Lin Yu suddenly entered a state of deeper understanding through the flower of enlightenment, a higher realm than usual. Sudden enlightenment, a state that all cultivators yearn to achieve. Some cultivators, upon sudden enlightenment, create their own paths. Others, upon sudden enlightenment, make immense progress in their understanding of the paths. Ultimately, sudden enlightenment leads cultivators to a deeper comprehension of the great Dao they study. It elevates their state of mind. Improving cultivation is easy, but enhancing one's character is extremely difficult. For instance, Qing Zongzi, stagnant for a full century. The reason for never advancing was that his state of mind had not been elevated. Until Lin Yu pointed it out, he finally soared to great heights. The elevation of a small realm focuses on strength, while the elevation of a large realm focuses on the state of mind. State of mind, ethereal and elusive, yet it has caused countless prodigies to fail. With the flower of sudden enlightenment blooming, each of Lin Yu's cultivations not only improved his power, but also elevated his state of mind. It is precisely because of the repeated enhancements of sudden enlightenment that Lin Yu could see through Qing Kang's shackles. Although Lin Yu's cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage, his state of mind had already surpassed the golden core. Moreover, Lin Yu's sudden enlightenment this time, combined with the enlightenment granted by the flower of Dao, was different. Naturally, this time within the enlightenment of the flower of Dao, Lin Yu entered an even deeper level of understanding. It can be called double sudden enlightenment. This feeling was wondrous to the extreme, as if Lin Yu's mind had been transported to another realm. In this realm Lin Yu saw a figure. Oyezi. Oyezi was forging a sword. He was an old man gaunt and tall with a straight back. After years of sword forging, Oyezi's skin was a deep red and his hands were extremely rough. From years of forging, the sparks that splattered burned and healed his hands, repeatedly making them as tough as iron. Oyezi's gaze was bright, filled with an unyielding will. Ding ding ding. Oyezi stood before a sword forging platform, continuously striking the sword blank before him. Every time the hammer in Oyezi's hand fell, a clear sound resonated. Each of Oyezi's movements carried a Dao rhythm that returned to simplicity with every sound of the hammer striking, piercing the heart. This is how Senior Oyezi forged the reverse immortal sword box back in the day. Lin Yu had previously witnessed this process while absorbing the stunning past of the reverse immortal 13 swords. However, now observing it again in a state of enlightenment felt entirely different. So that's how it is. With every strike, the hammer contained not just power but also Oyezi's essence and spirit. Through countless strikes, he infused the reverse immortal 13 swords with a spirit of their own. Senior Oyezi was able to break the shackles of immortality and mortality, not only because of his unparalleled sword forging skills, but also because he poured his heart into it. This is the true meaning of the power of the reverse immortal. As Lin Yu contemplated, he felt a sudden surge of understanding, like a shower of enlightenment pouring over him. Lin Yu, in a moment of clarity, instinctively performed the fire control technique, and the vast pure lotus, heavenly fire, instantly engulfed the reverse immortal 13 swords. Lin Yu was in a state of enlightenment, and his hands naturally performed a series of hand seals. The pure lotus, heavenly fire, surged wildly. 13 reverse immortal swords trembled endlessly within the pure lotus heavenly fire. At this moment, if Wang Chengkong were present, he would find Lin Yu's technique to be exceptionally unique. Although Lin Yu was using the pure lotus heavenly fire to burn the 13 reverse immortal swords, he was not forging. Instead, he was repairing the weapon. As Lin Yu's hand seals changed, various refining materials flew up on their own and were thrown into the pure lotus heavenly fire. These materials were all high-quality refining materials provided by Wang Chengkong. At this moment, they were being refined by Lin Yu, gradually merging into the 13 reverse immortal swords. If this scene were witnessed by other smiths, they would surely be horrified. In the case where a magical artifact had already been forged, adding other materials would often lead to only one outcome: destruction of the artifact. The smith would be harmed. This is common knowledge. No smith would dare to do this casually. Different smiths have different understandings of forging. The same materials used by different smiths would yield magical artifacts with varying characteristics. Not even a single smith would dare claim to be able to forge two identical magical artifacts. The state of mind during forging and many other factors influence the properties of a magical artifact. Any material added later could potentially ruin those properties. Moreover, any magical artifact, except for the 13 reverse immortal swords, has engraved formations within. Once materials are added, the formation would be disrupted. But Lin Yu dared to do it. The existence of the flower of craftsmanship allowed Lin Yu to turn the impossible into the possible. Moreover, the 13 reverse immortal swords were magical artifacts created by mortal methods, breaking the mundane to become immortal. They contained no formations at all. The most crucial point was that Lin Yu, in his state of enlightenment, had comprehended the true meaning of the reverse immortal. This perfectly resonated with the 13 reverse immortal swords. A variety of refining materials were being refined into the 13 reverse immortal swords. The foundation of the reverse immortal sword was directly elevated to the highest quality. Come! Boom! Lin Yu's spiritual power roared, and the many paths of cultivation erupted simultaneously. The path of time, the path of space, the path of metal, the path of water. Lin Yu manifested 13 hammers of the great path, crashing down towards the soaring 13 reverse immortal swords. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, a crisp resonance echoed through the heavens and the earth. At the same time, an incredibly mysterious Dao rhyme spread out from Lin Yu's center. What is happening? How can there be such a marvelous aura? At this moment, Zhou Junbai, piloting the void-breaking boat, looked in shock towards Lin Yu's direction. This Dao rhyme was unfathomable, stirring the winds and clouds of heaven and earth. I have only seen this Dao rhyme once. It was during my youth when I was cultivating in the intersect, coinciding with the master creating a new method. Lin Yu is not forging. He is creating a method. Zhou Junbai exclaimed in shock, his heart surging with waves of astonishment. Creating a method. This is an achievement that every cultivator longs to attain. To merge a lifetime of insights, condensing one's utmost efforts, leaving behind a method for future generations. This is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Do not be fooled by the myriad of methods in the current cultivation world. They have all been accumulated over a long period of time. Lin Yu, just at the foundation establishment stage, yet he has begun to create a method. Creating a method already. This kid is truly outrageous. Zhou Junbai found it hard to describe his feelings at this moment. There was both joy and bitterness. He was pleased that there was such a true dragon in the outer gate destined to shine for millennia. The bitterness came from once again feeling the pressure of being crushed by a true genius. At this moment Lin Yu was completely immersed in his state of enlightenment. The 13 hammers of the Great Path continuously struck the reverse immortal sword. Lin Yu, infused with the essence of the true meaning of the reverse immortal, integrated it into the 13 reverse immortal swords through intensive forging. Under this tempering, although it had a high-quality foundation, the 13 reverse immortal swords were still merely of the mystical grade, and their aura was continuously rising. Finally, in just 2 hours, the 13 reverse immortal swords had already emitted the aura of an earthly grade magical artifact. The artifact's level was raised from mystical grade to earthly grade. If this news were to spread, it would certainly shock all the smiths in the world. The level of magical artifacts cannot be raised. This is an ironclad rule acknowledged by all smiths. Yet today it was broken by Lin Yu, and this was just the beginning. Lin Yu tirelessly continued to hammer the 13 reverse immortal swords. Lin Yu's spiritual energy was being consumed at an astonishing rate. The aura of the 13 reverse immortal swords was also growing stronger. Clang, clang, clang. Half a day later, the 13 reverse immortal swords resounded in unison, unleashing an astonishing sword intent that soared into the sky. The sound of sword echoes reverberated for tens of thousands of miles. Master above. This is the aura of a heavenly treasure. Has Lin Yu become a heavenly gradesmith? Moreover, this aura does not indicate the forging of one heavenly treasure but 13. What exactly has this kid Lin Yu created to forge 13 heavenly treasures in such a short time? Zhou Junbai was completely dumbfounded, his whole body trembling slightly. A heavenly gradesmith in his teens. Even the sect of immortal artifacts known as the Cradle of Immortal Artifact Smiths could never cultivate such a talent. Boom! The moment the 13 reverse immortal swords were promoted to heavenly grade, Lin Yu changed his hand seal and retracted the pure lotus heavenly fire. The 13 reverse immortal swords returned to the sword box. What exactly has this kid Lin Yu created to forge 13 heavenly treasures in such a short time? Zhou Junbai was completely dumbfounded, his whole body. Lin Yu murmured in surprise. He had not expected to create a method of his own at this moment. This was a method of limitless refinement. Not a method of forging, but a method of repairing. Using the power of the reverse immortal to mend the inherent flaws of magical artifacts, enhancing their power and even their grade. The strength of this method lies in its ability to repair any item in the world, provided there are enough materials and sufficient cultivation level. This method, arising from the power of the reverse immortal, shall be called the reverse immortal repair method. Bang! Lin Yu gently clapped his palm, closing the sword box with a smile. Lin Yu retracted his aura and walked toward the alchemy room. His next goal was to brew the 3000 Dao wine. The 3000 Dao wine. It is the finest enlightenment wine created by the wine sword immortal. A jar of wine, 3000 flavors. To savor the 3000 lengths of the mortal world and temper one's heart in this world, there are only equals, no surpassers. Lin Yu had already gathered the 3000 materials required for the 3000 Dao wine. Naturally, Lin Yu wanted to see if he could brew this 3000 Dao wine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a thought, 3000 spiritual herbs, each containing different medicinal properties, flew out from his spatial treasure. Boom! The pure lotus heavenly fire surged forth, drowning the 3000 spiritual herbs. The difference between brewing wine and refining pills lies in the fact that alchemy extracts the medicinal power of the herbs and condenses it into pills. After taking the pills, it greatly benefits the cultivation of the cultivator. Brewing wine is different. Instead of extracting the medicinal power, it uses one's own Dao to nourish the true flavor within the herbs, whether to temper the heart or to nourish the spirit. Each has its own merits compared to alchemy. All things have spirits. Humans have their lives. Plants and trees also have their own lives. It's just that grasses and ants are less noticeable. What the wine sword immortal Li Fei Xian valued were these unnoticed lives. Lin Yu carefully controlled the pure lotus heavenly fire, continuously refining the various spiritual herbs. Among the 3000 spiritual herbs, the highest grade was only of the earth grade, while the lowest was merely of the yellow grade. Although it was Lin Yu's first time doing this under the perfect fire control techniques from the divine fire record, he still effortlessly completed the first step. The medicine is the dregs, the aura is the water. Come! Lin Yu quickly formed seals with both hands. Boom! The spiritual energy in the alchemy room was drawn by Lin Yu, merging into the true flavor realm. The spiritual energy transformed into spiritual water, mingling with the 3,000 true flavors, the two clashing unpredictably, yet they were hard to blend. To merge the 3,000 true flavors with the spiritual energy, a main concept is needed as the essence. Only in this way can they truly ferment and sublime. I have many concepts that I am adept at using, but which one should I choose? Lin Yu pondered to himself. The one I comprehend the deepest is the anti-immortal realm. Let this first batch of 3,000 Dao wine be based on the anti-immortal realm as its essence. Boom! As Lin Yu spoke, the anti-immortal realm burst forth, soaring toward the 9 heavens. Like the rock rising with the winds, soaring up to 90,000 miles, filled with indomitable will and an aspiration and persistence towards the immortal path. Splash! Once the anti-immortal realm emerged, the previously distinct and clashing spiritual energy and true flavors seemed to have found their core, merging at an astonishing speed. In less than 2 days, the three had perfectly merged. Go! Lin Yu took out the wine jar, and with a flick the fusion of the 3,000 true flavors, spiritual energy, and anti-immortal realm was drawn into the wine jar. Buzz! Lin Yu unleashed another wave of the anti-immortal realm to seal the jar's mouth, placing the lid on and sealing it with spiritual clay. The wine jar was hastily crafted by Lin Yu, merely of the yellow grade. The spiritual clay was also of the yellow grade, but fortunately its preservation effect was decent. A yellow-grade wine jar and yellow-grade spiritual clay do somewhat do injustice to the 3,000 Dao wine. Next time I will use something better. Lin Yu chuckled and put away the wine jar. The 3,000 Dao wine. Typically it would take 3 days to smell the wine fragrance and 7 days to cultivate the concept, but to nurture the 3,000 flavors it would take a full 3 months. With the flower of wine path in hand, Lin Yu could double the speed, achieving it in a month and a half. The effect could also be enhanced by double. Next comes the waiting. Roar! Just as Lin Yu regained his focus, fierce roars echoed from the front. Lin Yu, kid. It's time for work. Don't you want to temper yourself? Come out. As the roars echoed, Zhou Junbai's excited voice came from outside. Coming. Lin Yu felt a stir in his heart and stepped out of the alchemy room, arriving on the deck. So many monsters. Lin Yu was taken aback as he looked ahead. Before him, countless monsters surged from the mountains. On the ground and in the sky there were all kinds. Each monster was bizarre in shape. Some were covered in bony spines, each like a sword. Some were massive with immense strength. Some had wings that spanned hundreds of feet. The strength of these monsters ranged from the lowest being at the Qi refinement stage to the highest, astonishingly, at the 9th level of foundation establishment. Why have so many monsters suddenly appeared? Lin Yu asked curiously. Who knows? It doesn't matter. So, with so many monsters, do you have confidence? Zhou Junbai smiled at Lin Yu and asked. The number of monsters surging in was considerable. The highest strength had also reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. But Zhou Junbai had confidence in Lin Yu. Who is Lin Yu? The first cultivator in tens of thousands of years to truly complete the 3 Yuan foundation establishment. Faced with these monsters, even if he couldn't eliminate them all, self-protection was certainly more than enough. All right, then I will give it a try. Lin Yu smiled faintly and immediately stepped forward. Boom! Before Lin Yu arrived, the anti-immortal sword box had already flown out, crashing down in front of the raging beasts. The anti-immortal sword box plunged 3 inches into the ground. The surrounding earth instantly exploded. Cracks spread out and a terrifying wave of energy surged into the sky, instantly blocking the path of all the monsters. Roar! Screech! The originally surging and fierce monsters abruptly halted. They sensed the threat and stared at the anti-immortal sword box. Swish! Just as the monsters were stopped, Lin Yu had already stood beside the sword box with his hands behind his back. Roar! Screech! Upon seeing Lin Yu descend, the previously halted monsters erupted in fury. Dare to block the way at the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Boom! As the many monsters roared, they charged directly at Lin Yu. Anti-immortal sword box. Open! Lin Yu pointed and the anti-immortal sword box opened. With another flick of his finger, the 13 anti-immortal swords flew out from the sword box. 13 anti-immortal swords stood around Lin Yu, swirling endlessly. Today I will test my sword on you. Lin Yu's fingers transformed into swords, and a series of clear sword sounds surged into the 9 heavens. Slash! Boom! Lin Yu's finger swung down fiercely, and the 13 anti-immortal swords transformed into 13 sword energy paths, slashing downward. As the 13 sword energy paths fell, they surprisingly merged into an enormous sword that pierced heaven and earth, instantly overwhelming the surging monsters. Crushing like withered weeds. An unstoppable force. The sword light that reaches the heavens and the earth slashes down, and in an instant 13 sword chi paths erupt explosively. Boom! As the sword light descends, the heavens collapse and the earth shatters. The surging demonic beasts have no chance to resist, and are thrown away, turning into ashes across the land. The ground is cleaved open by a single sword. The overwhelming sword intent like a vast ocean spills forth, engulfing a radius of 10,000 miles. Zhou Junbai stood on the deck, watching the demonic beasts cleared away by Lin Yu's sword, instantly rendered speechless. Originally he thought that no matter how monstrous Lin Yu was, he was still a novice in battle. He even thought he could offer some guidance satisfying his vanity. What to do now? So weak. Lin Yu also looked forward in astonishment. Originally Lin Yu intended to first clear out the weaker demonic beasts. Those few at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment were meant to be dealt with slowly. But these wretched creatures were suddenly wiped out. They couldn't even withstand a single sword strike. Sect Master. At this moment it wasn't just Lin Yu and Zhou Junbai who were stunned, but also the cultivator on the divine sword approaching from afar. A disciple from the outer sect of the Xuanlu Great Secret Realm. The leader on the divine sword was an elderly man, tall and robust with eyes like blades. He stood there, the sword intent within him rumbling clearly, a nascent soul cultivator like Qing Zongzi. Fang Xian. The elderly man was none other than Fang Xian, the sect master of the Xuanlu Great Secret Realm. Behind him were Qing Yang Tianqi and Ji Yanling. Fang Mingxue was there as well. At this moment a group of people stared dumbfounded at the vast chasm carved by Lin Ye's sword. Sister Mingxue, can you achieve the power of Lin Shixiang's sword? Ji Yanling, her beautiful eyes filled with shock, tugged at Fang Mingxue's sleeve, unable to help but ask. If I were at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment I could barely manage it, but at the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment I absolutely couldn't. Fang Mingxue took a deep breath and shook her head. Sect Master, is this the surprise you mentioned for Lin Shidi? Qing Yang looked at Fang Xian with a curious expression. How was I to know he was this monstrous? If I had known, I should have brought those few golden core demonic beasts over to him as well. Fang Xian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. I was wondering why so many demonic beasts suddenly gathered here. It turns out Sect Master Fang drove them here on purpose. At this moment Zhou Junbai's voice echoed from afar. Swish. Hearing this, Fang Xian's mind moved, and with a tremor of the divine sword beneath his feet, he broke through the air and appeared before the void-breaking vessel. Fang Mingxue, Ji Yanling, Qing Yang. We greet Sect Master Zhou. Qing Yang and the others hurriedly bowed. No need for formalities. Zhou Junbai waved his hand. Fang Mingxue, Ji Yanling, Song Qingfeng, and others quickly moved behind Zhou Junbai. Swish. Lin Yu stepped forward and returned to the void-breaking vessel. Lin Yu, why aren't you greeting Sect Master Fang Xian? Zhou Junbai said with a smile. Disciple Lin Yu, greetings to Sect Master Fang. Lin Yu hurriedly bowed. Lin Yu, you're too polite, Master Nephew. Fang Xian laughed heartily, his gaze towards Lin Yu filled with admiration. Sect Master Fang, what is the meaning of driving so many demonic beasts over for no reason? Zhou Junbai, you really took good intentions for malicious actions. Did I not hear you say you wanted to take Lin Yu to hone his battle experience? That's why I brought a gift for our meeting. But who knew? Fang Xian said with a bitter expression. But who knew these demonic beasts couldn't withstand even a single sword strike from Lin Yu, junior brother? I see. Qing Yang said with a smile. In that case, I turned out to be a spoilsport. How about this, Sect Master Fang? If you drive them over again, I will definitely take my time fighting them. You brat. You want to do it again? Zhou Junbai immediately laughed. I estimate that with your current strength, ordinary demonic beasts below the 3rd level of Golden Core would avoid you like the plague. What about cultivators below the 3rd level of Golden Core? Lin Yu asked. That depends on who it is. Fang Xian replied with a smile. If they are cultivators below the 3rd level of Golden Core, from outside the 5 great sects, you have few rivals. As for within the 5 great sects, with the power of your sword, just now there are still quite a few who can fight you. Zhou Junbai said seriously. It seems my strength still needs to be improved. Lin Yu spoke earnestly. You brat. Being at the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment able to contend with Golden Core cultivators from outside the 5 great sects, is that not enough? You brat. Zhou Junbai couldn't help but laugh and scold. It is not unusual for disciples of the 5 great sects to fight against Golden Core cultivators with Foundation Establishment. But there is a prerequisite. One must reach at least the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. Yet Lin Yu is already at the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment and is capable of battling most disciples below the 3rd level of Golden Core from the 5 great sects. This is called endless learning. Lin Yu laughed. Well said. Endless learning. Qingyang, this is the correct attitude towards cultivation. On ordinary days when asked to work a bit harder, you always complain that it's tiring relying on your high talent fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2. If you don't work harder, your cultivation realm will sooner or later be surpassed by Lin Yu. Fang Xian glared at Qingyang directly, using Lin Yu as a positive example. Sect Master, you really can't blame me. I'm not afraid of having talent in cultivation. I'm most afraid of having talent and working hard. What can I do? Qingyang said, suddenly feeling wronged. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. The only one who can make Qingyang with her delicate body suffer is likely Lin Yu from the younger generation. Sect Master Fang Yu previously said. Zhou Junbai laughed and looked at Fang Xian with a knowing expression. You old man, I know you have been thinking about the void-breaking step. When did I ever say something that doesn't count? Fang Xian chuckled and took out a jade slip. Lin Yu, this is the complete method for the void-breaking step. I will hand it over to you today. Fang Xian straightforwardly handed the jade slip to Lin Yu. Disciple thanks Master Fang wholeheartedly. Lin Yu hastily bowed in gratitude, then accepted the jade slip. You called me a prodigal just moments ago. At least I only transmitted 9 layers, yet you passed down the complete cultivation technique. You're far more prodigal than I am. Qingyang muttered under his breath upon hearing this. Thud. Without uttering a word, Fang Xian punched Qingyang squarely on the head, sending him shrieking in pain. Junior nephew Lin, you aren't you lacking golden core level opponents? Go. You must drive over those golden core grade demonic beasts we encountered earlier. Fang Xian spoke grimly, his face darkening. Me? Master, I haven't even formed my golden core yet. I can slay golden core demonic beasts, but hurting them? Qingyang stared blankly, utterly dumbfounded. Shall I go instead? Fang Xian's expression hardened instantly. Yes, I'll go. Upon hearing this, Qingyang instinctively shrank his neck, said nothing more, leapt off the divine blade, and vanished in a flash. This disciple of mine. Watching Qingyang recede into the distance, Fang Xian rubbed his temples wearily. His cultivation talent was truly peerless. Few in this age could rival Qingyang's innate brilliance. Yet his conduct left much to be desired. In my view, senior brother Qingyang possesses the pure heart of a child. He is truly extraordinary. Lin Yu smiled as he spoke. I think so too. Fang Mingxue and the others nodded in cheerful agreement. Then it's settled. Since you hold Qingyang in such high regard, you ought to grow closer to him in the days ahead. Fang Xian smiled warmly. Indeed, we shall. Lin Yu nodded earnestly. That's perfect. Once you enter the inner sect, you'll have someone to rely upon. Hearing this, Fang Xian's face lit up with quiet satisfaction. Master Fang, since all of us intend to enter the Tianxian Grand Secret Realm, why not travel together? Zhou Junbai added with a grin. Precisely my intention. I've long heard your void-shattering vessel is an exceptional artifact. I'm eager to witness its prowess firsthand today. Fang Xian wasted no time, leading Tianqi aboard the void-shattering vessel, then retracting his divine blade. Master Fang, please spare us talk of this void-shattering vessel. What terrible luck! Mentioning the vessel instantly soured Zhou Junbai's expression. Terrible luck. I've heard this vessel was forged by the master artificer Situ Feng himself, and Master Zhou has always treasured it above all else. Fang Xian asked, perplexed. You don't know. The gathering chi formation Situ Feng installed for me was shoddily constructed. For years it squandered countless spirit stones of mine. Had it not been for Lin Yu spotting the flaw, I'd still be oblivious. Just recalling it made Zhou Junbai seethe. Love turned swiftly to bitter resentment. The deeper his past affection had run, the sharper his present ire. There's that story too. Fang Xian furrowed his brow. I do happen to know Situ Feng somewhat well. Shall I intervene and mediate? Fang Xian offered again. No need at all. That young man Lin Yu gave me a brilliant idea. Situ Feng is now utterly at my mercy. Zhou Junbai chuckled. What idea? Fang Xian glanced toward Lin Yu. His curiosity instantly piqued. Zhou Junbai leaned close and whispered into Fang Xian's ear. A peculiar smile flickered across Fang Xian's face. Indeed. An excellent stratagem. It both chastens Situ Feng and recoups our losses. Fang Xian praised effusively. Zhou Junbai and Fang Xian hadn't met in years. And now, thanks to Lin Yu, their reunion felt warmer, more familiar, their conversation flowing with ease. Lin Yu, Fang Mingxue, and the others stood near the vessel's railing. Senior Sister Mingxue. Why did you venture into the Shenluo Grand Secret Realm? Where is Elder Qingcong? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Ha ha ha. Senior brother Lin, you have no idea. After you departed, senior brother Tianqi rushed off to slay a golden core level dragon serpent. only to discover deep within its lair a pair of mating serpents, one male, one female, engrossed in propagating their lineage. The moment Tianqi struck, he enraged both golden core serpents. He couldn't prevail, and fled back chased relentlessly. Only through our combined efforts did we finally slay them both. Just as Tianqi calmed down, Qingyang's intoxication surged anew, and he insisted against all protest that we return to the Shenluo Grand Secret Realm to continue drinking. We tried desperately to stop him, but Elder Qingcong resigned had no choice but to escort us there. There Qingyang brazenly stole and drank Master Feng's treasured Sun Moon brew. Ji Yanling eagerly recounted the entire tale in rapid animated detail. "Ah, I see." Lin Yu couldn't help but smile faintly. Sun Moon brew, a legendary elixir recorded in the alcohol canon rivaling even the famed Zizai wine in refinement. While Zizai wine dispels inner demons, the Sun Moon brew, fermented from concentrated solar and lunar essences, condenses spiritual energy and draws the cultivator nearer to the Tao itself, yielding extraordinary results. With fortune, it may even induce sudden enlightenment. Don't dismiss it lightly. Senior Brother Song entered a state of profound enlightenment immediately after imbibing the Sun Moon brew, and has already begun preparations to forge his golden core. Meanwhile, Senior Brother Qingyang was punished by Master Feng to clean the beast stables. Every day he scooped dung for the great feline guardian of the Shenluo Grand Secret Realm. And now, having barely emerged, he's been punished anew. Ji Yanling laughed until she doubled over. Then heartfelt congratulations are in order for Senior Brother Song. Lin Yu replied smiling. This achievement was literally purchased with Qingyang's manure-shoveling labor. How could I afford not to strive? Song Qingfeng grinned. Please forgive my modesty. All this is merely Qingyang's daily routine within the sect. Tianqi shook his head wryly. As the group chatted idly, the void-shattering vessel carved boldly through the heavens. While along the way, Qingyang could often be seen racing wildly across mountains and valleys, herding golden core demonic beasts before him. Qingyang, after all, was only at Foundation Establishment 9th layer, though he could effortlessly slay golden core beasts if he fought seriously, chasing without killing. Guiding them precisely toward Lin Yu's location proved exceedingly difficult. With Qingyang's antics enlivening the journey, Lin Yu and the others found the voyage anything but dull. Still, the Tianxian Grand Secret Realm lay far away. Even aboard the void-shattering vessel, the journey took over a month. During this time, Lin Yu's cultivation advanced steadily. His physique, spiritual energy, and divine sense all matured to the Foundation Establishment 5th layer. Meanwhile, Song Qingfeng briefly departed and successfully forged his golden core. So this is the Tianxian Grand Secret Realm. A month later, standing atop the void-shattering vessel, Lin Yu gazed ahead, and his expression transformed into one of awestruck wonder.